The rogue physician descends from the mountain, encountering gods to slay and demons to vanquish, without a hint of hesitation. To the summit of Zhongnan Mountain, there reside over 100 reclusive sages hailing from all corners of the globe, each a once mighty figure in their own right. The king of assassins, the emperor of mercenaries, the master of poisons, the invincible god of war, the super rich. These titles, however, belong to a bygone era now. They have all retreated from the world to seek enlightenment and the secrets of longevity. Help! Ah, do not strike my face. At that moment, the king of assassins, the emperor of mercenaries, the invincible god of war, and other formidable figures lay battered and bruised upon the ground, evidently having just been used as human punching bags. All of them, without exception, gazed in terror at a young man clad in black, pleading for mercy. The youth, in his 20s, possessed striking features, with piercing eyes and a countenance of icy composure. His name was Li Qinggan, the only individual to ascend the mountain under the guise of a waste. When he first arrived, they could easily chastise him, but little did they know that the tides would soon turn. Qinggan, your body has fully recovered. You may descend the mountain. A cool voice echoed, and a woman clad in white approached, her face veiled, her figure graceful, exuding an air of ethereal serenity. Upon hearing those words, the cold demeanor of Li Qinggan melted away, replaced by fervent excitement. Master, may I truly leave the mountain? The white-clad woman nodded gently. Indeed, it has been 6 years. I know you have longed to depart. Receiving her confirmation, Li Qinggan was overwhelmed with joy. Thank you, Master. During his 6 years here, Li Qinggan mastered supreme medical arts, the path of alchemy, celestial secrets, and the divine. He had also learned a great deal from the myriad sages. Qinggan, before you leave, I have one final piece of advice for you. Master, please speak. Once you descend, engage in the trials of the mortal realm, encounter gods to slay and demons to vanquish, without any reservations. Disciple shall remember. Li Qinggan nodded earnestly. Master, I have a small request. Li Qinggan said. Speak freely. I wish to embrace you once more. That a tender expression crossed the face hidden behind the veil, and she opened her arms gently. Li Qinggan embraced his master tightly, reluctantly releasing her as he prepared to descend Zhongnan Mountain. Farewell, Master. The white-clad woman gazed at Li Qinggan's departing figure, momentarily lost in thought. The 100 or so super sages wept tears of joy as they waved him off. This little demon king has finally departed. No more will he be bullied. It has been a long time coming. Sob. In just 6 short years, I have witnessed this boy transform from a mere waste to someone of unparalleled strength. Indeed, it is hard to believe that the one who once served as a punching bag is now. At that moment, the white-clad woman cast a cool glance over the assembly of sages, her voice steady and clear. Inform your factions below to protect Qinggan. Should any harm befall him, you shall all be expelled from the mountain. Should anyone assist Qinggan, I shall bestow upon them a celestial technique. Upon hearing this, the sages were filled with fervor. A technique for eternal life awaited them. Senior, I will immediately relay the message and arrange for 300 elite assassins to protect the young master. Senior, I shall promptly notify the weak consortium to provide 100 black cards from a Swiss bank for the young master's use. Senior, I will gather 3,000 mercenaries at once, ready to serve the young master. But at that moment, a golden-haired, blue-eyed girl with twin ponytails dashed out, pouting in indignation. You dreadful senior brother. You descended the mountain without telling me. Woo. The woman in the white dress glanced at the golden-haired girl and said, Rose, inform your 6 senior sisters that their junior brother has come down from the mountain. I have returned. Li Qinggan gazed into the distance with starry eyes, a glint of cold light flickering within as fragments of memory surfaced in his mind. Li Qinggan originally belonged to the Li family, a prestigious martial arts lineage in the Great Xia. From a young age, he displayed remarkable talent in martial arts. At the age of 14, 6 years ago, he had already attained the status of a top-tier warrior, the foremost among the younger generation of the Li family. However, a mysterious figure suddenly invaded the Li residence, shattering his dantian and rendering his cultivation useless, publicly humiliating Li Qinggan and transforming him from a genius into a waste. What pierced Li Qinggan's heart the most was that the following day, The Li family expelled him from the clan, removing his name from the family register. Even his grandfather was driven to his death by their actions. In a single night, Li Qinggan fell from being a revered martial arts prodigy to a discarded outcast. The 14-year-old boy, homeless and wandering the streets, was taken in by his godmother, who disregarded all risks and brought him home. Li Qinggan's parents had mysteriously disappeared when he was very young, leading him to recognize Wen Shuman, the wealthiest woman in Haicheng, as his godmother. Wen Shuman, a business prodigy, became the richest woman in Haicheng before the age of 30, as she treated Li Qinggan with utmost kindness, caring for him meticulously during his most vulnerable times. Later, Wen Shuman sent Li Qinggan to Zhongnan Mountain, where he met his master, and he remained there for 6 years. The memories flooding his mind enveloped Li Qinggan in a chilling aura, his fists clenched tightly, exuding a terrifying presence. His descent from the mountain, this time, was for the purpose of vengeance. To those who had once tormented him, he would repay them 100-fold. Yet before that, he wished to see his godmother, Wen Shuman. Had it not been for her sheltering him, Li Qinggan would likely have perished in the streets, with no opportunity to ascend Zhongnan Mountain for training. Li Qinggan was not one to forget his benefactor in his heart. He had long regarded Wen Shuman as his mother. As Li Qinggan stepped out of the airport and entered a taxi, he provided the driver with Wen's address, and the cab drove into the night. The driver confirmed the destination, appearing somewhat astonished, but Li Qinggan paid it no mind. Half an hour later, Li Qinggan arrived at the Wen residence, and upon seeing the scene before him, his expression changed dramatically. The once beautiful Wen estate now lay in ruins, with crumbling walls and overgrown weeds. What? How could it have turned into this? What on earth has happened? Li Qinggan's heart was filled with anger and confusion. Suddenly, he heard faint movements from a distance. Who is it? Show yourself. Li Qin's expression turned cold as he shouted aloud. A woman clad in a crimson dress, strikingly beautiful, swiftly approached him and knelt on one knee, exuding utmost reverence. Deputy Master of the Wanhua Palace, Peony, pays her respects to the young master. Upon hearing this, Li Qin furrowed his brow and regarded the woman in red. Wanhua Palace, one of the top 100 forces of the hidden world. Peony replied respectfully, I have received the orders from the palace master to assist the young master. The image of an exquisite woman flickered through Li Qin's mind. Wanhua Palace consisted solely of women and was one of the 3 major intelligence organizations in China. Prove your identity. Li Qin was not one to trust strangers lightly. Without a moment's hesitation, Peony revealed the emblem of Wanhua Palace adorning her Eteria blood-red peony. That will suffice. That Li Qin acknowledged her identity and promptly turned away. Peony hastily adjusted her clothing. Since you are from Wanhua Palace, tell me how the Wen family has come to this state? Li Qin gazed at the ruins ahead. Peony replied, reporting to the young master, half a year ago, the Wen family was annihilated. Boom! Upon hearing this news, it felt as though a thunderbolt had struck Li Qin, his body trembling violently as a terrifying aura of murderous intent erupted from him. Peony, standing nearby, felt engulfed by this ominous energy, her complexion paling as if she might suffocate at any moment. His adoptive mother's family had been wiped out. Who was responsible? Li Qin seethed with rage, wishing to obliterate the culprit to dust. I apologize, young master. Wanhua Palace is still investigating, Peony replied, her head bowed in shame. However, we have discovered that the eldest daughter of the Wen family, Wen Shuman, is still alive. Li Qin's expression brightened at this revelation. You mean my adoptive mother is still alive? Indeed, young master, your mother yet lives, Peony confirmed. Li Qin pressed on. Where's my adoptive mother now? Peony's demeanor shifted. She hesitated, seemingly troubled by something. Speak quickly, Li Qin urged. With a slight bite of her lip, Peony produced a mobile phone and opened a video. Young master, prepare yourself. The video revealed a familiar face to Li Qin, a woman in her 30s, disheveled and disheartened, her once fair skin now marred with wounds. She was confined in a cage, a collar around her neck, resembling a dog. Wen Shuman, thought you were formidable? Who would have imagined you would one day be reduced to this? Ha ha! Another woman appeared, wielding a barbed whip, which she lashed out with force, striking Wen Shuman and producing a sharp crack. Wen Shuman's body was drenched in blood as she let out a harrowing scream of agony. He Danhong, If you have the capability, then kill me. When Schumann's beautiful eyes burned with hatred as she hoarsely shouted at the woman, "Kill you? No, no, no. I shall torment you slowly. I will make your life a living hell." The whip in the woman's hand struck again. The video abruptly ceased. Crack! Li Chun crushed the phone in his grasp, reducing it to fragments. His starry eyes turned blood red, as if he had transformed into a vengeful deity. A tempest of fury, boundless murderous intent. Ah! A terrifying aura erupted from Li Chunin, reducing the surrounding flora to mere powder, and Yu Dan's complexion turned pale. "Please, young master, remain calm." Li Chunin's expression twisted in fury as he glared at Mu Dan and shouted, "Who is that woman? I shall kill her. I want to dismember her. She is the eldest daughter of the He family, one of the 4 prestigious families of Haiching Idanon. The video was obtained by our Orchid Palace half a month ago. We rushed to rescue the matriarch, only to find her missing. He family, He Danon." Li Chunin clenched his fists tightly, gritting his teeth as he demanded, "Tell me, where is He Danon?" "Today happens to be the day of He Danhong's wedding. She is holding the ceremony at the Haicheng International Hotel," Mu Dan replied. Before her words had fully escaped her lips, Li Chunin's figure had already vanished. At the Haicheng International Hotel, the most opulent banquet hall, a congregation of affluent elites from Haicheng has gathered for the wedding of Miss He Danhong, the daughter of one of the city's 4 distinguished families, the He family, known for its immense power and influence. The wedding ceremony commenced under the gaze of the attendees. With He Danhong adorned in a pristine white gown, her delicate makeup enhancing her youthful appearance, seemingly in her early 30s. She carried herself with the grace of a swan. Escorted by a stern middle-aged man, her father, He Mingwei, the current head of the He family, he entrusted his daughter's hand to the young groom. After which he took the microphone and surveyed the assembly of wealthy guests, expressing gratitude for their presence at his beloved daughter's nuptials. The crowd showered her with well wishes, wishes for a harmonious union, eternal happiness, and early offspring. Yet He Danhong's smile appeared strained. As the ceremony reached its pivotal moment, the exchange of rings, a resounding crash erupted as the grand doors of the banquet hall were violently kicked open. An enraged voice, laced with menace, boomed, "He Danhong, come out and face your fate. The coffin is ready for you." Before anyone could comprehend the situation, a black coffin was hurled into the hall, crashing to the ground with a thunderous thud. The attendees fell silent, stunned by the audacity of such a spectacle at a wedding. This was sheer madness, a death wish. All eyes turned to the entrance, where a young man clad in black approached, his countenance striking and his demeanor cold, emanating an air of malevolence. With each step, his aura of menace grew, as if a harbinger of death had arrived. Who was he? This question echoed in the minds of the guests. He Danhong's expression turned icy upon seeing the intruder, her heart aflame with anger at the audacity to disrupt her wedding. This was an affront she could not tolerate. Li Chunin fixated on the woman in the white gown, instantly recognizing her as He Danhong. Having grown up deprived of maternal affection, he regarded Wen Schumann as his own mother. Witnessing this venomous woman torment his mother, Li Chunin felt an insatiable rage. He could not rest until she faced retribution. A brash young heir, positioned near Li Chunin, sneered at him, questioning his audacity to disrupt the event. Yet, before he could finish his taunt, Li Chunin vanished from sight, appearing before him in an instant. Without hesitation, he delivered a powerful punch that sent the young man crashing against the wall, blood spewing from his mouth as he succumbed to excruciating pain, ultimately losing consciousness. The gruesome scene sent waves of terror through the crowd, causing several would-be show-offs to retreat, their bravado extinguished. At that moment, He Mingwei, the head of the He family, wore an exceedingly grim expression. How audacious of someone to disrupt his daughter's wedding, staining the joyous occasion with blood. With a dark countenance, he bellowed, "Bring this scoundrel to me." In the next instant, a dozen guards from the He family surged forth, launching themselves at Li Chunin with lethal intent. Bang! A surge of dark spiritual energy erupted from Li Chunin as he unleashed a powerful punch, generating a barrage of terrifying fist imprints. Each guard from the He family was struck in the chest, leaving gaping wounds from which blood gushed forth, causing them to collapse lifelessly to the ground. Li Chunin had dispatched over 10 of the He family's guards with a single blow. This gruesome spectacle left the onlookers pale with horror, some even succumbing to nausea. He Mingwei's face darkened further as he fixed a fierce gaze upon the black-clad youth. He Danhong, too, appeared troubled, though she found the black-clad youth somewhat familiar. Who are you? Li Chunan's expression was frigid as he fixed a gaze full of hatred on He Danhong. What grievance did my mother incur that you would so shamelessly humiliate her? He Danhong was momentarily taken aback by his words, scrutinizing Li Chunan for a moment longer before realization dawned upon her. I remember now. You are the worthless son adopted by that wretched Wen Shuman. I never expected you to still be alive. Li Chunan's eyes grew icy, a surge of murderous intent welling up within him. The fresh insult against his mother had sealed He Danhong's fate in his mind. Without uttering a word, he charged towards her. Gui Xiong, He Mingwei shouted. In the next instant, a towering figure emerged, exceeding 2 meters in height, standing as a formidable barrier before Li Chunan. Radiating a murderous aura, he sneered, Young man, do not act so impulsively. The He family is not one you can afford to offend. The guests in the banquet hall gasped, murmuring in astonishment at the sight of this imposing figure. He was Gui Xiong, one of the top 10 wanted criminals in Huaxia. Rumor had it that he was a remorseless killer, responsible for several heinous family massacres, leaving hundreds in his wake. I have seen Gui Xiong's portrait. It is indeed him. Who would have thought such a notorious fugitive would be in the employ of the He family? With their protection, it was no wonder the Huaxia Public Security Bureau had failed to apprehend him. He Mingwei commanded, Gui Xiong, do not kill him, merely incapacitate him. Understood, Gui Xiong replied, his gaze shifting to Li Chunan, a cruel smile spreading across his face, reminiscent of a demon, his eyes gleaming with bloodlust. It has been a long time since I last struck. My hands have grown restless. With a fierce swing, Gui Xiong unleashed a punch, his fist akin to a giant's, slicing through the air with a menacing whoosh. Should this blow land, it would either kill or maim. Just as the crowd anticipated Li Chunan's imminent defeat, he merely lifted his slightly slender arm, palm meeting Gui Xiong's incoming fist. Bang! Crack! As Li Chunan blocked the punch, he effortlessly crushed Gui Xiong's hand, the sound echoing sharply. But it was far from over. Li Chunan released Gui Xiong's hand and retaliated with a sweeping palm strike, manifesting a terrifying shadow of his hand that struck Gui Xiong's chest. Puff! The ghost bear spat blood, its sturdy chest caving inwards, broken ribs piercing its heart. The bloodied ribs protruded grotesquely from the bear's back, an utterly terrifying sight. The ghost bear widened its eyes in disbelief as it stared at Li Chunan, unable to utter another word, before slowly collapsing, its vitality extinguished. One of the 10 most wanted criminals in Huaxia, a murderous fiend known as the Ghost Bear, stained with the blood of countless victims, was thus vanquished in a single strike by the mysterious youth before him. Had they not witnessed it with their own eyes, they would never have believed it. Everyone stood in stunned silence. Just as the crowd was momentarily paralyzed, Li Chunan's figure materialized before He Danhong like a phantom. He seized her by the neck and hurled her to the ground. Instantly, he placed his foot upon her head, which struck the floor with a heavy thud, blood flowing from her fractured skull as she let out a piercing scream of agony. Stop it! He Mingwei shouted in terror, charging towards Li Chunan with a desperate resolve. In response, Li Chunan swiftly retaliated, delivering a resounding slap to He Mingwei's face, sending the head of the He family sprawling. He fell to the ground, half of his face swollen and blood trickling from his lips, his authority shattered. He Danhong's visage twisted in fury, her expression a mask of rage. You wild brat. If you have the guts, kill me. Otherwise, I will make you suffer as your mother did. Li Chunan pressed down harder, grinding her face into a bloody pulp. The other affluent elites present gasped in horror, their scalps tingling with dread. They thought to themselves, who is this harbinger of death? Such ruthless terror. Youth, do not act so impulsively. Your youthful exuberance may not serve you well. A booming voice suddenly resonated throughout the banquet hall. An elderly man clad in a dark red tang suit, with a tuft of white beard and squinting eyes, wore a faint smile that hinted at authority. There was an unmistakable air of superiority about him. Behind the elderly figure trailed several bodyguards in black, exuding an aura of formidable prowess. Moreover, at his side stood a young man in a pristine white suit, the groom of the evening's wedding, He Danhong's husband. Yet, despite his father-in-law He Mingwei being struck and his bride, He Danhong being trampled, the groom remained silent, as if oblivious to the scene unfolding before him. As if his wife was not the one being humiliated. With the elder's words, murmurs rippled through the banquet hall. Is Master Tang finally going to intervene? Indeed, after all, This is his adopted grandson's wedding. That young man is doomed. Having offended Master Tang, he will likely meet a grim fate tonight. The elderly gentleman, known as Tang Sijia, was one of the 4 kings of the underground forces in Haiqing, commanding a legion of over 1,000 followers and holding a significant relationship with the He family. The groom, Tang Hongwei, was his adopted grandson, and the marriage between him and He Danhong was merely a political alliance, orchestrated for mutual gain. The union of the two was merely to forge a tighter bond between the He family and the Tang alliance. 4th Master Tang, please assist me in eliminating him. He Mingwei turned to 4th Master Tang, speaking in a grave tone. Rest assured, the head of the He family. This scoundrel dares to disrupt my grandson's wedding and has injured my granddaughter-in-law. He is slapping my face, the face of the Tang alliance. It is well known that crossing the Tang alliance leads to dire consequences. 4th Master Tang replied unhurriedly, a subtle smile perpetually gracing his lips. Suddenly, his gaze sharpened as it fell upon Li Chunin. Young man, I shall grant you one final opportunity. Release my granddaughter-in-law and kneel to apologize. Li Chunin remained silent. Responding to 4th Master Tang through his actions, he pressed down harder with his foot, inflicting excruciating pain upon He Danhong, whose shrill cries pierced the air. 4th Master Tang's expression darkened instantaneously. He sensed the provocation emanating from Li Chunin. Narrowing his eyes slightly, he raised a hand with a casual flick and commanded coldly, "Make your move." In the next moment, several black-clad bodyguards standing behind 4th Master Tang produced dark weapons, their ominous muzzles aimed directly at Li Chunin, and without hesitation, they pulled the triggers. The sound of gunfire erupted sharply, flames of lead swirling as bullets flew forth. The remaining affluent guests trembled in terror, their screams filling the banquet hall. Dozens of bullets were directed towards Li Chunin, and 4th Master Tang envisioned the sight of the young man being riddled with holes. His body a tapestry of crimson, a beautiful spectacle indeed. Such was the fate of those who dared to offend 4th Master Tang and the Tang alliance. Yet, in the next heartbeat, 4th Master Tang's expression froze. Disbelief etched upon his features as he stared ahead, his throat seemingly constricted. Dozens of bullets halted mere inches from Li Chunin, arrested by an invisible force, unable to advance further, as if time itself had come to a standstill. The onlookers were left dumbfounded, questioning if they were witnessing a scene from a science fiction film. 4th Master Tang's expression shifted. He fixated on Li Chunin. The release of true energy. Was he a master? It was inconceivable. How could someone so young possess such mastery? 4th Master Tang immediately dismissed the notion in his mind. Martial artists are categorized into 4 major realms: acquired, innate, master, and grandmaster, each further divided into 3 minor stages: small success, great success, and perfection. Only those who enter the master realm can convert internal energy into true energy and project it outward. The path to becoming a master is fraught with challenges. Without decades of dedication, it is nearly impossible. Unless one is an extraordinary genius, supplemented by elixirs and countless resources, achieving mastery by the age of 20 is unfathomable. This young man must have employed some secret technique with significant side effects to block bullets. With a mere thought, Li Chunin unleashed a terrifying force, causing all the halted bullets to rebound instantaneously. Tang Hongwei's expression shifted as he sensed danger and quickly pulled 4th Master Tang aside to evade. The black-clad bodyguards who had fired their weapons were not swift enough to escape the returning bullets, their bodies becoming riddled with wounds, lifeless eyes staring blankly. "Hongwei, eliminate him." Tang Sai's expression was exceedingly grim as he commanded his adopted grandson to eliminate Li Chingan. Tang Hongwei unleashed his internal power, causing his white suit to burst apart, revealing a physique of well-defined muscles as he charged toward Li Chingan. He was a consummate martial artist, just a step away from attaining the realm of a master. At just over 30, possessing such strength was commendable, and it was precisely this prowess that earned him Tang Sai's favor, making him the adopted grandson and a core member of the Tang alliance. Tang Hongwei threw a punch, slicing through the air with a roaring force, as if he could shatter mountains and stones. With his innate perfection and the extraordinary skill of the mountain-crushing fist, even a master martial artist would have to concede. In the face of Tang Hongwei's oncoming fist, Li Chingan merely nonchalantly struck out with the palm. A terrifying shadow of his hand manifested, akin to a mountain colliding. Tang Hongwei was sent flying, crashing violently against the wall, blood spewing from his mouth, his body withering, his white suit stained crimson. and before he could even hit the ground, he had already succumbed to death. A massive handprint was left imprinted on the wall. Witnessing this scene, Tang Sai's complexion turned ashen, cold sweat beading on his forehead. He opened his mouth, yet no coherent words could escape. You. Li Qing'an's piercing gaze swept over Tang Sai, who trembled as if a demon had set its sights upon him. Without a moment's hesitation, Tang Sai turned to flee. Disregarding his family and his granddaughter, survival was his utmost priority. This young man was a demon, a harbinger of death, far beyond his capability to contend with. Bang! Just as Tang Sai reached the entrance of the banquet hall, he was forcefully kicked back, landing right at Li Qing'an's feet. At the doorway stood a stunning woman clad in red, none other than Peony from the Orchid Palace. Li Qing'an glanced down at Tang Sai and raised his foot to stamp down upon his head. Tang Sai, filled with terror, shouted desperately, "You can't kill me. I am a member of the Tang Alliance." Bang! Before Tang Sai could finish his plea, Li Qing'an had crushed his head. Much like a watermelon exploding, a gruesome spectacle indeed. The underworld overlord of Haiqing, Tang Sai, met his end in such a manner. The onlookers, a gathering of wealthy elites, trembled in fear, their faces drained of color, too frightened to even breathe. Even He Mingwei, the head of the He family, was rendered completely stupefied. Li Qing'an's gaze shifted back to He Danhong at his feet, and he demanded in a harsh tone, "Speak. Where's my mother, Wen Shuman?" He Danhong erupted into a frenzied laugh, her face twisted. "Ha ha! You wish to know the whereabouts of that wretched woman? I refuse to tell you, ha ha!" A chilling glint flashed in Li Qing'an's eyes as he coldly replied, "I shall grant you one final opportunity. Either you divulge the information, or you shall wish for a death less painful than your fate. I would rather die than speak. Go on, kill me. Ha ha." Li Qing'an raised his gaze to Peony and inquired, "Have you found the death row inmates I asked for?" Reporting to the young master, several death row inmates are outside. On the way here, Li Qing'an had instructed Peony to fetch a few, and although she was unaware of his intentions, she complied. "Bring them in," Li Qing'an commanded coldly. Upon hearing the words, He Danhong felt an ominous premonition surge within her, her face etched with terror. "What do you intend to do?" Li Chunan's gaze was frigid. "I shall make your existence a living hell. You have humiliated my mother, and I demand 1,000-fold retribution." Before long, Mutin arrived, accompanied by 4 or 5 condemned prisoners recently released from the death row, still clad in their prison garb, filthy and reeking, their eyes vacant. With a mere flick of his hand, Li Chunan drove 5 specially treated silver needles into their bodies. In the next instant, the prisoners' eyes turned crimson, their skin flushed, and their bodies radiated heat. Li Chunan casually kicked He Danhong towards them. The 5 condemned men lunged at He Danhong like wolves upon a sheep, tearing her white wedding dress to shreds in an instant. The onlookers were struck with horror at the scene. This was a cruelty beyond comprehension. Such humiliation rendered one's existence worse than death. "Beast, I will kill you," He Mingwei screamed at Li Chunan, charging at him. Li Chunan retaliated with a swift palm strike, sending He Mingwei crashing against the wall, his insides ruptured, bones shattered, blood spewing forth as he breathed his last. Witnessing her father's tragic demise while enduring her own torment, He Danhong screamed in anguish, "Dad! Dad! I will kill you! I will kill you!" Just then, a sudden flurry of hurried footsteps echoed from outside. A group clad in uniform burst into the hall. This contingent belonged to the Public Security Bureau, led by the director, Xing Ziqiang. Upon witnessing the gruesome scene before them, Director Xing and his officers gasped in shock. In her near-unconscious state, He Danhong perceived the arrival of the security personnel as a glimmer of hope. After a moment of stunned silence, Xing Ziqiang finally regained his composure, swiftly locking his gaze onto Li Chunan. "Get down on the ground with your hands on your head." As Xing Ziqiang prepared to draw his weapon, a golden badge suddenly struck him in the face. Fumbling, he caught the badge and, upon opening it, the image of a 5-clawed golden dragon met his eyes, causing his expression to change dramatically. "Take your men and leave immediately. This matter is beyond your jurisdiction," Mutin's icy voice echoed, having been the one to throw the golden badge. "Yes, Chief," Xing Ziqiang replied respectfully, returning the golden badge to Mutin with both hands. Ultimately, he and his officers scurried away, retreating as swiftly as they had arrived. As He Danhong watched the Public Security Bureau depart, her last vestige of hope evaporated, leaving only despair in her eyes. The remaining affluent guests trembled in fear. Half an hour later, He Danhong was on the brink of collapse, having endured relentless torment. Li Chunin casually dispatched the 5 condemned prisoners. He fixed his cold stare on He Danhong and said, "Tell me, where's my mother?" "Ha ha. I have already stated that I would rather die than divulge that information. You will never find that wretched Wen Shuman." He Danhong glared at Li Chunin with unbridled hatred, exerting all her strength to utter those words. In the next moment, she bit down hard, blood gushing forth. He Danhong chose to end her life by biting her tongue. Li Chunin gazed at her lifeless body for a considerable time before departing with Muten. Once the god of death had left, the affluent and renowned individuals present collapsed onto the ground, drenched in cold sweat, gasping for breath as though they had narrowly escaped the clutches of death. The events that transpired in the hotel quickly spread, sending shockwaves through the upper echelons of Haiqing. The head of the He family and the eldest daughter met a tragic demise overnight, while Tang Sai and Tang Hongwei, pivotal figures in the underground forces of Haiqing, were both murdered. At the He family's ancestral residence, the venerable patriarch, who had been peacefully slumbering, was jolted awake by the alarming news. "Patriarch, something terrible has occurred." The old steward's voice trembled as he roused the elderly man. The patriarch, his hair as white as snow, rose from his bed, furrowing his brow in concern. "What is the matter that has you so flustered?" The steward, shaking with fear, replied, "The head and the eldest daughter have been killed." "What?" The patriarch's expression shifted dramatically, his eyes widening in disbelief. The steward recounted the events that unfolded in the hotel, detailing how He Mingwei was slain and how the eldest daughter was humiliated. Upon hearing this, the patriarch was overwhelmed with rage, coughing up blood and nearly losing consciousness. He had intended to attend his granddaughter's wedding that day, but his advanced age had deterred him from appearing. Never did he imagine that both his son and granddaughter would meet such a tragic end. The steward hastily supported the patriarch, who had served him for decades, and it was the first time he had witnessed the patriarch in such a furious state. The patriarch's eyes blazed with a crimson fury. His face contorted as he bellowed, "I shall mobilize all the power of the He family and vow to make the fiends who murdered my son and granddaughter pay." After leaving the hotel, Muten drove, expressing her intention to take Li Chunin to a villa she had prepared for him in the outskirts of Haiqing. Outside the car window, neon lights flickered. Suddenly, a fiery red Porsche 911 sped past, akin to a shooting star traversing the night sky. Li Chunin narrowed his starry eyes slightly as he caught sight of a stunning beauty behind the wheel, her exquisite features and sparkling eyes, with lips gently curved, revealing a faint dimple, evoking the image of a little girl from his memories. Long-buried recollections began to unravel quietly, and the name Li Zhini, an atypical name for a girl, resurfaced in Li Chunin's mind, along with fragments of memories. "Brother Chunin, play with me. Brother Chunin, that person is bullying me." Brother Chunin, in the days spent at the Li household, the little girl who once trailed behind him had now grown up. However, an unexpected calamity struck. As the Porsche approached the intersection ahead, a large truck suddenly barreled out, careening directly towards the sports car. A deafening crash reverberated through the air, filling Li Chunin's ears with a cacophony of noise. He gazed at the Porsche, its sleek form grotesquely contorted, the vibrant red body twisted beyond recognition. The horror of the traffic accident left an oppressive weight in the air. Li Chunin swiftly invoked his mystical powers, activating his celestial spirit eyes. A flash of light danced within his gaze, magnifying his vision as if through a camera lens, allowing him to see through the wreckage. He discerned that Li Zhini, trapped within, was gravely injured but still clinging to life. Without hesitation, Li Chunin wrenched open the mangled car door, leaping into action. Li Zhini was akin to a sister to him. How could he stand idly by in her time of need? The door of the Porsche was severely deformed, shards of glass littering the ground, flames licking at the edges, threatening an imminent explosion. Yet, with ease, Li Chunin exerted his strength, prying the door open and rescuing the unconscious Li Zhini from the wreckage. He removed his jacket, placing it gently over her head to ensure her comfort, and began to assess her injuries. During his 6 years on Mount Zhongnan, he had not only honed his combat prowess, but also mastered extraordinary medical skills capable of reviving the lifeless. Li Zhini's condition was dire. Blood soaked her body. Her right arm was fractured, and a shard of glass had pierced her chest, alongside numerous minor wounds. The calamity soon attracted a crowd of onlookers, their voices a cacophony of concern and advice. "Young man, I understand your desire to help, but be cautious. You might cause further harm." Another chimed in, indeed. Don't act recklessly. I've already called for an ambulance. Let us wait for their arrival. Frustrated, Li Chunin barked, silence. His commanding presence startled those nearby. Channeling the true energy from his dantian, he directed it into Li Jini, stabilizing her injuries. Simultaneously, he utilized his celestial spirit eyes to extract the glass shard from her chest and realign her fractured arm. Finally, he produced 3 silver needles, skillfully inserting them into critical acupoints on her body, employing a unique technique to stimulate her vitality. Delicate wisps of white energy flowed from the needles, and under Li Chunin's miraculous medical intervention, Li Jini rapidly regained 80% of her strength. As the distant wail of ambulances and fire trucks crescendoed, Li Chunin carefully stored the needles and rose to depart quietly. Before leaving, he noticed, with grim realization, that the truck driver had taken his own life, plunging a dagger into his own heart. This accident was anything but fortuitous. It bore the hallmarks of a calculated attempt on Li Jini's life. The arrival of the ambulance blended with the tumult of the crowd, as Li Jini slowly opened her eyes amidst the chaos. Confusion clouded her vision, but fragments of memory began to crystallize. She had been in an accident. Gasps of astonishment erupted from the onlookers. Wow, she's awake. It seems she is not gravely harmed. That young man truly employed traditional Chinese medicine. I saw him use silver needles. It's the first time I've witnessed such an emergency treatment. Hey, where did that young man go? He saved her and vanished. From the murmurs of those around her, Li Jini became acutely aware that she had indeed been involved in a car accident, and that a young man, possessing remarkable medical skills, had saved her life. Her gaze fell upon the blood-stained coat on the ground, and she pondered who her savior might be, lamenting that she had yet to express her gratitude. Li Jini inquired of those nearby, eager to learn what her benefactor looked like. A kind-hearted lady produced her phone, smiling as she said, "My dear, I recorded a video. You can see what your rescuer looks like. The young man is rather handsome, though somewhat aloof." Taking the phone, Li Jini watched the video, her eyes widening in disbelief as she recognized the familiar face. Chunin Gij. Her voice was tinged with surprise and incredulity. Li Chunin settled back into the car. "Young master, do you recognize the girl from earlier?" Mu Dan inquired with curiosity. She was a younger sister from the Li family, Li Chunin replied in a flat tone. Understanding Li Chunin's background, Mu Dan refrained from further questioning. Li Chunin chose to depart silently, as he wished to keep his return from Li Jini for the time being. However, unbeknownst to him, Li Jini was already aware that he had rescued her. Before long, Li Chunin arrived at a villa on the outskirts of Haiqing. "Young master, this is the residence I have prepared for you. What do you think?" Mu Dan said respectfully. Li Chunin surveyed the villa and replied, "It's passable, I suppose. If you are not satisfied, I can find you a better place," Mu Dan offered. "No need for that," Li Chunin waved his hand. "Your foremost task now is to utilize all the resources of the Wanhua Palace to help me locate my mother, Wen Shuman, and to investigate why the Wen family was annihilated." Mu Dan nodded respectfully. "Understood, young master. You may leave now. I wish to rest," Li Chunin stated. "Certainly, also. We at Wanhua Palace have prepared a surprise for you," Mu Dan added. However, Li Chunin had already turned towards the villa, oblivious to her words. Mu Dan's figure quickly vanished into the night. As Li Chunin entered the villa, he was greeted by several sweet voices. "Welcome home, young master." He paused slightly, gazing at 4 uniquely enchanting young women before him. "Who are you?" Li Chunin asked, puzzled. "Reporting to you, young master, we are from Wanhua Palace. Specially selected by the palace master to serve you." The girl in pink said sweetly, "I am Xiao Mei." The girl in white smiled gently, "I am Xiao Lan." The girl in green shyly introduced herself, "I am Xiao Zhu." The girl in yellow spoke with poise, "I am Xiao Zhu. Mei Lan Zhu Zhu." Li Chunin was taken aback again. So you are Mei, Lan, Zhu and Zhu? You may return. I am not accustomed to being waited on." He declined the 4 girls' kind offer. This must be the surprise that Mu Dan had mentioned. Upon hearing his words, the 4 girls immediately knelt down, looking fearful and anxious. "Is the young master displeased with us? Although we may not possess stunning beauty, we are all of impeccable virtue." "That is not my intention," Li Chunin sighed, feeling a headache coming on. He wished he could reprimand Mu Dan for orchestrating such a surprise. Although the 4 girls were not exceptionally beautiful, they were undoubtedly above a 90 in attractiveness, each possessing their own unique charm. "Please do not send us away," they implored in unison. "Do as you wish." Li Chunin shook his head, choosing to ignore them. After wandering around the villa, he discovered a spacious bathroom complete with a bathing tub. Li Chunin decided to take a bath and change his clothes, as the scent of blood clung heavily to him. He comfortably soaked in the tub filled with warm water. The bath is maintained at a constant temperature, adjustable to one's preference, which greatly pleases Li Chunin. After his shower, Li Chunin returns to his room. He reclines on his bed, memories from the past swirling in his mind as he murmurs, "Godmother, where are you?" He touches his chest and retrieves a black ring, staring intently at it, which he has worn as a necklace. This ring was left to him by his parents, who mysteriously vanished when he was very young. Some say his parents have perished, yet Li Chunin has always firmly believed that they are still alive, and that one day he will find his biological parents. Moreover, it seems that his missing parents arranged a betrothal for him when he was just a child. Meanwhile, at a military base in Jiangdu, a young woman in uniform, exuding confidence, listens with astonishment to news from her subordinate. "Are you certain of this information? It comes from Haiqing and cannot be mistaken. Li Chunin, that waste, is still alive. This woman is Long Mulan, the youngest general in the history of the Great Xia." She murmurs to herself, "I thought that useless young master of the Li family had perished 6 years ago. I never anticipated his return. If he had died, everything would be resolved. But now that he has returned, the engagement must be annulled. I shall personally travel to Haiqing to demand the dissolution of this betrothal." Long Mulan states coldly, "To be my man, one must stand at the pinnacle of the world. And you, Li Chunin, are unworthy." At Haiqing First Hospital, Li Zhini sits on the hospital bed, her gaze fixed on her phone screen, replaying a video repeatedly. In the video, a young man diligently attends to an injured girl, a face both familiar and foreign awakening her buried memories. "Brother Chunin, is it you?" Li Zhini whispers softly, staring at the screen. The car accident from the previous night seems like a nightmare. She was rushed to the hospital by ambulance and underwent a series of examinations. To her astonishment, the results revealed no significant injuries. Despite the horrific scene of the accident, her car utterly wrecked and her body covered in blood. It appears as though she has sustained no serious harm. The doctor advised her to stay for observation to ensure her condition remained stable. "Brother Chunin, you saved me but vanished quietly. Do you wish to avoid meeting me, or is there another reason?" She dispatched people to search for her savior. Yet after an entire night, there was no news. Her heart is filled with confusion and speculation. The door to her hospital room is gently pushed open, and a young man in a light blue suit enters, carrying a fruit basket and a bouquet of flowers. "Zhini, I heard about your accident. How are you feeling?" His tone is filled with concern. "Second brother, what brings you here?" Li Zhini is taken aback by his sudden appearance, as she had not disclosed the accident to anyone. The person in question is named Li Weimao, the second son of the Li family, responsible for the management of the family's business. "You encountered a car accident and didn't inform me." Li Weimao placed a fruit basket and flowers on the adjacent table, his tone tinged with reproach. "Not a big deal." Li Zhini gently shook her head. "I thought it wasn't significant, so I didn't notify you." "Not serious?" Li Weimao stared at her in astonishment. "Your car is totaled." "Brother, I truly am fine. Do I look like someone who is in trouble?" Li Zhini smiled, spreading her hands in a relaxed manner. Upon closer inspection, Li Weimao noted that she indeed did not appear gravely injured, merely a bit pale. "Actually, I was quite seriously hurt at first," Li Zhini confessed. "But then, a miraculous doctor appeared and saved me with his extraordinary skills." "A miraculous doctor?" Li Weimao regarded her with a peculiar expression, doubting her claim. Noticing his skepticism, Li Zhini chose not to elaborate further, preferring to refrain from mentioning Li Chunin. She shifted the conversation back to the accident. "Brother, I might need your assistance in investigating the car crash." Li Weimao frowned. "But the driver has already perished in the accident. What is there left to investigate?" Li Zhini gently shook her head. "The driver who hit me committed suicide." Li Weimao's expression hardened, clearly comprehending the gravity of the situation. "Zhini, what do you suspect?" She slowly uttered, "The Zhao family." Li Weimao frowned. "Someone from the Zhao family approached me a few days ago, wanting to acquire my pharmaceutical company, but I declined." "Are you suggesting that after being rejected, the Zhao family considered eliminating you to facilitate the acquisition?" Li Weimao queried, bewildered. "The Zhao family is quite prominent. Why would they target your modest pharmaceutical firm with such extreme measures?" He looked at Li Zhini, confusion etched on his face. "Brother, it seems you don't care much about me." Li Zhini chuckled softly. "My pharmaceutical company is valued at over $1 billion." Li Weimao was taken aback. his gaze towards her imbued with admiration and pity. Ginny, I underestimated you. To elevate a nearly bankrupt company to a billion-dollar valuation in just a few years is truly impressive. Yet, had you not left the Li family, your achievements could have been even greater. Li Ginny interjected, All right, brother, I do not regret my decision. Observing the change in her demeanor, Li Weimao chose to abandon the topic. Unknown to Li Chunin, after being expelled from the Li family, Li Ginny decisively chose to leave as well. In truth, Li Ginny had distanced herself from the Li family entirely. Over the years, she had tirelessly sought out Li Chunin, but to no avail. Even now, she had not given up. Thus, when she unexpectedly caught a glimpse of his face in a video, her heart brimmed with joy. Li Ginny could have enjoyed a carefree life of luxury within the Li family, yet she opted to forsake it all. Ginny, rest assured, I will devote myself to investigating this matter thoroughly. If it is indeed the Zhao family behind this, they will not escape unscathed. Thank you, second brother. Li Ginny nodded lightly. After Li Weimao departed, Li Ginny remained in the hospital until dusk. Sensing that her condition was stable, she disregarded the doctor's objections and chose to discharge herself. Just as she exited the hospital, preparing to hail a cab back to the company, a sleek black luxury MPV halted beside her. The door swung open, and a burly man clad in a black suit stepped out, his voice icy. Miss Li, come with me. My young master wishes to see you. Li Ginny's expression hardened, and as she contemplated refusing, she noticed the man brandishing a black handgun, aimed squarely at her. It was apparent that a refusal would compel him to pull the trigger without hesitation. Very well, then I shall meet him, Li Ginny declared, resolutely entering the vehicle. In Haicheng, at the Longjing No. 9 villa, Li Chainan was immersed in his cultivation, an ethereal aura enveloping him. Suddenly sensing an approach, he halted his practice, his brow furrowing slightly. Mutin, adorned in crimson attire, appeared within the villa, kneeling on one knee, and respectfully announced, Young master, I have just uncovered some news regarding the matriarch. Li Chainan's gaze turned frigid as he commanded, Speak. Someone has taken the young master's mother from He Danhong, Mutin replied. A glint of cold fury flashed in Li Chainan's eyes. Who? The second young master of the Zhao family, Zhao Wuduan, Mutin answered. Li Chainan rose, exuding an aura of lethal intent. The people from Wanhua Palace had been monitoring Zhao Wuduan. Now, they could strike directly. In Haicheng, at the Linling Tianshang, one of the city's 3 premier entertainment venues, Li Ginny was brought here. The man in the black suit guided her into an opulent private room. She inhaled deeply, her heart brimming with trepidation. The man stationed outside did not follow her in. After a moment of hesitation, Li Ginny chose to enter, realizing she had little choice. The young master referenced by the man was likely the true perpetrator who sought to take her life. As the door to the private room swung open, Li Ginny beheld a scene filled with flirtatious revelry, scantily clad women, and several young men of dubious repute. The air was thick with the mingling scents of alcohol, perfume, and smoke, prompting her to grimace. A young man, appearing as a wealthy scion, greeted her with a smirk. Oh, Miss Li has arrived. Please, take a seat. His tone was flippant, tinged with mockery. With a wave of his hand, most of the guests vacated the room, leaving a semblance of tranquility amidst the cacophony. So, Miss Li is indeed a great beauty. Almost too good to be true. What a sin. He leered, his gaze laden with ill intent. Suppressing her unease, Li Ginny demanded coldly, Who are you? The young man smacked his forehead, chuckling. Oh, how could I forget to introduce myself? I am Zhao Wuduan. My father is Zhao Wujin, and I have a brother named Zhao Wudi. Upon hearing the name Zhao Wuduan, Li Ginny's expression shifted, her suspicions confirmed. Zhao Wuduan continued. It was I who sent someone to acquire Urani Pharmaceutical Company. However, it seems, Miss Li, that you were not satisfied with my offer. 500 million is no small sum, and I believe you should count your blessings. Li Ginny cast a cold, silent gaze upon him. Zhao Wuduan, maintaining his smile, leisurely remarked, I entrusted the task to my subordinates, instructing them to ensure the acquisition of Miss Li's company. Who could have anticipated that they would resort to such crude methods? Miss Li must have been quite startled. However, I have avenged you. That incompetent subordinate of mine has been dealt with. He gestured across his throat, the implication heavy with meaning. Miss Li, I pride myself on being reasonable. Thus, I have decided to grant you another opportunity. Sign the acquisition contract and spend an evening with me, and this matter will be resolved. Otherwise, come dawn, a naked female corpse will be discovered on the banks of the Huangpu River in Haicheng. The final words of Zhao Wuduan were delivered in a low tone, a sinister smile gracing his face. Immediately, someone beside him produced the prepared contract, presenting it to Li Jini. Taking a deep breath, Li Jini coldly declared, "I will never sign that contract." With a swift motion, she tore the document into shreds and flung the pieces at Zhao Wuduan's face. The white fragments danced through the air, and Zhao Wuduan's expression turned ashen. "You seek death," he roared, fury igniting within him as he struck Li Jini across the face. She pressed her hand to her reddened cheek, a trickle of blood escaping her lips, yet her gaze remained resolute. "Ani Pharmaceutical Company is my life's work. I will never allow it to be taken from me." Zhao Wuduan sneered. "Very well, I have offered you a chance. Now, I will toy with the beautiful CEO before seizing your company." He acted with reckless abandon, feeling invulnerable with the Zhao family backing him. He lived life on his own terms, unrestrained and unafraid, knowing that even if the sky fell, the Zhao family, along with his father and elder brother, would be there to support him. Li Jini dashed towards the door of the private room, desperate to escape. However, the door was locked from the outside, a clear indication that orders had already been given to prevent her flight. In that moment, she felt like a lamb trapped in a tiger's den, utterly hopeless. Despair consumed her thoughts as the image of Li Chunin surfaced in her mind. If only her brother could come to her rescue. But she knew that was impossible. He had already saved her once after the car accident. Suddenly, Zhao Wuduan lunged towards Li Jini, his hands outstretched like claws. At that instant, a resounding crash echoed as the door was violently kicked open from the outside, accompanied by an overwhelming aura of murderous intent. "Who dares to disturb me?" Zhao Wuduan flinched at the sound, a tremor of fear coursing through him as he felt his vitality wane. In a fit of rage, he had yet to react before a sharp pain struck his abdomen, sending him flying backward, crashing onto the table with a piercing scream, nearly losing consciousness from the agony. Li Jini stood frozen, her eyes wide with disbelief as she beheld the newcomer. "Chunin, is that really you?" she gasped, unable to comprehend the scene before her. The figure was indeed Li Chunin, who had come to confront Zhao Wuduan. To his surprise, he found Li Jini there as well, fortuitously saving her once more. Upon noticing the swelling on her left cheek and the unmistakable imprint of a hand, his heart ached, and a surge of murderous intent welled up within him. Zhao Wuduan had already been sentenced to death in his mind. At this moment, Zhao Wuduan's guards finally reacted and charged towards Li Chingan. Four burly men in black suits raised their fists and struck fiercely. Li Chingan, however, did not retaliate. Suddenly, the enchanting peony, who followed closely behind him, appeared in front of the four men in black. A flurry of cold glints flashed, and blood splattered. The four guards collapsed to the ground, swiftly eliminated. Zhao Wuduan looked on in terror, still bewildered by the sudden turn of events. He did not recognize the young man before him, nor the beautiful woman in red. Scrambling to his feet, Zhao Wuduan retreated in fear. Suddenly, Li Chingan flicked his right hand, and 3 silver needles shot forth, piercing into Zhao Wuduan's body. The needles sealed Zhao Wuduan's meridians, rendering him immobile. He stood there like a wooden statue, completely still, his eyes the only part of him that could move. "Tell me, where is Wen Shumen?" Li Chingan's piercing gaze fixed on Zhao Wuduan, his voice icy as he questioned. With his meridians sealed by the silver needles, Zhao Wuduan found himself trapped and powerless. Hearing Li Chingan's inquiry, he glared at him with eyes filled with hatred and hissed, "Do you know who I am? If you dare to touch me, I will ensure your entire family is exterminated." Clearly, he had yet to grasp the gravity of his predicament. Li Chingan's expression was as cold as ice as he slowly approached, raising his hand to deliver a resounding slap. Crack! Zhao Wuduan was sent flying by the sudden blow, his cheeks swelling rapidly as a pained wail escaped his lips. "I will ask you once more, where's Wen Shumen?" Li Chingan's voice was frigid. I don't know." Zhao Wuduan responded with great difficulty, enduring the pain. "Don't know? Then prepare to die." Barely had the words left Li Chingan's lips when he grasped Zhao Wuduan's neck, lifting him off the ground. "No. Please." Zhao Wuduan struggled in the air, kicking wildly in a desperate attempt to break free. The pressure from Li Chingan's grip intensified, and Zhao Wuduan felt himself on the brink of suffocation. I will tell you." Zhao Wuduan begged hurriedly. Li Chingan eased his grip slightly. Zhao Wuduan continued, "A mysterious person came to see me that day, claiming they wanted to take Wen Shumen from He Danhong, and instructed me not to speak of it. Initially, I refused, but the mysterious person offered me a generous reward. and that is why I agreed to assist her. Who was this mysterious person? Li Chang'an's eyes blazed as he coldly pressed on. Zhao Wuduan shook his head. I do not know who she is. I only heard she seems to be from Jiangqing. I have shared all I know with you. Before Zhao Wuduan could finish his sentence, there was a sharp crack. Li Chang'an's grip tightened abruptly, and Zhao Wuduan's neck snapped with a sickening sound. He casually discarded Zhao Wuduan's lifeless body, which fell heavily to the ground. Li Chang'an did not bother to cast another glance at him. Immediately investigate Jiangqing. Even if I have to dig 3 feet into the ground, I will find the mysterious person who took my mother. Li Chang'an directed Peony with a stern expression. Peony nodded respectfully. Understood, young master. I will investigate at once. Brother Chang'an. At that moment, a faint female voice emerged from beside her. Li Jun hesitantly called out. The person before her bore little difference from her memory of Li Chunin, yet his demeanor had undergone a profound transformation. Moreover, she had just witnessed Li Chunin nonchalantly eliminate Zhao Wuduan. You have mistaken the wrong person. Li Chunin coldly retorted, preparing to turn away. No, I have not mistaken you. You are indeed Brother Chunin. Li Jun exclaimed urgently, grasping one of Li Chunin's arms to prevent him from leaving. Although he had changed considerably from her memories, Li Jun was certain she would not be mistaken. Li Chunin, somewhat helpless, pondered whether this could be deemed fate. He had only returned to Haiqing for a couple of days, and had already rescued Li Jun twice. Mudan, noticing that the young master seemed to recognize this girl, and their relationship appeared rather special, wisely took her leave. Brother Chunin, it has been 6 years. Where have you been all this time? I could not find you. At this moment, Li Jun's eyes glistened with unshed tears, her face reflecting a sense of grievance akin to that of a wounded little girl, entirely shedding her usual aloof persona as the elegant CEO. Li Chunin found himself at a loss on how to respond to Li Jun. The revelation that she had been searching for him all these years stirred something unusual within him. After a prolonged hesitation, he finally spoke softly. I have been living in seclusion on the mountain, practicing my skills. Hearing Li Chunin finally engage with her, a radiant smile blossomed on Li Jun's face. So you have been living on the mountain. No wonder I could not find you all these years. Will you leave again after returning? To this question, Li Chunin shook his head. I do not know. All right, but you must tell me where you go from now on. Otherwise, I shall lose you again. How did you end up here? Li Chunin shifted the topic, genuinely curious about Li Jun's presence. This is a long story. Li Jun briefly recounted the events. Upon finishing, Li Chunin furrowed his brow slightly. That night of the car accident was also orchestrated by Zhao Wuduan. The purpose was to acquire your pharmaceutical company. Li Jun nodded gently. Yes, Zhao Wuduan has admitted that it was his subordinates who did it. Such audacity. Does the Zhao family fear the Li family? Li Chunin queried. Puzzled. Despite the Zhao family's considerable power, they were primarily a commercial family and could not be compared to the ancient martial arts lineage of the Li family. Did he not fear the repercussions from the Li family for targeting Li Jun? Brother Chunin, you do not understand. I have actually left the Li family. I am no longer part of the Li family, just like you. Li Jun gazed at Li Chunin with her beautiful eyes. At her words, a fleeting look of astonishment crossed Li Chunin's face. He knew that Li Jun was adopted and not a true member of the Li family, but he was unaware that she had severed ties with them. It was no wonder the Zhao family dared to act so recklessly against Li Jun. Without the protection of the Li family, she was essentially without any backing. When did this happen? Li Chunin's tone softened considerably. The day after Brother Chunin left the Li family, the second master was reluctant to let me go, but I was resolute in my departure, and he could not restrain me. After leaving the Li family, I have been searching for you. Li Juni gazed at Li Chunin with pitiful eyes. I do not know. A sense of guilt and emotion stirred within Li Chunin. He understood that Li Juni had chosen to leave the Li family for his sake. Li Juni smiled lightly, nonchalantly saying, after all, I was picked up by the Li family and am not truly one of them. I feel that I will eventually have to leave. Li Chunin gently caressed Li Juni's face. Taken aback, Li Juni did not expect such an affectionate gesture from him. Her cheeks flushed slightly. She did not dislike it. In fact, she felt a bit happy and somewhat cherished. Do not move, you are injured, and I will tend to your wounds, Li Chunin said. Upon hearing this, Li Juni felt quite embarrassed, realizing she had misunderstood him. Her cheeks felt cool and pleasant. Soon, her slightly swollen face returned to normal. Li Juni was astonished at how Li Chunin accomplished this. She couldn't help but recall that fateful night when she had a car accident, and it was Li Chunin's miraculous medical skills that had saved her. She was curious. Brother Chunin, What have you experienced over the years? It seems you have become remarkably formidable, to the point that I can no longer see through you. It is nothing. I must take my leave, Li Chunin stated. I have killed Zhao Wuduan. From now on, the Zhao family will only seek revenge on me and should lack the energy to target your pharmaceutical company. With that, Li Chunin turned and departed, leaving Li Jini in a state of bewilderment. Indeed, the news of Li Chunin's annihilation of Zhao Wuduan, the second son of the Zhao family, quickly spread, along with the revelation that he was also the murderer of the He family's Miss He Danhong. Once again, the city of Haicheng was in turmoil. In the Zhao family hall, numerous members of the Zhao clan gathered. Zhao Wujia, the head of the Zhao family, wore a terrifyingly grim expression. He was seething with rage, his voice booming with murderous intent. Immediately send someone to investigate and find the murderer of my son. I shall have him torn to pieces along with his family. The thunderous wrath of the Zhao family had left all present trembling, silenced by fear. As Zhao Wujia's fury gradually subsided, someone in the crowd cautiously spoke up, Master. According to our investigations, the murderer of young Master Wuduan seems to have connections with the president of Ani Pharmaceutical. The demise of young Master Wuduan may be related to that woman. This person detailed the events that transpired in the private room at Lianlong Tian that day. But his information was only half correct, or rather, incomplete. He mistakenly believed that Li Chunin had gone there to rescue Li Jini, unaware that Li Chunin's true intention was to extract information about his mother's whereabouts. The president of Ani Pharmaceutical is Li Jini. Acquiring this pharmaceutical company was the mission entrusted to Zhao Wuduan by his father. One of the company's medical research projects had piqued his immense interest, and once successful, it would bring in considerable wealth. The head of the Zhao family, Zhao Wuji, heard the news, and his expression darkened ominously, as if he had fallen into a deep contemplation. After a moment of heavy silence, he spoke in a low, grave tone. Fetch that woman and spread the word. If that boy does not show himself, I shall make her pay with her life for my son. Understood, Master. Upon receiving the command, the Zhao family members sprang into action. Meanwhile, within the villa, Li Chunin languished in the attentive care of 4 graceful maidens. One was gently massaging his shoulders, another delicately tapping his legs, the third was meticulously peeling an apple for him, while the last was brewing a fragrant cup of tea. Li Chunin realized he was gradually being consumed by this lavish lifestyle, and surprisingly began to relish the indulgence. Just then, a woman clad in red entered the villa. It was Mutin. Young master, there is new information, Mutin reported. Speak, Li Chunin responded tersely, gesturing for the 4 maidens to withdraw. Mutin looked at Li Chunin and softly conveyed, Young master, the investigation has yielded results. The mastermind behind the massacre of the Wen family is the 4 prominent families of Haicheng. They conspired together to annihilate the Wen family and divide their assets. Upon hearing this, a cold glint flashed in Li Chunin's eyes, and an aura of murderous intent enveloped him. The 4 families are doomed, he declared with chilling cruelty, having already sentenced the 4 prominent families of Haicheng to death in his mind. Youth master, there is one more matter, Mutin spoke again. After Zhao Wuduan was killed by you, the Zhao family seeks revenge. They plan to capture Miss Li Jini to threaten you. If you do not go to the Zhao family, they will make Li Jini pay with her life for Zhao Wuduan. With a sudden crack, Li Chunin sprang to his feet, an overwhelming terror radiating from him, shattering the teacup before him. His expression turned icy, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. The Zhao family is so eager for death. Let us send them to meet the king of hell. Within 3 days, I want the 4 prominent families of Haicheng to be no more. Li Chunin's voice was chilling, as if it emerged from the depths of the underworld. At the Zhao family estate in Haicheng, a young man clad in black appeared, accompanied by a stunning woman in red. As the guards at the gate attempted to stop them, the red-clad figure approached like a specter, and with a swift strike, 2 guards were sent flying, bloodied and unconscious. The 2 who had suddenly appeared at the Zhao family estate were none other than Li Chunin and Mutin. Li Jini had not been captured by the Zhao family, for Mutin had secretly dispatched 2 experts from the Wanhua Palace to protect her. The Zhao family members who had attempted to seize Li Jini had already been dispatched by the Wanhua Palace. Since they were aware of the Zhao family's intentions towards Li Jini, it would be a severe blow to their pride if they allowed her to be captured. With a resounding crash, Li Chunin kicked the Zhao family's main door down. The cacophony startled the Zhao family, drawing a multitude of people to the scene. Led by none other than Zhao Wuji, the head of the Zhao family. Zhao Wuji coldly glared at Li Chunin, contorting his face as he angrily exclaimed, You truly dare to throw yourself into the net. Since you've come, do not leave. Stay and accompany my son to the grave. The annihilation of the Wen family surely has your Zhao family's share, does it not? Li Chunin coldly replied, fixing his gaze on Zhao Wuji. Although surprised, Zhao Wuji did not deny it, letting out a scoff. So what if it is? Receiving this confirmation only solidified Li Chunin's resolve. Today, I shall eradicate the Zhao family entirely, avenging my mother's lineage. His eyes swept over the Zhao clan members as he calmly declared, as if he were merely making a mundane decision rather than announcing a massacre. The Zhao family members were initially taken aback by his words, only to erupt into raucous laughter, as though they had heard the most absurd joke in existence. Did I hear incorrectly? This fellow claims he will annihilate our Zhao family. Ha! This is the most ridiculous and hilarious joke I have ever heard. They mocked, deeming him a brazen fool, utterly oblivious to the gravity of the situation. I am eager to witness how this madman meets his end within the Zhao family. Mockery poured forth like a relentless tide. The Zhao clan treating Li Chunin's pronouncement as mere jest, viewing him as an arrogant, naive individual. However, Li Chunin's expression remained unperturbed, as cold as ice. The derision and sarcasm from the Zhao family seemed to fall on deaf ears, as he regarded them with the indifference one might reserve for the deceased. Contrary to their expectations, he did not blush in embarrassment or become enraged by their laughter. Zhao Wuji, observing Li Chunin's tranquil visage, felt an unsettling discomfort creeping into his heart. Attack! Kill them! Zhao Wuji commanded. Over 100 Zhao family guards charged towards Li Chunin and his companion. These guards had been meticulously selected, including more than a dozen practitioners of the acquired realm and 3 innate realm warriors. This force was formidable enough to sweep away numerous factions. In Mu Dan's hands appeared 2 gleaming daggers, clearly intending to assist Li Chunin against the Zhao clan. Yet, Li Chunin calmly interjected, I shall handle this. Understood. Mu Dan respectfully stepped back, though she remained poised for support at a moment's notice. Li Chunin's inner energy surged forth, his strength escalating dramatically, emanating an overwhelming pressure. As the 100 Zhao guards advanced, Li Chunin stood his ground, facing them with an aura that seemed to crush the very air around him. With a thunderous roar, he unleashed a simple but powerful punch, infused with formidable energy, producing a terrifying sonic boom. The foremost Zhao guards, charging ahead, were obliterated by the sheer force of Li Chunin's devastating blow, their bodies exploding in a shower of blood and flesh, resembling grotesque human bombs. Zhao Wuji's eyes widened to their utmost, his mouth agape in disbelief. What was he witnessing? Was this a monster? Having resolved to annihilate the Zhao family entirely, Li Qinggan felt no restraint, slaying gods when encountered and vanquishing Buddhas with equal fervor. After all, these individuals were nothing more than mere trifles. Li Qinggan seemed to transform into a deity of death, leaving no survivors in his wake. The practitioners of the acquired realm, as well as those of the innate realm, were but feeble opponents before his might. In the blink of an eye, the Zhao residence had become a veritable river of blood. Li Chunin unleashed a massacre within the Zhao family, leaving no one to obstruct him. The guards and scions of the Zhao family fell one after another, their lives extinguished amidst a river of blood. This grotesque and bloody scene resembled a descent into the very depths of a hellish battlefield. Zhao Wujing, the patriarch of the Zhao clan, was rendered speechless with terror, forced to watch helplessly as his kin perished without recourse. At that moment, a commanding voice rang out, "Cease this at once." Yet, Li Chunin appeared oblivious, continuing his slaughter unabated. Suddenly, a figure materialized before him, blocking his path. Li Chunin then lifted his gaze to assess this individual. He was a man in his 30s, with a somber expression and an imposing aura. Fixing his cold stare upon Li Chunin, he spoke in a low, grave tone, "I am Zhao Wudi, a general of the great Xia Heavenly General Pavilion. I hereby command you to halt immediately or face dire consequences." Zhao Wudi? The name stirred a vague familiarity within Li Chunin. He recalled that Zhao Wuduan had mentioned an elder brother named Zhao Wudi. And surely this was the very man before him. The Great Xia Heavenly General Pavilion. Was this an official organization? He had never heard of it before. A voice from behind interrupted his thoughts, providing clarity. "Young master, the Great Xia Heavenly General Pavilion is one of the 3 principal official organizations of the Great Xia, primarily tasked with maintaining domestic stability and addressing martial artist-related incidents that the Public Security Bureau cannot manage. Li Chunin was somewhat taken aback by Mu Dan's explanation. He had not anticipated that members of the Zhao family could ascend to such official ranks. However, what did it matter? Since they were all of Zhao lineage, he would not spare them, irrespective of whether they were heavenly soldiers or generals. Li Chunin, you wield the power of martial artists to commit murder and wreak havoc, severely endangering the safety of the great Xia. I am formally arresting you in my capacity as a general of Haiqing, Zhao Wudi declared coldly, his gaze unwavering. It was evident that he had conducted thorough investigations, as he knew Li Chunin's name. Perhaps the Heavenly General Pavilion had taken notice of him after the incident at the hotel involving He Danhong and others. Zhao Wujing, witnessing his son's return, felt an immense sense of relief, a smile once again gracing his face. Hope surged within the Zhao family. His eldest son was a general of the Great Xia Heavenly General Pavilion. Surely, Li Chunin would not escape this time. Charge! Zhao Wudi commanded, and the 5 formidable heavenly soldiers who accompanied him surged forward to confront Li Chunin. The Heavenly General Pavilion, besides the generals, also housed heavenly soldiers, ranking beneath the generals. These 5 heavenly soldiers were extraordinary, each a consummate martial artist at the pinnacle of the innate realm, on the verge of breaking through to the master level. Surrounding Li Chunin, they launched a coordinated assault, unleashing their formidable true energy, imbued with terrifying power, as their fists thundered towards him. To onlookers, it appeared as though Li Chunin were paralyzed with fear, standing motionless, neither evading nor resisting the impending onslaught. However, just as the fists of the 5 men were about to make contact with Li Chunin's body, they halted mere centimeters away, obstructed by an invisible barrier of defense, rendering them unable to advance further. What? Zhao Wudi and his companions stared in disbelief, struggling to comprehend the situation. The defensive barrier formed by the external release of true energy was a feat achievable only by a master of the highest caliber. Moreover, to simultaneously withstand the attacks of 5 individuals was far beyond what an ordinary master could accomplish. In the next instant, a thunderous explosion erupted. A terrifying force emanated from Li Chunin, unleashing an invisible shockwave that radiated outward in all directions. The 5 celestial warriors were simultaneously propelled by this overwhelming power, spitting blood as they crashed to the ground, gravely injured. Zhao Wudi's expression darkened to an extreme. He had not anticipated Li Chunin's strength to be so formidable, exceeding all his expectations. Even he, a master, would not be entirely confident in subduing such an opponent. Had Li Chunin been privy to Zhao Wudi's thoughts at that moment, he would have surely scoffed, for he was no mere master, nor simply a martial artist. He was a cultivator, a transcendent being, ascending to realms far beyond the ordinary. The 5 celestial warriors struggled to rise from the ground, intent on continuing their assault on Li Chunin. Yet, Li Chunin's movements were swifter still. A glint of icy determination flashed in his eyes as his form became ephemeral, seemingly melding into the very air around him. The attacks of the celestial warriors missed their mark, their eyes widening in astonishment at the spectacle before them. In a mere flicker, Li Chunin appeared behind one of the warriors. His right hand shot forth with the speed of a striking serpent, fingers curling like deadly talons as they plunged into the warrior's chest. The celestial warrior let out a horrific scream, blood splattering forth as his body instantly succumbed to weakness, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Without pause, Li Chunin shadowed his previous victim, swiftly closing in on the second celestial warrior. His velocity was akin to lightning, nearly impossible to track. Grasping the warrior's throat with his left hand, he tightened his grip, rendering the warrior's body rigid before it fell, bereft of life. Li Chunin's movements were fluid and seamless, akin to the flow of water. He darted between the 5 celestial warriors, each strike claiming a life with breathtaking swiftness. The 5 warriors scarcely had time to react before they lay defeated on the ground. In a final, decisive strike, Li Chunin positioned himself behind the last celestial warrior. His right hand shot forth like a bolt of lightning, fingers resembling razor-sharp blades as they pierced the warrior's chest. The celestial warrior's body instantly became feeble, his eyes widening in terror and despair. In the blink of an eye, all 5 celestial warriors had perished at the hands of Li Chunin. Standing resolutely, his gaze was cold and unwavering. His body bore not a single wound, nor did his garments show any trace of blood. The celestial warriors had been dispatched with remarkable swiftness. His eyes gradually shifted toward Zhao Wudi, who stood frozen, feeling as though he were the prey of a fearsome beast. Do you dare to slay those from the celestial general pavilion? Zhao Wudi feigned calmness, glaring at Li Chunin with a bellow. Gods shall be slain if they obstruct me, and Buddhas shall be vanquished if they stand in my way. Li Chunin's voice was icy, and an unbidden aura of arrogance erupted from him. You seek death. Before Zhao Wudi could finish his words, he drew a long sword from his back, unleashing his true energy as he charged towards Li Chunin. As a master-level warrior, he would not have qualified to be a heavenly general of Haiqing otherwise. The sword thrust forth, its gleaming edge shining brilliantly. Li Chunin remained expressionless, reaching out to seize the incoming blade. Crack! The sword shattered with a resounding snap, splintering into two pieces. Zhao Wudi's face turned pale with terror, his eyes wide in disbelief. Li Chunin grasped the broken sword and swiftly plunged it into Zhao Wudi's heart. Thud! The sound of steel piercing flesh echoed in the air. You! Zhao Wudi coughed blood, struggling to articulate a complete thought as his life swiftly ebbed away. He could not comprehend how, despite being a heavenly general himself, the other dared to kill him. Nor could he fathom why, as a fellow master-level warrior, he was so effortlessly slain. Li Chunin's cold voice rang out. In your next life, do not call yourself Zhao Wudi. Rather, call yourself Zhao Wuning. You are unworthy of that name. With a thud, Zhao Wudi fell lifelessly to the ground, his eyes wide open in disbelief. Ah! Zhao Wujing screamed, watching helplessly as his son perished before him. Li Chunin continued to annihilate the Zhao family. He had declared that he would eradicate them, and he would see it through. No one could stand in his way. The Zhao family, having participated in the massacre of his adoptive mother's family, should have been prepared for retribution. As the sun set, Li Chunin left only Zhao Wujing alive among the Zhao clan. Zhao Wujing, witnessing the obliteration of his family, was consumed by rage, his eyes nearly bursting. Yet he could do nothing. Before him stood a god of death, unstoppable in his wrath. Li Chunin grasped Zhao Wujing by the throat. With a grotesque smile, Zhao Wujing laughed maniacally. Ha ha! You seek vengeance for the Wen family. It is impossible. Ha ha ha! You have provoked forces beyond your reckoning, and I shall await you in the underworld. Without waiting for Li Chunin to strike, Zhao Wujing bit his tongue and took his own life. Li Chunin frowned slightly, discarding Zhao Wujing's corpse to the ground. One of the four great families had been annihilated. One by one, this was becoming tedious. Let them all come together. Mutants, go inform the other three families to gather at the villa to meet me. I shall eradicate them all. Li Chunin stated to Mutants with an expressionless demeanor. Understood, young master. Mutants replied respectfully with a nod. The two swiftly departed the Zhao residence, leaving behind a scene of carnage. At the He family estate, in the conference hall, the heads of the He, Sun, and Lu families convened, deliberating weighty matters. Even the Tang alliance, the underground force of Haiqing, had sent representatives. After Li Chunin had slain Elder Tang, they bore a grudge against him and had come seeking vengeance. The absence of the Zhao family was palpable, as they had been utterly destroyed by Li Chunin. The gathering of the heads of the three families was an exceedingly rare occurrence, and they had assembled to strategize a united front against Li Chunin. The news disseminated by Mutants had already spread throughout Haiqing. Now, it is widely acknowledged that Li Qinggan not only annihilated the Zhao family, but also intends to eradicate the other three families, as they were all complicit in the massacre of the Wen family. He Jintian of the He family furrowed his brow, his tone heavy with concern. The Zhao family has fallen, and Li Qinggan's power is formidable. Our three great families must unite, otherwise we cannot withstand his might. Sun Hongba, the head of the Sun family, clenched his fists, determination gleaming in his eyes. Brother, he is correct. We cannot remain passive. We must band together to confront the threat posed by Li Qinggan. Lu Qingshan, the patriarch of the Lu family, spoke solemnly. The destruction of the Zhao family has sounded the alarm for us. If Li Qinggan intends to target our three families, we must unite to eliminate this young menace. Tang Feng, the envoy from the Tang alliance, scoffed, a hint of disdain in his voice. Li Qinggan is merely a young upstart. His strength surely stems from the backing of a powerful ally. I have heard that the deputy leader of the Wanhua Palace has been by his side, and the annihilation of the Zhao family must have been orchestrated by them. The elderly patriarch of the He family nodded, a glimmer of insight in his eyes. Brother Tang speaks wisely. Li Qinggan, no matter how formidable, is still just a lad of around 20. Without the assistance of the Wanhua Palace, he could not have eradicated the Zhao family. As long as our three families unite, Li Qinggan and the Wanhua Palace will pose no threat. Sun Hongba then inquired, what course of action shall we take? Should we assault Li Qinggan directly, or first seek out his vulnerabilities? The He family patriarch's eyes shone with resolve as he proclaimed, our three families, along with the Tang Alliance, shall each dispatch 500 experts to collectively hunt down this tyrant, Li Qinggan. With 2,000 skilled fighters mobilized, can we not vanquish this young rogue? Within the meeting room, the assembly nodded in agreement, acutely aware that individually they might falter against Li Qinggan and risk being picked off one by one. However, united in purpose, they could safeguard their clans and eliminate the great villain. In Haicheng, at the Longjing Villa, a throng of dark figures materialized before the estate. Led by the He family patriarch, with the forces of the Sun family, Lu family, and the Tang Alliance closely behind, commanding 2,000 elite warriors, approaching the villa with an overwhelming aura of menace. Their murderous intent surged forth, as if they aimed to raze the entire villa to the ground. Yet, Li Qinggan had long awaited their arrival at the entrance, seated before an exquisite tea table, attended by 4 maidens representing the plum, orchid, bamboo, and chrysanthemum, while the peony stood quietly to the side. In the face of this imposing force of over 2,000, Li Qinggan remained unfazed, savoring his fragrant tea, utterly indifferent to their intimidating presence, exuding an extreme arrogance. His gaze was tranquil, as if the approaching throngs bore no significance to him. Amidst the clamor of 1,000 troops, he sipped his tea, unperturbed, while the members of the three families seethed with fury at his blatant disdain, their anger igniting like dry hay set ablaze. They could scarcely endure the sensation of being belittled, as if in the eyes of Li Qinggan, they were nothing but mere dust. Everyone has arrived. Excellent, splendid. Li Qinggan gently set down his teacup and spoke with a calm demeanor. Demon, today shall mark your demise. I intend to shatter your body into pieces to avenge my son and granddaughter. The elderly patriarch of the He family, his hair as white as snow, now exuded a fierce aura, his aged eyes fixed intently on Li Qinggan, brimming with murderous intent as he bellowed. Li Qinggan slightly raised his head, his gaze sweeping across the assembly, a cold smile curling at the corners of his lips as if he were observing a troop of clowns. Do you truly believe that with such a ragtag assembly, you can take my life? His voice, though not loud, resonated clearly throughout the venue, even overpowering the clamorous crowd. The He patriarch, enraged to the point of laughter, retorted, Li Qinggan, you are exceedingly arrogant. Today, we shall show you what it means to have realms beyond your own, and individuals beyond your reckoning. Then allow me to see whether you possess the qualifications for such a challenge. Li Qinggan rose slowly, his stature erect, exuding an aura akin to a sword unsheathed, its edge glimmering. Behind him, the 4 maidens of Milan Zhuhua drew their long swords, forming a steadfast barrier. Meanwhile, Muden smiled gently, producing a delicate dagger from her bosom, twirling it playfully between her fingers as if it were a mere toy. Attack! With a commanding shout from the He patriarch, 2,000 skilled fighters surged towards Li Qinggan like a tidal wave. Yet, Li Qinggan remained rooted in place, unmoving, his gaze growing colder, as if he were surveying a throng of the deceased. Just as the assailants were about to reach him, an overwhelming aura of murderous intent surged from all directions, enveloping everyone present. What is this? The He patriarch's countenance shifted drastically. He sensed an unprecedented threat. Do you think I have awaited this moment to strike? Li Qinggan's voice echoed like the ominous tolling of a bell from the depths of the abyss, sending chills down the spines of all who heard. After today, the 4 great families of Haicheng shall cease to exist. No sooner had the words left his lips than radiant formations illuminated the ground beneath the feet of the 2,000 fighters. They stood upon a lethal array Li Qinggan had long since prepared, known as the 9 mystical annihilation sword formation. As Li Qinggan formed intricate hand seals, the formation began to activate, saturating the atmosphere with a chilling aura of slaughter, akin to a transparent bowl inverted upon the earth, trapping the multitude within. Within the formation, 9 invisible swords spiraled through the air, emitting a piercing shriek, as if heralding the advent of death. What is this? We cannot escape. What is happening? We have fallen into the trap set by the demon. Despicable and shameless. Oh, I do not wish to die. The individuals ensnared within the sword formation felt an unprecedented terror wash over them. Their faces turned pale, their eyes filled with fear and despair. Perish. With Li Qinggan's declaration, 9 powerful sword energies descended, executing a ruthless extermination. Over 2,000 individuals scurried within a confined space, desperately attempting to evade the relentless pursuit of the sword energy, which seemed to possess a life of its own, closely mirroring their every movement. Where the sword energy passed, blood blossomed, and severed limbs were sent flying. Some were pierced through the heart by the sword energy, others had their throats slashed by the gleaming blades, while yet others were cleaved in twain at the waist. The scene was one of unimaginable carnage, reminiscent of a hellish battlefield. The venerable elder of the He family, the head of the Sun family, the leader of the Lu family, and the envoy of the Tang alliance all found themselves grievously injured in the wake of this abrupt assault, collapsed upon the ground. Rendered immobile, their eyes brimmed with terror and resentment, unable to fathom how they could so easily fall before Li Chingan. They had never anticipated that he would resort to such methods. They had presumed Li Chingan would confront them honorably in battle, and with their numerical advantage, they would vanquish this fiend. At the center of the sword array stood Li Chingan, his demeanor cold and composed, as though everything lay within his control. His indifferent gaze surveyed those ensnared within the sword formation, as if observing a throng of lifeless corpses. Li Chingan, what sorcery have you employed? The elder of the He family managed to inquire with great difficulty. Li Chingan smiled faintly. This is no sorcery, merely a small gift I have prepared for you. Since you delight in encirclement, I hope you enjoy this present. The 9 Xian Annihilation Sword Array. Even a master-level warrior could not escape, once ensnared. Death was the only outcome. Young master, your stratagem is indeed unparalleled, effortlessly annihilating the 4 great families. Mutin remarked earnestly, her understanding of Li Chingan's intentions crystallizing from the previous night's setup. Li Chingan smiled quietly, choosing not to respond. Why not employ a method that is both time-efficient and labor-saving? Why toil away, slaying one by one? The terror among the few remaining survivors within the sword array had reached a fever pitch. They finally comprehended the magnitude of the peril they had invoked. Their families would vanish from Haicheng starting today, and the name Li Chingan would ascend to legendary status in the city. As more lives were extinguished, the elder of the He family realized his chances of survival were dwindling. Suddenly, he erupted into a grotesque laughter. Li Chingan, do you believe that by annihilating the 4 great families of Haicheng, you have avenged the one family? How laughable. You shall never know that the orchestration of our family's demise was at the behest of another. In the next moment, the elder of the He family thrust himself toward the formidable sword energy, which pierced through his heart, extinguishing his life instantly. Li Chingan furrowed his brow. Was the true instigator behind the one family's annihilation not the 4 great families of Haicheng? Were they merely pawns? The sword array continued to operate, the sword energy intensifying. Each flicker of the blade claimed another life. The air was thick with the stench of blood, a multitude of corpses littering the ground, rivers of blood flowing freely. As the sword array continued its carnage, a cold glimmer shone within Li Chingan's eyes. The overwhelming scent of blood enveloped the entire area, rendering it nearly impossible to breathe. Yet, Li Chingan's thoughts drifted elsewhere. Under the formidable 9 profound annihilation sword array orchestrated by Li Chunin, the He family, Sun family, Lu family, and over 2,000 elites from the Tang alliance met their untimely demise, with not a single soul escaping. With remarkable finesse, Li Chunin deftly wielded the killing formation to effortlessly obliterate the main forces of the 3 illustrious families. The remaining trivial matters he entrusted to Peony, confident that the strength of the Wanhua Palace would prove invaluable in managing the remnants of the 3 families, ensuring the complete annihilation of the 4 families of Haicheng. However, at that moment, Li Chunin remained untouched by the euphoria of victory, his mind ensnared by the final utterances of the He family's patriarch. The elder had divulged that the massacre of the Wen family was not a spontaneous act. It appeared to be orchestrated by unseen hands. Who could this enigmatic figure be? The elders of the He family were acutely aware that Li Chunin would not let them escape unscathed, and thus they withheld the identity of the mastermind until their last breath. Once again, the trail went cold, leaving Li Chunin to rely solely on his own strength to uncover the truth. Furthermore, he had yet to ascertain the identity of the mysterious individual who had taken his godmother. Could this person be the same as the hidden puppeteer? Such speculations lingered, yet no definitive answers could be gleaned. Li Chunin instructed Peony to mobilize personnel to cleanse the battlefield, while simultaneously continuing to eradicate the remnants of the 3 families and delving deeper into the massacre of the Wen family. He harbored an unsettling premonition that the extermination of his godmother's family was far more complex than he had initially perceived, potentially shrouded in significant secrets. Otherwise, why would they have relied on the four families of Haiqing? It was evidently a strategy to obscure their identities and evade detection. The more convoluted the situation, the more arduous the investigation. The destruction of the four families of Haiqing sent shockwaves throughout the city. The revelation that such a monumental feat was accomplished by an obscure junior left many in utter disbelief. Naturally, some questioned the veracity of the news. However, their skepticism was not directed towards the fall of the four families, but rather towards the identity of the one who executed such a cataclysmic act. Few could accept that a mere nameless individual could achieve this. Many speculated that formidable forces must have lent their support. In the wake of the four families' demise, countless sharks, drawn by the scent of blood, converged upon Haiqing, vying for a share of the spoils, their battles fierce and bloody. The entire city underwent a dramatic reshuffling of power. Families that once stood at the pinnacle of society were now reduced to mere dust, and once mighty warriors had vanished without a trace. The Wanhua Palace reaped immense benefits from this upheaval, nearly overwhelmed by their newfound abundance. Meanwhile, Li Chunin, the architect of this chaos, remained blissfully unaware of the tempest brewing in Haiqing, or perhaps he simply lacked interest. In the tranquil confines of Longjing Villa, Li Chunin was deeply immersed in his cultivation. He continually absorbed the ethereal energies of heaven and earth, channeling them into his being, allowing them to flow through his meridians until they coalesced in his dantian, where they were refined into formidable true qi. Although he had descended from the mountains, he had not allowed his cultivation to languish. His innate talent was indeed remarkable, but his accomplishments were predominantly a result of his diligence and perseverance. At present, his prowess was commendable, yet he understood that in this vast world, there were many who surpassed him, though he had yet to encounter them. Beyond every person, there exists another, and beyond every sky, there lies another. This is a simple yet profound truth that is etched deeply in his heart. He must continually grow stronger to protect those around him and to shield himself from humiliation. He has no desire to return to 6 years ago, to once again become that helpless victim of ridicule. Li Chunin concluded his training and heard a faint sound, as if someone were ringing the doorbell of the villa. A sense of curiosity washed over him. Who could possibly be seeking him? The maid, Xiaomei, approached respectfully and said, "Young master, there is a girl claiming to be Li Zhini who wishes to see you." Li Chunin was taken aback. How did Li Zhini find her way here? What could she possibly want? "Let her in," he instructed. "Understood," Xiaomei replied. Before long, Li Zhini entered the villa, clad in a simple white t-shirt paired with blue jeans and sporting a pair of pristine white shoes. Her hair was casually tied back in a ponytail, presenting the image of a neighborly girl, yet her beauty was unmistakable. Though a hint of fatigue graced her features, her eyes radiated determination and clarity. Tall and fair-skinned, she exuded an aura of refreshing elegance. Li Chunin appraised Li Zhini, pondering how the little girl who once trailed behind him had truly grown up, stirring feelings he had not anticipated. He regarded her with a hint of confusion and asked, "How did you find your way here?" Li Zhini shot him a playful glare. "Given the magnitude of the events, how could we not know where you reside?" Li Chunin conceded. He had not made an effort to conceal his whereabouts, so it was only natural for her to be aware. "Brother Chunin, is it true that you annihilated the 4 great families of Haiqing?" A mix of excitement and concern flickered in her eyes. Li Chunin did not deny it, nodding gently. "Indeed. They obliterated my godmother's entire family. I am avenging her." "I'm sorry, Brother Chunin. I was aware of the situation with the Wen family, but I was unable to assist. I sought help from the Li family, but they refused," Li Zhini expressed, her face a mask of guilt. She understood the close bond between Li Chunin and Wen Shuman. He treated her as if she were his own mother. The news of his godmother's family being exterminated, coupled with her disappearance, must have caused him immense sorrow and anguish. "It is not your fault," Li Chunin gently reassured her, shaking his head. How could the Li family possibly aid the Wen family? Setting aside the fact that Li Zhini had distanced herself from the Li family, even if she were still part of it, she would lack the authority to mobilize their resources on behalf of the Wen family. "What are your plans moving forward?" "Brother Chunin?" Li Zhini inquired, primarily concerned for his well-being. "I will continue to investigate the truth, to find my godmother, and to uncover the mastermind behind it all," Li Chunin declared with unwavering conviction. Just as Li Jini was about to offer her assistance in the investigation, the doorbell rang once more. Li Chunin felt perplexed. Why were so many people coming to see him today? Xiao Mei approached him again, stating, "Young master, there is a girl outside in military attire who wishes to meet with you." The girl dressed in military attire, Li Chingan, pondered for a moment and concluded that he should not know her. "Let her go. I do not recognize her." Li Chingan waved his hand and stated, "Not everyone is worthy of my attention." "Understood," Xiao Mei responded, exiting to usher the individual away. However, moments later, a woman's scornful voice penetrated the villa, clear to both Li Chingan and Li Jini. "Li Chingan, you worthless fool, come out." Li Chingan furrowed his brow, unable to remain indifferent to the insult. He strode towards the villa's entrance, with Li Jini trailing behind. "Young master, I apologize," Xiao Mei expressed, her face a mask of regret for her inefficacy. Li Chingan, unfazed, turned his gaze towards the woman who had just berated him. She was a striking figure in military garb, exuding confidence with her short hair and tall stature. Her complexion a healthy bronze. A military-licensed jeep stood parked behind her. "Who are you?" Li Chingan realized he did not recognize this woman. The military woman scrutinized him from head to toe and spoke. "You must be Li Chingan. I am Lu Wushuang, a personal guard of General Long. I have come to demand that you sign the annulment agreement. You, a worthless wretch, are unworthy of our General Long." As she spoke, Lu Wushuang tossed the annulment agreement at Li Chingan, but he did not reach out to receive it. The document fell to the ground. Memories surged in his mind. Recalling that his parents had indeed arranged a childhood betrothal for him, the girl's name was something akin to Long Mulan. Li Chingan, sign the annulment agreement quickly. Do not harbor delusions. A toad wishing to eat swan meat. Our General Long is destined for the Hall of War Gods. How could a worthless wretch like you ever aspire to such heights? Lu Wushuang's face was a mask of derision and disdain. She was well aware that Li Chingan had lost his prowess 6 years prior, cast out from the Li family, rendering him a failure. Such a person could never be deemed worthy of General Long. Only those of warrior-level prowess were entitled to marry her. "Silence! You shall not insult my brother Chingan." Li Jini, who had followed out, was incensed, her eyes glaring at Lu Wushuang. "Li Chingan, you truly are a charmer, returning to Haicheng and already surrounded by 2 women. A man as fickle as you is certainly unworthy of marrying General Long. I advise you to sign the annulment agreement without delay." Lu Wushuang evidently perceived both Li Jini and Xiao Mei as Li Chingan's women. Otherwise, their presence in the villa was inexplicable. Li Chingan maintained a stoic expression. He had nearly forgotten about this engagement. Even if it crossed his mind, given his character, he would have sought an opportunity to dissolve the arrangement. He had met Long Mulan only a few times in childhood, lacking any emotional connection. Marrying someone he did not love was inconceivable for him. If she had approached him sincerely to annul the engagement, he might have acquiesced, as he had originally intended to do so. However, at this moment, Li Chunin had a change of heart. He wished to annul the engagement and requested Long Mulan to come in person. "Perhaps I could entertain the notion." Li Chunin spoke coldly. "What right do you, a mere waste, have to summon General Long personally? As the personal guard of General Long, my presence here is already a significant courtesy to you." Li Chunin hurriedly presented the annulment agreement, urging, "Do not be ungrateful." Lu Wushuang, with an air of arrogance, commanded with a haughty demeanor. At that instant, a sharp sound of a slap resonated through the air. Lu Wushuang, stunned, covered one side of her face. "You are mistaken. It is Long Mulan who is unworthy of my brother Chunin," Li Jin coldly declared, fixing her gaze upon Lu Wushuang. It was she who had just dealt the stinging blow to Lu Wushuang. "Furthermore, my brother Chunin is no waste. He single-handedly eradicated the 4 great families of Haicheng just yesterday. Can Long Mulan achieve such a feat?" Li Jun enunciated each word with deliberate emphasis, her delicate face radiating pride, as if she were the one who had vanquished the 4 great families of Haicheng, or perhaps she felt a sense of shared glory. A glimmer of determination flickered in Li Jini's eyes. She would not permit anyone to insult Li Chainan. In his presence, she revealed her vulnerable side, yet before others, she consistently maintained an imposing demeanor. Confronted with Lu Wushuang's provocations and insults, Li Jini did not hesitate for a moment and struck back. Lu Wushuang was momentarily stunned. She had not anticipated that someone would dare to hit her. However, what bewildered her even more than the physical blow were Li Jini's words. The 4 great families of Haicheng had been annihilated. Lu Wushuang's eyes widened in astonishment, She had just returned to Haiqing and sought out Li Chang'an. Thus, she was entirely unaware of this development. This woman actually claimed that Li Chang'an single-handedly eradicated the 4 great families of Haiqing? How could that possibly be? Although Lu Wushuang was not a local of Haiqing, she understood the immense power wielded by these families. Such entities could not simply be extinguished at whim. With a disdainful scoff, Lu Wushuang retorted, "You wish to defend your man, but at least say something credible." The notion that Li Chang'an could destroy the 4 great families of Haiqing was utterly laughable. If anything, those families could easily crush him. Lu Wushuang firmly dismissed the idea that Li Chang'an had the capacity to annihilate the 4 great families. Li Jinyi fixed her beautiful gaze upon Lu Wushuang and coldly replied, "You truly are terrifyingly ignorant. If you inquire a little in Haiqing, you will discover whether the 4 families still exist and who was responsible for their demise." At that moment, the maid, Xiao Mei, could no longer contain herself and interjected, "Just yesterday, our young master slaughtered over 2,000 experts from the 4 families right here. I was a witness to it. If my young master were a useless waste, what does that make your general? A lesser waste. Your general is unworthy of my young master." Lu Wushuang's resolve began to waver. The conviction in their words was compelling. Could it be true that Li Chang'an had indeed destroyed the 4 great families of Haiqing? He had only just returned. How could he have accomplished such a feat? Moreover, what strength did he possess to do so? Wasn't he supposed to be a cultivation inept? And how could he even dare to take such action against the 4 great families, who were not to be trifled with? Lu Wushuang retrieved her phone and dialed a number. It belonged to a friend of hers in Haiqing, someone of considerable standing who would undoubtedly be aware of the happenings there. The call connected swiftly, and a woman's voice greeted her. "Hello, Wushuang. Have you arrived in Haiqing?" "Yes, it's me." Lu Wushuang wished to avoid unnecessary pleasantries and got straight to the point. "I need to ask you something. Have the 4 great families of Haiqing been annihilated?" The voice on the other end expressed surprise. "Yes, Wushuang. You are aware of this matter too?" The 4 great families had indeed been wiped out, and now the other factions in Haiqing were vying for their assets, engaging in fierce conflict. "Our family might even benefit from the spoils." Hearing this, Lu Wushuang tightened her grip on the phone, her heart racing as she pressed for more information. "Do you know who was responsible for the destruction of the 4 great families?" "Of course, it was a young man named Li Chang'an." The line went dead. Lu Wushuang's body trembled, and her grip on her phone faltered, causing it to crash to the ground and shatter. She paid no heed to the broken device, instead lifting her gaze in disbelief at Li Chang'an. A tempest of emotions surged within her. Li Chang'an had truly annihilated the 4 great families of Haiqing. How could this be? Was he not a worthless outcast, cast aside by his family and incapable of cultivation? Upon witnessing the astonishment etched on Lu Wushuang's face, Li Jin couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. Now she understood who the real failure was. Just moments ago, Lu Wushuang had exuded an air of arrogance, yet now she stood there, her expression a picture of shock. Li Jun felt a sense of delight in his heart, relishing the fact that the once disdainful Lu Wushuang was now being thoroughly humiliated. This was far more gratifying than delivering a mere slap to her face. At that moment, Lu Wushuang felt utterly humiliated and yearned to flee, eager to report the events to Long Mulan. However, just as she turned to leave, Li Chang'an's cold voice halted her. "Did I permit you to depart?" Lu Wushuang's body stiffened slightly as she turned to face him, her expression displeased. "What do you want? Do you intend to insult me and then simply walk away as if nothing occurred? Do you truly believe I would let you off so easily?" Li Chang'an replied icily. "What do you want?" Lu Wushuang was unafraid, for she had the military backing her and doubted Li Chang'an would dare to act against her. "What do I want? I want you to pay the price." Li Chang'an's expression was devoid of warmth. "You insulted me. I shall return the favor tenfold." "Xiao Mei, strip her of her clothes. If she wishes to leave, let her do so in her bare skin." "Understood, young master." Without a moment's hesitation, Xiao Mei sprang into action. For a woman, there is no greater humiliation than being stripped of her clothing, especially in the presence of men. Lu Wushuang was taken aback, her face flushed with anger as she shouted, "Li Chang'an, how dare you?" "There is nothing I would not dare," Li Chang'an retorted coldly. Xiao Mei approached Lu Wushuang with remarkable speed, her hands moving like fleeting shadows, nearly impossible to catch. In a state of terror, Lu Wushuang attempted to retreat to her car, desperate to escape. Yet, Xiao Mei was faster, seizing her garment with ease. And with a gentle pull, Lu Wushuang's outerwear was ripped to shreds. The four women, Mei, Lan, Zhu, and Zhu, were all members of the Wanhua Palace. Meticulously selected by Peony and trained since childhood. They were not fragile maidens, but rather formidable forces. One should not be deceived by their beauty. Lu Wushuang struggled vehemently, yet soon realized she was no match for this woman. Her resistance was futile, and with each frantic movement, her clothing was further torn apart. Her garments, including intimate apparel, were not spared. Before long, Lu Wushuang found herself reduced to a state of utter vulnerability, stripped bare, exposed for all to see. Overwhelmed with shame and fury, her eyes glistened with unshed tears, for she had never endured such humiliation throughout her life. In her heart, she harbored an intense hatred for Li Chunin, vowing that if given the chance, she would ensure his demise, inflicting upon him a fate most excruciating. Lu Wushuang covered her vital regions with both hands, yet it was of little use. Without uttering a word, she dashed towards the car. Wait a moment. Li Qing'an's voice echoed once more. To Lu Wushuang, at that moment, it sounded like the voice of a devil. Her body trembled involuntarily, gripped by sheer terror. Was he not yet satisfied? Did he wish to further humiliate her? Her garments had already been torn away. What would come next? Lu Wushuang dared not contemplate further, regretting her decision to seek out Li Qing'an. You forgot this. I return it to you. Li Qing'an lightly flicked his toe, sending the discarded marriage annulment agreement soaring into the air, landing squarely in Lu Wushuang's hands. Instinctively, she reached out to catch it. However, in the next instant, the document erupted into a flurry of shredded paper, cascading down like snowflakes. My apologies. I was a bit too forceful, Li Qing'an remarked, though his tone bore no hint of genuine contrition. It was evident he had done so deliberately. His earlier display had indirectly showcased the terrifying extent of his strength and his exquisite command over it. Lu Wushuang dared not utter a word, paralyzed by fear. She hastily entered the vehicle, started the engine, and slammed down on the accelerator, fleeing in panic. It was as if she feared that a moment's delay would lead to her demise or an even greater humiliation. Whether there were spare clothes in the car was a secret known only to Lu Wushuang. Li Qing'an paid little mind to the incident, and soon they returned to the villa. Li Zhini lingered at the villa until evening, leaving reluctantly, casting a lingering glance at Li Qing'an filled with unspoken emotions. Lu Wushuang, on the other hand, departed from Haiqing under the cover of night, determined to inform Long Mulan of the events that transpired, including the humiliation she endured. The following evening, Muden returned, her complexion pale, her red attire torn, and a faint scent of blood clung to her. Upon seeing her, Li Qing'an frowned slightly. You are injured. Muden, appearing somewhat weak, replied, Master, I am fine. I have uncovered new information. It was evident that she had sustained injuries. Li Qing'an activated his celestial spirit eyes to examine her wounds. Muden bore 5 sword wounds on her body, 2 of which were particularly severe, deep enough to expose bone. She had merely administered rudimentary treatment. Even in this state, you claim to be fine. Master, allow me to explain, but Li Qing'an interrupted her resolutely. First, I shall tend to your injuries. We can discuss the rest later. Muden wished to protest, but no buts. If you are incapacitated, who will assist me in my endeavors? Li Qing'an's tone left no room for argument. Muden felt a swell of emotion within her. After spending time together, she had come to understand his character. Outwardly cold yet warm-hearted, exceptionally kind to those around him. Remove your clothing. I will tend to your wounds. Li Qing'an stated with a calm demeanor. Very well. Muden did not hesitate, swiftly shedding her garments, revealing a sword wound on her chest, in a rather intimate area. Peony's movements were resolute, yet a fleeting blush graced her cheeks, for it was her first experience confronting a man in such a vulnerable state. She harbored no doubts about Li Chunin's medical prowess. His extraordinary skills were well documented, marking him as a true master healer. With hands capable of both miraculous healing and formidable combat, he embodied a complex and contradictory nature. Her thoughts danced erratically, her mind awash with myriad reflections. Li Chunin retrieved a vial of healing elixir, a concoction he had formulated from an ancient prescription during his studies in the mountains, known as the Golden Spirit Powder. This remedy was renowned for its efficacy in treating external injuries without leaving scars. As he prepared to apply the salve, he hesitated midway, realizing the absence of Mei, Lan, Zhu, and Zhu, the 4 maidservants whom Peony had dispatched to seize the assets of the 4 prominent families. Noticing Li Chunan's sudden pause, Peony, ever perceptive, immediately grasped his thoughts. "Master, it is my privilege to have you personally administer the ointment," she stated. Li Chunan nodded and replied, "It may sting a bit. Please bear with it." He poured the salve into his palm, its milky hue resembling that of a soothing cream, and gently applied it to Peony's wounds. The salve was somewhat stimulating, causing Peony to furrow her brow and emit a soft moan, a sound that, although indicative of pain, carried an undertone of allure. Li Chunan meticulously applied the remedy to the 4 sword wounds, her arm, back, abdomen, and thigh. As he approached the final wound on her chest, he hesitated once more. Yet, Peony remained silent, aware that this was the last injury to be treated. With a gentle touch, he smeared the milky salve across her chest wound, eliciting a low, pained sigh from her lips, accompanied by a slight flush on her face. "Thank you, master," she expressed. Li Chunan shook his head. "It is not yet complete. I still need to administer an injection." He produced a silver needle, holding it deftly in his hand, his vital energy circulating and manifesting as wisps of white vapor. Without any ostentation or display of technique, he simply pierced the needle into a vital acupuncture point on Peony's body. This point, known as the Guan Yuan, is situated 3 inches beneath the navel, along the midline of the abdomen, and 2 inches above the pubic bone. The Guan Yuan point is crucial for revitalizing energy, regulating vital flow, and harmonizing qi and blood. Li Chunan gently manipulated the needle, employing a unique technique to stimulate the point while channeling his vital energy for healing. Soon, Peony felt a delightful tingling sensation throughout her body, especially at the site of her injuries, accompanied by a soothing warmth that enveloped her entirely. After a quarter of an hour, Li Chunan withdrew the needle. "It is done." To her surprise, Peony felt a twinge of disappointment, as though something essential had suddenly vanished. However, she quickly realized that Li Chunan's declaration of completion signified not only the end of her treatment, but also the healing of her sword wounds. The milky white ointment applied to the wound has been absorbed and combined with the special acupuncture techniques and the flow of vital energy. The sword injury on Peony's body has remarkably healed. She is astonished as she gently touches the area where the wound once resided. It has completely vanished, fully mended without a trace of scarring, appearing as though she had never sustained an injury at all. In this moment, Peony is filled with astonishment, gaining a newfound appreciation for Li Chunan's medical prowess. He is truly an unparalleled divine physician. Li Chunan observes Peony as she examines herself, a sight that easily invites fanciful thoughts. "Perhaps you should put on some clothes," he suggests, directing his gaze towards her. Peony, suddenly aware of her own impropriety, hastens back to her room to don a clean outfit. Upon her return, it appears that Li Chunan has seated himself in the living room. She approaches him and stands before him. Li Chunan is momentarily taken aback, for Peony is clad in sleepwear. This marks the first time he has seen her in such attire, which diminishes her usual icy elegance but adds a touch of allure. "Thank you, my lord, for healing my wounds," Peony expresses respectfully. "I mentioned that if you were to encounter trouble, there would be no one to handle matters on my behalf. Hence no need for thanks," Li Chunan replies, his tone remaining as cool as ever. Peony is unfazed, well aware of her lord's disposition. "Now, tell me what transpired. How did you sustain your injuries?" Li Chunan inquires, his gaze fixed on her. Peony gathers her thoughts and begins to speak slowly. "While I was investigating the remnants of the 4 great families, I uncovered some leads. Following these clues, I traced them back and discovered that prior to the annihilation of the Wen family, the heads of the 4 great families had engaged in secret contact with an individual in Jiangqing. I even found evidence of clandestine meetings. Thus, I ventured alone to Jiangshang to ascertain the identity of this person. However, on my return journey, I was ambushed by a master of the sword and nearly lost my life. This individual was of comparable strength to me, and I was only able to escape by employing a secret technique. I did not catch a glimpse of their face, as they wore a mask and acted with extreme caution, leaving no openings whatsoever. Their swordsmanship was exceptional, nearly transcendent." Li Chunan listens intently to Peony's account. It is evident that someone wishes to thwart her investigation. The swordsman aimed to silence her. "Did you manage to confirm the identity of the individual who met with the heads of the 4 great families in Jiangqing?" Li Chunan queries. Peony nods gently in affirmation, responding, "This person wields immense power in Jiangqing, known as the Supreme Overlord, Han Tianqing. Supreme Overlord, Han Tianqing. Li Chang'an admits to never having heard of this individual. Peony continues her explanation. Han Tianqing is the ruler of the underground forces in Jiangqing, renowned for his ruthless governance and formidable martial prowess. His influence permeates every sector of Jiangqing, both in the light and the shadows, and even the military bears his mark. Born into a once prominent ancient martial arts family in Jiangqing, he exhibited extraordinary talent in martial arts from a young age. However, Han Tianqing did not lead his family to glory again. Instead, he chose to leave his lineage behind and forge his own path. He established the Tianqing Society, expanding his influence with a ruthless and formidable approach, ultimately becoming the largest underground power in Jiangqing. Han Tianqing possesses a resolute and cold demeanor, exhibiting mercilessness towards his adversaries while harboring grand ambitions, which earned him the moniker of the Tianqing Overlord. Was it this formidable figure who led the four great families to unite in their downfall of the Wen family? After listening to Muden's introduction, Li Chang'an remained expressionless, his demeanor aloof, with no stirrings within. Muden, focus on your recovery. We shall visit Jiangqing tomorrow to meet this Tianqing Overlord, Li Chang'an stated in a neutral tone. Young master, it appears that tomorrow marks Han Tianqing's 60th birthday, Muden replied. Upon hearing this, a cold smile crept across Li Chang'an's lips. Perfect, I shall personally present this Tianqing Overlord with a birthday gift. In Jiangqing, the Han family was abuzz with activity. Today marked Han Tianqing's 60th birthday, and the Han family had laid out hundreds of banquet tables, inviting nearly every prominent figure in Jiangqing. From affluent magnates to influential political and military leaders, those present to celebrate the birthday of Han Tianqing were no ordinary individuals. They belonged to an exclusive circle, unattainable by the average person. At this moment, the Tianqing Overlord, clad in a resplendent red birthday robe, though 60 years of age, appeared vibrant and youthful. His hair white, yet his face aglow with vitality, his tiger-like eyes emanating an imposing presence. Han Tianqing, at the venue, exuded confidence, engaging in lively banter with numerous dignitaries, basking in the glory of the occasion. Everyone recognized that the focus of the day was undoubtedly Han Tianqing. Many prominent figures and affluent individuals from Jiangqing sought to leverage this opportunity to cultivate a relationship with the Tianqing Overlord, knowing that aligning themselves with such power could elevate their own influence. Naturally, in the pursuit of favor, gifts were essential. Certain individuals were designated to vocally announce the gifts received. The Song family of Jiangqing presented a Tang Sankai, wishing the Overlord blessings as vast as the Eastern Sea and longevity akin to the Southern Mountain. The Chen family extended their wishes for a long life and prosperity, offering a complete set of blue and white porcelain. The Dong family gifted a piece of imperial jade, wishing the elder Han a long and prosperous life filled with familial joy. The Qinglong Society of Jiangqing congratulated the Overlord, wishing him eternal youth and a harmonious existence. Presenting a magical sword known as the Moonlit Blade, Han Tianqing reveled in the admiration surrounding him, relishing in the respect he commanded. Yet, at that moment, a chilling voice pierced through the atmosphere, clearly resonating in the ears of all present. From the Wen family of Haiqing, we present a black coffin from Liuzhou, wishing the Tianqing Overlord a smooth journey ahead. Bang! Before the words could fully settle, a thunderous noise erupted. A black coffin, akin to a cannonball, soared into the banquet hall, crashing to the ground. All present were left in stunned silence, utterly astonished. To send a coffin as a birthday gift? What audacity! This was nothing short of blatant provocation and insult. Was this individual insane? If not, how could one possibly commit such an act? Were they courting death? This was not how one would choose to end their life. Han Tianqing, originally beaming with joy and exuberance, found his smile abruptly replaced by a grim expression as the ominous black coffin materialized in the banquet hall. The atmosphere was soon charged with unrestrained murmurs. Who exactly was the Wen family from Haiqing? It was a name unfamiliar to many. Yet, their audacity to offend the formidable Han Tianqing would surely spell their doom. The Wen family was doomed, potentially facing annihilation. Amidst the whispers and scrutinizing gazes, Li Chang'an, clad in black, entered with an icy demeanor, exuding an undeniable aura of power, perhaps even a hint of lethal intent. Following closely behind was a woman in crimson, peony. All eyes turned to the young man in black, only to discover that he was a stranger to them. Li Chang'an paid no heed to the surrounding stares, His piercing eyes locked onto Han Tianqing as he coldly inquired. Master Han, are you satisfied with the birthday gift I have presented? What audacity! Do you even know where you are? The Han family is not a place for you to act recklessly. Go to hell. A brash young member of the Han family, eager to assert himself, charged forth. Swinging a fist towards Li Chunan's head, Li Chunan remained utterly unfazed, not even blinking. Just as the fist was about to connect, a splatter of blood erupted. Clutching his throat, the young man's face turned pale with terror, his voice reduced to a hoarse rasp, unable to utter a coherent word. Peony held a gleaming dagger, a single drop of blood trickling from it. The Han family's young scion fell, his life extinguished. The onlookers were struck with horror. The speed of the incident left them bewildered, unable to comprehend how the woman in red had executed her strike so swiftly. What was once a jubilant celebration had turned into a scene of bloodshed, transforming the atmosphere entirely. Such audacity was unprecedented, to murder in the presence of the Han patriarch, and to slay a member of the Han family no less, was beyond reckless. The crowd erupted with outrage, the Han family members contorted with fury. Yet, recalling the earlier incident, no one dared to charge forward immediately. Surprisingly, Han Tianqing's expression shifted to one of calm as he fixed his gaze on Li Chunan. His voice low and measured as he asked, "Are you of the Wen family?" "No," Li Chunan replied coldly. "My godmother is from the Wen family, and I have come to avenge her clan. You orchestrated the extermination of the Wen family through the 4 great families of Haiqing. You deserve nothing less than death. Today is not only your birthday, but also your day of reckoning." Han Tianqing appeared somewhat taken aback by this revelation. He neither confirmed nor denied the accusations regarding his involvement in the Wen family's demise. The expressions of the gathered crowd varied. Some were believers, while others remained skeptical. Why would the mighty Han Tianqing take such drastic measures against an obscure family in Haiqing, resorting to annihilation? "Youth," he cautioned, "some matters are beyond your comprehension. I suggest you refrain from meddling in affairs that do not concern you." Han Tianqing gazed coldly at Li Chunan and remarked, "How can one know what is unattainable without attempting it?" Li Chunan responded with an icy tone, his body exuding an unmasked aura of lethal intent, a surge of ferocity emanating from him. Just then, a voice erupted, blocking Li Chunan's path. The figure was tall, resembling a small mountain, radiating a fierce energy akin to that of a ferocious beast. Li Chunan cast a glance at this individual, a burly man in his 30s, with dark skin and a crew cut, his countenance menacing, towering nearly 2 meters tall, brimming with an imposing presence, his muscles bulging, and his eyes filled with a bloodthirsty glare. This was the Black Bear, one of the 3 ferocious beasts of the Tianqing society. The youth was doomed. Upon witnessing the emergence of the Black Bear, the onlookers were struck with astonishment and trepidation. The 3 ferocious beasts of the Tianqing society, namely the Black Bear, the Lone Wolf, and the Fierce Tiger, were notorious for their brutal methods and savage temperaments, resembling wild beasts devoid of humanity. The number of lives claimed by their hands exceeded 100, their killing spree relentless. In the past, these 3 ferocious beasts roamed the underground forces of Jiancheng unchecked, with no one daring to stand against them. Now, the Tianqing society had firmly established its dominance in Jiancheng, rendering them untouchable, and the 3 ferocious beasts seldom intervened. The Black Bear regarded Li Chunan with a cruel grin, saying, "Feeding the bear I've raised with your flesh and blood would be delightful." Over the years of idleness, the Black Bear had indeed raised a black bear. Before the words had fully escaped his lips, the Black Bear lunged forward, his fist, the size of a cauldron, aimed at Li Chunan's head with a resounding whoosh. The crowd imagined the gruesome sight of Li Chunan's skull being shattered by the Black Bear's punch, many closing their eyes, unable to bear the impending violence. Yet, in the next instant, their expressions froze in disbelief, eyes wide open in shock. Li Chunan calmly raised his right hand, effortlessly grasping the Black Bear's incoming fist, his posture unwavering, as still as a mountain. The Black Bear's face flushed crimson, exerting every ounce of strength. Yet his fist remained immobile, unable to advance even a fraction or withdraw. How could this be? Am I seeing things? The spectators were enveloped in astonishment, grappling with the incredulity of the scene. With a crack, without evident effort, Li Chunan crushed the Black Bear's fist. The Black Bear let out a piercing scream. Yet, it was not over. In the next moment, Li Chunan delivered a gentle kick, propelling the Black Bear like a cannonball. With a thunderous crash, he crashed against the wall. Blood spewed from the Black Bear as he collapsed, His internal organs ruptured, clearly beyond the point of survival. Is this the caliber of your subordinates? The tyrant of the Tianqing society? Li Chunan's voice remained even, yet his words dripped with scorn. An eerie silence enveloped the scene. The onlookers gaped in disbelief, struggling to comprehend the spectacle before them. One of the three ferocious beasts, the formidable and brutal black bear, had been effortlessly dispatched by this black-clad youth. Just how terrifying was the strength of this young man? Han Tianqing fixed a chilling gaze upon Li Chunan, his eyes ablaze with a frigid, murderous intent. As if in his view, Li Chunan had already become a lifeless corpse. The other two formidable beasts of the Tianqing society, the lone wolf and the fierce tiger, emerged without uttering a word, charging directly at Li Chunan. In truth, all three beasts had attained the mastery of martial prowess, rendering them invincible to ordinary individuals. However, to Li Chunan, they were no different from mere insects, easily crushed beneath his heel. The lone wolf moved with remarkable speed, brandishing a dagger as he attacked from the side. Meanwhile, the fierce tiger launched a frontal assault with a massive blade, a weapon that had claimed countless lives. The dagger in the wolf's hand and the sword in the tiger's grasp gleamed with a sinister light, seemingly intent on obliterating all in their path. Li Chunan refrained from calling upon Mutin, a flicker of cold light crossing his eyes as he vanished like a wraith, suddenly appearing behind the lone wolf. A single punch struck the wolf's chest, sending his body soaring like a broken kite, crashing heavily to the ground. His chest caved in, blood gushing from his mouth, staining the earth as he succumbed instantly. Turning to face the fierce tiger, Li Chunan observed the tiger's vicious blade techniques, each strike imbued with a fierce intent to shatter him. Yet, Li Chunan remained unfazed. His fist struck like thunder, ferocious and unstoppable, impacting the tiger's form, causing the weapon to slip from his grasp, which Li Chunan seized with ease. With the blade in hand, he plunged it directly into the tiger's heart, the bloodied weapon emerging from his back. Blood erupted forth in a gruesome spectacle. The fierce tiger, his face etched with despair and resentment, slowly collapsed to the ground. Life extinguished. Li Chunan's expression remained icy, the atmosphere around him thick with the oppressive weight of the battle, each individual sensing the sanguine aura that lingered. The once unmatched trio of beasts from the Tianqing society now lay dead, effortlessly dispatched by Li Chunan. The Tianqing society suffered a devastating blow, despite the defeat of the trio. Han Tianqing maintained his composure. His face remained as impassive as water, exuding confidence and control over the situation as he coldly regarded Li Chunan, his tone laced with disdain and veiled threats. Young man, do you comprehend the vast power of the Tianqing society in Jiangxing? Do you understand how I earned the title of Tianqing Overlord? His voice crescendoed, brimming with pride. It was through my relentless effort, punch by punch, that I forged this legacy, with the blood of 10,000 Tianqing guards who emerged from mountains of corpses and seas of blood. His words resonated like thunder, stirring the hearts of those present. A formidable aura surged from Han Tianqing, pressing down on Li Chunan while simultaneously displaying his absolute authority as the overlord of Tianqing. Yet, Li Chunan remained seemingly unperturbed, his demeanor tranquil. Tianqing guards, where are you? Han Tianqing's words echoed, followed by a thunderous cacophony of footsteps, reminiscent of an approaching army, swiftly encircling the entire Han family estate. Clearly, the events that had transpired here had already spread, and the Tianqing guards had gathered in record time. Upon hearing the arrival of the celestial enforcement, the remaining individuals were thrown into a state of panic, their faces etched with terror. It was over. The celestial enforcement had been roused. They needed to flee swiftly to avoid being caught in the crossfire. When the celestial enforcement made their move, it would undoubtedly result in a sea of blood and mountains of corpses. The celestial enforcement resembled a well-trained army, numbering in the thousands, resolute in their lethal intent. Each member was meticulously selected from the ranks of the Celestial Society, every individual possessing formidable combat prowess, akin to a private army cultivated by Han Tianqing himself. Such a terrifying force was capable of sweeping away all factions within Jiangxing, showcasing the true terror of the Celestial Society. The leader of the Celestial Enforcement entered the hall and, with utmost respect, bowed to Han Tianqing, proclaiming loudly, "Esteemed Dominator, 10,000 Celestial Enforcement members are assembled and await your command. Due to unforeseen circumstances, my banquet has concluded prematurely. I kindly ask everyone to take their leave." As Han Tianqing's words echoed, the wealthy elites scattered like birds and beasts, hastily retreating. The celestial enforcement had been stirred. A massacre was imminent. The young man clad in black, along with the forces backing him, was marked for death. They had no desire to remain, lest they be caught in the chaos. Eliminate this wretch, Han Tianxing commanded, pointing decisively at Li Qinggan, as if he were a deity passing judgment. Instantly, the 10,000 members of the celestial enforcement erupted with a terrifying aura, their momentum overwhelming as they locked onto Li Qinggan. Kill! The leader of the celestial enforcement bellowed. Unhindered, they charged forth, a crimson tide of slaughter. The unified roar of 10,000 celestial enforcement members resounded, their ferocity akin to a cataclysm. To ordinary individuals, such a display of overwhelming might could easily induce death from sheer fright. Yet, Li Qinggan remained unfazed, as if faced with a mere swarm of ants. As the legion of 10,000 celestial enforcement closed in, wielding their blades, they surged like an iron flood towards Li Qinggan. The ground cracked beneath their feet, the air thick with murderous intent, unstoppable by any means. As Li Qinggan appeared to be engulfed by the legion, a cruel and satisfied smile crept upon Han Tianxing's lips. To offend him meant certain death. However, at that moment, a vibrant green light flickered amidst the ranks of the celestial enforcement, growing increasingly radiant. This luminous streak moved with remarkable agility, weaving through the throng of 10,000, leaving a trail of blood in its wake. Han Tianxing's smile faltered, his eyes widening in disbelief as he beheld the green light, rendered incredulous by the sight. What was this? A flying sword? Among the celestial enforcement, a green-hued flying sword danced through the ranks, like a streak of light, mercilessly piercing through the bodies of the enforcement members, claiming lives without opposition. Who was the master of this flying sword? Naturally, it was Li Qinggan. Standing amidst the sea of celestial enforcement, he formed his right hand into a sword shape, channeling his inner energy with an expression of cold detachment as he controlled the flying sword. The emerald blade, wherever it passed, ensured the downfall of the celestial enforcement members, either piercing hearts, penetrating foreheads, or slashing throats, each strike a fatal wound. Han Tianxing and the others still present gazed in horror at this scene, utterly bewildered by the celestial prowess displayed. Who exactly was this young man? The flying sword Li Qinggan wielded was known as the verdant descent into the Yellow Springs. It was a gift from his master, a sword of remarkable quality known as the Spirit Flight Sword. For years, Li Qingnan had devoted himself to refining and nurturing this blade, seldom employing it in daily affairs. The Bai Luo Huang Quan sword measured approximately 3 feet in length and 1 inch in width, its blade of vibrant emerald hue, meticulously crafted from celestial stones, with a surface as smooth as a mirror, reflecting a soft green luminescence that inspired awe. The edge was exceedingly sharp, glimmering with a frosty light that deterred direct gazes. Intricate, mysterious runes adorned the hilt, pulsating with an enigmatic energy. At the juncture of the hilt and blade was encrusted a gemstone of profound green depth. 10,000 celestial guards could not approach within a meter of Li Qingnan, let alone brush against his garments or face annihilation at his hands. With the Bai Luo Huang Quan sword, he ruthlessly harvested the lives of these celestial guards. The Han family estate soon became a river of blood, a mountain of corpses, a scene drenched in carnage reminiscent of a hellish battlefield. Those of weaker constitutions succumbed to nausea, their faces paling as they retched. The Han family compound lay transformed into a veritable inferno. The once mighty 10,000 celestial guards were now reduced to a pitiful remnant. Yet, Li Qingnan remained impassive, his demeanor unchanged, akin to a deity of death, invincible and unmatched. Stop! Han Tianxing bellowed in fury. Allowing Li Qingnan to continue his rampage would result in the complete annihilation of his celestial guards, each one painstakingly cultivated through his efforts. Without them, the Tianxing society would lose its dominion over the underground forces of Jiangqing. The leader of the celestial guards promptly commanded a retreat. These guards had arrived swiftly, and they fled even faster, each one stricken with terror, forever haunted by the day's events. Li Qingnan did not pursue. These insignificant beings were unworthy of his attention. The Bai Luo Huang Quan sword hovered above his head, continuing to emit an ethereal green glow, its cold radiance flickering. Despite having claimed thousands of lives, the blade remained unsullied by a single drop of blood, pristine and immaculate. What do you desire? Han Tianxing inquired, his confidence eroded, replaced by palpable fear and trepidation. Do you fail to comprehend human speech? I shall send you to meet the king of hell, avenging the winds. Li Chang'an replied coldly. Han Tianqing's expression darkened as he regarded Li Chang'an, his voice low. I concede, I underestimated you. But do you grasp the consequences of killing me? I have no desire to know, so you may as well perish. Before the words had fully escaped his lips, Li Chang'an directed the Bai Luo Huang Quan sword toward Han Tianqing. A beam of emerald light shot forth, moving with an uncanny swiftness, aimed at Han Tianqing's brow. With a resounding clang, a yellow aura enveloped Han Tianqing, forming a protective barrier that thwarted Li Chang'an's lethal strike. Li Chang'an was somewhat taken aback. Han Tianqing possessed a defensive artifact that absorbed the deadly blow. Boy, even if I perish today, I shall drag you down with me. Han Tianqing's face contorted with ferocity, his eyes wide as copper bells, flickering with a mad rage as he prepared for a desperate fight. He seized a battle knife from his subordinate and lunged at Li Chang'an. Han Tianqing, a martial artist of considerable prowess, had already reached the pinnacle of the Grandmaster realm. Li Chang'an met his gaze, sensing the intense killing intent emanating from Han Tianqing. With a cold smile, he moved like lightning, evading Han Tianqing's assault. Han Tianqing swung the battle knife with ferocious intent, fiercely pursuing Li Chang'an. His strikes were swift and powerful, each blow infused with a strong, murderous aura, unleashing black knife energy. Yet, Li Chang'an remained composed, his movements ghostly as he effortlessly dodged Han Tianqing's attacks. With a gentle wave of his right hand, the flying sword of the azure and yellow sprang forth, radiating a dazzling light, and the sword energy surged forward, extinguishing the black knife energy in its path. As the sword pierced through, Han Tianqing raised his knife to block, but the overwhelming force sent his weapon flying. He too was propelled backwards by this immense power, crashing heavily to the ground. Li Chang'an stood before Han Tianqing, the flying sword of the azure and yellow still gleaming with a chilling glow. What is your purpose in annihilating the Wen family? Li Chang'an asked in a cold tone, fixing his gaze on the fallen Han Tianqing. Han Tianqing was in Jiang City, while the Wen family resided in Haiqing. There must be a reason behind his unprovoked attack on them. Ha ha! Han Tianqing suddenly erupted in a sinister laugh. You will never know. Li Chang'an furrowed his brow slightly. According to Zhao Wuduan's description, the mysterious figure who abducted his godmother was unlikely to be Han Tianqing. This indicated that the destruction of the Wen family was not connected to the one who took Wen Shuman. This matter was becoming increasingly complex. Just as Li Chang'an intended to press Han Tianqing further, the latter abruptly surged forward, not to attack Li Chang'an, but to collide with the flying sword. With a piercing sound, the sword penetrated Han Tianqing's body, and a cruel smile spread across his face as he slowly collapsed. Master, no. Dominus. President, no. Cries of alarm erupted around them. Members of the Han family and the Tianqing society attempting to intervene, but it was all in vain. They could only watch helplessly as Han Tianqing met his end. Li Chang'an activated his celestial spirit eyes, scanning the surroundings, but finding nothing amiss. Han Tianqing's haste to perish seemed driven by a fear of something. What could instill such dread in the ruler of Jiang City? Moreover, the swordsmanship expert who had attacked Mutin had yet to appear, suggesting he was neither from the Han family nor affiliated with the Tianqing society. Who, then, could he be? The reason Li Chang'an had refrained from eliminating Han Tianqing was to compel that swordsman to reveal himself. Yet, even with Han Tianqing's demise, the figure remained absent. It was as if he had abandoned Han Tianqing, or perhaps he was certain that Han Tianqing would not divulge the truth. Let us go, Li Chang'an said, retracting the flying sword of the azure and yellow and casting a glance at Mutin. The two individuals swiftly departed, leaving no one daring to impede their passage. Naturally, the ominous black coffin was abandoned. Soon, news of the demise of the celestial sovereign spread like wildfire, causing a stir throughout Jiang City. The underground factions and prominent families of Jiang City commenced their maneuvers, with currents of intrigue surging forth, leading to countless bloody skirmishes. Simultaneously, numerous forces in Jiang City began investigating the identity of the enigmatic youth in black who had appeared at the Celestial Sovereign's banquet. In a certain location in the Great Xia, a breathtakingly beautiful woman listened intently to her subordinate's report, her exquisite eyes sparkling with intrigue. Junior brother, truly remarkable. She mused to herself. Just a few days after descending the mountain, he has stirred up such great commotion. First, he annihilated the 4 great families of Haiqing, and then he eliminated the Celestial Sovereign. With a smile, the stunning woman continued, it appears someone has set their sights on the young master. which may pose a threat to him. Her subordinate, bowing respectfully, spoke in a subdued tone. Upon hearing this, the alluring woman arched an eyebrow and uttered coldly, "Who dares to lay a hand on my junior brother? I shall ensure their entire family meets a tragic end." Her words radiated an air of supreme confidence, akin to that of a queen. "Prepare yourself. I shall visit Haiching to see my junior brother. It has been far too long since our last meeting, and I find myself missing him dearly." "Understood, my lady." Meanwhile, in the capital city of Xia, within a grand estate, a man of exceptional bearing had just concluded his cultivation. His personal guard suddenly appeared, stating that urgent matters required his attention. The man seated himself and listened intently. "You say that waste has returned, not only restoring his cultivation, but also slaying the celestial sovereign." A look of astonishment crossed the man's face as he rose to his feet. "Indeed, young master, I have personally verified the information. He vanished for 6 years and has now returned with formidable strength, it seems." The man interrupted his subordinate with a disdainful scoff, his expression one of derision. "A mere waste. Even if he has regained his abilities, what tempest can he possibly unleash? In this merciless world, only the truly powerful can survive." He paid the matter little heed. In Haicheng, at the Wen family estate, Li Qinggan erected a massive gravestone for the Wen family. Once a thriving lineage, the Wen family had now been reduced to ruins. The blade of the azure and yellow sprang forth, and Li Qinggan, sword in hand, meticulously inscribed an epitaph. The Wen family, known for their benevolence and commercial prowess, a lineage of loyalty and righteousness, encompassing the heavens. They sheltered Li Qinggan, whose affections ran as deep as the sea. Suddenly beset by calamity, their entire clan fell victim. Heroic souls returned to the waters, and heaven weeps in unison. Li Qinggan mourns, etching this eternal remembrance. Heroic souls endure, and their virtues remain everlasting. Erecting this gravestone was a heartfelt gesture from Li Qinggan. Had his godmother been present, she would have undoubtedly done the same, and in a sense, Li Qinggan was fulfilling her unspoken wishes. Upon completing the inscription, he sheathed his sword and stood before the gravestone, offering a moment of silent tribute. Just as he was about to depart, a figure clad in crimson, peony, rushed forth with an anxious expression. "What has transpired?" Li Qinggan surmised that she bore urgent news, for her demeanor was unusually tense. "Young master, grave news." Peony's voice quivered with an uncommon urgency. "Breaking news has emerged, because you, the young master, have slain the formidable Skywalker, the Han family, in their quest for vengeance. Has spared no expense, issuing a sanguinary extermination decree with a bounty soaring to 1 billion, solely to claim your head." Upon hearing this, Li Qinggan merely raised an eyebrow, his expression remaining serene, even curving into a cold smirk. "Is my head valued at such a paltry sum?" Peony interjected. "Is 1 billion truly a trifling amount?" Presently, all major factions in Jiangxing are coveting that bounty, eager to strike against you. Even certain forces from Haicheng have covertly joined this hunt. Her voice carried an urgency. "Young master, you have undeniably become the target of Jiangxing, a public enemy. This predicament is exceedingly unfavorable for you." Peony gazed at Li Qinggan with concern, her tone laden with care. Li Qinggan, however, snorted dismissively, a flicker of disdain in his eyes. "If they seek death, I shall gladly accompany them to the end. I have no qualms about turning Jiangxing into a desolate wasteland." His words were infused with arrogance and bravado, an unparalleled confidence radiating from him. Sensing the indomitable assurance exuding from Li Qinggan, Peony's anxiety gradually subsided, her initial trepidation waning. As night deepened, dark clouds enveloped the silvery moonlight, shrouding the surroundings in impenetrable darkness. The Longjing villa in Haicheng was engulfed in profound obscurity. Under the cover of night, shadows flitted about, with 7 or 8 distinct factions stealthily lurking in the dark corners surrounding the villa. Their singular objective was to assassinate Li Qinggan and claim the staggering bounty of 1 billion. As for who would succeed in slaying Li Qinggan, that would be determined by one's own prowess. Numerous rumors circulated regarding Li Qinggan's strength. In direct confrontation, few could match him. Thus, these factions opted for a stealthy assassination under the cloak of night. Each faction harbored ulterior motives, yet they were compelled to temporarily ally themselves, willing to go to any lengths for the tantalizing bounty. The Fan family of Jiangcheng, as the masterminds behind this assassination plot, had united 8 mid-tier factions, each dispatching 10 elite experts, forming a clandestine coalition of 80 skilled assassins. They chose this late hour to silently approach Longjing Villa. On that day, during the Skywalker's birthday banquet, the Fan family bore witness to Li Chang'an's formidable prowess. They knew well that in a direct clash, Li Chang'an's might would be unparalleled. Thus, they orchestrated this assassination, hoping to deliver a fatal blow at his most vulnerable moment. However, whether Li Chang'an is truly as invincible as the rumors suggest, or if his strength is merely inflated, will be revealed tonight. For the Fan family and the other involved factions, this is a high-stakes gamble. Victory could elevate them to unprecedented heights in Jiangxing, while defeat could cost them their very lives. Action. The 80 experts stealthily advanced towards the villa. Within the villa, Li Chunin sat alone in the darkness, eyes closed in quiet contemplation. He had long sensed the stirrings around him, yet maintained an air of calm, a disdainful smirk playing at the corners of his lips. It must be said, the swiftness of these intruders was remarkable. Their eagerness to court death was palpable. Suddenly, a faint whisper of wind rustled through the air, and Li Chunin's eyes snapped open, a glint of cold light flashing within. Almost simultaneously, a shadow lunged from the darkness, a gleaming dagger aimed directly at his throat. Li Chunin's form flickered, effortlessly evading the strike, and with a swift motion, he retaliated, sending the assailant flying. This act seemed to ignite a powder keg. Chaos erupted within the villa. The forces lurking in the shadows revealed themselves, none possessing trust for one another. Yet in this moment, all directed their hostility towards Li Chunin. Like a bolt of lightning, Li Chunin darted amidst his numerous foes, unhurried in his approach. The villa's power had been severed, plunging the space into utter darkness, where one could scarcely see their own hand. Activating his celestial vision, a stream of light flickered in his eyes, illuminating the surroundings as if it were midday, rendering the assassins visible. Just then, a sharp sword lunged for Li Chunin's heart. With a deft twist of his body, he evaded the blade with ease. His gaze turned icy as he began to counterattack, his movements ghostly and swift, each strike accompanied by a fierce gust of wind. Boom! A thunderous explosion resonated as Li Chunin's fist struck with the force of a cannon, obliterating one assassin into a mist of blood. The intensity of the battle escalated. Li Chunin's eyes were as cold as ice, his speed akin to a tempest, and none could withstand his brilliance. The villa transformed into a veritable hell's cape, blood flowing in torrents. Li Chunin, embodying a war deity, was invincible with each appearance. Another foe fell. These so-called elite warriors appeared as feeble as ants beneath his might. Fear spread like wildfire as the death toll mounted. The assassination alliance teetered on the brink of collapse. Suddenly, a piercing sound cut through the night sky. Several rocket-propelled grenades soared from the thicket outside the villa, striking various corners with deadly precision. The ensuing explosions echoed relentlessly, flames reaching skyward, engulfing the villa in a sea of fire. Li Chunin's expression hardened. He had anticipated the enemy's potential use of heavy weaponry, though he had not expected the caliber of rocket fire. Ordinary bullets posed no threat to a master-level warrior. But rockets were another matter entirely. Even a grandmaster would not survive a direct hit. The order to launch the rockets had come from the head of the Fan family. A final gambit. The power of the rockets was formidable, the blasts deafening, indiscriminately wreaking havoc. Several of the assassins who had come to kill Li Chunin met their demise in the explosions. From a safe distance, the Fan family patriarch watched with a cold gaze as the villa transformed into a fiery inferno, a sinister smile creeping across his face. Li Chunin, no matter how strong you are, you cannot withstand the onslaught of rockets. The billion bounty is as good as ours. He cackled. Fan Xingchong laughed heartily, as if he could already envision the billion-dollar bounty. The head of the family was astute. Having laid down such a trump card, Li Chunin was surely doomed. Others would also meet a grim fate, with no one daring to contest the billion-dollar prize. The few loyal guards surrounding Fan Xingchong were quick to flatter him. His treachery and vile nature were laid bare amidst the chaos of the explosion. He not only exploited other factions, but also cleverly weakened their strength, achieving a dual advantage. His cunning chilling to the bone. At that moment, a glimmer of cold light flashed, swift and fierce. One of the guards, who had been speaking just seconds before, suddenly felt a tightening in his throat, his words abruptly silenced. Instinctively, he clutched his neck, yet blood gushed forth, disregarding his struggles, staining the night sky crimson. Fan Xingchong's smile froze in the air, his eyes filled with shock and disbelief as he witnessed his guard's throat being slit, life extinguished in an instant. In the darkness, the figure of Mutin emerged, a bloody dagger in her grasp, her gaze as icy as frost, brimming with lethal intent. Following her were the four maidens, Mei, Lan, Zhu, and Zhu, each wielding a long sword, exuding an aura of murderous intent. Li Chunin had long foreseen the impending crisis of the night. Thus, he had deliberately remained in the villa alone, instructing Mutin and the four maidens to set ambushes around the premises. This strategy allowed them to launch a coordinated assault, ready to respond to any unforeseen circumstance. At this moment, Li Chunin's meticulous preparations began to bear fruit. The head of the Fan family had no inkling that every one of his actions was being closely monitored, each move meticulously tracked by Li Chunin. Kill, Mutin commanded. She and the four maidens sprang into action, eliminating those from the Fan family outside the villa. The moonlight pierced through the clouds, casting a blood-red hue. A shadow surged forth from the inferno. Li Chunin appeared atop the villa's roof, his starry eyes coldly observing the scene. Clad in black, he bore no signs of injury. Despite the rockets that were supposed to have claimed his life, not even the hem of his garment was harmed. The 80 assassins who had stormed into the villa lay lifeless. Li Chunin leaped down, landing steadily. Young master, all have been dealt with, except for the leader. Mutin reported respectfully to Li Chunin. He nodded gently, his gaze fixed on the head of the Fan family, and coldly inquired, "Was this action orchestrated by you?" Fan Xingchong knelt, utterly terrified, pleading for mercy. "It was a moment of madness. I beg you, spare my life. I can agree to any conditions, anything, just to live." "Very well, I shall grant you a chance at life," Li Chunin replied. "Thank you, my lord. Thank you, my lord. I will never forget this great kindness." Fan Xingchong exclaimed joyfully, bowing repeatedly, entirely devoid of dignity, as humble as a dog. Yet he cared not. For the sake of survival, what was dignity worth? "Do not be hasty in your gratitude. I have yet to state my conditions," Li Chunin retorted coldly. "You say, as long as I can survive. I am willing to do anything," Fan Xingchong hurriedly replied, a fawning smile plastered across his face. "Tonight, there are 8 factions involved in the operation. I want you to eliminate the remaining 7. Failure to do so will result in your death," Li Chunin coldly stated, casting a chilling glance at Fan Xingchong. Upon hearing this, the smile vanished from Fan Xingchong's face, replaced by a look of dread. "You have 10 seconds to consider." "All right, I agree." Fan Xingchong gritted his teeth, steeling himself to comply. It appeared to be a choice, yet in reality, there was no option. Refusal meant death. Consent offered a slim chance of survival. "Take this." Li Chunin tossed a black pill to Fan Xingchong. "What is this?" Fan Xingchong hesitated to accept. Confusion etched on his features. "Poison," Li Chunin replied succinctly. Terror washed over Fan Xingchong's face as he contemplated discarding it, yet he dared not. Feeling as if he were holding a scalding hot potato. "Consume it, and once you have annihilated the other 7 factions, come find me for the antidote." This was a poison concocted by Li Chunin himself, named 7 Days Wither. After ingestion, the poison would manifest in 7 days, and without the antidote, one's internal organs would wither and perish. As a skilled physician, creating poison was a trivial task for Li Chunin. Holding the black pill, Fan Xingchong was engulfed in hesitation and struggle, but ultimately, he gritted his teeth and swallowed it. He had no other choice. "Get out. Remember, you have only 7 days." Li Chunin's voice was icy. Fan Xingchong limped away, one of his legs broken by Mutin. Li Chunin's maneuver of using a knife to slay from a distance was executed with finesse. Mutin hesitated. "Young master, if the Fan family truly eradicates the other factions, will you really spare them?" 7 Days Wither. "I have never concocted an antidote," Li Chunin stated flatly. With the destruction of Longjing Villa, it seemed Li Chunin would need to find a new place to reside. "Young master, you need not worry. You can continue to live here." The Longjing Villa area belonged to the Wreaking Consortium, which had just gifted the entire villa district to the young master 2 days prior. They also sent over 100 black cards from Swiss banks. Mutin believed the young master would not concern himself with such trivial matters. Hence she had not reported it to him immediately. The Wreaking Consortium. An image of a wealthy, elderly Western man surfaced in Li Chunin's mind. This man was indeed affluent. A super-rich individual with assets spanning the globe. Although he appeared modest in the mountains, his lifestyle was extravagantly luxurious. His greatest aspiration was to live to the age of 150, which he deemed the pinnacle of human longevity. However, upon arriving at Zhongnan Mountain, he realized his perspective was too narrow. Li Chang'an chose a nearby villa next to the one that had been destroyed. The Longjing Villa area, the finest in Haiqing, was unparalleled in its scale and opulence, with the entire district valued at over 1 billion. Not long after descending the mountain, Li Chang'an became a billionaire. While others clamored and schemed to obtain a 10 billion bounty, Li Chang'an acquired it effortlessly. Yet, regarding this immense wealth, his attitude remained nonchalant and indifferent. The events that transpired tonight at the Longjing Villa in Haiqing quickly spread, leaving the populace in shock. The Fan family, in alliance with 8 formidable factions, dispatched nearly 100 skilled assassins to eliminate Li Chang'an, only to face utter annihilation. Many factions, previously stirred to action, promptly extinguished any thoughts of involvement, realizing their own limitations. With the complete downfall of the Fan family's coalition, any attempt on their part would likely lead to their own demise, leaving little more than remnants behind. The 10 billion bounty set by the Han family was evidently not an easy prize to claim. At Longjing Villa, Li Chang'an busied himself with the preparation of various medicinal concoctions, utilizing an array of herbs that he had instructed his maid, Xiaolan, to procure. He inadvertently discovered that among the 4 maidens, Mei, Lan, Zhu, and Zhu, Xiaolan possessed a modest understanding of basic medical practices and pharmacology. "Master, I have prepared the medicines as per your request," Xiaolan announced, placing the completed potions on the table. Li Chang'an, holding a brush, glanced over to ensure that the preparations were correct before handing her another prescription. "Prepare the medicines according to this formula as well." "Understood, Master," Xiaolan replied, accepting the prescription to continue her work. "May I inquire what these medicines are for?" she asked, her curiosity piqued after having prepared several doses. "You will find out in due time," Li Chang'an responded cryptically, prompting Xiaolan to refrain from further questioning. At that moment, Peony entered, seemingly bearing news. However, noticing Li Chang'an's engrossed state, she chose to wait quietly. After a few minutes, Li Chang'an set down his brush and pointed to the prescriptions on the table. "Please ensure all these formulas are prepared." "Of course, Master," Xiaolan replied dutifully. Li Chang'an then turned to Peony, signaling for her to speak. As they exited the apothecary, Peony wasted no time in conveying her message. "Young Master, there is something you must know. Han Tianxing's only son has declared war upon hearing of his father's murder, vowing to avenge him and take your life." Another from the Han family. Li Chang'an furrowed his brow, having hoped that the events of that night would quell their aggression. "Are they truly compelling me to eradicate the Han family?" "Han Tianxing's son is not to be underestimated," Peony asserted, her tone carrying a weight of seriousness, indicating the significance of this news. Her emphasis suggested that this was no trivial matter worthy of mention at such a critical juncture. "What makes him special? Please elaborate," Li Chang'an replied, maintaining his calm demeanor. "Han Tianxing's son is Yi Tianqing." "Wait a moment," Li Chang'an interjected, interrupting Peony. "You did not misspeak, did you? It's Yi Tianqing, not Han Tianqing." "That is correct," Peony affirmed with a nod. "Han Tianxing's son is indeed named Yi Tianqing. After marrying into the Yi family of Shidu, he adopted their surname." Upon hearing these words, Li Chang'an's expression turned peculiar. "A mere son-in-law," Muden continued, elucidating that Yi Tianqing, though not formidable in his own right, could leverage his status as a son-in-law to harness the power of the Yi family in Shidu against the young master. The Yi family is one of the top 10 clans in Shidu, possessing profound heritage, with military prowess ranking 3rd. Relying on the Yi family's influence, Yi Tianqing has ascended to the position of a 3-star general in the Great Xia, commanding a formidable army. After listening to Muden's detailed account, Li Chang'an remained unfazed. "Am I to fear such a trifling son-in-law? If Yi Tianqing dares to come, I shall not hesitate to strike him down. What of the Yi family, one of the top 10 clans in Shidu? Anger me, and I shall obliterate them as well." Li Chang'an's words were imbued with an overwhelming arrogance, exuding a fearlessness that knew no bounds. In the Jiangxing military district, a thunderous roar suddenly echoed through the skies. The countenance of those within the district shifted dramatically, as they had not received prior notification of military aircraft landing today. Moreover, it was not a designated day for drills. Thus the presence of any aircraft was unexpected. What could be the cause of this? Report to the commander. It appears to be a fighter jet from the Xiadu military district. The individual's expression changed. The Xiadu military district, one of the 3 major military zones of the Great Xia. How could their fighter jets be here? Has some significant figure arrived? As the crowd moved outside, They gazed upward. At an altitude of 100 meters, a state-of-the-art fighter jet appeared, emblazoned with the insignia of the Shadu military district. No one dared to impede the approach of Shadu's aircraft. The fighter jet swiftly descended and landed with a thud. The hatch swung open, revealing a young man of remarkable stature, donned in military attire, emanating an extraordinary presence. A smile graced his face as he waved and greeted, "Hello, everyone. It's been a while." The collective expression of the military personnel shifted in astonishment. Yi Tianqing. How could he have returned? However, it quickly dawned on them. Yi Tianqing had returned to avenge his father. Wei Xiaodong, the head of the Jiangxing military district, approached him with a smile. "Tianqing, so it is you. I was wondering who it could be." The sudden appearance of the Shadu fighter jet startled me. Yi Tianqing had initially departed from the Jiangxing military district, and Wei Xiaodong was his superior, maintaining a relatively amicable relationship. "Uncle Wei, I apologize for the abruptness. Circumstances are urgent, and I didn't have the chance to notify you in advance." Yi Tianqing replied with a smile. "Haha, no worries. We are all aware of the situation." Wei Xiaodong chuckled heartily. "Welcome back. Please, take a moment to rest." Some recognized Yi Tianqing, while others did not. Yet, upon witnessing the camaraderie between him and Commander Wei, the crowd felt reassured. Yi Tianqing, however, shook his head and said, "No, I must head directly to Haiqing. I would appreciate it, Uncle Wei, if you could arrange a vehicle for me." "Certainly, I shall prepare one for you." Wei Xiaodong promptly agreed. After a moment of contemplation, Yi Tianqing added, "There is another matter I must trouble you with, Uncle Wei." Wei Xiaodong nodded. "Tianqing, speak freely." Yi Tianqing murmured softly. He had returned this time to exact vengeance for his father. He has thoroughly investigated and discovered that the perpetrator responsible for his father's murder resides in Haiqing, named Li Chunin. Meanwhile, at Haiqing Airport, a flight arriving from the bustling metropolis lands. A few minutes later, a stunning woman adorned with sunglasses emerges from the airport. As she retrieves her phone, a message catches her eye, and her expression hardens, her delicate features freezing in fury. "How dare they touch my junior brother? They are courting death." In Longjing Villa, a vehicle bearing the license plate of the Jiangxing military district arrives, halting amidst a desolate ruin. Yi Tianqing steps out of the car, surveying the devastation with a puzzled expression. The records indicate that the murderer of his father, Li Chunin, resides here, yet it appears to be nothing but rubble. Surely, the investigative data cannot be incorrect? Yi Tianqing inquires of his two bodyguards. Indeed, Li Chunin resides in Villa number 9 of Longjing, one bodyguard confirms. But does this wreckage seem habitable? Yi Tianqing furrows his brow, having traveled a great distance from Shedu solely to avenge his father, only to find himself unable to locate his enemy. At that moment, a woman in a pink dress approaches. She regards Yi Tianqing and his companions, speaking, "My master requests your presence. Please follow me." Yet, Yi Tianqing remains motionless, fixated on the woman. Her extraordinary aura and exquisite beauty suggest she is no ordinary person, and he wonders how she has appeared here so unexpectedly. "Who is your master?" Yi Tianqing inquires, his brow knitting in concern. The woman replies nonchalantly, "My master is Li Chunin." Upon hearing this name, Yi Tianqing's eyes widen in astonishment, a wave of incredulity washing over him. The very person he seeks to eliminate not only does not evade him, but has also sought him out, extending an invitation. Was this a death wish? Clearly, Xiaomei has no intention of waiting, as she strides forward without pause. After a brief hesitation, Yi Tianqing hastens to follow her, with his two bodyguards trailing closely behind. Under the guidance of the woman in pink, Yi Tianqing finds himself at a villa adjacent to the ruins. Upon entering the villa and reaching the living room, he spots a young man dressed in black seated in the main seat, accompanied by a beautiful woman in green who is preparing tea. The sight of this young man causes Yi Tianqing's pupils to dilate slightly. He bears an uncanny resemblance to the photograph he has studied. This is undoubtedly the Li Chunin he intends to eliminate. "You must be Yi Tianqing," Li Chunin remarks, savoring his tea before setting down his cup and glancing indifferently at the visitor. "It is I," Yi Tianqing responds. "Have some tea." Li Chunin gestures towards the seat opposite him. Yi Tianqing is perplexed by Li Chunin's nonchalance. He has come to kill him, yet Li Chunin appears utterly unperturbed. This is entirely contrary to the script he had anticipated. After a moment's hesitation, he takes a seat across from Li Chunin. Xiaozhu gently pours tea and presents it to Yi Tianqing. Instinctively, He lifts the cup and takes a small sip. You intend to kill me, Li Chunin suddenly states. Indeed. You murdered my father, and I seek vengeance. Yi Tianqing fixes his gaze on Li Chunin, his eyes betraying an unmistakable murderous intent. However, Li Qinggan swiftly shifted the conversation. What is it like to be a son-in-law? Must you even change your surname? Have you forgotten your roots? Does your father still recognize you as his son? His words cut deep, striking at the very heart. Enough. Yi Tianqing, feeling the sting of those words, erupted in fury, slamming his hand onto the table, causing tea to splash everywhere. The notion of being a son-in-law had always been a thorn in Yi Tianqing's side, yet few dared to speak of it or provoke him. Angry, Li Qinggan chuckled coldly. He did not disdain son-in-laws, but he scorned the man who would go so far as to change his surname. In this day and age, it is said one should not provoke a son-in-law lightly, for one can never gauge the depth of power that lies within the one they look down upon. Yet Li Qinggan remained indifferent, no matter how formidable. He felt he could easily crush him underfoot. I will kill you, Yi Tianqing roared, unleashing his formidable martial prowess as a grand master. Since ascending within the Yi family, he had been endowed with ample resources for cultivation, coupled with his innate talent, propelling his martial strength to unprecedented heights. At over 30 years old, few in the Yi family possessed such prowess, thus they held great expectations for him. In a fit of rage, Yi Tianqing hurled a punch aimed at Li Qinggan's head, the force of his blow slicing through the air. However, in the next moment, Yi Tianqing's face paled as he suddenly spat blood, his vital energy in disarray. Staring at Li Qinggan in disbelief, he ground his teeth in furious accusation. You poisoned me. Yi Tianqing realized with horror that he had indeed been poisoned. Li Qinggan merely smiled serenely. I was just experimenting with some newly concocted medicines. Fury consumed Yi Tianqing as he longed to tear Li Qinggan apart, horrified at the thought of being used as a test subject. He recognized that the poison must have come from the cup of tea he had consumed, yet a chilling thought struck him. Li Qinggan had also drunk the tea. Why was he unharmed? Yi Tianqing's mind raced, struggling to comprehend how Li Qinggan remained unscathed. You drank the tea too. Why are you unaffected? His eyes bore into Li Qinggan's, seeking answers. Oh, it's because I am immune to all poisons, Li Qinggan replied with a nonchalant tone. Those words nearly made Yi Tianqing retch again. Li Qinggan had studied medicine and the art of herbal concoction on the mountain, often testing remedies on himself, inadvertently fortifying his constitution to become impervious to toxins. Vile scoundrel, despicable and shameless, Yi Tianqing bellowed in outrage. Li Qinggan, however, paid no heed to the tirade. Unconcerned with the opinions of others, confident in his own strength. With a decisive kick, Li Qinggan sent Yi Tianqing sprawling to the ground, pinning him beneath his foot. Release the commander. Yi Tianqing's two loyal guards, witnessing the scene, surged forward in fury toward Li Qinggan. Xiao Mei and Xiao Zhu, the two women, swiftly drew their soft swords, charging at the guards. The four illustrious women, Mei, Lan, Zhu, and Zhu, possess extraordinary prowess, rendering them formidable opponents even to the most adept masters. In mere moments, two jets of blood erupted as Yi Tianqing's two personal guards were swiftly dispatched by the two women, their throats severed in an instant. I will kill you. I will kill you. Yi Tianqing's expression twisted with rage as he witnessed the demise of his guards. However, due to the poison coursing through his veins, he was unable to summon his inner energy. Any attempt to do so would risk severe injury to his meridians, jeopardizing his future cultivation and potentially reducing him to a mere shell of his former self. Silence. Li Qinggan pressed his foot firmly onto Yi Tianqing's face, effectively silencing him. Stop this. At that moment, an individual burst into the villa from outside, none other than Wei Zhaodong, the commander of the Jiangxing military district. Li Qinggan, release Tianqing at once. He is not someone you can provoke. By killing him, you will incur the wrath of the Yi family in Xidu and the 3rd military district of Daxia. Before Li Qinggan could respond, Yi Tianqing yelled, Wei Zhaodong, stop with the nonsense. I, as a 3-star general of the Xidu military district, command you to let the troops come in and eliminate Li Qinggan. I want him dead. And his entire family too. Yi Tianqing's face contorted with rage, never having endured such humiliation before. The only way to assuage his fury was through the death of Li Qinggan. At this moment, his desire for vengeance was no longer solely for his father. Wei Zhaodong hesitated. Yi Tianqing continued to shout, Wei Zhaodong, are you defying my orders? Do you wish to relinquish your position as commander of the military district? Wei Xiaodong's expression shifted, and he promptly seized his walkie-talkie, declaring, "All troops, mobilize." No sooner had he spoken than the ground trembled as military vehicles rolled into the Longjing Villa area. Fully armed soldiers disembarked from the vehicles, charging toward the villa's entrance. The Jiangqing military district, comprising 30,000 troops, surged forth with formidable might, a well-trained force akin to an iron tide, exuding an air of lethal intent. "Ha ha, Li Qinggan, your doom is sealed. You are finished, ha 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 ha." Yi Tianqing's face was a mask of madness. He had come to Haiqing to kill Li Qinggan, and to ensure success, he had requested the mobilization of troops from the Jiangqing military district. Initially, he had thought such measures would be unnecessary, yet here they were, fully deployed. However, before the 30,000 Jiangqing troops, Li Qinggan remained unperturbed. "Ha ha ha, Li Qinggan, are you afraid now? Release me, and perhaps I shall allow you to remain whole." Before Yi Tianqing could finish his taunt, a sudden, commanding voice rang out. "Seeking death? Let me see who dares to harm my junior brother." With that, a striking figure charged in, accompanied by a gleaming azure sword light. The woman, wielding her blade, plunged into the ranks of the Jiangqing troops, leaving a trail of devastation in her wake. Wei Xiaodong, filled with trepidation, was bewildered by the identity of this formidable woman, whose strength was astonishing. Witnessing the carnage among the Jiangqing soldiers brought him great anguish. In stark contrast, Li Qinggan's eyes sparkled with delight upon recognizing her. Sixth senior sister. Unexpectedly, the sixth sister, Mu Qingge, appeared here. Li Chunin had been cultivating on Zhongnan Mountain, where he had gained 6 elder sisters and 1 younger sister. The 6 elder sisters had descended the mountain earlier than he, and he shared a profound bond with both the elder sisters and the younger sister. After a period of separation, he felt a sense of longing. At this moment, the arrival of the 6th sister resembled a scene of a beautiful woman saving a hero. Although he did not require her rescue, Li Chunin felt a twinge of emotion. Mu Qingge held the Qinglian sword, infusing her true energy into the blade, which flowed like water. As her energy surged, the sword's tip gradually emitted a radiant blue light, resembling a lotus blooming quietly at its peak. With her whole being glowing in azure, she moved gracefully as if dancing like a blue lotus. Once the Jiangqing army regained their wits, they pulled the trigger, unleashing a torrential hail of bullets, yet they could not even graze the hem of Mu Qingge's attire as she effortlessly evaded their fire. The Qinglian sword blossomed with azure lotuses, mercilessly reaping the lives of the Jiangqing soldiers. Li Chunin quietly admired his 6th sister, who was as beautiful as a blue lotus. Mu Qingge advanced as if traversing an uninhabited realm, cleaving through 30,000 soldiers with ease, carving a bloody path until she reached the villa. "Junior brother," Mu Qingge exclaimed, her face alight with excitement and joy. "Sixth sister," Li Chunin responded with a smile. "Come here, let me embrace you. I've missed you dearly." Without a hint of reserve, Mu Qingge lunged toward Li Chunin. He had no choice but to release the leaf beneath his feet, Yi Tianqing, and embrace Mu Qingge. The faint fragrance of her body, reminiscent of a blue lotus, enveloped him as Mu Qingge held him tightly, allowing him to feel her softness. Yet, Mu Qingge seemed oblivious, as if she wished to meld Li Chunin into her very being. After a prolonged embrace, she reluctantly let go of him. "Junior brother, you descend the mountain without visiting your sister, prompting me to seek you out myself." Mu Qingge chided him playfully. Li Chunin scratched his nose with a smile. "I was busy with matters that kept me occupied. Your sister will resolve it." Mu Qingge's gaze turned icy as she fixed her eyes on Yi Tianqing. "It's you who sought to harm my junior brother. Who are you?" Yi Tianqing, standing beside Wei Xiaodong, wore a grim expression. He did not recognize this mysterious woman who had suddenly emerged, but from her prior exchange with Li Chunin, it was evident that she was his elder sister. "You have no right to know who I am." Mu Qingge's voice was frigid, devoid of the tenderness she had shown Li Chunin moments ago. "I ask you, are you the one who wished to kill my junior brother?" "Indeed, it is I who desires to slay Li Chunin. He killed my father, and I must." A streak of azure light flashed. Yi Tianqing's words were abruptly cut off. His eyes widened in disbelief as he slowly lowered his gaze. There, a blue long sword had pierced through his heart. "Tianqing," Wei Xiaodong cried out in terror from the side. "Sister." Li Chunin was equally taken aback. Mu Qingge had slain Yi Tianqing with a single stroke, granting him no opportunity for further words. To wish harm upon my junior brother is to invite death. Muchinga's voice was icy, her words commanding. With a swift retraction of her sword, Yi Tianqing slowly collapsed, engulfed by despair and disbelief, unable to comprehend his fate. Was he truly destined to perish in such a manner? Not by the hands of Li Chunin, but rather at the hands of a woman whose name he did not even know. How could she, a mere woman, dare to take the life of Yi Tianqing, the son-in-law of the Yi family in Shedu? Vengeance, vengeance, Yi Tianqing murmured, clinging to that final obsession as his life force waned. Yi Tianqing was dead. The son-in-law of the Yi family in Shidu had met his end. Wei Xiaodong's expression was filled with trepidation, his gaze vacant. It was over, utterly finished. With Yi Tianqing's demise, he too would face repercussions. His position as the head of the Jiangxing military district was surely untenable, and he might even be in danger of losing his life. However, neither Li Chunin nor the woman who had slain Yi Tianqing would escape unscathed. They would face the terrifying wrath of the Yi family. The murder of the Yi family as son-in-law would not go unpunished. Wei Xiaodong cast a final glance at Li Chunin and Muchinga, then silently lifted Yi Tianqing's lifeless body, uttering not a word as he retreated with the remaining forces of Jiangxing. Senior sister, it should have been me who killed Yi Tianqing. This will only implicate you. Li Chunin addressed Muchinga. What nonsense about implicating me? If you speak such words to senior sister, I shall be displeased. Muchinga feigned anger. Li Chunin found himself both amused and exasperated. He understood that this was simply her nature. Junior brother, spare me the chatter. I will bear the burden of this matter. Muchinga asserted. Li Chunin felt a surge of emotion. His senior sister must have been acutely aware of the repercussions of her actions, yet she acted without hesitation. If the Yi family seeks revenge, let them come for me. I am not afraid. If necessary, I can rally my other senior sisters to obliterate the Yi family. Muchinga, with her audacious spirit, matched Li Chunin in fearlessness. Neither of them seemed to take the situation to heart. Junior brother, senior sister has traveled a great distance from Modu to see you. Will you not treat her to a grand feast? Muchinga inquired with a beaming smile directed at Li Chunin. Li Chunin replied with a grin. Of course. I shall personally prepare a banquet for you, senior sister. Splendid. It has been ages since I savored the dishes crafted by you, junior brother. Muchinga exclaimed, her delight and anticipation genuine. Her fondness for his culinary skills was unmistakable. On the summit of Zhongnan Mountain, there resided a recluse who was a connoisseur of fine cuisine. Having sampled delicacies from around the globe and honing his skills as a master chef, Li Chunin had learned much from him, his culinary prowess eclipsing that of many so-called Michelin chefs. Moreover, he innovated by integrating medicinal knowledge into his cooking, creating dishes that were not only delectable but also healthful and beautifying. Both his senior sister and master had a profound appreciation for Li Chunin's medicinal cuisine. Li Chunin compiled a list of ingredients needed and instructed a maid to procure them. Junior brother, you have just descended the mountain, and yet you indulge in such a lavish lifestyle. Muchinga remarked, alluding to the four maidens, Mei, Lan, Zhu, and Zhu, who attended to him. Senior sister, do not misconstrue. They are merely responsible for my daily needs, Li Chunin clarified. I cannot believe that you, with your penchant for beauty, can remain so composed. Muchinga cast a sidelong glance at Li Chingan, who protested vehemently against the injustice. In the spacious and well-lit kitchen, Li Chingan donned an apron, preparing a sumptuous feast for the evening, with the maid Xiao Ju assisting him. Typically, it was Xiao Ju who cooked, as her culinary skills were commendable. However, after witnessing Li Chingan's prowess today, she felt somewhat overshadowed. Master, I had no idea your culinary skills were so exceptional, Xiao Ju remarked, washing vegetables while gazing at Li Chingan with admiration. He was skillfully chopping ingredients with a masterful technique, fluid and rhythmic, a sight to behold. I have many more skills yet to reveal. You will come to know them in time, Li Chingan replied without looking up. Xiao Ju nodded gently. During this period, being with her master felt more blissful than her previous days at the Orchid Palace. As night fell, Muchinga inhaled the enticing aromas wafting from the kitchen, her mouth watering as she swallowed several times. She had ventured into the kitchen multiple times, only to be shooed away by Li Chingan, who was well aware that sixth senior sister's cooking skills were top-notch, capable of turning the kitchen into chaos even with a simple fried egg. Finally, the dishes were ready, a lavish spread, all crafted by Li Chingan, featuring 3 of Muchinga's favorite medicinal dishes, known for their nourishing and beautifying properties. Junior brother. I adore you. Mu Chinga exclaimed excitedly, her hand reaching for an exceptionally succulent shrimp. Wash your hands first. Li Chingan interjected, playfully swatting her hand away. You sound just like my mother. Mu Chinga shot him a resentful glance. You can call me Dad, he retorted cheekily. Dream on. Mu Chinga made a face and hurried off to wash her hands. This is delicious, absolutely divine. The shrimp, the abalone, and this medicinal dish, everything I love. She gushed. Junior brother, I wish I could have your cooking every day. Li Chingan replied with a grin. If we ate like this daily, we'd end up as plump as pigs. I want to get fat. To prove her point, Mu Chinga cinched her clothes, showcasing her slender waist. However, this posture inadvertently accentuated her ample figure, drawing Li Chingan's gaze involuntarily. You naughty junior brother, so lecherous. Mu Chinga noticed his stare and shot him a glare. Clearing his throat, Li Chingan proposed, Sister, let us toast. He filled her cup with wine, and they clinked their glasses gently. Cheers. May you grow ever more beautiful. And I wish you, junior brother, to become increasingly handsome. Li Chingan invited the four maidens, Mei, Lan, Zhu, and Ju, to join them for dinner, but they adamantly refused, insisting on maintaining decorum. Li Chingan was somewhat exasperated. This was not ancient times. Such archaic views were unacceptable, and he resolved to take the time to educate them and change their mindset. Both Li Chingan and Mu Chinga had consumed quite a bit of wine. Yet due to their cultivation, their capacity for alcohol was impressive, leaving them merely slightly tipsy. Mu Chinga's cheeks were tinted with a delicate flush, her eyes hazy, rendering her even more alluring. Junior brother, I noticed that your villa has an indoor hot spring. Let us indulge in the warmth together. The slightly intoxicated Mu Chinga tugged at Li Chunin, leading him towards the indoor spring. Senior sister, you are inebriated, Li Chunin remarked, a mix of amusement and exasperation on his face. Even if they were to enjoy the hot spring, it should be done separately. Why feel shy? We are on the mountain. You have peeped at me bathing before. Li Chunin retorted, Senior sister, you cannot falsely accuse me. I have no such recollection. Well, I don't remember either. In the indoor hot spring, steam enveloped them. Reluctantly, Li Chunin was pulled in by his senior sister. Ah, this feels delightful. Mu Chinga's slender arms gracefully splashed the water, her face a portrait of ecstasy, accompanied by soft, melodic sighs. The four maidens, Mei, Lan, Zhu, and Ju, clad in sheer silk, served them at the side, the spacious hot spring alleviating concerns of crowding. Surrounded by beauty, Li Chunin's tone turned somewhat melancholic. Senior sister, where did you acquire that swimsuit? I bought it while you were cooking. Mu Chinga replied with a mischievous smile. The pale blue two-piece swimsuit accentuated her enviable figure, her skin as fair as snow. Li Chunin thought to himself, so this was premeditated. It all makes sense now. Are you disappointed, junior brother? Mu Chinga winked playfully, her smile radiant. Li Chunin shook his head. Not at all. Really? Do you wish to see? Mu Chinga teased, her delicate hand resting on the swimsuit's tie, as if a gentle tug could cause it to slip away. Senior sister, please don't. Li Chunin protested, though his gaze remained fixed, eager for a glimpse. Huh. You wishful thinker. Mu Chinga laughed, splashing water at him. Senior sister, if you dare to tease me, just wait until I get my hands on you. Li Chunin feigned anger as he lunged towards Mu Chinga. Ah, junior brother, don't come any closer. The two engaged in playful banter, water splashing around them. Li Chunin felt as if he were a foolish monarch neglecting state affairs. Meanwhile, news of Yi Tianqing's death swiftly reached the Yi family. In the summer capital, the Yi family erupted in fury upon learning that Yi Tianqing's wife had fainted from the grief of the news. The family quickly set out to uncover the truth. Wei Xiaodong, the head of the Jiangqing military district, was dismissed from his position. The Yi family dispatched skilled individuals to hunt down the murderer, seeking vengeance for Yi Tianqing. In Haicheng, at Longjing Villa, Mu Chinga was soundly asleep when her phone's ringing abruptly stirred her. Reluctantly, she answered the call. Who is this? A serious voice, belonging to a middle-aged man, echoed through the phone. You have killed Yi Tianqing, the son-in-law of the Yi family. Upon hearing this, Mu Chinga became somewhat more alert. I did it. She confessed without denial. You. The voice on the other end seethed with suppressed rage. You must be insane to kill the Yi family's son-in-law. Do you understand the consequences of your actions? The events have spread throughout the Yi family in Xiadu. The Yi family is not planning to let the murderer escape easily. They have dispatched skilled individuals to seek vengeance for Yi Tianqing. Mu Chinga moved her phone away from her ear. The furious voice on the other end of the line persisted for a full 5 minutes. Dad, are you finished? Mu Chinga scoffed, her expression one of haughty disdain. A mere son-in-law of the Yi family. Killing him was trivial. It was her father on the line. What were you thinking? Utterly foolish. You know the power of the Xiadu Yi family. They rank third in the military district, with the backing of the war god temple. Who can expect anything good after offending them? I fear them not. Mu Chinga replied coldly. Yi Tianqing sought to kill my junior brother. How could I possibly let him go? I do not regret killing Yi Tianqing. Even if given 1,000 opportunities, I would do it 1,000 times over. Her tone was resolute, devoid of remorse. What is so special about your junior brother Li Chunin that you would go to such lengths for him? He is better than you. He deserves it. He cooks for me, dotes on me, while you only drive my mother to her grave. Mu Chinga shouted, her eyes reddening. Silence fell on the other end, and after a long pause, her father's voice returned. Xiaoqing, will you come home? Regardless, I will shield you from the wrath of the Yi family. Not necessary. I will bear this alone. Mu Chinga firmly rejected. Xiaoqing, you cannot withstand this. Mind your own business. This is my affair. The voice on the other end softened. Xiaoqing, please listen. On the day your mother passed away, you ran away to Zhongnan Mountain to cultivate, and after your return, you forged your own path. I have always known what you were thinking and did not interfere. But this time, please come back, all right? I do not wish to lose you after losing your mother. This is my matter. You need not concern yourself. It has nothing to do with you. If the Yi family seeks vengeance, let it be directed at me. Mu Chinga's tone remained unwavering. Xiaoqing, you cannot withstand the wrath of the Yi family. And your junior brother, even if Yi Tianqing was killed by you, do you think the Yi family will spare him? Upon hearing this, a glimmer of cold murderous intent flickered in her eyes. She retorted with a sneer, Mu Hongxian, you are utterly ignorant of what I have endured in Zhongnan Mountain over the past few years, the transformations I have undergone. Your perception of the world is as limited as that of a frog at the bottom of a well. What of the Xiadu Yi family? Or their rank in the military district? What of the war god temple? I, Mu Chinga, along with my junior brother and senior sister, can extinguish them all if provoked. With those words, Mu Chinga abruptly ended the call. A gentle knock sounded at the door. Li Chunin entered the room. Senior sister, what happened? He inquired, somewhat puzzled, as he had heard raised voices moments before. Nothing. Mu Chinga shook her head, forcing a smile. She chose not to share the matter with Li Chunin, wishing to spare him unnecessary worry. Have you made me breakfast? I am quite hungry, she said with a smile. Having prepared a heartfelt breakfast, Li Chunin remarked, my dear junior, you are wonderful. I adore you. Mu Chinga, rushing towards Li Chunin, aimed to kiss him. With a look of disdain, Li Chunin retorted, sister, you have yet to brush your teeth. Wretched junior, how dare you criticize me? I am a little fairy, radiating sweetness. The result was that Mu Chinga accidentally splattered Li Chunin with saliva. After their meal, the maid, Xiao Mei, turned to Li Chunin and said, Master, someone is looking for you outside. Who is it? Li Chunin frowned, perplexed by the early morning disturbance. I do not know. They refused to disclose their identity. Merely insisting on seeing you, Xiao Mei replied. Mu Chinga furrowed her brow, pondering whether the Yi family had hastened their efforts to seek vengeance. Let us go and see. Li Chunin rose and made his way towards the villa's exit, with Mu Chinga closely trailing behind, ready to retaliate if indeed it was the Yi family seeking retribution. Upon stepping outside, they encountered 5 strangers, 4 men and 1 woman, whose formidable presence indicated they were martial artists of considerable rank, surpassing the master level. Who are you? Li Chunin demanded coldly, having no acquaintance with these individuals. Mu Chinga discreetly harnessed her inner energy, prepared to strike should they be agents of the Yi family. You are Li Chunin? The leader, a man in his 40s, scrutinized Li Chunin with a chilling gaze. We are from the Tianjiang Pavilion of Daxia. I am Lu Kenghui, the head of the Haiqing branch. You are suspected of murdering Tianjiang Zhao Wudi. We are here to formally arrest you. Should you resist, we shall kill you without hesitation. Lu Kenghui's voice was icy. To substantiate his identity and purpose, he produced the Tianjiang Pavilion credentials and a formal arrest warrant. Upon hearing the mention of the Tianjiang Pavilion, Mu Chinga was momentarily taken aback, relaxing her taut nerves and ceasing her energy circulation, yet her expression soon turned peculiar. Zhao Wudi? I have never heard of him, Li Chunin remarked, perplexed about when he had allegedly slain this Zhao Wudi. The countenance of Lu Kenghui and his companions darkened. It was unclear whether Li Channon genuinely did not remember or was feigning ignorance. Regardless, either scenario was an affront to them. It was only when Xiao Mei interjected that Li Channon recalled, "Master, it must be Zhao Wudi from the Zhao family of Haiqing." Realization dawned on him. The Zhao family he had annihilated did indeed have a member named Zhao Wudi, who also claimed the title of Tianjiang. He had not deemed such an insignificant figure worthy of remembrance, especially since he was now deceased. "Ah, I remember now. I did kill him. An insignificant waste from the Zhao family who dared to call himself invincible," Li Channon stated nonchalantly. "Admit it, then. Capture him," Lu Qinghui commanded. The other 4 Tianjiang members prepared to seize Li Channon. To ensure Li Channon's capture, Lu Qinghui had summoned all the Tianjiang from Haiqing. "Let us see who dares to lay a hand on my junior brother." Mu Qingge interjected coldly, initially believing them to be from the Yi family, only to discover they were from the Tianjiang pavilion. "Who are you?" Lu Qinghui furrowed his brow as he gazed at Mu Qingge, declaring that he would punish those who obstructed the affairs of the Heavenly General Pavilion. "What audacity! How dare you speak to me in such a manner? You, the head of the Heavenly General Pavilion in Haiqing, are dismissed. Leave at once." Mu Qingge's voice resonated with authority, her presence commanding. At her words, Lu Qinghui erupted in laughter, exclaiming, "What a joke! What makes you think you have the right to dismiss me? If you wish to intimidate, you ought to choose a different approach." As she spoke, Mu Qingge produced a golden notebook from her possession. The cover of this golden tome bore the same emblem of the Heavenly General Pavilion as the red identification Lu Qinghui had previously displayed. Upon seeing the golden book, Lu Qinghui's expression shifted dramatically, and the others around him were equally astonished, their disbelief palpable. "See, Commander," Lu Qinghui stammered, unable to comprehend the situation. Mu Qingge's voice turned icy as she declared, "I am the commander of the Heavenly General Pavilion, the Azure Lotus Sword Immortal, Mu Qingge." The Heavenly General Pavilion was led by 10 commanders, who were superior to the generals themselves, wielding authority second only to that of the pavilion master. Indeed, the commanders possessed the power to dismiss generals. Lu Qinghui, unable to fathom that this young woman, barely in her 20s, could be the commander, suddenly recalled a rumor circulating within the pavilion, that last year, the youngest commander in history had emerged, and she was a woman. He had never had the privilege to meet the commander nor the opportunity to verify the truth of the rumors. Yet now, as he beheld her, the truth was laid bare before him. In that moment, Lu Qinghui felt despair wash over him, wondering how he could be so unfortunate. "I pay my respects to the commander." He quickly knelt, his face a mask of reverence. Regret flooded him as he realized he had offended the commander. The other generals behind him followed suit, bowing in submission. "Li Qinggan is my junior brother. Anyone who dares to harm him should contemplate the consequences." Mu Qingge surveyed the crowd, her tone frosty. "Commander, we apologize. We were unaware beforehand. Rest assured, the Heavenly Generals of Haiqing will not trouble your junior brother in the future," Lu Qinghui hastily assured her. As for the death of Zhao Wudi, they would label it as an accidental demise. "Begone," Mu Qingge commanded coldly. Lu Qinghui and his companions promptly departed, relieved to have retained their positions. Mu Qingge did not wish to overly complicate matters for them, understanding they were merely following protocol. However, when one's power and strength are sufficiently formidable, rules may be bent or broken. "Junior brother, why do you gaze at me in such a manner?" Mu Qingge noticed Li Qinggan looking at her with an odd expression, as if trying to see through her. "Sister, when did you become the commander of the Heavenly Generals?" Li Qinggan inquired, curiosity evident in his voice. He had been unaware that his 6th sister harbored such an esteemed identity. Mu Qingge casually explained, "It was last year. A commander offended me, and I dealt with him accordingly. After being bested, he was not content and sought assistance from another, who was also a commander. The outcome, of course, was that your stunningly beautiful senior sister effortlessly subdued the two of them once again. As events unfolded, the Celestial Hall took a keen interest in me, relentlessly insisting that I assume the role of their commander. Unable to withstand their persistent entreaties, I reluctantly acquiesced to their demands to serve as the commander of the Celestial Hall." Mu Qingge spoke in a casual tone, seemingly indifferent, as if the title of commander were not a mark of honor, but rather a form of constraint. Li Channon realized that his senior sister was even more adept at feigning nonchalance than he was. "Junior brother, are you interested in the Celestial Hall? Would you like me to arrange a celestial identity for you? Or perhaps I could return and discuss it with the old hall master, allowing you to become the commander yourself? If all else fails, I could even relinquish my position to you. It was likely that her last statement reflected her true intentions. No, senior sister. Li Chanan shook his head. I have no interest in the Celestial Hall, nor in anything celestial, especially the position of commander. You should keep it for your own amusement. Junior brother, the Celestial Hall is actually quite splendid. Imagine the prestige of being the commander. Just look at those fellows from earlier. When they saw me reveal my identity, they nearly soiled themselves. Mu Chinga blinked, enticingly coaxing him. Li Chanan was not easily swayed by his sister's persuasion. The coveted identity of commander, which many yearned for and could not attain, had been reduced to a mere nuisance in the eyes of these two. It was likely worth even less than a head of cabbage at the market. In the afternoon, senior sister, are you really leaving so soon? Li Chanan was taken aback when he heard Mu Chinga announce her return to Modu. Mu Chinga nodded. There are matters in Modu that require my attention. Is it related to the Celestial Hall? Li Chanan inquired. Ultimately, he had not agreed to take over Mu Chinga's position as commander. Sort of, Mu Chinga replied vaguely. Very well. I shall visit you in Modu when I have the time. Li Chanan felt a pang of reluctance at his senior sister's swift departure. Agreed. If you don't come to see me, I'll have my way with you. Mu Chinga raised her tiny fist, declaring playfully. Li Chanan chuckled. Senior sister, would you truly dare to strike me? Mu Chinga raised an eyebrow. Let us see. The two shared laughter, momentarily easing the melancholy of their parting. As the maid, Xiao Zhu, drove, Li Chanan accompanied Mu Chinga to the airport. Junior brother, I'm leaving now. Come here for one last hug. Mu Chinga suddenly embraced Li Chanan tightly. Senior sister, be gentle. Are you trying to crush me? Li Chanan exclaimed, both exasperated and amused. Foul junior brother, it would serve you right. Mu Chinga released him, shooting him a glare. I will inform the old hall master about the incident involving the celestial being you dispatched. This should ensure that no one from the Celestial Hall will trouble you in the future. Thank you, senior sister. Li Chanan replied gratefully. Don't be so polite with me. It's asking for trouble. Mu Chinga playfully punched Li Chanan lightly, feigning annoyance. She then added, as for your godmother's matters, I will enlist the help of the Tianjiang Pavilion to investigate. We should have leads shortly, so do not fret. Li Chindan nodded gently. Having already informed Mu Chinga about Wen Shuman, albeit prompted by her inquiries. Moreover, he was aware that even if his senior sister had not asked, her capabilities would have certainly led her to uncover the truth. Junior brother, I must take my leave. Mu Chinga softly embraced Li Chindan one last time and placed a tender kiss on his lips before turning to depart. The moment her figure vanished from view, the smile on Li Chindan's face dissipated instantaneously. He turned to the maid, Xiao Zhu, and instructed, book a few tickets for tomorrow's flight to Modu. Xiao Zhu paused, surprised. Ah, master, are we going to Modu? Yes, to Modu, Li Chindan affirmed with a gentle nod. But, master, why are you not going with Miss Mu? Xiao Zhu remained puzzled. Do not ask so many questions, just do as instructed, Li Chindan replied without elaboration. Understood, master. Xiao Zhu ceased her inquiries and took out her phone to book the tickets. Senior sister, how well I understand you. Do you think I am unaware? Li Chindan mused internally. Mu Chinga's urgency to return to Modu was not due to pressing matters at Tianjiang Pavilion, but rather to confront the fury of the Yi family from Shidu. She had slain the Yi family's son-in-law, Yi Tianqing. How could the Yi family possibly let the perpetrator go unpunished? Mu Chinga's hasty departure was to shield Li Chindan from the impending storm. Yet, this burden was one he felt should rightfully be borne by himself. His senior sister wished to deflect the calamity and bear the wrath of the Yi family alone. How could Li Chindan stand idly by while Mu Chinga faced this tempest alone? Nightfall at Longjing Villa. Mutin returned, bearing new intelligence. Young master, I have uncovered significant clues, Mutin reported respectfully. Li Chindan nodded. Speak. Mutin had been investigating the One family's affairs, particularly the whereabouts of Wen Shuman. I have been tracking that mysterious individual, and ultimately, I discovered that, young master, your mother may have been taken to Modu. Li Chindan's expression sharpened at this revelation. Such coincidences often unfold in unexpected ways. He had intended to go to Modu as well. Xiao Zhu, book another ticket. Of course, master, the maid replied. Her gaze now filled with admiration. Master, your foresight is remarkable. You anticipated all of this and arranged the tickets in advance. Mutin, prepare yourself. We shall depart for Modu tomorrow, Li Chindan instructed. In Modu, at the Mingyang Chamber of Commerce, a middle-aged man in a suit entered the premises. His name was Jean Zhanya, a businessman with assets amounting to several hundred million. Recently, he had made a friend over drinks, and they had shared a delightful conversation, during which the friend introduced him to the Mingyang Chamber of Commerce. Initially, Jean Zhanya had no interest in joining, having never heard of the organization, until his friend discreetly revealed certain details. At first, Jean Zhanya approached the situation with skepticism. However, after his friend repeatedly assured him, his curiosity got the better of him, and he decided to join the Mingyang Business Association. The association had a considerable entry barrier, requiring a membership fee of 1 million, along with a recommendation from an insider. After paying the hefty fee, Jean Zhanya was successfully introduced by his friend and granted access to the association, receiving a mysterious black card, which bore only the number 163. Devoid of any other insignia, appearing at first glance to be an ordinary black card. Yet, it was this very card that led him into a shadowy world. Today marked his second visit to the Mingyang Business Association. After presenting his black card, a servant guided him through a series of stringent restrictions, ultimately arriving at a vast underground chamber. Jean Zhanya donned the mask prepared by the servant and ventured inside. To his surprise, it was an underground auction house known as the Nameless Auction. Here, one could acquire numerous illicit items, reminiscent of a black market, where most of the items traded were illegal. The Nameless Auction held monthly auctions, and today was Jean Zhanya's second attendance. Previously, he had spent 3 million to purchase a female slave, and today he sought to acquire another. The black card in his possession not only served as proof of his identity at the Nameless Auction, but also functioned as a trading card. Bidders were required to recharge their black cards, disguising the funds as gaming currency for transactions. At this moment, the auction venue was bustling with numerous attendees, all masked. For revealing one's true identity was forbidden in such a setting. Jean Zhanya casually took a seat, noting the presence of private boxes, accessible only to holders of the Supreme Black Card. His card was merely an ordinary one, and it was rumored that one needed to spend over 1 billion at the auction to obtain the Supreme Black Card. Though the attendees exchanged little conversation, the excitement, fervor, and unmistakable desire in their eyes, concealed beneath their masks, were palpable. The Nameless Auction operated under the principle that anything could be commodified. Users of the Supreme Black Card were entitled to bespoke services. What did these custom services entail? Whatever one desired, as long as the price was right. The Nameless Association could procure it, be it a person, power, or a specific item. As the auction was set to commence, the dim lighting revealed masked faces, resembling malevolent spirits dwelling in darkness. The atmosphere felt as though they were partaking in some sinister ritual, sending chills down one's spine. A figure cloaked entirely in black robes ascended the stage, also masked. She was the auctioneer, known only as the Black Rose, the enigmatic head of the Nameless Auction. Without any preamble, she immediately commenced the auction. Ladies and gentlemen, behold the first item of the evening. With that proclamation, several masked attendants brought forth a square object to the stage. The Black Rose lifted the dark cloth covering the stage, revealing a vast iron cage, within which an unclothed woman was imprisoned, shackled in chains and adorned with a collar. The woman's youthful visage bore a vacant, listless gaze, devoid of fear or shame. A large screen loomed above, displaying detailed information about this auction item. Below, a multitude of eyes, akin to those of malevolent spirits, fixated upon the screen, and the woman ensnared within the cage. The first item for bid was introduced, with a starting price of 2 million, each increment not to be less than 100,000. The voice of the Black Rose resonated with cold indifference. No sooner had her words fallen than bids began to emerge. 210,000, 220,000, 250,000. Jean Zhanya's gaze remained transfixed on the woman within the cage, his face, concealed behind a mask, twisted with excitement. This was precisely what he desired tonight. Even more perfect than his previous acquisition. 3 million. Jean Zhanya's voice, thick with exhilaration, faltered slightly. 310,000. Immediately, another bid was placed. 330,000. 350,000. For million. Madness danced in Jean Zhanya's eyes. He was determined to possess her. As the price reached 4 million, hesitation flickered, and no immediate bid was made. The host, Black Rose, calculated the time and announced, 4 million for the first time, 4 million for the second time, 4 million for the third time. Just as she was about to declare the item sold, a deafening crash resounded. The sturdy doors of the Nameless Auction House were breached from the outside, and a young man clad in black stormed in, exuding an aura of menace. His eyes ablaze with fury. Following closely behind him were several stunningly beautiful women, all bearing expressions of rage. The crowd was taken aback by this sudden upheaval. The auction house's response was swift, as several skilled fighters surged toward the intruders, seeking death. Li Chenan's eyes blazed with anger as he unleashed his inner energy, delivering a powerful punch. The terrifying force caused the skilled fighters of the auction house to explode, blood spraying forth. Ah, they've killed someone. Help! Ugh! The scene erupted into chaos, panic-stricken cries filling the air. Some attempted to flee, but the door was barred by Li Chenan and his companions, rendering escape impossible. Who is the Black Rose? Li Chenan's voice sliced through the tumult with icy precision. The host on stage trembled, and Li Chenan's starry gaze locked onto her. You are the Black Rose, he declared, his cold stare penetrating her. Through investigations, Peony had discovered that the enigmatic figure who abducted her godmother was a woman known as Black Rose. Following the clues, she had tracked her down to this dark auction house in the Magic City. Who are you? Do you know where you are? Intruders shall perish, Black Rose replied, her voice stern, her eyes beneath the mask fixed on Li Chenan. As her words fell, countless experts, clad entirely in black, charged toward Li Chenan and his allies. This time, the assailants were not merely a handful, but rather a multitude exceeding 100. Li Chenan unleashed the flying sword of the azure sky and the yellow springs, channeling his true energy into it. With a mere thought, a brilliant green sword light erupted, mercilessly reaping the lives of his foes. The four handmaidens, Mei Lan, Zhu, and Zhu, along with Peony, actively joined the fray, their cold glimmers striking down the adversaries. A path of blood was carved as Li Chenan steadily approached the Black Rose. Terror filled the Black Rose's eyes as she fixated on the sword radiating a verdant glow, struggling to comprehend the nature of this power. Desperate to flee, she dashed towards the backstage of the auction. In a flash, a shadow appeared before her. Li Chenan stood in her path, his right hand extending to seize her throat, lifting her off the ground. With his other hand, he removed the mask from her face, revealing a woman in her 30s, of average appearance, her eyes brimming with fear. Reveal the whereabouts of Schumann, and I shall spare your life. Li Chenan's voice was frigid. I do not know, the Black Rose stammered. Do you wish to experience a fate worse than death? Li Chenan's gaze was icy. The Black Rose fell silent, refusing to respond. 4 silver needles materialized in Li Chenan's hand, which he flicked gently, driving the needles into several acupoints on the Black Rose's body. The needles embedded deep within her flesh. Immovable. The Black Rose let out a piercing scream of agony. Li Chenan released her, and she collapsed to the ground, writhing in pain, her visage contorted. The torment she endured was akin to being flayed alive, as countless blades sliced through her flesh, rendering her existence unbearable. Kill me. Just kill me. The Black Rose howled, yearning for death. Tell me the location of Schumann. Li Chenan's voice remained cold and unyielding. I do not know. I truly do not. I cannot remember. I cannot remember. She cried out, despair overwhelming her. Kill me, just kill me. The Black Rose was consumed by her suffering. Wishing for an end, Li Chenan furrowed his brow, suddenly struck by a thought. 2 more silver needles appeared in his hand, which he flicked gently once again, piercing the Black Rose's body anew. Her movements became hindered, rendering her immobile, yet she continued to emit heart-wrenching cries. Li Chenan extended his right hand and placed it upon her head, channeling his true energy to probe her mind. A flash of light glimmered in his eyes as he activated the celestial spirit eye, enhancing his observation. Moments later, he withdrew his hand. Her memories have been erased. Li Chenan examined the mind of the Black Rose and discovered that fragments of her memory had been erased by an unknown hand. These memories were likely related to the whereabouts of his godmother, Schumann. The method of memory erasure was particularly insidious, being both permanent and irreversible. Even a divine physician like Li Chenan could not restore the erased memories. The tenuous lead he had painstakingly uncovered had once again been severed. However, it did affirm one crucial point. His godmother was likely safe for the time being. If the puppet master wished to eliminate her, they would not have gone to such elaborate lengths to conceal her location. With a swift strike, Li Chenan delivered a fatal blow to the Black Rose. Meanwhile, the 4 women, Peony, Orchid, Bamboo, and Chrysanthemum, had efficiently dispatched all the guards present at the nameless auction, leaving no survivors. Young master, have you found any trace of the matriarch? Peony inquired, glancing at the lifeless form of the black rose, her voice laced with respect. Li Chunin gently shook his head. Her memories have been erased. Peony was momentarily taken aback. How could this be? Continue the investigation, Li Chunin replied, though he had little recourse. Peony nodded softly. Understood. At that moment, one of the 4 women, Xiaomei, stationed at the entrance, spoke up. Master, how shall we deal with these individuals? Li Chunin cast a cold glance at the attendees of the auction, his voice devoid of warmth. Eliminate them all. Leave not a single soul alive. Yes. The 4 women responded in unison, their thoughts aligned with his. Those who participated in such auctions were inherently criminals. None among them were innocent. Their extermination would serve to cleanse the world of its evils. Should they be spared, they might go on to inflict further harm upon others. Please don't kill me. I beg you, spare my life. I can offer you money, whatever you desire. Please, I do not wish to die. The terrified cries of the attendees filled the air as they pleaded for mercy. Li Chunin paid no heed to their supplications. At that moment, Jean Zhanya suddenly approached and knelt before Li Chunin. Lord, have mercy. This is my first time here. I know nothing. I merely came to witness the spectacle. Please spare me. I have a wife, a daughter, and an elderly mother to care for. I cannot die. If you release me, I will agree to anything. I can provide you with money or anything else you desire. Jean Zhanya wept openly, his voice rising in desperation. Li Chunin regarded him with cold disdain. You lie. You participated in the bidding. Prior to bursting in, Li Chunin had activated his divine vision and had clearly seen this man raise his paddle to bid. No, I did not bid. I merely came to observe and broaden my horizons. Jean Zhanya protested, but his evasive gaze could not escape Li Chunin's keen perception. Li Chunin's gaze swept over the crowd once more, his voice chillingly devoid of emotion. Regardless of whether this is your first auction, the moment you crossed this threshold, your sins became inescapable. The existence of this auction is partially due to individuals like you. Where there is a market, there is demand. You are both accomplices and criminals. Thus, you all deserve death. Li Qinggan, resembling a judge from the depths of hell, pronounced the death sentence upon these offenders. What right do you have to kill us? Even if we are guilty, it should be the responsibility of the law enforcement to decide our fate. Who do you think you are to determine our lives and deaths? Jean Zhanya rose abruptly, his visage twisted with rage, his voice booming. Indeed, what right do you have to execute us? You are merely meddling. If you kill us, you are guilty as well. It was unknown from whence their courage arose, but one by one, they stood. Li Qinggan smiled coldly, his face brimming with arrogance. What right? With my 3-foot green sword in hand, who in this world cannot be slain? With my 3-foot green sword, I shall eradicate all injustices. With my 3-foot green sword, I shall extinguish the discontent within my heart. As his words lingered in the air, a flash of green light shimmered. With a swift motion, Li Qinggan struck down, severing Jean Zhanya's corpse from its head. Without hesitation, his actions were decisive and ruthless. The 4 maidens, Peony, Plum, Orchid, and Bamboo, gazed at Li Qinggan, their beautiful eyes shimmering with a strange light. The participants of the auction stood frozen, gripped by terror and despair. Kill, Li Qinggan commanded. The maidens immediately sprang into action, eliminating every last one without mercy. Young master, what shall we do with these people? Peony inquired, glancing at the women confined within iron cages, treated as commodities for auction. I will first treat them, while you inspect this place for any useful information, Li Qinggan replied. Understood, Peony affirmed. Most of these women were under the influence of psychotropic drugs, some dazed and transformed into mere machines of obedience. Li Qinggan employed his medical skills to treat them, aiding in the restoration of their consciousness. After some contemplation, he also erased their memories of the past month. Some memories are best forgotten, as they would haunt them for a lifetime. Once this was accomplished, Li Qinggan felt a tinge of fatigue. Take them outside, he instructed Peony and the other maidens. He rendered the women temporarily unconscious so that when they awoke, they would be far removed from this hellish place. Young master, I found some information related to the Wen family, Peony exclaimed as she hurried over. What information? Li Qinggan inquired. Peony elaborated. The partial truth behind the annihilation of the Wen family. Li Qinggan's eyes sparkled with interest. Speak. I discovered from the client records of the Nameless auction that 6 months ago, someone offered a high price to the Nameless auction, commissioning them to seek an item from the Wen family. What item? Li Qinggan asked with a furrowed brow. The Wenliang blood jade. Li Qinggan was puzzled. He had never heard of such a thing and wondered what connection it had to the Wen family. It is said to be the family heirloom of the Wen family, concealing immense secrets within the blood jade. Thus, the massacre of the Wen family was incited by this blood jade. However, if it were merely for this blood jade, there would be no need to annihilate the Wen family and abduct my godmother. Li Chunin furrowed his brow in contemplation. Although new clues had emerged, the more he delved into the mystery, the more ominous clouds gathered. Yet, Li Chunin sensed that he was drawing ever closer to the truth, and it was highly probable that he would unearth a monumental secret. Who commissioned the nameless auction house? Li Chunin inquired. It is a force known as the female Hawan sect, replied Mutin. The female Hawan sect? Li Chunin had never heard of such a faction. Do you know of this force? Mutin shook her head. Young master, I am also unaware of its existence. Hawan sect, investigate. I demand an inquiry. Li Chunin proclaimed loudly. The truth may well be concealed within this Hawan sect. After thorough examination and ensuring no clues were overlooked, Li Chunin set the place ablaze. The nameless auction house was obliterated. He then notified the authorities to come and escort the women. Li Chunin and his companions departed, leaving the subsequent matters to the authorities, confident that the women would return home safely. Now let us seek out the sixth senior sister. In the summer capital, the Yi family. Yi Tianqing's body had been transported back by military aircraft and lay within a cold crystal coffin. A middle-aged man gazed upon Yi Tianqing's lifeless form, his countenance dark and his eyes aflame with fury. Yi Tianqing's wife, Yi Lan, knelt on the ground, tears streaming down her face. Father, you must avenge Tianqing. Yi Changkong cast a glance at his daughter and replied, though Tianqing was a son-in-law, I have always regarded him as my own son. Now that he has been slain, how can I remain indifferent? Rest assured, Lanner, the Yi family shall avenge Tianqing. Yi Changkong's eyes blazed with wrath. He had no sons, only a daughter, and after Yi Tianqing's marriage into the family, he had nurtured him as a son. Now that his son had been murdered, how could a father not feel anger? Regardless of what Yi Tianqing had done, for whatever reason, the murderer must pay the price. By tomorrow, I demand to see the head of the killer, to honor Tianqing. Yi Changkong's voice was icy as he commanded. In the Magic City, at Chongqing Security, Mu Qingge sat listlessly in her office. It was the third day since her return to the Magic City, yet the Yi family had yet to make an appearance. She began to doubt whether the Yi family had grown timid. This security company was established by Mu Qingge after she descended from the mountain, and it was her own enterprise. The company employed only women, comprising retired female soldiers and fallen female warriors, while also training their own talents. The security firm had been expanding rapidly, gaining considerable renown in the Magic City. Chongqing Security provided protective services exclusively for female clients, a rule Mu Qingge had established from the outset to maintain the integrity of the company's nature. Presently, over half of the affluent women, socialites, and female celebrities in the Magic City availed themselves of the protection offered by Chongqing Security. Mistress, 3 individuals have arrived outside, claiming they wish to see you. Mu Qingge's secretary entered to report. The secretary, named Yu Qiu, owed her life to Mu Qingge, who insisted that she call her master. However, Yu Qiu remained steadfast in addressing her as mistress. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of cold light flashed in Mu Qingge's beautiful eyes. Finally, it had arrived. She rose directly and headed outside. Bang! A woman clad in a Chongqing security uniform was sent flying, blood seeping from the corner of her mouth. Scattered on the ground were 5 or 6 others, lying in disarray. I'm sorry, boss. We couldn't stop them. Mu Qingge's fury ignited at this sight. Those who dared to harm her were courting death. Mu Qingge, come out and face your demise. The tone was arrogant and utterly audacious. Mu Qingge's icy gaze fixed upon the intruders. Are you from the Yi family? 3 individuals approached, led by a man in his 50s, flanked by 2 men in their 30s, one portly and the other slender. They did not respond, but instead fixed their eyes on Mu Qingge. You are Mu Qingge, she heard them declare. She remained silent. The leader smirked coldly, seemingly unconcerned. Indeed, you are the one. I am Yi Xiaoyuan, the 10th elder of the Yi family. You have slain my family as son-in-law, a crime unforgivable. Today, I shall eliminate you on the spot to avenge Yi Tianqing. The Yi family had dispatched an elder along with 2 guardians, indicating their seriousness about this matter. You think you can kill me with such worthless scum? Mu Qingge scoffed, her expression one of disdain. Your sharp tongue will not save you, Mu Qingge. Offending the Yi family means you are on a path to certain death. Yi Xiaoyuan looked down upon her, his demeanor haughty. Additionally, I must inform you that upon your death, your Chongqing security company will also belong to the Yi family as compensation for the death of our son-in-law, Yi Xiaoyuan declared with an air of certainty. You dare? Mu Qingga's eyes blazed with anger. Chongqing security was her creation, her life's work. How could she allow it to be taken by another? How could I not dare? Yi Xiaoyuan retorted coldly. The Yi family intends to make it known that even the death of one of our dogs will demand a heavy price. So you mean to say that Yi Tianqing was merely a dog of the Yi family? Mu Qingga shot back. Nonsense, that is not what we mean. Yi Xiaoyuan countered. Seize her. Kill her. No longer wishing to waste words, he commanded the two guardians to attack. A group of female bodyguards from Chongqing security positioned themselves in front of Mu Qingga, ready to confront the two guardians of the Yi family. Step back. I will handle them. Mu Qingga spoke calmly. The female bodyguards hesitated but ultimately complied, stepping aside. Kill. The stout and slender guardians of the Yi family lunged forward, unleashing their vital energy, one throwing a punch while the other struck with an open palm. The combined assault was formidable. In an instant, a fleeting glimmer of cold, murderous intent flashed in Mu Qingga's eyes. A swift azure sword light appeared in her hand as she brandished the Qinglian sword. One slash obliterated the incoming punches and palm strikes. With a single thrust, she pierced the heart of the stout guardian. With another swift motion, she severed the throat of the slender guardian. The speed was astonishing. A flash of azure sword light flickered, and by the time one realized what had transpired, the two guardians of the Yi family lay lifeless in a pool of blood. Instant annihilation, a display of overwhelming power. Mu Qingga executed a mere 3 strikes to eliminate the two guardians of the Yi family. You, Elder Yi Xiaoyuan's eyes widened in disbelief. These two guardians, stout and slender, were martial artists at the pinnacle of the master realm, mere steps away from transcending to the grandmaster level. Yet they were so effortlessly dispatched by Mu Qingga. Had he not witnessed it with his own eyes, Yi Xiaoyuan would never have believed it. The surrounding staff of the Chongqing security team were equally astounded. They were aware of their boss's formidable strength, but had never before witnessed her in action. Today, they bore witness to her prowess, which was akin to that of a prodigy. It is worth noting that just moments ago, they could not withstand a single blow from the two fallen guardians. Yet now, their boss had dispatched them in an instant. Old fool, it is your turn now. Mu Qingga pointed her sword menacingly at Yi Xiaoyuan, her voice icy and filled with lethal intent. A flicker of fear crossed Yi Xiaoyuan's face. I underestimated your strength, but you shall still meet your demise today. With a fierce expression, Yi Xiaoyuan drew a massive blade from his back, gripping it tightly as his internal energy surged. Powerful and oppressive, he swung down upon Mu Qingga with great force. Clang! Mu Qingga raised her sword to block. A tremendous force surged towards her. Yet she did not falter in her stance. Little girl, my martial prowess is that of a grand master. Prepare to perish. Yi Xiaoyuan's face contorted in rage as he unleashed another devastating strike, his blade radiating a terrifying aura. The grandmaster level, just a step away from perfection. The zenith of martial arts. Truly, a figure worthy of being an elder of the Yi family. However, Mu Qingga remained unfazed, her expression devoid of fear. With her Qinglian sword in hand, she unleashed a barrage of fierce sword energy, countering the onslaught of Yi Xiaoyuan's blade. Surrounding furniture was destroyed, and the female security staff hastily retreated to avoid being caught in the fray. 8 trigrams mountain-cleaving blade technique. Yi Xiaoyuan continued to strike, each blow more powerful than the last, as if capable of shattering stones and cleaving mountains. The ferocious blade energy swept through like a tempest. Mu Qingga wielded her longsword, effortlessly dissipating the violent blade energy with her own azure sword qi. It was as though she were toying with Yi Xiaoyuan. This is the might of a grand master. A look of disdain adorned Mu Qingga's face. Yi Xiaoyuan, feeling belittled, could not contain his fury. You seek death. With a full eruption of his energy, he launched a terrifying strike. This is rather tedious. Let us conclude. Mu Qingga was about to end the battle when a familiar voice echoed from outside. You wretched being. Accompanied by the voice, a shadow rushed in. A terrifying fist broke through Yi Xiaoyuan's blade energy, shattering his sword and ultimately crushing his chest. Uft! Yi Xiaoyuan coughed up blood and was sent flying to the ground. Junior brother, what brings you here? Mu Qingga's face lit up with surprise and disbelief. The newcomer was none other than Li Qinggan. I missed you, senior sister, so here I am. Li Chainan smiled as he spoke. Your sweet words are hard to believe. Mu Qingge replied with a roll of her eyes. If I hadn't come, were you planning to face the Yi family's retaliation alone? Li Chainan gazed at Mu Qingge with his starry eyes. And no, of course not. Mu Qingge's eyes flickered with evasion. Senior sister, do you not consider me your junior? Li Chainan asked. And no, that's not it. Mu Qingge hurriedly replied. You will always be my most beloved junior. Then why can't we face this together? Li Chainan insisted. Junior, indeed. Mu Qingge was about to apologize when Li Chainan interrupted her. Senior sister, the Yi family is nothing to fear. Let us confront them together. If they provoke us, we shall storm the Yi family and annihilate them. Li Chainan's words brimmed with confidence and arrogance. Very well, junior, together we shall face them. And if they anger us, we will obliterate the Yi family. Mu Qingge nodded vigorously. She had never feared the Yi family. Her only concern was for her junior's safety. However, Mu Qingge quickly realized something was amiss. As the senior sister, how had she found herself being lectured like a junior? You audacious junior. How dare you speak to your senior in such a manner? Are you itching for a reprimand? With a glare, Mu Qingge reached out to tug at Li Chainan's ear. Li Chainan laughed and dodged. Senior sister, spare me. Fine. Given that you traveled such a distance to heroically save me, I shall let you off this time. Senior sister. You are wise. Li Chainan replied with a cheeky grin. You are doomed, utterly doomed. The Yi family will not spare you. Yi Xiaoyuan, lying on the ground, gasped for breath, his face contorted in rage as he bellowed. Li Chainan and Mu Qingge simultaneously cast their icy gazes upon Yi Xiaoyuan. Li Chainan approached him silently and, without a word, crushed Yi Xiaoyuan's heart beneath his foot. Li Chainan turned to Mu Qingge with a slight smile. Senior sister, I have now taken the life of a Yi family member. Mu Qingge looked on in resignation. Mutant, send these 3 corpses back to the Yi family in Xiadu and deliver them a message. No matter how many come, I will kill them all. Li Chainan directed coldly at Mutant. Understood, young master. Mutant replied respectfully. Soon, the 3 bodies, those of a Yi family elder and 2 of their protectors, were swiftly dealt with. Senior sister, want to you show me around? Li Chainan asked, his gaze fixed on Mu Qingge. Come, follow me. I shall give you a tour. Mu Qingge beckoned, leading him through her security company. However, it wasn't long before Mu Qingge began to regret her decision. Junior, there is not much to see. Let us go out for a grand meal instead. She grasped Li Chainan's arm, urging him towards the exit. But senior sister, we haven't finished the tour yet. A meal can wait a moment, can't it? Li Chainan questioned, puzzled. Let us go. The security company is just this. Nothing remarkable. Mu Qingge insisted, pulling him more forcefully. Their arms pressed together amidst her soft warmth. With no choice, Li Chainan complied and followed her out. Mu Qingge thought to herself that if she continued to watch, something would go awry. Did she not notice the infatuated gazes of the female security personnel, each one seemingly wishing to devour him? Li Chainan possessed the ability of X-ray vision but lacked the skill to read minds, unaware that his senior sister was feeling envious. In the luxurious private room of a 5-star hotel, Mu Qingge ordered an extravagant seafood feast. The food was delectable, yet she could not shake the feeling that it paled in comparison to the meals prepared by her junior brother. Li Chainan informed Mu Qingge about the mysterious auction taking place. You deceitful junior, you tricked me under the guise of missing me. Mu Qingge glared at Li Chainan. Senior sister, that is not the point I want you to focus on. Li Chainan protested. Mu Qingge shot him a playful look. I was merely jesting, junior brother. You wish for me to assist you in investigating this Huana sect, do you not? Indeed, senior sister, Li Chainan nodded. The possibility that his godmother had fallen into the hands of the Huana sect weighed heavily on him. Leave it to me, senior sister will assist you in the investigation. I will utilize the resources of the security company and the Heavenly Pavilion to aid you. As long as the Huana sect exists, we will surely uncover the truth. Mu Qingge pledged her unwavering support. The connections involving the One family, Wen Liang's Weiyu, Wen Schumann, the mysterious auction, and the Huana sect seemed to be intertwined, as if only a single thread was needed to weave them all together. All right, junior brother, do not dwell on it too much. Your godmother will be fine. Come, enjoy this dish. The oysters are splendid. Mu Qingge served Li Chainan some food. As night fell over a certain location in the Great Xia, a figure sat in a study, shrouded in darkness and obscured from view. Kneeling before him was a subordinate, delivering a report. Master, the unnamed auction in the Magic City has been destroyed. Upon hearing this, the figure erupted in furious outrage. Who did it? The kneeling subordinate trembled. We are still investigating. Find out who it is. I want him dead. Yes, the subordinate replied, hastily adding, notify the others. Auctions in different locations should proceed with caution. As we may be targeted, go at once. The master waved his hand dismissively. In the dark, his face remained hidden, yet his eyes gleamed coldly like a venomous snake. To sever one's means of livelihood is akin to murdering their kin. Whoever it is, they shall pay dearly. The following morning, at the Yi family estate in the summer capital, the guards on duty opened the grand gates, only to be met with the gruesome sight of 2 guards from the previous night lying lifeless on the ground, their fates unknown. The guard looked up, his eyes widening in horror as he stumbled back in fear. There, hanging from the gate, were 3 corpses, their eyes eternally shut. Among them was the body of Elder Yi Xiaoyuan, known to the guards. To have an elder of the Yi family murdered and displayed at their own entrance was a flagrant act of humiliation and provocation. The guards also noticed a massive sheet of white paper, upon which a chilling message was inscribed in blood. As many as you send, I shall slay. The arrogance was overwhelming, utterly brazen. The guard quickly ran back to report the dire news. The Yi family of Shidu was engulfed in fury, a sentiment that even reached the ears of the family patriarch. Such humiliation had never before befallen the Yi family. It was a profound disgrace. To leave this vendetta unavenged would invite ridicule. Within the Yi family's conference hall, the senior members were embroiled in heated debate, not over whether to seek revenge, but rather over the methods by which to exact it. They deliberated on how to make their adversaries pay the most excruciating price, how to restore the Yi family's prestige throughout the Great Xia, and how to cleanse the stain of today's indignity. Patriarch Yi Wentian, exuding an air of authority, furrowed his brow as he surveyed the chaos below. Silence, he commanded in a deep voice, and the hall fell instantly quiet. In the presence of the patriarch, none dared to oppose his authority. Turning his gaze towards Yi Changkong, he inquired, Changkong, it is your son-in-law who has been slain. How do you wish to seek retribution? Yi Changkong rose and proclaimed, in response to the patriarch, the murderer has so grievously insulted our family that he deserves nothing less than death. He believed that the Yi family's war god should be summoned to annihilate the killer and his entire lineage, thereby asserting the family's might. Very well. Let us summon the Yi family war god. Patriarch Yi Wentian replied solemnly. A sinister smile crept across Yi Changkong's face. With the war god unleashed, none would escape their fate. With the patriarch's words, the senior members of the Yi family dared not entertain alternative thoughts, and they too believed that calling upon the war god to eliminate the murderer was indeed a sound strategy. At that moment, a voice resonated through the hall, booming like a great bell. Ha! The Yi family is quite lively today. The countenance of the gathered members shifted dramatically. An elderly man, his hair and beard white as snow, ambled into the conference hall with his hands clasped behind his back. With squinted eyes and clad in a simple white Tai Chi outfit, he appeared no different from an ordinary elderly gentleman out for a morning stroll in the park. Yet to mistake him for such would be a grave error. Upon seeing this figure, Yi Wentian's expression altered, a slight frown creasing his brow. Old Master Su, what brings you to my Yi family? He inquired, his tone measured. He recognized the visitor as Su Qingxi, the head of the Great Xia Pavilion. Why, young Yi? Do you not welcome me? Old Master Su replied, his eyes narrowing as they met Yi Wentian's gaze. The patriarch's lips twitched slightly at the familiar nickname. Few dared to address him in such a manner, yet Su Qingxi was one of those bold enough to do so. If you have business, please speak plainly, Yi Wentian stated, unwilling to entertain the notion that Su Qingxi had come merely for a social call. Calmly, Su Qingxi uttered, I require your family to abandon the quest for vengeance against that son-in-law. At this pronouncement, the expressions of the Yi family members shifted yet again. That is impossible. Patriarch Yi Wentian immediately rejected the notion. To forego retribution would mean enduring the humiliation. And how could they continue to exist in Xiadu without becoming the subject of scorn among other families? Often, maintaining face was of paramount importance to the Yi family. Old Master Su, I fail to understand why you would intercede on behalf of the murderer. If you wish for us to comply, there must be a compelling reason. Yi Wentian's voice turned cold. He found it difficult to comprehend what conditions could possibly summon Su Qingxi to the Yi family to plead on their behalf. The old Master Su maintained a calm demeanor, stating, Mu Qingga is my granddaughter. Is that reason not sufficient? The notion that Mu Chinga could be the granddaughter of the old master, Su, seemed utterly implausible. When did you ever have such a granddaughter? I was completely unaware. Yi Wentian remarked with a forced smile. If I say I have one, then I do, Su Master replied indifferently. The head of the Yi family, Yi Wentian, furrowed his brow in silence. Su Qingzi's attitude clearly indicated his unwavering support for Mu Chinga. Initially, he believed matters would proceed smoothly. However, he never anticipated that the master of the Grand Summer Pavilion would emerge to protect Mu Chinga. It was not that the Yi family feared offending Su Qingzi, but rather that doing so would severely weaken their own standing. Old Su, what if the Yi family refuses to comply? Yi Wentian fixed his gaze upon the Master Su. Oh, if you refuse, then prepare for your demise. The old Master Su's tone remained unperturbed, yet his words incited outrage among the members of the Yi family, who dared not express their anger openly. Old Su, this is not how matters should be handled. Do I need your guidance on how to conduct my affairs? The old master retorted. Old Su, the Yi family cannot acquiesce to this request. Please take your leave. Yi Wentian's temper flared. He could not fathom that Su Qingzi would truly wage war against the Yi family for the sake of a single Mu Chinga. The old master Su gently shook his head. Little Yi, you believe I am preventing your family from exacting revenge to protect my granddaughter. You are mistaken. On the contrary, I am intervening to save your family. Upon hearing this, Yi Wentian and the members of the Yi family erupted into laughter. After their mirth subsided, Yi Wentian remarked, Old Su, you truly have a knack for humor. This is the most amusing joke I have heard in a long time. The Master Su remained expressionless, his demeanor unchanged. Ignoring the wisdom of the elders will lead to immediate misfortune. Yi family, prepare for your demise. With that, the old Master Su turned and departed with his hands clasped behind his back. Yi Wentian's expression darkened as he watched the old Master's retreating figure. What shall we do now, head of the family? Yi Changkong inquired. Pay him no mind. The plan proceeds as usual. Send forth the Yi family's war god to eliminate the murderer. Yi Wentian's voice was low and menacing. In the Demon City, junior brother. Since you rarely come to the Demon City, let me take you out for some fun, Mu Chinga said, pulling Li Chenan's arm. Sure, Li Chenan agreed. The ensuing hours were filled with Mu Chinga leading Li Chenan on a shopping spree, indulging in food and drinks. The two paid no heed to the impending retaliation from the Yi family, as if the matter were inconsequential. Junior brother, take a picture of me. Make sure it looks good. With my sister's beauty, any angle will suffice. She is naturally stunning and needs no editing. Hee, I appreciate your honesty, junior brother. Junior brother, please buy me that. I want to eat candied hawthorn. All right, sister, I will fulfill your wish. As Mu Chinga licked the candied hawthorn with her delicate tongue, she scrolled through her phone. Suddenly, her movements paused. Sister, what's wrong? Is this candied hawthorn not tasty? Should we try something else? Li Chingan expressed his confusion. No. Mu Chinga shook her head. I have just received a message from the Heavenly General Pavilion. It states that the Yi family has dispatched the war god to deal with us. The war god? What is that? Li Chingan inquired, puzzled. Understanding that her junior brother was newly descended from the mountains and unaware of such matters, Mu Chinga elaborated, the Daxia official organization, the War God Hall, bestows the title of War God upon powerful individuals who gain entry. This is both an honor and a recognition of strength. Furthermore, when the nation faces threats, the war gods must unconditionally fight to protect the country. Now I understand, Li Chingan nodded gently. Entry to the War God Hall is not granted to just anyone. The criteria are exceedingly stringent. Over the years, only 3 individuals from the Yi family have entered the War God Hall, Mu Chinga continued. So, the Yi family possesses 3 war gods. Indeed, Mu Chinga confirmed. This time, they have sent the 37th ranked war god, Tianfeng war god, Yi Tianfeng. Let him come. What of the war god? He will be met with the same fate. Li Chingan's tone remained calm, devoid of any trepidation. Haha, I think so too, Mu Chinga laughed, equally unafraid. Come, junior brother, let us continue our enjoyment and not allow some insignificant figures to dampen our spirits. In Li Chingan's mind, the war god had become akin to mere trivialities, and he wondered how those war gods would react upon learning this. All right, junior brother, you should eat this candied hawthorn. It's too sweet, and I've grown weary of it. Mu Chinga offered the candied hawthorn to Li Chingan. Senior sister, I don't particularly fancy this either. You may enjoy it at your leisure, Li Chingan gently declined, shaking his head. Junior brother, do you disdain what your senior sister has tasted? Not at all. How could I? Then you should eat it. I don't like it. You mischievous junior brother. You are merely avoiding your senior sister's saliva. Not at all. Not at all. Then eat it. Senior sister, just discard it and have something else. Absolutely not. Junior brother. You must eat it. Li Qinggan snatched the candied hawthorn and accurately tossed it into the trash, can before swiftly running away. Ah, mischievous junior brother. You are incorrigible. Mu Qingga chased after him, fuming. As dusk descended, Mu Qingga escorted Li Qinggan back to her residence in the magical city, a villa. Upon reaching the entrance, their steps paused, eyes narrowing as they gazed ahead. There stood a tall man in his 30s, with short hair and a resolute countenance, exuding an extraordinary aura. He bore a large sword on his back, and his gaze radiated a fierce, killing intent. It appeared he had been waiting there for some time. Yi family. Tianfeng war god, here to annihilate my enemies. The Tianfeng war god spoke coldly, his voice chilling and infused with murderous intent. The Yi family moved swiftly, Li Qinggan remarked, somewhat surprised that the so-called Tianfeng war god had come knocking so soon after their notification. The Tianfeng war god's gaze fell upon Li Qinggan and Mu Qingga. He received the command from the head of the Yi family to eliminate the two individuals. Aware of the humiliation suffered by the Yi family, he, despite being the war god of the divine war temple, felt a profound obligation to fight for his kin. Sister, shall you take the lead, or shall I? Li Chunin inquired, glancing at Mu Qingga. Why not both? Mu Qingga raised an eyebrow playfully. If we finish this quickly, I long to savor the dishes you prepare. Junior brother. Indeed, sister, you also promised me a massage this evening. Li Chunin thought to exchange a meal for the soothing services of his sister. Listening to their banter, the war god of Tianfeng seethed with anger, feeling utterly disregarded. How could he, a war god of the divine war temple, be subjected to such indignity? You seek death, he bellowed, unsheathing his massive sword, unleashing a surge of energy as he charged forward, delivering a devastating blow. Li Chunin and Mu Qingga leaped to either side, narrowly evading the initial strike of the war god. Exchanging a glance, Li Chunin drew the Bai Luo Huangquan sword, while Mu Qingga summoned the Qinglian sword, both advancing towards their foe with lethal intent. Armed with exquisite spiritual swords capable of being nurtured within their dantian, they prepared to engage. The war god of Tianfeng raised his sword to block, but the duo's synchronized assault pressed him relentlessly. Suddenly, a formidable force erupted from the war god, forcing Li Chunin and Mu Qingga to retreat. I underestimated you both, he remarked coldly. On the contrary, I have overestimated you, Li Chunin retorted with a chilling tone. The war god's fury intensified as he declared, to perish beneath my Tianfeng sword is a privilege you should cherish. Before his words faded, energy surged forth, continuously infusing his great sword. With a thunderous roar, the sword ignited in blazing flames, transforming into a colossal blade of fire. Inferno's blaze. The war god's voice was icy as he unleashed a mighty slash. The powerful fiery sword energy surged toward the duo, the surrounding temperature soaring dramatically. The war god's martial prowess had transcended the Grandmaster realm, reaching the formidable celestial stage, a pinnacle of martial achievement beyond mortal comprehension. To enter the divine war temple, one must possess the strength of the celestial realm. Facing the overwhelming onslaught from the war god, Mu Qingga and Li Chunin remained resolute, showing no signs of retreat. The Qinglian sword traced a graceful arc in the air, its tip quivering as it manifested countless sword shadows, each imbued with chilling intent, countering the searing flames. Li Chunin executed a peculiar footwork, wielding the Bai Luo Huangquan sword with effortless precision, each strike aimed meticulously at the war god's vulnerabilities. Dance of the Qinglian. Mu Qingga called out, her sword shadows blossoming like a lotus, neutralizing the strength of the fiery assault. Path of the Yellow Springs. Li Chunin's voice resonated deeply, his sword momentum akin to a ravenous river, exuding an aura of all-consuming power. The roar resounded once more as the fiery sword energy collided fiercely with the sword energies of the two young warriors, generating a colossal wave of energy. The surrounding air seemed to be compressed by this force, creating visible ripples. A flicker of astonishment crossed the eyes of the war god of Tianfeng. He had not anticipated that these two youths possessed the strength to contend with him. Yet, his fighting spirit surged even greater. For he was the war god of Tianfeng. How could he show weakness before these juniors? Do you truly believe this will impede me? Such naivete, he bellowed, his true energy erupting like a volcanic explosion, growing even more frenzied, and the flames upon his great sword intensified. Inferno of the Beacon. The great sword in the war god's hands transformed into a dragon of fire, tearing through the air, aimed directly at Mu Qingge and Li Chang'an. In the face of such a terrifying onslaught, the two remained unfazed, betraying not a hint of panic. They exchanged a confident glance. 9 Songs of the Underworld. Qinglian Sword Song. Together, Li Chang'an and Mu Qingge proclaimed, their sword techniques merging flawlessly at that moment, culminating in a more formidable sword energy. This technique had been practiced repeatedly on the mountain by Li Chang'an and his 6th senior sister, Mu Qingge. Twin swords unite, Yellow Springs, and Qinglian. With a thunderous roar, this strike pierced through the war god of Tianfeng's Inferno of the Beacon, akin to the dawn's first light breaking through the darkness. The blazing flames were extinguished in an instant, and the war god's assault was forcefully halted. Impossible. The war god stared incredulously at his great sword, astonished that his offensive had been dismantled by the combined efforts of 2 young warriors. However, Mu Qingge and Li Chang'an did not afford him a moment's respite. Their sword techniques flowed like the mighty Yangtze River, unyielding and relentless, pressing the war god of Tianfeng into a series of retreats. The great sword arced through the air, accompanied by a sharp metallic clang, before being sent flying, uncontrollably embedding itself into the ground afar. It's over, Li Chang'an and Mu Qingge declared simultaneously, their long swords intertwining like 2 serpents, striking with irresistible force to pierce the war god's chest. No, how can this be? The war god's voice was filled with shock and disbelief, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth as his gaze began to dull. Incredulously watching as his lifeblood stained the fabric of his chest, he felt his vitality swiftly ebbing away, like grains of sand slipping through an hourglass, irretrievable. His body grew heavy, the strength to support himself gradually dissipating. Li Chang'an and Mu Qingge gently withdrew their swords, their expressions serene, as if they had merely accomplished a mundane task rather than vanquishing a deity of war. The war god of Tianfeng swayed twice before ultimately collapsing to the ground, his eyes remaining wide open. In that moment, the once mighty war god of Tianfeng met his end. As the last rays of the setting sun faded, night fell. Junior brother, let us depart and return home, Mu Qingge said with a smile. Li Chang'an nodded gently. Neither of them turned back for a final glance. The lifeless body of the war god Tianfeng remained unchanged, as Li Chang'an instructed Mutant to arrange for its return to the Yi family, once again appending a menacing declaration. With the fall of the war god, the Yi family shall perish. In the dead of night at the Yi family estate, a guard stifled a yawn when an object was suddenly hurled before him, startling him. As he discerned what it was, sheer terror overwhelmed him, causing him to collapse to the ground, trembling uncontrollably. It was a corpse, eyes unclosed in eternal slumber, swathed in a white cloth. Good heavens! The war god Tianfeng. He was dead. This guard was fortunate enough to have glimpsed the war god from a distance on a previous occasion, hence his recognition. Upon the white cloth were inscribed brazen letters in blood. With the fall of the war god, the Yi family shall perish. The guard hastily crawled inside to report this alarming news. He had been the one to discover the body of a Yi family elder at dawn just days prior. Lamenting his ill fate, he pondered abandoning his post to save his own life. How unfortunate it was for mere mortals to suffer the consequences of celestial conflicts. The news of the war god Tianfeng's demise spread like an unexpected tempest throughout every corner of the Yi estate. Shock, fury, disbelief, and fear enveloped the atmosphere, breeding a myriad of emotions. The estate seemed to be shrouded in a pall of gloom, and the guard's vigilance intensified manifold. That night, the entire Yi family remained restless, unable to find solace in slumber. Meanwhile, at a villa in the magical city, Li Chang'an was diligently massaging his senior, Mu Qingge, who lay prostrate upon the bed. With his exceptional knowledge of medicine, Li Chang'an's massage techniques were unrivaled. He skillfully navigated every acupoint of the human body, fully aware of their respective functions. Mu Qingge closed her eyes, relishing the experience, emitting low, melodic sighs, as if transcending to another realm. Senior, shouldn't it be you giving me a massage? How did it turn into me massaging you? He jested. We had agreed that a meal would exchange for your massage services. However, after indulging in the meal, she seemed to have reneged on their agreement. Just give me a massage first, and later I will reciprocate, Mu Qingge sweetly insisted. Very well, he conceded, finding comfort in her soft, fragrant form. Let us switch to the front. Li Chunin playfully patted her back. Yet, Mu Qingge promptly flipped over, standing tall. Her form alluringly revealed beneath her attire. She looked at him with a playful smile. Junior, don't think I'm unaware of your intentions. You wish to take advantage of me. How can one massage the front without addressing the back? Senior, you must not tarnish my reputation, Li Chunin retorted. In traditional Chinese massage, one naturally tends to both the back and the front. If you refuse to massage the front, it would be you who loses out. Mu Qingge shot him a reproachful glance. Your approach to massage is incomplete. How can there be a back without a front? He continued to argue. Enough with the excuses. Now it's my turn to massage you, Mu Qingge declared, pushing Li Chunin onto the bed and swiftly removing his shirt. Li Chunin surrendered to the delightful service of his senior, embracing the moment. Having toiled so hard, one ought to indulge in some enjoyment. What say you, junior brother? It is tolerable. Li Chunin closed his eyes, feeling a warm sensation on his back, quite pleasant, albeit a bit too forceful. Wait. With a sudden jolt, Li Chunin opened his eyes, realizing that it was not his senior sister's delicate hands providing the massage, but her feet. Senior sister, you? He attempted to rise, yet was firmly pressed down by her foot. Do not move. This is your senior sister's massage, who decreed that massages must be given with hands. Feet work just as well. Mu Qingge's face lit up with a mischievous smile. No, senior sister, cease at once. Stop using your feet. Li Chunin protested. Although his senior sister's exquisite feet were indeed beautiful, fair and tender, akin to a work of art, he held no particular interest. With a sudden twist, he seized Mu Qingge's graceful foot. Mu Qingge lost her balance, tumbling onto the bed, bringing Li Chunin down atop her. In an instant, they were enveloped in a soft embrace. Senior sister, allow me to massage the front now. A wicked grin appeared on Li Chunin's lips. No, you scoundrel. Mu Qingge struggled incessantly, though her resistance waned. After a playful scuffle that nearly toppled the bed, they lay panting side by side. You wait, scoundrel. How dare you bully your sixth senior sister? Mu Qingge's words were fierce, yet the energy behind them was clearly lacking. Li Chunin, unfazed, replied, I shall wait. Senior sister, let us confront the Yi family directly tomorrow and resolve this matter swiftly. Upon hearing this, Mu Qingge hesitated for a moment, but ultimately nodded gently. Very well. We shall confront the Yi family tomorrow. The words Li Chunin left for the Yi family served as a death knell. I shall take a bath now, Mu Qingge announced as she rose. Senior sister, let us go together. Li Chunin chuckled. Get lost. Mu Qingge shot him a glare. The following morning, after breakfast, Li Chunin and Mu Qingge prepared to depart for the Yi family in the summer capital. The previous night, Li Chunin had already enlisted the help of the maid, Xiao Zhu, to book their tickets. This time, it would be just the two of them heading to the Yi family. Junior brother, what is in that bag of yours? Mu Qingge inquired, noticing the small cloth bag slung over Li Chunin's shoulder. You will find out soon enough, Li Chunin replied with a mysterious smile, keeping her in suspense. Just as Mu Qingge was about to press for more information, a group of people arrived at the villa, ringing the doorbell. The two of them stepped outside to see who it was. Upon recognizing the visitor, Mu Qingge frowned slightly and spoke in a cold tone. How did you find this place? Xiaoqing, come home with me. The Mu family will protect you. The visitor was none other than Mu Qingge's father, Mu Hongxian. Li Chunin remained silent, observing, aware that his senior sister must be acquainted with this middle-aged man. No need. I do not require the protection of the Mu family. Mu Qingge replied coldly. You may leave. Xiaoqing, please listen, all right? The fury of the Yi family is beyond your capacity to bear. If you return to the Mu family, I will ensure your safety. Mu Hongxian gazed at Mu Qingge and spoke. Li Chunin was somewhat astonished. This middle-aged man was, unexpectedly, his senior sister's father. Mu Qingge's expression remained indifferent. If you cannot even protect my mother, who can you safeguard? Mu Hongxian, you may not yet be aware, but the Yi family has already sent someone to kill me. What? Mu Hongxian was taken aback, unable to fathom the swiftness of the Yi family's actions. However, upon reflection, it was not entirely surprising. Yet, the subsequent revelation from Mu Qingge transformed his astonishment into despair. You have no idea. I have already slain a senior elder of the Yi family, 2 guardians, and a divine warrior, the war god Tianfeng. Mu Qingge's lips curled into a cold smile. What? Mu Hongxian staggered back several steps, barely managing to steady himself. His face was etched with hopelessness and disbelief. You killed the war god of the Yi family. That is a war god. It was over. Completely irreconcilable. A situation destined for relentless conflict. Mu Hongxian, return from whence you came. My affairs are none of your concern. Junior brother, we must leave. Mu Qingge grasped Li Chenen's hand and started toward the exit. Where are you going? Mu Hongxian blocked Mu Qingge's path. We are going to the Yi family in Xiedu. Mu Qingge replied coldly. What? Are you mad? Mu Hongxian exclaimed, his face pale with alarm. To go to the Yi family is to court death. No. You absolutely cannot go. You cannot stop me. Mu Qingge declared frostily. Seize her. Following Mu Hongxuan's command, several personal guards, all innate martial artists, rushed forward to impede Mu Qingge. However, in the blink of an eye, Mu Qingge had dispatched them to the ground. Qingge, you cannot go. I cannot bear to watch you walk to your demise. Mu Hongxian once again stood before her, arms outstretched, his expression resolute. Stand aside. Mu Qingge raised her fist. Her tone icy. Little Qing, you have killed the war god of the Yi family. Going to the Yi family now is tantamount to seeking death. You could flee abroad, where the Yi family would not find you, or return to the Zhongnan Mountains and hide there. Mu Hongxian stood immobile, beginning to offer counsel to Mu Qingge. The fist that Mu Qingge had raised ultimately did not descend. Junior brother, help me seal his acupoints. Mu Qingge directed her gaze towards Li Chenen. Li Chenen hesitated momentarily, but ultimately released a few silver needles, piercing Mu Hongxuan's body. In the next instant, Mu Hongxian discovered he could not move, as if ensnared by a binding spell. Let me go? Release me. Little Qing, you cannot go. I beg you, do not go. Uncle, in 2 hours. The acupoints will automatically unseal. Li Chenen reassured him with confidence. His technique with the silver needles was such that even if they were removed, the effect would remain in place for 2 hours. Junior brother, we must leave. Uncle, do not worry. The Yi family cannot harm us. Li Chenen's tone radiated certainty. Mu Hongxian could only watch helplessly as his daughter departed. Li Qinggan and his companions successfully boarded the flight to Xiedu. Senior sister, you do not wish to implicate uncle and the Mu family, do you? Li Qinggan discerned that Mu Qingge was reluctant to offend the Yi family, fearing repercussions for her father. I despise him. He is responsible for my mother's demise. Mu Qingge's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Li Qinggan gently enveloped his senior sister in his embrace. Suddenly, Mu Hongxian coughed up a mouthful of blood, his complexion drained of color, resembling parchment. A flicker of pain crossed his gaze. Second master, you, exclaimed his personal guard, eyes filled with concern and shock. Mu Hongxian, suppressing the turbulent energy within him, forcibly broke through Li Cheng'an's blockade using his true energy, resulting in severe damage to his meridians and grave injuries. Nonetheless, he gritted his teeth and feigned composure, resolutely declaring, I am fine. Quickly book a flight to Xiedu. Hurry. His voice brimmed with urgency. He could not allow any harm to befall his daughter. Understood. The personal guard promptly regained his wits. Although Mu Hongxuan's body swayed slightly, he steadfastly resisted the urge to collapse. At the Yi family estate in Xiedu, a manor of ancient lineage, reportedly dating back to the Ming dynasty, lay concealed amidst the urban splendor, exuding an aura of formidable majesty. Upon disembarking from their taxi, Li Qinggan and Mu Qingge hurried directly to the Yi residence. Is this the Yi family? It is indeed lavish and magnificent, Mu Qingge remarked, gazing in awe at the expansive estate. The architectural style of the manor was both classical and elegant, each brick and tile seemingly narrating the illustrious history of this family. In response, Li Qinggan offered a subtle smile. Perhaps this place will soon be reduced to ruins. The two walked side by side towards the grand entrance of the Yi estate. Just as they approached the entrance, the massive gates swung open with a thunderous roar, unleashing a torrent of figures from within, a formidable wave of menacing energy. These were the Yi family's guards, numbering as many as 3,000, clad in uniform black attire. Each guard bore a frigid expression, their eyes glinting with a predatory sharpness, akin to leopards stalking their prey. Armed with gleaming weapons, predominantly battle knives, they commanded an intimidating presence. Li Qinggan and Mu Qingge exchanged glances, realizing that the Yi family had been well prepared, seemingly aware of their return. Given the Yi family's immense influence, it was unsurprising that they had anticipated their movements. The guards parted to create a pathway, from which emerged a middle-aged man with a sullen demeanor. This man was Yi Changkong, the fifth son of the Yi family. and the slain Yi Tianqing was his son-in-law. You wretch, you dare come to your own demise. Yi Changkong bellowed. Who is this man? Li Qinggan inquired. It seems to be Yi Changkong, the fifth son of the Yi family, Mu Qingga replied, somewhat uncertain. Oh, does the Yi family have an eighth son as well? Li Qinggan asked nonchalantly. It appears they do, Mu Qingga responded. Li Qinggan and Mu Qingga engaged in a conversation with an air of calmness, completely disregarding Yi Changkong and the 3,000 guards of the Yi family. A fierce blaze of anger ignited in Yi Changkong's eyes, his chest heaving violently, clenching his fists. His nails dug deep into his palms. The intensity of his rage felt almost tangible. He yearned to personally rend Li Qinggan and Mu Qingga to shreds. Kill! Yi Changkong's voice thundered as he dispensed with further words and issued a command. At his behest, the 3,000 Yi family guards surged forth like a tidal wave towards Li Qinggan and Mu Qingga. Each of these guards was a master of martial arts, possessing agility and immense strength. Among them were hidden several formidable experts of the master level. Such power was sufficient to sweep away most forces within the Great Xia. Yet now it was merely being employed to confront two individuals, an undeniable display of overkill. Junior brother, let us strike together, Mu Qingga declared. Li Qinggan nodded lightly, their expressions betraying no hint of fear. Each drew forth their spirit swords, circulating their true energy within, ready to engage the 3,000 guards of the Yi family. In a flash, they transformed into two streaks of light, plunging into the throng. Mu Qingga wielded the Qinglian sword, radiating a brilliant azure light. Her swordsmanship was exquisite, each thrust precisely targeting her foe's vital points. She weaved through the crowd with a grace akin to dance, yet laced with lethal intent. Li Qinggan, brandishing the Biluo Huangquan spirit sword, exuded an unmatched aura. His sword technique was even more ferocious, decisive in its slaughter. Each strike emanated a formidable killing intent, causing those guards who dared to approach him to crumble like paper at his touch. Their swords were akin to the scythes of death, leaving no adversary unscathed in their wake. Despite the overwhelming number of Yi family guards, they appeared as mere clay chickens before the might of these two, utterly incapable of withstanding their assault. Yi Changkong watched this scene in sheer terror and disbelief, never having imagined that his family's 3,000 guards would be so easily vanquished by these two individuals. These 3,000 guards represented nearly all the power he could command within the Yi family. If they were to fail, he would have no hope of turning the tide. Charge! Attack! Kill them! Yi Changkong shouted frantically, his face twisted in a grotesque snarl, his eyes bloodshot like a desperate gambler. However, no matter how he raved, he could not alter the course of battle. Li Qinggan and Mu Qingga resembled celestial swordsmen, their blades akin to the grim reaper, continuously reaping lives. Blood flowed like rivers. Heads rolled, and the ground was littered with corpses. The casualties among the 3,000 Yi family guards were catastrophic. If this continued, it would not be long before the entire contingent perished. Stop! At that moment, a thunderous shout pierced the chaos. A towering figure surged onto the battlefield, positioning himself before Li Qinggan and Mu Qingga. Clad in a white robe and armor, wielding a silver spear, he bore the appearance of an ancient general. In his mid-20s, with a resolute visage, arched brows, and piercing eyes, he exuded an extraordinary presence. Zilong, what brings you here? Yi Changkong was both astonished and elated upon seeing the figure before him. I learned of the troubles plaguing the Yi family and hastened back, replied Yi Zilong. Mu Qingji's gaze was fixed ahead, upon the young man clad in silver armor, as whispers of a legend echoed in her mind. Currently, the Yi family boasted 3 formidable warriors, one of whom, gifted beyond measure, had gained fame at the tender age of 25, becoming a distinguished figure in the Hall of War Gods, and the youngest warrior in Yi family history, honored with the title of Dragon Spear War God. That individual was named Yi Zilong. Yi Zilong's demeanor was calm and resolute, his grip firm around his silver spear, its tip gleaming with a chilling light under the sun, as if poised to strike at any moment. His presence was restrained, yet the aura of a war god emanated an undeniable pressure. Are you Mu Qingga? Yi Zilong's voice was deep and commanding, his gaze penetrating as though seeking to unravel her very soul. Mu Qinggu remained silent. Who is this person? Li Chunin inquired casually, unaware of the figure before him. Yi Zilong, Dragon Spear War God, ranked 17th in the Hall of War Gods. Mu Qinggu responded. A faint smirk appeared on Yi Zilong's lips, a hint of cold amusement. Since you recognize me, prepare to meet your demise. Another war god? Did we not just eliminate one yesterday? Li Chun's tone dripped with impatience. What you killed was my seventh uncle. Today, I shall avenge him. Yi Zilong twirled his silver spear, its glimmering tip now aimed directly at Li Chun and his companion. In the 3rd military district of Xiadu, a scene of warfare was unfolding. Soldiers donned their battle armor, weapons reflecting the dawn's light, their eyes betraying unwavering determination. The assembly of thousands of warriors formed an unyielding force, their presence akin to a colossal mountain, standing resolute against the adversary, exuding an indomitable spirit. As orders were dispatched, the engines of armored vehicles roared to life, a procession of iron beasts awakening, their formidable forms strikingly majestic in the sunlight. Following closely were several tanks, their turrets rotating slowly, cannon mouths aimed toward the distant horizon. Each war machine, each soldier, symbolized the might of the 3rd military district of Xiadu early that morning. The soldiers received orders from their commander to engage in military exercises. Many were perplexed by the sudden call to arms, especially with live ammunition involved. Yet, despite their confusion, they dared not question the commander's orders and complied dutifully. Yi Wentian surveyed the poised Xiadu military, their formations impeccably aligned, resembling a dragon rearing to strike. A flicker of ruthlessness crossed his face. As the head of the Yi family and the commander of the 3rd military district of Xiadu, he wielded the authority to mobilize the military. The military exercise was a facade. The true intent was to crush Li Chun and Mu Qingge. He sought to cleanse the shame of the Yi family with blood. All forces advance. Yi Wentian commanded, his voice resonating like thunder. An order that reverberated in the ears of every soldier present. With Yi Wentian's command, tens of thousands of soldiers from the summer capital surged forth like a flood unleashed from a dam, resolutely advancing towards their objective. Although it was merely a military exercise, each skirmish was treated with the gravity of genuine combat. Outside the Yi family estate, the emergence of the Dragon Spear War God, Yi Zilong, shifted the dynamics of the situation. Yi Zilong boasted of seeking vengeance for the god of war Tianfeng. Sister, leave this fellow to me. You deal with the remaining Yi family guards, Li Qinggan declared to Mu Qingge. All right, but be careful. Mu Qingge replied with a gentle nod. Li Qinggan gripped his spiritual sword, casting a cold gaze upon Yi Zilong. Take this, Yi Zilong bellowed, unleashing his true energy as the silver dragon spear lunged fiercely towards Li Qinggan. The silver spear gleamed brilliantly, resembling a soaring silver dragon. A fierce light flickered in Li Qinggan's eyes. He did not flinch or evade, instead meeting the attack head-on with his sword. As the Bai Luo Huangquan's sword erupted in verdant sword light. Clang! The sound of metal clashing echoed, sparks flying in every direction. Li Qinggan retreated a half-step, while Yi Zilong stepped back a full pace. In this initial clash, the victor and vanquished were readily discernible. Yi Zilong steadied himself, a glimmer of surprise flashing in his eyes. He had not anticipated Li Qinggan's formidable strength, capable of holding his own in a direct confrontation. However, his astonishment quickly faded, replaced by an even more resolute battle fervor. As a war god sanctioned by the War God Hall, Yi Zilong's martial prowess undoubtedly reached the celestial realm, and he had achieved great mastery within it. He too firmly held his ground, elevating his assessment of Li Qinggan further. He recognized that encountering such an opponent today was a fortuitous gift, compelling him to exert his utmost effort. Kill. Li Qinggan's expression remained impassive as he uttered a low growl, his figure darting forth, sword light cascading like a waterfall, aimed directly at Yi Zilong. Yi Zilong laughed maniacally, brandishing his dragon spear, its tip glimmering ominously as it met Li Qinggan's sword light in a fierce collision. In that moment, sword energy and spear light intertwined. The air around them surged with intensity, creating an awe-inspiring spectacle. Meanwhile, Mu Qingge confronted the Yi family guards, her movements graceful yet fierce. Each strike imbued with a chilling aura. Her swordplay resembled a dance, every action executed with precision, both beautiful and lethal. Despite being numerous, the Yi family guards fell one by one beneath her blade, akin to cut grass. The battle outside the Yi estate intensified. The clash between Li Qinggan and Yi Zilong resembled a ferocious struggle between two beasts, with each attack brimming with power and speed, and each defense showcasing unparalleled skill and composure. Li Qinggan, Your prowess is indeed commendable, but you are still far from my equal, Yi Zilong taunted mid-battle. Li Qinggan remained unresponsive, choosing to disregard the provocation. With his by Luo Huangquan's sword, he unleashed an even more ferocious sword force. His technique akin to a torrential storm, relentless and overwhelming, leaving no room for respite. In this exchange of words, there was no significance, only strength spoke volumes. Yi Zilong, increasingly astonished as the battle progressed, elevated his regard for Li Qinggan yet again. However, he understood that encountering such an opponent today was a fortuitous opportunity bestowed by fate. Should he manage to defeat him, his martial prowess could ascend to new heights. Thus he must exert every ounce of his strength. Yi Zilong, wielding the silver dragon spear, seemed to have a fleeting glimmer of silver light in his eyes. The true energy within him coalesced upon the spear, its tip radiating a dazzling brilliance. Silver dragon shatters the sky. With a fierce shout, Yi Zilong's figure vanished from sight, as if merging with the very air itself. In the next instant, he appeared beside his adversary, the dragon spear in hand, exuding an overwhelming momentum, akin to a furious silver dragon, piercing directly towards Li Qinggan. The might was formidable, possessing an extraordinary penetrating power capable of effortlessly breaching any defense, as if intent on tearing apart all resistance. Yi Zilong unleashed his ultimate technique, pouring forth his full force. He would not employ this move lightly. It was one of the key reasons for his invincibility on the battlefield, earning him the title of Dragon Spear War God. Li Qinggan, grasping the azure sky and yellow spring's sword, felt a flicker of sword aura in his gaze. The true energy within him began to circulate swiftly, converging upon the azure sky and yellow spring's sword. The sword's aura transformed, shifting from a verdant green to a faint golden brilliance. As the true energy continued to flow, the light intensified, ultimately coalescing into a resplendent golden sword aura. First movement of the 9 Songs of Yellow Springs. The first Song of Yellow Springs. The 9 Songs of Yellow Springs comprised a complete sword technique, encompassing 9 songs and 9 movements. With a commanding shout, the golden light on the azure sky and yellow spring's sword erupted instantaneously, forming a colossal sword beam that soared into the heavens. The force of this strike was so tremendous that the entire battlefield trembled. The golden sword aura seemed to morph into an immense beast, devouring Yi Zilong's silver brilliance. Yi Changkong, Mu Qinggu, and the Yi family guards involuntarily halted their actions, staring in astonishment at the unfolding spectacle. Is this truly the extent of human power? It's utterly terrifying. Yi Changkong felt a profound shock within. My junior brother's strength is beyond my comprehension, Mu Qinggu murmured to herself, a proud smile adorning her face. After all, he was her junior brother. Boom. The golden beast consumed the silver dragon, and a terrifying wave of energy radiated outward, shaking the ground. Yi Zilong spat out blood, hurtling backward, the silver dragon spear slipping from his grasp. His eyes widened in disbelief. How could he have lost? This was inconceivable. In stark contrast, Li Qinggan, clad in black, bore an icy demeanor, wielding the spirit sword, utterly unscathed. Junior brother, you were magnificent. Mu Qinggu beamed with joy, confident that her junior brother would prevail. The so-called Dragon Spear War God was utterly powerless before him. Defeated. How could this be possible? Yi Changkong's complexion turned pale, his limbs cold, his body trembling slightly. The 3 great war gods of the Yi family, one dead, one defeated, was an occurrence he had never dared to imagine. Li Qinggan approached Yi Zilong, sword in hand, unperturbed, for having slain one war god of the Yi family. He had no qualms about claiming another life. Thunder rumbled ominously. At that moment, the ground trembled violently as an iron torrent surged forth. Tanks forged a path, followed closely by armored vehicles, as 30,000 troops from Shidu surged in. Yi Wentian's voice boomed like thunder. Fire! The reverberations of cannon fire erupted, each blast echoing ominously as the tanks unleashed their wrath, their sights set squarely on Li Qinggan. Li Qinggan's expression shifted dramatically. In an instant, he vanished, cradling his senior sister as he sought refuge in the distance. The thunderous roar of artillery filled the air, deafening in its intensity. As the tank's cannon belched forth a fiery tongue, the shell hurtling with lethal force, aimed directly at the location of Li Qinggan and Mu Qinggu. In an instant of cataclysmic explosion, the ground was transformed into a massive crater, earth and debris scattering violently, creating a devastating circle with a radius of several meters. The shockwave swept through the surroundings, uprooting trees and causing structures to crumble under the sheer force, as the outer walls of the Yi family estate collapsed. Smoke and flames intertwined, forming a shroud that blotted out the sun, enveloping the entire battlefield in a somber gloom. The very spot where Li Qinggan had sought refuge had become a desolate wasteland, the ground pulverized and the surrounding vegetation reduced to charred remains. The air was thick with the acrid scent of gunpowder and charred earth, suffocating in its intensity. The terrifying power of the iron behemoth was unmistakable. This was the machinery of war. Madness. The Yi family had gone insane, daring to mobilize troops without authorization, even deploying tanks. After the barrage, Mu Qingge could not restrain herself from exclaiming. She could scarcely believe that the Yi family would resort to such military might, employing tanks in their recklessness. Such steel monstrosities, the very embodiment of war, were insurmountable even for those at the pinnacle of martial prowess. A single shell could spell doom. Even Li Qinggan and Mu Qingge, in their current state, lacked the strength to withstand the tank's artillery assault directly. Evading its onslaught was the only prudent choice. Seizing the opportunity, the war god of the dragon spear, Yi Zilong, abandoned the Yi family and fled. This round of tank fire had inadvertently inflicted casualties among the Yi family's own guards. Yi Changkong, witnessing the arrival of the family head Yi Wentian along with the army and tanks, displayed a gleeful expression. He erupted into wild laughter. Ha ha! Li Qinggan and Mu Qingge, your demise is imminent. You are doomed. However, it was somewhat regrettable that the previous barrage had failed to eliminate Li Qinggan and Mu Qingge. Now that they had retreated, advancing any further would risk devastating the Yi family estate. Yi Wentian's voice resonated. Li Qinggan, Mu Qingge, you have slain my family's war god. You have insulted the Yi family. For this enmity and grievance, you deserve a fate worse than death. Today, I shall first vanquish you, then obliterate your lineage. Junior brother, perhaps we should retreat. Mu Qingge whispered as she and Li Qinggan concealed themselves behind a large tree. She felt there was no need to confront an army of such magnitude, especially with the presence of armored vehicles and tanks. In the face of war machinery, all were rendered equal. Li Qinggan gently shook his head. Senior sister, we need not flee. After saying this, he opened a small cloth pouch he carried and extracted several items from within. What is this? Mu Qingge gazed in confusion at the burlap bag, which contained several small white porcelain vials. Could it be that they held medicinal pills? Li Qinggan did not provide a direct answer. Instead, he hurled several of the porcelain vials toward the direction of the Shedu army. The vials struck the ground, shattering upon impact. The onlookers initially mistook them for grenades, startled by the sudden explosion. However, upon realizing they were merely small white vials, they sighed in relief. Yet, in the next moment, a dense green mist erupted from the shattered vials, swiftly spreading throughout the area. Poison. It was poison. Beware of the toxic green mist. The army descended into chaos, frantically attempting to evade the noxious cloud. Yi Wentian's expression darkened. He had not anticipated such a tactic from the enemy, employing toxic mist as a means of attack. He commanded his soldiers to don gas masks, believing this would shield them from the poison. However, it proved utterly futile. The green mist could infiltrate the body through respiration and permeate the skin's pores, rendering it nearly impossible to evade. Unless one donned thick protective gear, it was of no use whatsoever. Mu Qingge observed this scene from a distance, astonished. Junior brother, is this the toxic mist you concocted? It's remarkably potent. She cast a surprised glance at Li Qinggan, who nodded gently. I prepared it a few days ago, and it has arrived at an opportune moment. Li Qinggan hurled several more vials into the remaining crowd of Yi family's guards, and the green mist spread among them. Having witnessed the terror of the toxic fog, they panicked and attempted to flee. Senior sister, hold them off. I shall take down a target. A fleeting glimmer of cold, murderous intent flashed in Li Qinggan's eyes. He entrusted all the vials containing the toxic mist to Mu Qingge. Rest assured, with this poison, they will not dare to approach. Mu Qingge replied with a smile. The green mist obstructed the path of the Shedu army, causing them to hesitate and even compel them to retreat from the spreading toxin. Yi Wentian's expression was grim. This was not what he had anticipated. He had expected the mobilization of his forces to swiftly suppress the enemy. Now, they found their advance thwarted by this toxic haze. Wait, this poison must be limited. It cannot be used indefinitely. Once it is expended, they will still perish. Meanwhile, Li Qinggan stealthily approached an individual. Yi Changkong's smile had long vanished. He surveyed the Yi family guards and Shidu soldiers, who were desperately fleeing from the toxic mist, his expression darkening. At that moment, a tremendous force struck him, sending Yi Changkong sprawling to the ground. He rolled twice, covered in dirt and utterly disheveled. Just as he was about to curse, his gaze fell upon a youth clad in black, and his anger instantly transformed into fear. What? What do you intend to do? Li Qing'an's expression was frigid as he uttered 2 words. Kill you. No, don't come any closer. Yi Changkong, sitting on the ground, was filled with terror, retreating in panic. Lacking any cultivation, he was merely an ordinary person. How could he not be afraid in the face of this harbinger of death? The remaining guards of the Yi family, driven by the toxic mist, fled, leaving no time to rescue Yi Changkong. Moreover, even if they attempted to intervene, could they truly halt Li Qinggan? The ultimate outcome would remain unchanged, merely resulting in the death of a few more individuals. Yi Changkong continued to retreat, while Li Qinggan advanced step by step. In the next moment, Yi Changkong suddenly knelt on the ground, pleading for mercy. He understood that escape was futile. Perhaps begging for forgiveness might offer a slender chance of survival. As he apologized, he bowed his head repeatedly, imploring, Li Qinggan, I am sorry, I am truly sorry. I realize my mistakes. I beg you, spare my life, do not kill me. I promise, I will never seek revenge again. Please, do not take my life. I genuinely regret my actions. Li Qinggan shook his head slightly, his voice frigid. You only comprehend that you are about to die. A flash of emerald sword light pierced through, impaling his heart. Yi Changkong's eyes widened in shock, his life extinguished. Li Qinggan withdrew his sword without casting another glance. He strode towards the direction of the summer capital's army. Immune to all poisons, the toxic mist posed no threat to him. Yi Wentian observed a young man clad in black, wielding a sword as he approached the army, emanating an aura that instilled fear. Though but a single individual, he commanded the presence of a myriad. One man, one sword, capable of standing against 1,000,000. It must be an illusion, surely a mere figment of his imagination. Yi Wentian shook his head to dispel the fear. He descended to prepare his tank. At such close range, he could undoubtedly eliminate this foe. No matter how powerful he was, could he withstand the onslaught of tank shells? Junior brother. Mu Qingga exclaimed anxiously as she witnessed Li Qinggan heading directly towards the army. It was far too perilous. She called out while running towards him. Yet, Li Qinggan remained undeterred, continuing his advance toward the summer capital's forces. Just then, a commanding shout resonated, akin to the tolling of a great bell. Yi Wentian, halt. Upon hearing that voice, Mu Qingga felt a mix of surprise and joy. Yi Wentian, too, was taken aback. An elderly man with hair as white as snow suddenly emerged on the battlefield, dressed in a white training outfit, with narrowed eyes and a restrained aura. He resembled a grandfather exercising in the park. Master, Mu Qingga called out. The newcomer was none other than Su Qingzi, the leader of the Heavenly General Pavilion. He glanced back at Mu Qingga with a benevolent smile. Shaoqing, are you harmed? Master, I am fine, Mu Qingga replied gently, shaking her head. What brings you here? Su Qingzi smiled. I am here to assist you. She then introduced Li Qinggan. Junior brother, this is Pavilion Master Su of the Heavenly General Pavilion. He is the one who invited me to join and become the commander of the Heavenly Generals. Li Qinggan's suspicions were confirmed. Su Qingzi turned his gaze back to Yi Wentian, his voice deep and authoritative. Yi Wentian, for personal vendetta? You have unlawfully mobilized the summer capital's army under the guise of military exercises, violating the Great Siam military law. You are hereby dismissed and will face 3 years of imprisonment. Su Qingzi, what right do you have to judge me? Yi Wentian charged forward from behind the troops, filled with rage and demanding answers. Master Su, with his eyes slightly narrowed, spoke in a calm and unhurried manner. I am not the one with the authority, but the one above me is, and it is he who has sent me here. Upon hearing this, Yi Wentian's expression became one of disbelief. It was evident who that esteemed figure was. How could this matter have drawn the attention of such a person? I refuse to accept this. I will not accept this. Yi Wentian erupted in fury. Master Su gently shook his head. Yi Wentian, I had previously advised you to abandon your quest for vengeance, but you chose not to heed my warning. If this matter were to end here, perhaps you could preserve your life, and the Yi family might retain some semblance of power. Should you persist in your reckless pursuit, The Yi family will meet its demise at your hands." Yi Wentian's face contorted in rage, and in a sudden fit of anger, he struck out. "No one can stop me today. I will slay them." With his true energy surging, he launched a punch at Li Qinggan. This was a complete loss of reason. Master Su's slightly narrowed eyes glimmered with a golden light. He raised his hand with ease, channeling his true energy, as if a yin-yang taiji diagram materialized behind him, and he delivered a palm strike towards the enraged Yi Wentian. With a sickening thud, Yi Wentian was sent flying, blood spewing from his mouth. "Should you dare to resist, you shall be killed on the spot." Master Su's icy voice resonated. It was only then that Yi Wentian regained his composure, cold sweat breaking out across his body. He had been too impulsive. Reflecting on the formidable strength of the man before him, he couldn't help but shiver. Yi Wentian submitted to his fate, bowing his head in deference. Li Qinggan observed with mild astonishment. The old man had merely executed a common taiji technique, yet the power unleashed was utterly terrifying. This taiji had undoubtedly reached an unparalleled level of mastery. Furthermore, the old man's strength was shrouded in mystery, leaving Li Qinggan somewhat bewildered. Indeed, the Great Xia was a land of hidden talents. "Little Li, what do you think about concluding this matter?" Master Su continued to gaze at Li Qinggan with his eyes slightly narrowed. Li Qinggan replied, "Who told you to address me like that? Junior brother. Master Su is aiding us. I believe if the Yi family ceases to trouble us, this matter can be laid to rest," Mu Qingga interjected, tugging at Li Qinggan's arm. "I am indifferent, but can you ensure that the Yi family will not retaliate against my senior sister?" Li Qinggan fixed his starry gaze upon Master Su, asking boldly. Without a moment's hesitation, Master Su affirmed, "I can guarantee it. Little Qing, she is my granddaughter. Anyone who dares to harm her shall face my wrath, including you." Li Qinggan was taken aback by the declaration, turning to glance at his senior sister. Mu Qingga chuckled shyly. "This old man insists on having me as his granddaughter. So I reluctantly agreed." Su Qingzi remarked, "How many would desire to be my granddaughter? Yet I have not acquiesced." The revelation that the master of Tianjiang Pavilion was the godfather of Mu Qingga bestowed upon her a significant protective status, rendering the Yi family unable to act against her. It was also likely that Su Qingzi's intervention stemmed from this very reason. Li Qinggan's worries dissipated. "Yi Wentian and the Yi family, you may act as you see fit." "Master Su," Li Qinggan stated, "upon encountering you, the Yi family will likely choose to steer clear in the future." Haha. Su Qingzi chuckled softly. "However, there is one aspect that Li Chunin has misjudged. Su Qingzi's involvement in this matter is not due to Mu Qingga. The subsequent affairs will be managed by Su Qingzi." Li Chunin and Mu Qingga departed first. Su Qingzi contained the situation, allowing it to circulate only within a limited circle. Yi Wentian was dismissed and sentenced, confined to a special prison for martial artists. Of course, that is a discussion for another time. Mu Qingga's father, Mu Hongxian, hurried to the entrance of the Yi family estate, only to be met with a scene of ruins. The events have concluded, leaving behind an empty shell. At this moment, Li Chunin and Mu Qingga were already seated on a flight back to Modu. "Disciple, will you not linger a few more days in Modu? Are you heading back to Haiqing so soon?" Mu Qingga inquired. "Senior sister, you are welcome to visit Haiqing." Li Chunin replied. "Your fourth senior sister is also in Xiadu. It is surprising that you did not seek her out during your visit." Once she learns of this, Mu Qingga left her sentence unfinished. Li Chunin's eyes widened slightly. "Sixth senior sister, why did you only mention this now? You never asked." Mu Qingga giggled. "Li Chunin, sixth senior sister must have done this on purpose. Only now, while on the flight, does she bring it up. Had he known that the fourth senior sister was also in Xiadu, he would surely have sought her out." "I have never been to Xiadu," Li Chunin adamantly denied. At that moment, a passenger on the flight suddenly collapsed, their face flushed and breathing labored, not far from Li Chunin and the others. Immediately, a flight attendant rushed over to assess the situation. The person who had fainted was an elderly man, over 60, with a head full of white hair. This short-haul flight had no doctor on board, and the flight attendants quickly became flustered, unable to ascertain the cause of the elder's collapse. If someone were to perish on the flight, they would bear some responsibility, and they dreaded the prospect of family members causing a scene. The aircraft's announcement soon rang out, inquiring whether there were any doctors on board who could assist the fallen elder. Fortunately, there was indeed a professional doctor on the flight, reportedly a chief physician. A man in his 40s, under the flight attendant's guidance, approached the elderly man and began to examine his condition. Curious gazes from surrounding passengers were directed towards him. The doctor's name was Gao Jingrui, employed at the first hospital of Modu. He had been on vacation in Xiadu and was returning to Modu. His complexion is flushed. Lips and jaw are swollen. Oxygen levels are low, respiratory failure is evident, and his blood pressure is also low. I suspect the elder may be experiencing acute allergies. Gao Jingrui stated after his examination. Acute allergies. Could it be due to something he ingested? The flight attendant inquired. That possibility cannot be dismissed, Gao Jingrui replied. There are many potential causes for allergies. Food allergies are the most common, along with drug allergies and contact allergies, among others. Administer adrenaline immediately and proceed with treatment for anaphylactic shock. Gao Jingrui declared solemnly, as this acute allergy could pose a significant risk to life. The flight attendant turned pale, but Dr. Gao, there is no adrenaline on the aircraft. I have it in my bag, Gao Jingrui declared. Soon, he retrieved the adrenaline and, using professional injection equipment, administered it to the elderly man. Gradually, the man's breathing improved, and his complexion became less flushed. A collective sigh of relief resonated among the onlookers as they witnessed the elderly gentleman's condition stabilizing. Indeed, it is an acute allergic reaction. Gao Jingrui remarked with a light chuckle. Applause and fervent discussions erupted around him. This doctor is remarkable, a miraculous healer. I recorded it. I shall post it on Douyin and gain fame. No, it is Dr. Gao who shall become famous. However, a flight attendant cautiously inquired, Dr. Gao, why has the elderly gentleman not yet regained consciousness? Let us wait a moment. He should awaken shortly, Gao Jingrui responded, gently wiping the cold sweat from his brow. After administering adrenaline, one would expect a swift recovery in cases of acute allergies. At that moment, a jarring voice interrupted the atmosphere. Fool! He is not suffering from an acute allergy. The crowd turned towards the source of the voice to find a young man in black, exuding a nonchalant demeanor, accompanied by a stunning beauty. This young man was Li Chunin. Dr. Gao Jingrui frowned slightly and asked, if you claim this elderly gentleman is not experiencing an allergy, then what is it? Poisoning, Li Chunin replied calmly. What? Poisoning? How could that be? Indeed. Young man, if you do not understand, do not speak nonsense. Are you a doctor? Do not interfere. The crowd murmured in disbelief, defending the diagnosis given by the esteemed hospital's physician. Well then, if you assert that the elderly gentleman is poisoned, what kind of poison do you believe it to be? Gao Jingrui inquired, his brow furrowing. I do not know. Li Chunin replied with an unperturbed tone. Huh, you do not know? How can you claim it is poisoning without knowing the type? The passengers surrounding them began to perceive Li Chunin as an irritant, disrupting the treatment. There are countless toxins in the world. It is unreasonable to expect Li Chunin to identify them all, especially since many are custom-made and uniquely named. Not knowing did not imply an inability to detoxify. Silence. Mu Qingge exclaimed, what do you know? My junior brother states he is poisoned, and that is the truth. He is indeed a miraculous healer, unlike certain mediocre doctors. Gao Jingrui's expression darkened as he realized that Mu Qingge's last remark was a pointed jab at him. You claim he is poisoned, but cannot specify the toxin. What kind of miraculous healer is that? Gao Jingrui retorted angrily. If you have the ability, then cure him. One injection is sufficient. Li Chunin spoke in a calm manner. He rose to stand before the elderly man, a slender silver needle now in his hand. Witnessing this, the surrounding passengers erupted into a flurry of murmurs. A silver needle. This young man is a practitioner of traditional Chinese medicine. Isn't traditional medicine just a scam? It can't possibly cure ailments. Could he be a charlatan? Not necessarily. Some skilled old practitioners can indeed heal. Exactly, we shouldn't dismiss it entirely. My grandmother often sought treatment from traditional doctors, and it was effective. Gao Jingrui observed Li Chunin with a skeptical gaze, firmly disbelieving that traditional medicine could save lives. He claimed the elderly man was poisoned, and if that were true, traditional medicine would be even less capable of treatment. He eagerly awaited the young man's failure. Li Chunin inserted the silver needle into the Tianrong point on the elderly man's neck, then, employing a unique technique, gently twisted the needle, channeling his vital energy into the old man's body. Ah, look, the needle has turned black. He is truly poisoned. Someone exclaimed in astonishment. It seems so. Could he really be poisoned? Others countered, not necessarily. The discoloration of the needle does not definitively indicate poison. Some non-toxic substances can also cause it to darken. Indeed, It has been scientifically proven that silver needles are not reliable for testing for poison. Approximately a minute passed. Li Chunin swiftly withdrew the needle. At that moment, the elderly man regained consciousness and expelled a mouthful of black blood. He is awake. He is truly healed. The old man has come back to life. It appears he was genuinely poisoned. Look at the black blood he expelled. Remarkable. Traditional medicine can indeed save lives. This young man is extraordinary. He is a true healer. Upon witnessing the elderly man's revival, the surrounding passengers immediately altered their tone, praising Li Chunin and applauding him. Gao Jingrui, however, wore an expression of disbelief. How could this be possible? Traditional medicine actually worked. Was it truly poison and not an acute allergic reaction? Young man, thank you for saving me. The elderly man expressed his heartfelt gratitude towards Li Chunin. Li Chunin merely nodded in acknowledgement, choosing not to elaborate further. Wait. The elderly man suddenly called out to Li Chunin. Here is my personal business card. If you ever encounter an insurmountable problem, perhaps you could seek my assistance. He handed Li Chunin a seemingly ordinary card. Li Chunin accepted it casually, pocketing it without a glance. A sudden incident had been swiftly resolved through Li Chunin's intervention. Gao Jingrui returned to his seat, yet he distinctly heard whispers of quack among the crowd, causing his mouth to twitch in irritation. He hastened back to his seat, his face flushed with embarrassment as if aflame. The flight attendant arranged a new seat for the elderly man, directing him to a quieter place to rest. Additionally, she offered Li Chunin and his companions complimentary refreshments to express gratitude for his assistance. Junior brother, what do you think would happen if I weren't here? Would that flight attendant have rushed right into your arms? Muchinga remarked with a smile. Li Chunin, senior sister, stop talking nonsense. I'm not speaking frivolously. That beautiful flight attendant clearly has her eyes on you. Just now, she even hinted at wanting your contact information. Muchinga retorted with a disdainful snort. I didn't refrain from giving it. Li Chunin replied. Muchinga's eyes widened in surprise. You truly intend to share it. You incorrigible junior. Li Chunin fell silent. The airplane landed smoothly in the bustling metropolis of Magic City. After spending another day indulging with his senior sister, Li Chunin boarded a flight back to Haicheng the following day. This time, he did not encounter any patients on the plane. As soon as he deplaned and turned on his phone, he discovered several missed calls and a few messages, all from Li Zhini. Upon opening the messages, Li Chunin's expression instantly darkened, a terrifying aura of rage emanating from him. He hailed a taxi and rushed to the scene. In Haicheng, at the ruins of the one family estate, a gathering of over 100 people was present, alongside various construction vehicles such as bulldozers and excavators. They intended to raise the site to the ground for redevelopment. Before the gravestone of the Wen family, which Li Chunin had personally inscribed, a woman stood with arms outstretched, her gaze resolute, defying the bulldozer that threatened to flatten the monument. At that moment, Li Chunin arrived and, upon witnessing the scene before him, his fury intensified, an overwhelming killing intent surging within him. After his adoptive mother's family had been exterminated, even in death, they were denied peace. Now, the gravestone he had painstakingly engraved was on the verge of being toppled. Everyone halt. Li Chunin bellowed, his voice laced with murderous intent. His roar reverberated like the blast of numerous loudspeakers, leaving the crowd stunned, their ears ringing, and their minds reeling from the sheer force of it. Who the hell are you? Dare to obstruct the Qinglong Association's affairs? Are you seeking death? A middle-aged man with a scar lunged at Li Chunin, brimming with aggression, pointing and cursing. Boom. Li Chunin delivered a kick that sent the man crashing into the ground, bones shattering, blood spewing forth. There was no need for relocation. He could be buried right there. The rest of the crowd, seeing their comrade felled by the young man in black, initially wore expressions of shock that quickly morphed into unbridled fury. Charge! Kill him! Commanded the bald-headed leader, his expression fierce. As the command was issued, members of the Qinglong Association brandished machetes and surged towards Li Chunin with ferocity. Li Chunin's demeanor remained icy. Facing the onslaught of thugs, he exhibited no fear. His fists flew, sending one thug after another sprawling to the ground, some dead, others injured. Despite the weapons in hand and their menacing presence, none managed to lay a finger on him, let alone inflict any harm. The bald-headed leader, witnessing Li Chunin's ferocity, was struck with terror. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He turned to the bulldozer driver and shouted, "Quickly, run him over, crush him." However, the driver, not being a member of the Qinglong Association, refused, shaking his head. I can't do that. It's not permissible to run someone over. Do not speak nonsense. I will take responsibility for the death. I will give you another 1,000,000. The bald man growled, his face contorted with rage. With the promise of a substantial reward, bravery was summoned. Upon hearing that he would not be held accountable and could claim 1,000,000, the driver of the bulldozer steeled himself and charged towards Li Chunin. His eyes filled with madness. Li Chunin, who was preoccupied with dealing with a group of thugs, suddenly noticed a bulldozer barreling towards him. Yet he stood his ground. His expression serene, a glint of determination flashing in his eyes. With a powerful thrust, Li Chunin unleashed his right fist, striking the bulldozer with astonishing force. What transpired next left everyone astounded, their eyes wide with disbelief, as if they had witnessed a specter. The massive bulldozer was obliterated by Li Chunin's single punch, reduced to a heap of scrap metal. The driver met an immediate and gruesome demise. Is this even human? The bald leader gasped, cursing in terror, his body trembling in shock. The others, gripped by fear, scattered in all directions, perceiving the young man in black as a monster, utterly unbeatable. The bald leader attempted to flee, but before he could take a step, a shadow appeared before him like a ghost. Li Chunin seized the bald man's neck, lifting him effortlessly. The man struggled desperately, pleading for his life. Please, don't kill me. Don't kill me. Li Chunin inquired coldly. Who sent you here? With great difficulty, the bald man responded. It's our leader from the Qinglong Society. He ordered us to clear this place. We were merely following orders. Li Chunin frowned slightly. Why would the Qinglong Society do this? I don't know. We just obey orders and dare not question the leader. The bald man was on the verge of tears. At that moment, Li Jini rushed over, panting heavily. She had come to inform Li Chunin of the situation. Fortunately, he had arrived in time. Otherwise, the Wen family's land would have been seized by the Qinglong Society. Li Jini turned to Li Chunin to explain, Brother Chunin, the Qinglong Society is the largest underground force in Haiqing. After the Wen family was annihilated, this land was first taken by the Zhao family, who then sold it to the Tianhai Group. The Tianhai Group intends to develop real estate here, and its major shareholder is none other than the leader of the Qinglong Society, Qin Qinglong. Upon hearing this explanation, Li Chunin grasped the situation and tightened his grip, snapping the bald man's neck. Jini, do you know where the leader of the Qinglong Society is? He asked. Li Jini hesitated, aware of Li Chunin's intentions, her concern evident. This land belongs to my godmother, and I intend to reclaim it, Li Chunin declared. Realizing she could not dissuade him, Li Jini sighed softly. LNL Ing TNSH Ing is the headquarters of the Qinglong Society. Their leader should be there. Li Chunin recalled that he had previously killed Zhao Wuduan there and was familiar with the location. Return to the villa and await my news. Li Chunin cast aside a remark, turning abruptly to depart. The scene unfolded in Haiqing, a city adorned with opulence, home to one of the 3 elite entertainment venues, which also serves as the headquarters of the Qinglong Society. At this moment, numerous members of the Qinglong Society convened, seemingly engaged in urgent matters. A robust middle-aged man, with piercing eyes, lounged on a sofa, a cigarette in one hand and a glass of fine liquor in the other, his gaze fixated on a woman kneeling before him, clad in a red qipao, her face marred by 2 crimson handprints, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. Pei Xiaohong, you have truly grown bold. How dare you seize the territory of the Tang Alliance under the aegis of the Qinglong Society? I've heard whispers of your ambition to elevate your Honghua Society to rival the Tang Alliance, to establish yourself as a sovereign. Have you considered your position? What right does a mere woman have to such aspirations? Utterly delusional. The irate man was none other than Qin Qinglong, the president of the Qinglong Society, while the woman kneeling in the qipao was Pei Xiaohong, the leader of the Honghua Society. The Honghua Society, a mere third-rate underground faction, was founded by Pei Xiaohong herself, who had diligently labored to develop its influence. Recently, the Tang Alliance was abruptly annihilated by a mysterious force, prompting rival underground factions in Haiqing to scramble for the territories once held by the Tang Alliance. Demonstrating both courage and cunning, Pei Xiaohong led her Honghua Society to claim a significant share of the spoils. Upon learning of this, the Qinglong Society swiftly launched an offensive against the Honghua Society, reclaiming not only the territories recently acquired by the Honghua Society, but also seizing many of its former domains. President Pei Xiaohong was captured in the process. Indeed, as a third-rate underground faction, The Honghua Society could not contend with the likes of the Qinglong Society, a premier underground power. Chen Qinglong exhaled a plume of smoke, the dragon tattoo on his arm glistening under the dim light. He fixed his gaze on the kneeling Pei Xiaohong, a cold smile gracing his lips. The reason for your presence here today is twofold. First, the Honghua Society shall merge with the Qinglong Society, and henceforth, Haiqing will know only the Qinglong Society. Second, you shall become my woman, to share my bed. Only then will you stand a chance at survival. The Qinglong Society had long coveted the Honghua Society, and now they were finally poised to act. Bah! Pei Xiaohong lifted her head and spat blood towards Chen Qinglong's face. With her chin held high, her beautiful eyes radiated unwavering determination as she coldly declared, even in death, I, Pei Xiaohong, shall never bow to the likes of you. Chen Qinglong, with a perverse delight, licked the blood from his face, erupting into laughter. Huh, such spirit, so fiery. I do relish a woman like you. The conquest of such a woman brings immense satisfaction. I eagerly anticipate your performance in bed. A sinister grin spread across Chen Qinglong's face as he prepared to tear away Pei Xiaohong's clothing, intent on indulging his desires. Suddenly, a thunderous crash reverberated through the room as the door to the private chamber was violently breached. Two members of the Qinglong Society, stationed at the entrance, fell to the ground, bloodied and dazed. Chen Qinglong, come forth and meet your demise. A thunderous voice echoed, laden with a palpable aura of menace, striking terror into the hearts of those present. Chen Qinglong, come forth and face your demise. A young man clad in black appeared in the private room, his expression icy. Who are you? How dare you disturb my affairs? Are you seeking death? Chen Qinglong glared at Li Qinggan, shouting furiously. On the ground, Pei Xiaohong turned to glance at the newcomer, a fleeting look of astonishment crossing her eyes. So, you are Chen Qinglong? Li Qinggan coldly inquired, fixing his gaze on the robust, middle-aged man before him. Kid, since you know who I am, why not kneel and beg for mercy? Perhaps I might spare your life. Chen Qinglong laughed heartily after speaking. The land belonging to the Wen family, is it in your possession? Li Qinggan continued to question, his voice cold. Upon hearing this, Chen Qinglong raised an eyebrow. What is your connection to the Wen family? He had just dispatched his subordinates to clear the Wen family's land, preparing for a real estate venture, and now someone was inquiring about it, either coveting the land or having ties to the Wen family. Hand over the Wen family's land, and I shall leave you with a complete corpse. Li Qinggan's voice, though not loud, brimmed with a murderous intent. Chen Qinglong understood. This fellow had come to seize the land. Attempting to rob from the Qinglong Society was tantamount to seeking death. Seize him, cut him down, and feed him to the dogs. Chen Qinglong commanded furiously. As his words fell, over 100 ruffians from the Qinglong Society surged into the opulent private room, blocking the entrance entirely. Armed with machetes and other weapons, they charged at Li Qinggan. Bang! 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 Li Qinggan's expression remained cold, his overwhelming killing aura unabashedly radiating, as if he had transformed into the legendary warrior Bai Qi. He utilized both fists and feet, knocking down one Qinglong Society member after another. In an instant, this luxurious room turned into a scene of sheer carnage, with blood, corpses, and severed limbs strewn about, a horrific tableau. The Qinglong Society members suffered countless casualties, their wails echoing like a chorus from hell. Chen Qinglong's countenance darkened. This young man was far more formidable than he had anticipated. Open fire, kill him. Chen Qinglong commanded with a fierce expression. Two of his bodyguards drew black pistols, aiming directly at Li Qinggan. They pulled the triggers, and bullets flew forth. Li Qinggan reacted swiftly, seizing two Qinglong Society thugs and using them as human shields. The bullets pierced through the bodies of the thugs, leaving Li Qinggan unscathed. After expending a magazine, he hurled the two human shields with tremendous force, striking the gunmen with catastrophic results, reducing them to a bloody pulp. Chen Qinglong's face paled, clearly terrified. Li Qinggan advanced step by step toward him. Suddenly, a shadow darted in, blocking Li Qinggan's path. President, flee. This young man may be a grandmaster of martial arts. I will hold him off. The individual was a skilled protector of Chen Qinglong, known as an Han, a grandmaster of martial arts. Chen Qinglong found it hard to believe that this young man had already attained such a level, and Huan advanced towards Li Chunin, his palm technique exquisite, each strike manifesting with the force of an unrelenting tide, one after another. As a master of martial arts, capable of covertly protecting the president of the Qinglong Society, He was far from an ordinary expert. Yet, in the eyes of Li Chunin, this so-called expert was no more than an insignificant insect. With a swift motion, Li Chunin unleashed a devastating attack, a lethal plum blossom palm, shattering Huan's wrists. Huan's face turned pale, cold sweat beading on his forehead. In that instant, Li Chunin's true energy erupted as he delivered a fierce kick. Huan was sent flying, crashing through a thick wall with a resounding bang. Blood spurted from his mouth. His chest caved in, leaving him sprawled on the ground, teetering between life and death. To Li Chunin, a master was but a mere insect. "Ah, I will kill you," Chen Qinglong roared, wielding a machete as he charged from the side. He leapt high, bringing the blade down with tremendous force towards Li Chunin. Clang! Li Chunin pinched the machete between his fingers and applied pressure, snapping it cleanly in two. With a flick of his fingers, the severed blade flew through the air, plunging into Chen Qinglong's shoulder. Had it descended a fraction lower, it would have pierced his heart. Chen Qinglong let out a blood-curdling scream. It had been ages since he had suffered an injury. Typically, he delegated such violent affairs to his subordinates, merely supervising and directing from the sidelines. Li Chunin had clearly intended to spare Chen Qinglong's life. Otherwise, the severed blade would have already found its mark in his heart. Chen Qinglong collapsed to the ground, clutching his wound, his face contorted with rage as he glared at Li Chunin. "What do you want?" "Hand over the land of the One family." Li Chunin replied coldly. "Very well, I will give it to you." Chen Qinglong gritted his teeth, conceding for the moment to preserve his life. He would seek revenge later and reclaim the One family's land. At that moment, a woman clad in red entered the room, accompanied by a bespectacled man in a suit. "Young master, the lawyer has arrived." The newcomer was Mutin, who spoke with deference. Prior to his arrival, Li Chunin had instructed Mutin to summon a lawyer and prepare the contract. Li Chunin nodded slightly. "Please bring forth the contract." The bespectacled lawyer promptly retrieved 2 copies from his briefcase and handed them to Li Chunin. He perused the documents swiftly, ensuring their accuracy before tossing one to Chen Qinglong with a chilling command. "Sign it." Surprised by the promptness of the proceedings, Chen Qinglong glanced briefly at the contract, confirming it was indeed for the land of the Wen family and not some other agreement. After a moment's hesitation, he gritted his teeth and signed the document. Li Chunin then affixed his signature to the contract, temporarily transferring ownership of the Wen family's land to himself. He planned to return it to his godmother once she was located. "May I leave now?" Chen Qinglong inquired, making his way towards the exit. He now seeks to distance himself swiftly from this harbinger of death. "Did I ever tell you to leave?" Li Chunin's icy voice resonated once more. "What do you mean?" Chen Qinglong's face contorted with rage. "I have already signed the contract and relinquished the land. What more do you desire?" Li Chunin replied in a monotonous tone. "Did I ever state that if you surrendered the land, I would allow you to depart?" "You," Chen Qinglong, in a fit of anger, retorted. "It seems you are not only foolish but also possess a poor memory. I only mentioned that if you handed over the Wen family's land, I would spare your life. Having disturbed the souls of the Wen family, you shall descend and atone for your transgressions." Li Chunin declared coldly. "No, you cannot kill me. I am the president of the Qinglong Society and a major shareholder of the Tianhai Group. If you slay me, you shall meet your own demise." Chen Qinglong's face was a mask of terror as he retreated. In a flash of cold light, blood gushed forth. Chen Qinglong clutched his throat, his eyes wide with despair and unwillingness as he slowly collapsed. "There is no need for the young master to dirty his hands with such filth," Mutin remarked, wielding a sharp dagger. It was she who had executed the lethal blow. Li Chunin uttered no words, turning to leave the scene. At that moment, a woman clad in a red qipao suddenly knelt before him, her face filled with reverence. "Master, please accept me. Master, please accept me," she repeated fervently. "Who are you?" Li Chunin inquired, frowning at the woman. "I am Pei Xiaohong, the president of the Honghua Society," she promptly replied. "The Honghua Society is merely a third-rate underground force in Haiqing," Mutin interjected, explaining to Li Chunin right before Pei Xiaohong. "Indeed, the Honghua Society is presently just a third-rate underground faction, but should my master be willing to assist me, we can swiftly elevate it to become the most formidable underground power in Haiqing," Pei Xiaohong proclaimed with confidence. She had witnessed Li Chunin's prowess at He Danhong's birthday banquet, where he left an indelible impression upon her as he wreaked havoc. Following the annihilation of the Tang Alliance, investigations revealed it was also his doing. Today, in her moment of utmost despair, he had appeared and rescued her. Although his intentions may not have been to save her, the outcome remained the same. Pei Xiaohong had prepared herself to perish in Linglang Tian, yet after witnessing this man's might once more, she resolved to submit to him. The Honghua society was far too weak. It would take Pei Xiaohong over a decade to develop her own influence into a top-tier underground force in Haiqing. Throughout this process, countless unforeseen events would arise. Today it was the Qinglong society attempting to engulf her, and tomorrow it could be the Baihu society. Lacking a robust background, her path to growth was fraught with challenges. She needed to find a powerful ally, and that person was the man before her. What reason do I have to assist you? Li Qinan spoke coldly. I can become your woman. Pei Xiaohong lifted her head, revealing a stunning visage. Amidst her cold beauty, there was a hint of allure, complemented by her striking figure. Pei Xiaohong was acutely aware that her greatest assets in the eyes of men were her beauty and physique. Yet, Li Qinan remained unfazed, chuckling lightly as he remarked, "Do you believe I am lacking in attractive women?" Taken aback by his response, Pei Xiaohong was momentarily stunned. She had anticipated that he would gaze at her with the same lustful desire as other men, eager to whisk her away to bed. Casting a glance at the peony beside Li Qinan, she suddenly declared, "I am no less than her." To substantiate this claim, Pei Xiaohong unfastened her crimson qipao, revealing her alluring, fair form. Li Qinan merely glanced at her before diverting his gaze. "If you wish to be acknowledged as my subordinate, demonstrate your true capabilities. I do not accept inept individuals or mere ornaments." With that, he turned and departed without looking back. Pei Xiaohong stood there, gazing at his retreating figure until it vanished completely. Although she felt a pang of disappointment, her spirits quickly revived. "Wait, I shall prove myself to you." Upon returning to the Longjing villa, Li Qinan found Li Jinni anxiously awaiting his arrival, sighing in relief upon seeing him safe. She had been genuinely concerned for his well-being. "Brother Qinan, thank goodness you're unharmed," she exclaimed, excitedly leaping into his embrace. "You went into the headquarters of the Qinglong society alone to confront their leader. What could possibly happen to me? Jinni, I must thank you for your support." "Why so formal? Your affairs are my affairs." Li Jinni released him, a hint of embarrassment coloring her cheeks as she realized her earlier impulsiveness. It was rare for her to lose her composure, but only in front of Li Qinan and did she allow herself such liberties. "Brother Qinan, you didn't actually kill the leader of the Qinglong society, did you?" she suddenly inquired. Li Qinan nodded lightly, his tone matter of fact. "Yes, I did." "Ah, you really did it." Li Jinni was astonished, unable to fathom that he had succeeded. "Not only did you eliminate the leader of the Qinglong society, but I also reclaimed the land from the Wen family," Li Qinan added. After her initial surprise, concern washed over her. "Brother, having killed the leader of the Qinglong society, they will surely seek revenge. You must be cautious. Let them come for vengeance. I fear them not," Li Qinan replied, his demeanor calm and unperturbed. "But will they not retaliate against me as well? I seem to be involved," Li Jinni remarked. It was indeed a possibility. Such underground factions would stop at nothing to achieve their goals. There was a chance they might capture Li Jinni to threaten Li Qinan. "I shall have Peony send someone to protect you," he assured her. "No need. I believe staying here is the safest option." "You will protect me, one to you, brother?" Li Jinni said with a smile, wrapping her arms around his. Li Qinan felt the softness of her embrace and mused to himself how much she had matured. "Do as you wish. If you wish to stay, then stay." He could easily discern her subtle intentions. "Very well, I shall stay here for a few days. You must not drive me away, dear brother. You are to protect me." A mischievous smile flickered across Li Zhan's face. In that moment, she resembled a little girl, devoid of any trace of the glamorous image of a pharmaceutical company's beautiful CEO. Li Qinan chuckled softly, shaking his head but saying nothing further. The news of the assassination of the Qingshan Society's president, Qin Qingshan, quickly spread. Within the society, shock reverberated. The vice president, Ji Xingting, assumed Qin Qingshan's position and swiftly summoned the disciples of the Qingshan Society, vowing to avenge their leader and eradicate the assassin, Li Qinan. A total of 5,000 disciples, brimming with murderous intent, surged toward Longjing Villa. To secure his position as the president of the Qingshan Society, Ji Xingting understood that he must avenge Qin Qingshan to gain immense prestige. He even promised a reward of 1 million for the one who could kill Li Qinan. Along the roads leading to Longjing Villa, a long line of vans formed, filled with the disciples of the Qingshan Society, all coming to seek vengeance for Qin Qingshan. At the forefront, Ji Xingting bellowed commands. "Assemble! The 5,000 disciples descended from the vans, gathering behind him with an imposing aura that radiated fury. Armed with an array of weapons and adorned with striking tattoos, their faces bore the marks of rage. This scene could only be witnessed in gritty gangster films. Kill! The 5,000 disciples of the Qingshan Society roared in unison, raising their weapons in a formidable display, their ferocity palpable. Any ordinary person witnessing this sight would likely be paralyzed with fear, overwhelmed by the sheer terror of the moment. The 5,000 disciples charged toward Longjing Villa. Naturally, the relevant authorities took note of this development, yet they had received orders to refrain from intervening. The ground trembled as the thunderous footsteps drew nearer. Li Chang'an stood at the entrance of the villa, observing the approaching 5,000 disciples with an air of calmness, utterly unperturbed. As if he were blind to the impending storm. The oncoming tide of 5,000 disciples resembled a relentless wave of steel, a truly breathtaking spectacle. It was rare for top-tier underground forces to mobilize such a vast number. The disciples of the Qingshan Society were exhilarated, their shouts echoing with fervor, as the promise of $1 million bounty invigorated them like a potent stimulant. Li Chang'an, tonight, you shall meet your demise, Ji Xingting declared from the rear. A sinister grin plastered across his face. At that moment, a group of cloaked experts suddenly emerged from both sides, moving with astonishing speed and wielding gleaming daggers, slicing through the ranks of the 5,000 disciples like arrows piercing through the air. This sudden onslaught of 1 to 200 skilled fighters was terrifying, as they effortlessly decimated the Qingshan Society's disciples, turning the scene into a veritable hellscape of blood and carnage. In an instant, the 5,000 disciples were thrown into disarray, fleeing in a frenzy. Ji Xingting's smile froze, his eyes wide with disbelief as he took in the chaos. The only question left lingering in his mind was, where did Li Chang'an acquire such formidable allies? 2 hours prior. Young master, the 7-star pavilion has dispatched 200 5-star assassins, claiming they are here to protect you, Peony reported to Li Chang'an. Li Chang'an was taken aback. The assassins from the 7 Stars Pavilion? Am I to require their protection? The 7 Stars Pavilion is an organization of assassins, one of the top 100 powers within the Hidden Gate. Their former leader was once the king of assassins, who now resides in seclusion on Zhongnan Mountain. Li Chang'an had encountered that individual before and had once left him with a bruised visage. Clearly, the assassins from the 7 Stars Pavilion had been dispatched by him. The reclusive sages on Zhongnan Mountain united to form the Hidden Gate, with their powers joining together under this alliance, pledging mutual assistance. The Hidden Gate resembles a coalition. The 7 Stars Pavilion belongs to the Hidden Gate, as does the Wanhua Palace where Peony resides, though the latter is overseen by Li Chang'an's master. The sages revere Li Chang'an's master as the leader of the Hidden Gate. However, his master seems disinterested and has not formally accepted the position. Let them return. I do not require protection, Li Chang'an stated nonchalantly. Understood, young master, Peony replied, preparing to inform the 5-star assassins of the 7 Stars Pavilion. Wait a moment. Li Chang'an suddenly called out to Peony. Since they are here, let them accomplish a task before returning. Young master, what would you have them do? Eliminate the Qinglong Society, Li Chang'an said in a calm tone. Understood, young master, Peony agreed, knowing precisely what to do. Li Chang'an was well-versed in utilizing people's strengths to their fullest potential. In Longjing Villa District, 200 5-star assassins from the 7 Stars Pavilion were currently slaughtering the 5,000 members of the Qinglong Society. The assassins from the 7 Stars Pavilion are categorized into 7 ranks, from 1 star to 7 stars, with 5-star assassins possessing at least the strength of a master, some even reaching the level of a grandmaster. The members of the Qinglong Society could never have imagined that 200 5-star assassins lay in ambush, waiting for them to deliver themselves to their doom. 200 masters were more than sufficient to sweep through the Qinglong Society. Li Chang'an stood at the entrance of the villa, his expression impassive as he observed the carnage unfold. To seek my demise, one must be prepared for death. The 5,000 disciples of the Qinglong Society had already suffered heavy casualties, with rivers of blood flowing. The remaining disciples were in disarray, frantically fleeing, their morale shattered. While the million reward was certainly tempting, they saw no glimmer of hope for success. The second vice president of the Qinglong Society, Ji Xingting, wore an exceedingly grim expression, unable to fathom such a disastrous outcome. He had confidently gathered 5,000 disciples to annihilate Li Chang'an and avenge their leader, Qin Qinglong. Yet, out of nowhere, 200 masters emerged, causing the Qinglong Society's forces to collapse. Retreat. Vengeance tonight is futile, Ji Xingting bellowed, commanding a withdrawal. But could they escape? The 200 five-star assassins possessed terrifying prowess and unmatched speed. There was no possibility of escape for their designated targets. As the members of the Qinglong Society fled, the 200 assassins pursued relentlessly. More and more fell along the path of escape, the ranks of the fleeing dwindling. Suddenly, an assassin clad in a black mask swiftly approached Vice President Ji Xingting. A gleaming, razor-sharp dagger lunged toward his throat. Ji Xingting reacted with commendable swiftness, for he possessed the prowess of a martial arts master, narrowly evading the lethal strike. Cold sweat beaded on Ji Xingting's forehead. He had just barely escaped death. However, in the next moment, the assassin's left hand revealed another dagger, shimmering with cold light, aimed at Ji Xingting once more. Two daggers attacked relentlessly, their speed so swift that they left afterimages in their wake. Ji Xingting desperately dodged, yet soon found himself adorned with numerous crimson streaks of blood. These assassins were merciless professionals, for killing was their livelihood. Each one of them, a five-star assassin, was seasoned and honed through countless brushes with death. Ji Xingting was no match for this formidable foe. Nevertheless, the masked assassin, clad in a black visage, seemed disinclined to end Ji Xingting's life so swiftly. After toying with him for a while, he swiftly severed Ji Xingting's tendons with his dagger. Ji Xingting let out a cry of agony, collapsing to the ground. The masked killer dragged him away like a lifeless dog toward the Longjing villa. Moments later, the assassin tossed Ji Xingting before Li Chunin, kneeling on one knee with an expression of reverence, proclaiming, "Young master, this man is their leader. I have brought him to you." Li Chunin cast a cold glance at Ji Xingting and replied indifferently, "Just kill him." Fear etched across Ji Xingting's face, and he immediately pleaded for mercy. "No. Li Chunin, I beg you, do not kill me. I was wrong. I swear, the Qinglong Society will never retaliate against you again. Please let me go. I do not wish to die. I implore you." "There are no second chances in this world," Li Chunin stated flatly. The masked assassin did not allow Ji Xingting to utter another word. A flash of cold light swept through the air, and he swiftly ended Ji Xingting's life. "Take them to annihilate the Qinglong Society, then allow them to return," Li Chunin instructed Mutin. "Understood, young master," Mutin replied respectfully. Thereafter, Li Chunin chose to disengage from the unfolding events, lacking the inclination or interest to intervene. With Mutin present, along with 200 five-star assassins from the Qixing Pavilion, they were more than capable of obliterating the Qinglong Society multiple times over. In the deep of night, Li Chunin, resting in bed, suddenly opened his eyes, alert and vigilant. In the darkness, a figure materialized unexpectedly, as if emerging from the shadows. "How astonishing that you could perceive my presence," rasped a voice from the shadow. "Who are you?" Li Chunin inquired, his starry eyes fixated on the darkness, his tone icy. This individual, having infiltrated the Longjing villa undetected until now, was undoubtedly formidable. "I am here to kill you." Just as the shadow's words faded, a dagger glinted menacingly, lunging toward Li Chunin. "If you wish to kill me, you must first prepare for your own demise." Li Chunin's voice was frigid. In the blink of an eye, he deftly evaded the shadow's assault. Another strike followed, even swifter, transforming into a black afterimage. The dagger aimed for Li Chunin's throat, seeking to deliver a fatal blow. A flash of emerald brilliance illuminated the air as the spirit sword of the Yellow Springs appeared in Li Chunin's grasp. He deftly parried the assailant's dagger with a sharp metallic clash. The figure, shrouded in a tight-fitting black suit that concealed all but a pair of piercing eyes, moved with remarkable swiftness and precision. It seemed that the bounty of 1 billion was indeed not easily attainable. The assassin's raspy voice echoed once more. Simultaneously, a flurry of flying daggers hurtled towards Li Chunin, all of which he deflected with his sword, remaining undistracted by the assassin's taunts. In the next instant, the assassin vanished, as if cloaked in invisibility, even his presence dissipating into the ether. Such a masterful concealment technique indicated that this assassin was far from ordinary. Li Chunin held his breath. A glimmer flashed in his starry eyes. Activating the celestial spirit eyes, he swiftly discerned the location of the hidden foe. Yet, he feigned panic, casting wary glances around him as if anticipating a sudden attack. He even deliberately exposed his back to the assassin. The assassin, falling for the ruse, stealthily approached Li Chunin, dagger poised to strike at his heart, already envisioning how he would revel in the bounty. At that moment, without looking back, as if his back possessed eyes, Li Chunin thrust his spirit sword backward with unparalleled speed. With a sickening sound, the sword pierced the assassin's heart at a diagonal angle, blood gushing forth. How is this possible? The assassin's eyes widened in disbelief, unable to fathom how Li Chunin had detected him. With a heavy thud, the assassin's lifeless body collapsed to the ground. Li Chunin retracted his spirit sword. Suddenly, the door swung open. The four maidens, Mei, Lan, Zhu, and Zhu, rushed in, their expressions shifting to alarm and guilt upon seeing the fallen assassin. Master, we have failed in our duty. Please punish us. We did not detect the intruder. They knelt, demonstrating their willingness to accept punishment. Perhaps accustomed to sleeping in the nude, the sudden incident left them clad only in sheer nightgowns, revealing their forms almost entirely. Indeed, they had failed in their vigilance, allowing an enemy to infiltrate the villa. Had it not been for Li Chunin's formidable strength, their master might have met a grim fate. Failure deserves punishment. Turn around, Li Chunin commanded coldly. The four maidens, not daring to defy him, promptly turned away, bracing themselves for his stern reprimand. The sound of sharp slaps echoed as Li Chunin delivered a light smack to each of their delicate backsides. The punishment is complete. Now investigate this assassin's identity thoroughly. With that, he strode out of the room. The four maidens exchanged glances, their cheeks flushed, pondering, is this truly a punishment? Perhaps it is, they mused, even considering that such reprimands could be more frequent. Li Chunin arrived at the door of Li Zhini's room. He felt a sense of unease, worried that the assassin's target might be him. He could handle that, but what if the target shifted to Li Zhini? Activating his celestial spirit eyes, he scanned the villa, concluding that no assassin was present. Nevertheless, caution was prudent, so he decided to investigate further. Ultimately, he examined Li Zhini's room, the walls becoming transparent to his gaze, allowing him to peer effortlessly inside. This girl, how she favored sleeping in the nude. Although he found no assassin, a lingering worry remained. Especially considering that someone had just died in his own room, he was reluctant to return there to sleep. He gently knocked on Li Zhini's door, but she seemed to be in a deep slumber as she did not respond. He knocked again. This time, Li Zhini finally heard him, rubbing her sleepy eyes. She rose and looked toward the door, her tone rather irritable. Who is it at this late hour? Anyone awakened from a deep sleep in the middle of the night would likely share her displeasure. It's me, Li Chunin replied. Upon hearing the familiar voice, Li Zhini became much more alert and hurried to open the door. As the door swung open, she inquired, Brother Chunin, what is the matter? I think you should first put on some clothes, Li Chunin said, avoiding her gaze. Li Zhini looked puzzled at first, then glanced down. Ah! The sound of her startled exclamation coincided with the door slamming shut. After a considerable pause, the door reopened, and Li Zhini had donned her pajamas, appearing presentable. Brother Chunin, did you just? Li Zhini's face flushed like an apple. Yes, I saw everything. Li Chunin admitted candidly, adding, it's not like I haven't seen it before, when you were little. Li Zhini interrupted, but how can that be the same? Wasn't he at you back then? It was indeed me. Then it's the same. An assassin has infiltrated the villa. It's not safe. I'll be sleeping in your room tonight. Li Chunin changed the subject. Assassin? Where is there an assassin? Li Zhini peered outside. You're not trying to find an excuse to sleep with me, are you? She scrutinized him with suspicion. Stop talking nonsense. Let us sleep. Li Chunin scooped her up and tossed her onto the bed, lying down beside her. Li Zhini squealed in surprise, thinking that perhaps Li Chunin had finally come to terms with his feelings. But after a moment of silence, it became apparent he was genuinely asleep. Brother, is there really an assassin? She turned her head to ask him. Yes, he replied, eyes closed. Brother, are you cold? Do you want to cover yourself with my blanket? It's summer. Brother, are you asleep? I am. Li Zhini gritted her teeth in frustration. You're really asleep. The night passed without further incident. No second assassin breached the villa. As dawn broke, Li Chunin awoke to find Li Zhini entangled around him like an octopus. His junior sister seemed to enjoy holding him while sleeping, treating him almost like a pillow, launching nightly ambushes on him. Li Chunin gently extricated himself from Li Zhini, only for her to pounce on him once more, murmuring, Don't go, don't go. His arms found themselves enveloped by a pair of softness. After considerable effort, Li Chunin finally escaped the tender embrace. He practiced for a while, executing a set of punches and sword techniques, before proceeding to the bathroom to freshen up. The two maids, Mei and Lan, entered willingly to attend to him. Li Qianan realized he was increasingly at ease enjoying their services, feeling quite decadent. Xiaomei moved in front, while Xiaolan followed behind. "Have you uncovered the identity of last night's assassin?" Li Qianan inquired. Xiaomei replied, "Master, we have already discovered it. The assassin is from the Shadow Hall and is of Eastern descent. Based on some items found with the assassin, it is relatively easy to ascertain his identity and the organization behind him." "Tell me more about the Shadow Hall," Li Qianan insisted. The Shadow Hall is an exceedingly ancient assassination organization in Daxia, existing for several centuries, with assassins spread across the globe, making it an international syndicate. Whenever the Shadow Hall intervenes, whether against wealthy elites or martial masters, death is inevitable. However, enlisting their services demands an exorbitant price. To issue a task through the Shadow Hall, a minimum of 10 million is required, alongside a 20% commission, totaling 12 million. The classification of assassins in the Shadow Hall differs from that of the Killing Star Pavilion, as they have only 3 tiers: bronze, silver, and gold. The assassin from last night was a silver-level assassin. Upon hearing Xiaomei's explanation, Li Qianan grasped the nature of the Shadow Hall. "This Shadow Hall is rather intriguing," he remarked with a cold smile. "Was the mission to kill me commissioned by the Han family?" Li Qianan asked. Xiaolan eagerly responded, "Yes, master. It was indeed commissioned by the Han family, with a bounty of 1 billion, in addition to a 200 million commission, regardless of the mission's success. The 200 million commission is non-refundable." Truly relentless, Li Qianan's gaze turned icy. Upon hearing the assassin mention the 1 billion bounty the previous night, he had surmised the Han family's involvement. "Master, according to the rules of the Shadow Hall, they will go to any lengths to complete their tasks. Should they fail, they will dispatch even more formidable assassins," Xiaomei stated. "Let them come. The more, the merrier," Li Qianan retorted dismissively. The news of the Qinglong Society's demise spread like wildfire, swiftly reaching every corner of the underworld in Haiqing. Once a formidable leader among the 4 major underground forces of Haiqing, the Qinglong Society fell overnight. The factions of the underground world sensed the scent of blood, revealing their greedy claws. Small and large gangs alike, regardless of their strength, surged towards the territory that once belonged to the Qinglong Society, eager to carve out their share amidst the chaos. In the midst of this chaotic struggle, a woman clad in red became the center of attention. Her beauty was astonishing, akin to a vibrant crimson streak against the night, impossible to overlook. Yet, her allure stemmed not solely from her visage, but rather from her fierce strikes and fearless combat style. A woman fighting valiantly at the forefront of the battlefield, each encounter revealing a chilling tenacity and determination. With these attributes, she swiftly claimed a significant portion of the Qinglong Society's territory. This woman referred to herself as the Enchantress of Red, Mei Guihong Xiao. Dragon View Villa. Today, Pei Xiaohong drove alone to the entrance of this villa. Her purpose was to meet Li Qianan. In recent days, the underground forces of Haiqing had experienced unprecedented turmoil. The previously established quadripartite division thoroughly disrupted amidst a series of bloody conflicts. Last night, the protracted melee finally concluded. The 4 major underground forces of Haiqing had transformed into 8 factions following this battle. Through her exceptional intelligence and cunning, Pei Xiaohong successfully maneuvered her Red Blossom Society into this new echelon. Standing before the Dragon View Villa, Pei Xiaohong took a deep breath, reining in her emotions. She felt she had finally earned the right to be Li Qianan's ally, despite the Red Blossom Society now being one of the 8 forces. Lacking a formidable backing would render this position untenable in the long run. Pei Xiaohong was acutely aware of this, hence her need for Li Qianan's support. She required him to be her pillar of strength, enabling her to truly unleash her potential in battle. Pei Xiaohong pressed the doorbell, her heart racing with an unprecedented anxiety. She had never felt such trepidation even in the presence of the underground powerhouses. Moments later, the door swung open to reveal a young woman clad in pink. "Who are you seeking?" "I am looking for Li Qianan," Pei Xiaohong replied. "Is there a matter concerning my master?" The girl, Xiaomei, inquired. Pei Xiaohong was taken aback upon hearing this. Such a beautiful maiden referred to Li Qianan as her master. Recalling that day when Li Qianan had mentioned he was not lacking in beautiful women, she realized the truth of his words. While Pei Xiaohong was momentarily lost in thought, several more maidens emerged from the villa, each possessing unparalleled beauty, each remarkable in her own right. "Xiaomei, is our master back?" one of them asked. No, a woman has come to see him, Xiaomei replied. Who is she? Is she beautiful? The four maidens, Mei, Lan, Zhu, and Zhu, stood at the entrance, scrutinizing Pei Xiaohong. Such exceptional beauty. To possess even one was a stroke of fortune. Who would have thought that Li Chun'an was surrounded by four, alongside that striking beauty witnessed the other night? Pei Xiaohong's own pride in her appearance seemed, in Li Chun'an's eyes, perhaps truly insignificant. What business do you have with my master? Xiaomei asked again. Noticing Pei Xiaohong's silence. I need to see him. I must speak to him face to face, Pei Xiaohong asserted. Unfortunately, my master is not at home. He just stepped out for a moment, Xiaolan said. When will he return? Pei Xiaohong inquired. We do not know. Xiaolan replied with a gentle shake of her head. Either wait here or return next time, Xiaomei stated. Pei Xiaohong sighed softly. I shall come back this evening. Just as she was about to turn away, Xiao Zhu called out to her. Wait a moment. Pei Xiaohong looked back with a puzzled expression. Xiao Zhu scrutinized her for a moment longer before speaking. You are Pei Xiaohong, the one known as the alluring demon Red Xiao. Indeed, it is I, Pei Xiaohong replied with a gentle nod, somewhat surprised that she was recognized. Your situation has already reached the master's ears. He anticipated your visit and has instructed that he does not wish to see you, Xiao Zhu stated flatly. Thus, there is no need for you to come this evening. Pei Xiaohong stepped forward, her beautiful eyes widening with excitement. Why not? Xiao Zhu replied calmly. The master said that your efforts are insufficient. Insufficient? Pei Xiaohong murmured to herself, her expression momentarily dimming. However, she soon lifted her head, her eyes once again brimming with confidence. I understand now. Pei Xiaohong turned and left, her steps resolute. Although she did not meet Li Chun'an, his words had already resonated within her. She realized that her efforts had not yet reached the desired level, indicating that Li Chun'an was indeed paying attention to her. The notion of not having done enough meant that she could strive further, to fight harder, and improve, thereby earning the right to be his subordinate. Xiao Zhu watched Pei Xiaohong's departing figure and blinked. It seems she has misunderstood something. Becoming the master's servant is not quite so simple, Xiaomei remarked indifferently. The N.E. pharmaceutical company, renowned in the industry for its integrity and quality, now found itself shrouded in a cloud of turmoil. Li Chun'an accompanied Li Zhanyi as they hurried to the site. This pharmaceutical company was the culmination of Li Zhanyi's dedication and hard work. A phone call in the early morning shattered Li Zhanyi's slumber, informing her that a patient had exhibited symptoms of poisoning after using their company's traditional medicine. Her heart sank immediately. The unrest had escalated to the very entrance of the company, creating a tense atmosphere. Upon arriving at the company's gates, the sight before them was overwhelming. A throng of enraged individuals had gathered, vociferously denouncing the unscrupulous pharmaceutical company with cries of murderers must pay. The security personnel were fully mobilized, forming a human barricade at the entrance, striving to prevent the crowd from storming inside. Li Chun'an and Li Zhanyi exchanged glances, both comprehending that the current situation required their calm and calculated response. They needed to swiftly ascertain the truth to provide answers to the patients while also safeguarding the company's reputation and the safety of its employees. We shall enter through the back door and clarify the matter, Li Zhanyi said. Looking at Li Chun'an and Brother Chun'an, your medical skills are exceptional. I will need your assistance. Li Chun'an nodded lightly in agreement. The two entered through the rear of the company. Chairman, you have arrived. A middle-aged man clad in gray approached them, appearing anxious. In his 50s and wearing thick glasses, this individual was named Hu Wei-nong, a medical professor specializing in pharmaceutical research. Several years ago, Li Zhanyi hired a highly paid expert to serve as the chief pharmaceutical officer of Ani Pharmaceutical Company, entrusted with the comprehensive oversight of pharmaceutical quality. Ani Pharmaceutical primarily specializes in the production of traditional Chinese medicine and proprietary Chinese medicines. With affordable prices and exceptional efficacy, it has garnered considerable acclaim in Haiqing. What has transpired? How could our medicine cause poisoning? Which specific medication is involved? How was it examined? And how many individuals are currently affected by the poisoning? Li Zhanyi inquired in a deep, resonant voice, exuding an imposing aura that instilled fear. Chairman, we have just discovered that the patients who experienced poisoning had all consumed our Sanchi proprietary medicine, Hu Weinong responded. Sanchi? Li Zhanyi furrowed his brow deeply. Hasn't our Sanchi proprietary medicine already undergone rigorous scrutiny and received production approval? How could it lead to poisoning after consumption? Could there have been an issue during the production process? Sanqi, known scientifically as Panax nodo ginseng, is a perennial herb from the Areliaceae family. It is named for its harvesting period of 3 to 7 years post-sowing, and its distinctive 3-leaf stalks, each bearing 7 leaflets. The Compendium of Materia Medica states, ginseng is the foremost in qi replenishment, while sanqi is unparalleled in blood nourishment. Sanqi is characterized by its warm nature, sweet yet slightly bitter taste, and its affiliation with the liver and stomach meridians. It possesses properties that replenish blood, combat inflammation, and invigorate blood circulation, along with antioxidant and anti-aging effects. How could consumption of such a medicine possibly result in poisoning? I too suspect that there was an issue during the production process, and we are currently investigating, Hu Weinong replied with a troubled expression. As the one in charge, he bore the weight of responsibility for any issues with the medicine produced on site. Take me to the production workshop, Li Chainan stated. Chairman, he is. Hu Weinong hesitated, unfamiliar with Li Chainan. Li Zhini, disinterested in elaborating, led Li Chainan directly to the production workshop. Operations had already been halted. Clearly, production could not continue until the cause of the poisoning was thoroughly investigated. If this matter were mishandled, the entire pharmaceutical facility could face closure. This is the completed proprietary medicine, Ani Sanqi tablets. Hu Weinong handed a bottle of medicine to Li Chainan. Li Chainan accepted the bottle, opened it, revealing a multitude of tablets within. He extracted one tablet, bringing it to his nose for a moment before slightly furrowing his brow. Li Zhini watched Li Chainan with palpable tension. Although Hu Weinong maintained a stoic exterior, internally he was skeptical, doubting that a mere whiff could reveal any issues. Was there not a need for specialized machinery and trained personnel? Then, Li Chainan's subsequent action left both Li Zhini and Hu Weinong astounded. Don't eat it. It could be toxic. No, they exclaimed as Li Chainan placed the Sanqi tablet in his mouth. Having long cultivated an immunity to toxins, even if it were indeed poisonous, it would not harm him. Quick, spit it out, Li Zhini urged. Li Chainan expelled the tablet and declared, I know the cause of the poisoning. I know the cause. His conviction was unwavering. Ah, Li Zhini exclaimed, astonished. Have you already discerned the reason so swiftly? Hu Weinong, however, harbored doubts, believing that no machine could match his speed in diagnosing. What could have caused the poisoning? Li Zhini urgently inquired. Yet, Li Chainan interjected. First, lead me to the poisoned patients. Which hospital are they being treated at? Li Zhini turned to Hu Weinong and asked. For the sake of convenience, we have transferred all poisoned individuals to Haicheng First Hospital. Upon learning that individuals had been poisoned by medication produced by his company, Hu Weinong promptly announced a cessation of sales for that particular medication and initiated a complete recall. Simultaneously, he arranged for all poisoned patients to receive concentrated treatment at Haicheng First Hospital, covering all medical expenses. In these two respects, Hu Weinong executed his responsibilities commendably. Half an hour later, Li Chainan and Li Zhini arrived at Haicheng First Hospital, with Hu Weinong accompanying them. He was eager to discern the conclusion this young man would draw. If a medical professor like himself had failed to uncover the cause of poisoning, could a mere novice succeed? Wait for me a moment, Li Chainan stated. Moments later, he returned, donned in a white coat with a stethoscope draped around his neck. This attire would undoubtedly mitigate various inconveniences. Entering a patient room, they found 2 individuals lying unconscious, with 2 family members by their side. The rest of the relatives had likely gone to confront the pharmaceutical company. Upon entering, Li Chainan's white coat led the family members to mistakenly assume he was a doctor, albeit a rather youthful one. He assumed the role of physician and began examining the patients. Wasn't there a check just an hour ago? One family member remarked, puzzled. Yet she did not obstruct Li Chainan. Without uttering a word, he meticulously examined the patients. Hu Weinong, standing at the doorway, was astonished. This young man possessed remarkable audacity to impersonate a doctor. On the hospital bed lay a middle-aged man, approximately in his 40s, currently in a state of unconsciousness. Li Chainan began by inspecting the man's eyes, mouth, and nose, followed by pulse diagnosis. Channeling his vital energy, he sent a thread of it into the patient's body for a deeper investigation. Moments later, Li Chainan retracted his hand, further confirming his hypothesis. He retrieved silver needles he carried with him, unbuttoned the man's shirt, and with lightning speed, he executed his actions, leaving behind traces of his movements. Hey, what are you doing? The patient's family member, alarmed by Li Chainan's actions, rushed forward to intervene. Li Zhini stepped in to block the family member, explaining, Do not worry. He is treating the patient. What kind of treatment is this? The family member was incredulous. Li Chang'an swiftly inserted 7 silver needles of varying lengths into corresponding acupoints on the man's body. Subsequently, utilizing a unique technique, he twisted the needles, causing red lines to emerge across the patient's body, crisscrossing from the positions of the needles. Among those present, only Li Jinyi truly believed in Li Chang'an's miraculous medical skills, for her life had been saved by him. Hu Weinong observed in astonishment. While he possessed some understanding of traditional Chinese medicine, he had never witnessed such a method of treatment. At that moment, a middle-aged man clad in a white coat appeared outside the ward. He was the attending physician for the poisoned patients and also the director of the hospital. Named Gao Zhua. What are you doing? Gao Zhua's expression shifted dramatically upon witnessing the situation in the ward. Who are you? You are not a doctor from our hospital. I have never seen you before. Stop. What are you doing to my patients? Without hesitation, Gao Zhua stormed into the ward, intent on seizing Li Chang'an. Block him for me, Li Chang'an said without lifting his head. Hu Weinong gritted his teeth and positioned himself to prevent Gao Zhua from approaching. Stop. What are you doing to the patient? Gao Zhua's face was filled with fury. The family members of the patients, upon learning that Li Chang'an was an impostor, became even more agitated, filled with rage. Stop. What are you doing? Quickly, stop. You want to kill my husband. You intend to silence him. The elderly woman's voice boomed, her frantic cries echoing outside the ward. Many, hearing the commotion, approached with curiosity. Security, hurry, call security. Someone is trying to kill the patient. Gao Zhua shouted. In a moment, the small ward descended into chaos, the noise overwhelming, the scene spiraling out of control. Yet, Li Chang'an remained unfazed, continuing to administer the antidote to the poisoned individuals. 5 or 6 security guards had rushed to the entrance of the ward, prepared to intervene. Just then, the middle-aged man lying unconscious on the bed suddenly awoke, expelling a mouthful of black blood. He looked around in confusion. The raucous ward fell silent instantly. The sound of a pin dropping palpable as everyone turned to the man who had just regained consciousness. What are you all doing? He spoke with a thick accent, shattering the silence. Ah, old Zhou, you're awake. You're all right. The elderly woman exclaimed, her face alight with joy as she began to dance with excitement. I'm fine. I feel great. Old Zhou, still unaware of what had transpired, genuinely felt invigorated and full of energy. This is impossible. How could he wake up so quickly? What have you done to him? Gao Zhua, the attending physician, stood in disbelief, his mouth agape as he regarded the revived patient. He was the attending physician and knew the patient's condition all too well. There was no way he could have awakened at this moment. Hu Weinong was equally astounded, his expression one of astonishment, grappling with the shocking reality. Chairman, who on earth is this young man you brought? In the midst of it all, only Li Jun remained composed. The security guards, baffled, were at a loss. It appeared that the young man was not committing murder, but rather performing a rescue. Should they still take him away? At this juncture, Li Chang'an's voice broke through. The patient is suffering from toxic exposure, leading to hepatic venous occlusive disease. Once this condition manifests, it can result in cirrhosis and liver failure. Apart from a liver transplant, there are virtually no effective treatment options. Gao Zhua was momentarily taken aback once more, for Li Chang'an had accurately described the symptoms of these patients. Although aware that poisoning was the cause, the hospital had yet to ascertain the specifics of the toxin and could only offer conservative treatment. Li Chang'an then remarked, the patient has been poisoned due to the excessive consumption of traditional Chinese medicine containing 2 sanqi. What nonsense are you spouting? Gao Zhua retorted as he, being a Western medicine practitioner, was unfamiliar with traditional Chinese medicine and oblivious to the nature and effects of 2 sanqi. However, Hu Weinong was aware. The moment he heard the term 2 sanqi, he was struck with astonishment, his face instantly lighting up with ecstatic joy. How could I not have thought of this? It is indeed 2 sanqi, ha ha ha. We have found the cause. The poisoning is due to 2 sanqi. The manufacturing process is sound, and the tested medicines comply with regulations. The issue lies with the raw materials. Hu Weinong, in a frenzy, began to mutter to himself. Driven nearly to madness by this dilemma, he was now elated to have finally identified the source of the poisoning. The distinction between sanqi and 2 sanqi is but one character apart, yet they are fundamentally different remedies. Both possess the ability to invigorate blood and counter inflammation. Yet their applications differ vastly. Sanqi can be ingested, while 2 sanqi is strictly for external use. Ingestion results in poisoning, and irreversible liver damage, Li Chunin proclaimed. Who are you exactly? Gao Zhuo inquired, furrowing his brow. At this moment, Li Jini stepped forward. We are from Ani Pharmaceutical Company, here to investigate the cause of the poisoning. We will also ensure the recovery of all affected patients. You should have notified us in advance about your investigation. Gao Zhuo replied, exasperated. From that point onward, matters became straightforward. Li Chunin treated all patients poisoned by Tu Sanqi, his extraordinary medical skills astonishing even the hospital director. However, after concluding his treatments, Li Chunin discreetly departed. The subsequent discussions would revolve around compensation, a matter Li Jini would personally handle. Li Chunin cautioned Li Jini to be wary of internal traders. Despite the similarity in the raw materials of Sanqi and Tu Sanqi, those who procure medicinal herbs are unlikely to make such a rudimentary mistake. It is far more probable that they intentionally mixed the two. This situation warrants further investigation. As for the motives behind such actions, it is clear they aim to undermine Ani Pharmaceutical. Li Jini may have encroached upon certain interests, prompting the use of such despicable tactics. Li Chunin chose to distance himself from subsequent affairs, trusting in Li Jini's capabilities. Had it not been for Li Chunin's intervention, the situation might have escalated considerably, potentially leading to the downfall of Li Jini's pharmaceutical company. That night, at Longjing Villa, Muden returned. Young master, I have located the Hashan sect, she reported respectfully. At her words, a cold glint flashed in Li Chunin's eyes. They had finally tracked down the Hashan sect. His godmother might have been taken by them, her fate uncertain. Let us depart, Li Chunin commanded, setting out that very night towards the Hashan sect. Nestled within a secluded valley, the sect was encircled by towering mountains, isolated from the outside world. In the valley, the seasons are akin to spring, with a temperate climate. Melodious birdsong, fragrant blossoms, and fluttering butterflies. The architectural style of the Hahuan sect is both ancient and elegant, predominantly adorned with red walls and golden tiles. They advocate for the harmony of yin and yang, cultivate one's character, and pursue immortality. With a history spanning over a millennium, the Hahuan sect encompasses various branches and schools. This particular sect is exclusively female, as its name suggests. The cultivation methods practiced here include alchemy, intimate arts, and guiding techniques. Senior sister, you look radiant. Did you sneak down the mountain again yesterday to gather supplements? Inquired a female disciple of the Hahuan sect. No, junior sister, do not speak frivolously. I did not descend the mountain, another disciple vehemently denied. Are you quite certain? The first disciple remained somewhat skeptical. Of course, I am certain. The sect leader has decreed that we must not descend the mountain during this period. Would I dare defy the leader's command? Ah, I see. The sect leader brought back a woman some time ago, and since then, she has been nowhere to be seen. I wonder what she is preoccupied with. I have heard whispers that the woman possesses something of great significance, which the sect leader desires. What is that something? How would I know? It must be of utmost importance. Otherwise, the sect leader would not be so intent on it. Sigh, when shall we be allowed to descend the mountain? Little tease. Are you feeling feverish? Senior sister, do you not desire it? Moreover, engaging in such activities could also enhance our cultivation, a win-win situation. At that moment, several uninvited guests arrived at the Hahuan sect. Li Chunin, accompanied by Peony and 4 maidens representing the 4 gentlemen of Chinese art, plum, orchid, bamboo, and chrysanthemum, stormed into the sect. Ah, a man. How handsome. I want him. He is mine. No one shall compete with me. Ha, a man has come to us. I shall raise him as my male servant. I cannot let him perish immediately. The female disciples of the Hahuan sect were all aflame with excitement, their eyes gleaming with fervor, as if they wished to devour Li Chunin whole. They were exhilarated, treating him as their prey. Having suppressed their desires for so long, they were on the verge of overflowing. They licked their lips and swallowed, embodying the essence of voracious female wolves. Little brother, do you know? Trespassing into our Hahuan sect is a capital offense. However, if you can satisfy your elder sister, I may intercede on your behalf, exclaimed a voluptuous woman in her 30s, her attire revealing much skin as she gazed at Li Chunin with excitement. Dai Ilio, he is mine. Do you still wish to compete with me? Declared a cold and alluring woman named Kong Qian. Both Dai Ilio and Kong Qian were the sect leader's personal disciples, holding high status. Yet, they frequently clashed, openly and covertly vying against one another, particularly when it came to matters of men, resulting in a perpetual cycle of rivalry with alternating victories. Who decreed that he belongs to you? Is there a label affixed to him indicating your possession? Kong Qian, I did not hold it against you the last time you stole from me. I let you have it. Yet here you come again to contest with me. Dai Ilio retorted, her expression darkening. Kong Qian, upon hearing this, let out a cold laugh. Let him go to me, huh? Your words are truly amusing, clearly. It is you who has lost to me due to your lack of skill. Silence. Li Chunin suddenly bellowed, for he had not come to witness a quarrel between women. Dai Ilio and Kong, she were momentarily taken aback, ceasing their dispute and directing their gazes towards Li Chunin. Is Wen Shumen here with you? Li Chunin inquired coldly. Who is Wen Shumen? I have not heard of her. Is she a new disciple of the Hehuan sect? Perhaps she is your little lover? Dai Ilio remarked with a teasing smile. Kong she pondered for a moment before responding. You must be referring to the woman the sect leader brought back not long ago. Her name seems to be Wen Shumen. Upon hearing this, a look of excitement flashed across Li Chunin's face. Wonderful. It seems my godmother is indeed within the Hehuan sect. I have finally found her. Where is she? Take me to her. Li Chunin demanded coldly. Little brother, if you wish to see that woman, you must first satisfy your sister. If I am pleased, perhaps I shall take you to find her. Kong Shi cooed seductively. In a swift motion, Li Chunin appeared directly before Kong Shi, his right hand reaching out to grasp her throat, lifting her effortlessly. Take me to Wen Shumen, or else. The speed of Li Chunin's actions left everyone stunned as they witnessed him seize Kong Shi. Yet, rather than fear, Kong Shi appeared even more exhilarated. Little brother. So this is what you enjoy? How fortuitous. Your sister enjoys it as well. Harder, harder. Li Chunin. Even he, a pervert, found her behavior unsettling. He hurled Kong Shi to the ground, placing a foot upon her. Take me to Wen Shumen. Kong Shi cried out in pain, yet her face remained alight with excitement. Step on me harder. Kong Shi, you deviant. Dai Ilio spat, charging towards Li Chunin, her energy surging as she aimed a palm strike at his chest. Peony reacted swiftly, positioning herself before Li Chunin to intercept the attack from Dai Ilio. Get away. I have no interest in women. Dai Ilio shouted furiously. Peony remained silent, her dagger gleaming ominously as she relentlessly targeted Dai Ilio's vital points. Dai Ilio, being the sect leader's direct disciple, exhibited formidable strength, managing to match Peony blow for blow. Li Chunin unleashed 3 silver needles from his hand, driving them into Kong Shi's acupoints. In the next moment, Kong Shi felt an excruciating pain as if she were being torn apart, a torment that would drive most to madness. Yet, amid her agonized cries, she radiated an undeniable thrill, her masochistic tendencies fully on display. Ah! Kong Shi suddenly screamed. This was not a cry of pain, but one of satisfaction. Li Chunin. He found himself utterly bewildered, encountering such a person for the first time. Brother, I feel so fulfilled. This is wonderful. I haven't experienced this in ages. I will claim you as my own. I want to keep you as my slave. Kong Shi exclaimed joyfully. I no longer require you. I will find her myself, Li Chunin replied coldly. As long as the godmother resides within the Hehuan sect, he will undoubtedly find her. In the next instant, Li Chunin ruthlessly crushed Kong Shi's neck beneath his foot. With her eyes wide open, the last words that escaped Kong Shi's lips were a chilling, so comfortable. Kong Shi. Ah, you killed Kong Shi, Dai Yilv exclaimed, her face a canvas of shock and fury. Though she often clashed with Kong Shi and harbored disdain for her, she had never wished her dead. In moments of peril, they would even assist one another. Disciples of Hehuan sect, heed my command. Surround them and eliminate them, Dai Yilv ordered coldly, her authority as the sect's senior sister granting her the right to command the other disciples. The nature of Li Chunin's actions had shifted dramatically with the slaying of a Hehuan disciple. Yet, despite his striking appearance and her infatuation, he could not evade death. The female disciples of the Hehuan sect swiftly encircled Li Chunin and his companions, their expressions fierce and brimming with murderous intent. In the grand plaza of the Hehuan sect, the women, graceful and poised, surrounded Li Chunin and his companions. Their swords gleamed coldly and sharply as they charged at him. The 4 handmaidens, Mei Lan, Zhu, and Zhu, joined the fray. Li Chunin summoned the Biluowanquan spirit sword, channeling his energy as the blade flashed like a rainbow, striking down Hehuan disciples one after another. His swordplay was merciless, each thrust imbued with overwhelming intent to kill, each strike hitting its mark with precision. The women of the Hehuan sect did not falter. They moved with agility and wielded their swords with ferocity. As the battle escalated, The assaults from both sides grew more intense. Li Chunin wielded his Biliowanquin spirit sword with a fierce energy, the sword's aura cutting through the air, its shadows a blur. He darted across the battlefield, his blade flashing as he accurately targeted the vital points of the Hahuan disciples. Before long, the ground was awash with blood, and countless Hahuan disciples lay fallen. Dai Yil's eyes widened in disbelief as she beheld the scene. A mere 6 individuals had routed over 100 of her fellow disciples. Particularly, the young man in black. She realized she could not fathom his true strength. Utilize the charm technique against him. Dai Yil commanded loudly. Every female disciple of the Hahuan sect practiced this technique to ensnare men. They swiftly employed their enchantments, their eyes transforming into alluring orbs filled with desire, an intoxicating fragrance wafting from their bodies. Any normal man, upon a mere glance or a whiff of that aroma, would immediately succumb to their allure. The female disciples frequently employed this technique against men, achieving success every time. Those ensnared would obey their every whim, becoming the most compliant of slaves. However, this time, their charm failed. Contrary to their expectations, Li Chunin did not succumb to their enchantment and charged toward them in a frenzy, only to be drained of his essence. Instead, he met their gazes directly, deliberately refraining from holding his breath or inhaling the intoxicating scent. His eyes remained lucid and unaffected by their charm. As he continued to dispatch the Hahuan disciples with lethal efficiency. How could this be possible? Our seductive arts have seemingly failed to affect him. Is he even a man? The female disciples of the Hahuan sect wore expressions of shock and disbelief. Their charms appeared to be ineffective against Li Chunin, a phenomenon that had never occurred before. Li Chunin chuckled coldly within. It was not that their allure had lost its potency, but rather that he dismissed such trivial seduction with disdain. Having encountered enchantments far more formidable, he was impervious to this inferior form of allure. Suddenly, the female disciples of the Hahuan sect began to tear their garments, revealing their fair, supple bodies. This display was visually striking, intended to amplify the effects of their charms. Like a throng of enchanting fox spirits, they surrounded Li Chunin, desperately attempting to entice him. A typical man might have succumbed to their advances, but Li Chunin's gaze remained clear and discerning, even revealing a hint of disdain upon his countenance. He wielded his spirit sword with ruthless precision, continuing to eliminate these women. Could their beauty possibly compare to that of his esteemed master, senior sisters, or junior sisters? Could they rival the likes of Peony, Genie, or the 4 gentlemen of the bamboo, plum, orchid, and chrysanthemum? While the disciples of the Hahuan sect were not unattractive, most scoring at least 80 points, they paled in comparison to Li Chunin's elevated standards. Surrounded by such exquisite beauty, he simply could not lower himself to appreciate their superficial charms. The adage holds true: it is easy to fall into luxury, yet difficult to return to simplicity. Stop this at once. A thunderous voice rang out. An elderly woman appeared, swiftly intercepting Li Chunin's sword aimed at a Hahuan disciple with a powerful palm strike. It was the 4th elder. What splendid timing. The elder has arrived. 4th elder, please vanquish them. This venerable woman, the 4th elder of the Hahuan sect, possessed immense strength and rarely emerged from her secluded meditations. Li Chunin's massacre of the sect's disciples had finally drawn her attention. Young man, this is the Hahuan sect, not a place for your reckless abandon. You have slain so many of my disciples. Your life shall be forfeit in return, the elder declared with a grave voice. Before the echoes of her words faded, she launched an assault upon Li Chunin. Indifferent to her threats, he was resolute in his quest to find his godmother, willing to upheave the entire Hahuan sect if necessary. The elder's movements were swift and lethal, her attacks imbued with a fierce intent. Each strike aimed directly at Li Chunin's vital points. Yet, he remained unperturbed, his agile form dancing with the spirit sword, the Bai Luo Huang Quan, effortlessly countering her onslaught. You are courting death, the elder hissed, her eyes cold and filled with murderous intent. Li Chunin merely scoffed, intensifying the ferocity of his swordplay, unleashing waves of sword energy. Anyone who stands in my way shall perish, he declared, his aura brimming with lethal intent. With his proclamation, his attacks grew even more relentless, a torrent of formidable sword energy that none could withstand. The elder's gaze reflected an even deeper resolve to kill. However, no matter how fiercely she attacked, Li Chunin effortlessly countered each assault. The jade-green sword light in his hand suddenly transformed into a golden radiance, The second form of the Yellow Spring 9 Songs, Dance of the Nine Hells. In an instant, the golden sword light flashed, resembling countless phantoms swirling within it, surging towards the old woman. Alarmed, the old woman hastily attempted to evade, yet those spectral sword dancers had already locked onto her, leaving her no avenue for escape. With a piercing sound, the sword technique penetrated the old woman's body, causing her to spew forth a mouthful of blood, her eyes widening in horror as her body slowly collapsed. The fourth elder of the Hahuan sect had met her demise. A brief silence enveloped the scene, soon shattered by frenzied cries of terror. The fourth elder is dead. Ah, he has killed the fourth elder. The fourth elder was no match for him. This is terrifying. Quick, let us flee. He is a demon of death. The remaining female disciples of the Hahuan sect, gripped by fear, fled in a frenzy. Their will to fight utterly extinguished. Dai Ilio also sought to seize the opportunity to escape. She had no desire to meet her end. However, just as she turned, a figure clad in black appeared before her, blocking her path. Where is Wenshuman? Take me to her, Li Chanan said coldly, fixing his gaze on Dai Ilio. Pale with fright, Dai Ilio pleaded, Please, don't kill me. I will take you to her. She should be with the sect leader. Lead the way. Li Chanan commanded in a chilling tone. All right, follow me. Dai Ilio, in a state of panic, led the way. Li Chanan followed closely behind, mindful that should this woman harbor any treacherous intent, he would not hesitate to eliminate her. The sect leader has been in seclusion ever since we brought that woman back. We know not what she is doing, and we have been forbidden from descending the mountain, Dai Ilio babbled as they walked ahead. Soon, she brought Li Chanan to a palace. This is it, the place where our sect leader resides, and also where she enters seclusion, Dai Ilio announced. Just as Li Chanan was about to enter, 3 elderly women appeared before the palace. Eldest elder, second elder, third elder, Dai Ilio exclaimed in delight. The Hahuan sect, not being a major sect, had only 4 elders, and with the 4th elder slain by Li Chanan, they were now all present. The sect leader is in seclusion. Those who intrude shall die, the eldest elder declared coldly. But who are you? You shall not leave the Hahuan sect alive today. The second elder intoned ominously. Thief! You have slain my sect's disciple. Prepare to face your demise. Before the third elder's words could finish, she launched an attack on Li Chanan. The other 2 elders swiftly followed suit, all 3 besieging Li Chanan. You seek death, Li Chanan roared. Wielding the verdant yellow spring spirit sword, he unleashed a formidable surge of sword energy. Each elder of the Hahuan sect was a powerful master, capable of sweeping through vast territories in the secular world. Yet, as they confronted Li Chanan, they felt an overwhelming pressure. The 3 of them, despite their combined efforts, found themselves suppressed by him. Form the formation, the eldest elder shouted. 3 individuals unleashed a formidable battle formation, the triad of heaven, earth, and humanity. Their synergy, enhanced by the formation, elevated their prowess to unprecedented heights. You lay the formation, and I shall dismantle it, Li Chunin declared with a cold smirk. 9th Song of the Yellow Springs, 3rd style, cycle of life and death. Break for me. As he wielded his spirit sword, a powerful surge of sword energy erupted, spiraling into a semblance of a life-death roulette. The rotating sword wheel seemed to beckon the cycle of existence itself, ensnaring all within its grasp, rendering them unable to escape. In an instant, the combined assault of the 3 elders from the Hahuan sect was shattered. They were met with the backlash of their own power, blood spewing from their mouths. This is impossible. You are not a martial artist. The 3 elders of the Hahuan sect were left in a state of utter astonishment. Those who obstruct me shall perish. With a flourish, Li Chunin sent forth the sword of Azure Fall and Yellow Springs, guiding it with his will as it transformed into a flying blade. In a flash, 3 arcs of blood erupted forth. All 3 elders of the Hahuan sect were silenced with a single strike to the throat, their eyes wide open in eternal disbelief. Dai Ilio, witnessing the scene unfold from behind, covered her mouth with her hands, her eyes filled with sheer terror. All 3 elders, no, for elders, were dead. The Hahuan sect was doomed. Yet, Li Chunin paid her no heed, striding directly into the palace. This time, no one dared to impede his path. Li Chingan entered the grand palace alone. The palace was vast, adorned in opulence, shimmering with gold and brilliance, reminiscent of ancient royal abodes. Yet, it bore an air of desolation, devoid of any vitality. Li Chingan activated his celestial spirit eyes, and a flicker of light danced within his starry gaze, allowing him to perceive the entirety of the palace. Before long, he discovered what he sought. Mother. Fury ignited within Li Chang'an's starry eyes, an overwhelming aura of murderous intent enveloping him. In a pill refining chamber. When Schumann was confined within an iron cage, her attire disheveled, her body marred with wounds, nearly devoid of unblemished skin, her hands and feet shackled. She lay unconscious. Yet a faint rise and fall of her chest confirmed her continued existence. Within the chamber, there was another woman, appearing to be in her early 30s, with a beguiling visage and a lithe figure, clad in a dark red gown, adorned with several hairpins. At that moment, she was preoccupied before a massive alchemical furnace, diligently adding various herbs and peculiar items into the roaring flames, her actions reminiscent of alchemy, yet oddly distinct. The woman remained oblivious to the presence of another in her palace, nor did she notice the bloodshed outside the Hahuan sect, as she remained focused on her task. A frenzied glint danced in her captivating eyes. This time, it must succeed. This is the final opportunity. She murmured to herself. I shall cast you directly into the furnace. I refuse to believe I cannot extract what lies within you. Her gaze flickered to Wen Schumann, madness evident in her expression. At that moment, the door to the refining chamber was violently shattered, echoing with a thunderous crash. Who are you? The woman gasped, her eyes widening as a young man clad in black stepped inside, emanating an aura of palpable menace. A man. Her expression shifted to one of bewilderment. How could a man possibly enter the Hahuan sect? You have harmed my mother. You shall pay? Li Chang'an's voice was icy, his intent to kill unmistakable. The woman hesitated, glancing between Wen Schumann and Li Chang'an. Did not all of the Wen family perish? How is there another? She questioned, confusion etched across her face. She was none other than Ruan Huanna, the leader of the Hahuan sect, the architect of the Wen family's demise. Die? Li Chang'an wasted no words, intent on vanquishing her to save his foster mother. Channeling his vital energy, he wielded the Bai Luo Huang Quan spirit sword, unleashing a golden sword light as he charged at Ruan Huanna. Seeking death, Ruan Huanna scoffed, unsheathing a hairpin from her head as a weapon to counter Li Chang'an's assault. Her movements were swift, the hairpin transforming in her grasp into a lethal serpent, agile and deadly. Her eyes gleamed with a cold ferocity, akin to a predator fixated on its prey. Unfazed, Li Chang'an brandished his spirit sword. The clash of sword light and hairpin erupted in the air, producing a deafening symphony of metallic resonance. Li Chang'an's swordsmanship was ruthless, each strike imbued with a profound killing intent, while Ruan Huanna's movements were elusive and unpredictable, enabling her to evade Li Chang'an's attacks at the most critical moments. The intensity of their battle escalated, the surrounding air seemingly stirred by their sword energies, coalescing into swirling gales. You truly possess some skill, little brother. I must admit, I find myself rather fond of you. It would be a pity to slay you. Ruan Huanna teased, her eyes glinting with avarice. Suddenly, a green mist emanated from her, rapidly expanding to envelop Li Chang'an. The toxic vapor threatened to poison anyone it touched. Li Chang'an staggered slightly. A gleam of smug satisfaction flashed in Ruan Huanna's eyes as she seized the opportunity, launching her hairpin like lightning towards his heart. Just as the pin was about to pierce Li Chang'an, a brilliant flash of sword light erupted, intercepting her attack. In that moment, Li Chang'an countered with a powerful punch to Ruan Huanna's chest. Poof! Ruan Huanna was sent reeling, blood spattering from her mouth, her injuries severe. She stared at Li Chang'an in disbelief. Wasn't he poisoned? How could he appear unaffected? I am immune to all poisons. Your venom is of no consequence to me. Li Chang'an replied coldly. You deceived me. Ruan Huanna glared at him, her face a mask of fury. Li Chang'an remained silent. He had indeed feigned being poisoned, and Ruan Huanna had fallen for it. Die! With a swift motion, Li Chang'an unleashed his spirit sword, the Bai Luo Huang Quan, transforming it into a streak of light aimed at Ruan Huanna's heart. Suddenly, a sword beam descended from above, deflecting Li Chang'an's weapon. Ruan Huanna, shaken, took the chance to retreat, escaping the range of his assault. Li Chang'an turned to see an elderly woman with white hair standing not far away, wielding a long sword and coldly fixing her gaze upon him. Her face was etched with deep wrinkles, akin to carved stone, and her profound eyes revealed the weight of worldly experience. Clad in a flowing green robe adorned with archaic cloud patterns, the designs shimmered as if animated by life itself. Grand Elder, Quickly, kill him. Huan Na exclaimed with delight. This woman was the Grand Elder of the Hehuan sect, their strongest combatant. Those who stand in my way shall perish. Li Chenan's voice was icy. Young man, regardless of your intentions, having slain many disciples of the Hehuan sect, you shall not leave here alive, the elderly woman declared coldly. Li Chenan charged at the elder, his true energy surging, sword light radiating. The elder met him with her own blade, which appeared ordinary, yet emanated a formidable sword intent. Intricate runes adorned the sword, shimmering with an unsettling cold light. With a mere flick of her wrist, she effortlessly dissolved Li Chenan's attack, displaying immense power. Li Chengan, undaunted, felt his spiritual sword tremble slightly in his grasp, emitting a sound akin to the roar of dragons and tigers, infused with a formidable aura capable of shattering all in its path. The expression of the Grand Elder of the Hehuan sect shifted to one of gravity, as she recognized the extraordinary power of the young man before her. A flicker of hesitation crossed her gaze, swiftly supplanted by a resolute intent to kill. She understood that there could be no peaceful resolution today, and only by exerting her utmost effort could she hope to survive. Fourth style of the Yellow Springs 9 Songs, the other side of the Wangchuan. Li Chengan unleashed the Yellow Springs 9 Songs sword technique, and the azure Huangquan spiritual sword in his hand erupted with a golden sword radiance. With a delicate touch of the sword's tip, the radiance coalesced into a river reminiscent of the Wangchuan. Within this river flowed the waters of oblivion, capable of erasing any enemy that came into contact with it. The Grand Elder of the Hehuan sect, witnessing this, was overtaken by terror, her countenance drastically altered. She attempted to evade, but there was no escape. The sword radiance surged forth like a torrent, and as she raised her sword to block, her weapon shattered effortlessly, the radiance piercing through her form. Poof! The old woman coughed up blood, disbelief etched across her face, and she fell, unwilling to close her eyes in death. The Grand Elder of the Hehuan sect met her demise. Witnessing this scene, Huan Na first stood in shock, then her visage transformed, revealing a euphoric delight. She rushed to Li Chengan, kneeling before him, akin to a devoted dog seeking favor. Master, it turns out you are a cultivator. I beseech you, teach me. I implore you to accept this servant. I am willing to do anything, provided you will guide me in cultivation. The leader of the Hehuan sect now resembled a supplicant, groveling at Li Chengan's feet, tail wagging in desperation. Master, I implore you to accept this servant. I would gladly become your plaything, willing to do anything. Teach me the ways of cultivation. Grant me the gift of immortality. Her eyes sparkled with fervor, akin to the most devout of disciples encountering a divine being. Indeed, Li Chengan was not merely a martial artist. He was a cultivator, a transcendent being of an entirely different caliber than ordinary warriors. Huan Na seemed to discern this truth. Begone! Li Chengan thrust his foot, casting Huan Na aside. Yet, undeterred, she continued to crawl back to his feet, kneeling once more. Master, I beseech you to teach me cultivation, I implore you. Huan Na's yearning for cultivation had reached an almost frenzied intensity. Master, I can reveal a secret to you. That woman possesses a piece of blood jade, within which lies a supreme cultivation technique. And I have discerned that she is an excellent alchemical furnace. I am willing to present that woman to you, solely in exchange for your teachings in cultivation. Huan Na, like an eager pup, displayed a demeanor brimming with servitude. If Li Chengan commanded her to bark like a dog, she would undoubtedly comply, without hesitation. Your ruthless annihilation of the Wen family was to obtain the cultivation technique hidden within the blood jade? Li Chengan inquired, furrowing his brow. Indeed, master. Huan Na affirmed with a nod. Please clarify the details of this matter. Li Chengan commanded coldly. Eager for Li Chengan's approval, Huan Na recounted the entire story without omission. I discovered that the ancestors of the Wen family included a practitioner of the arcane arts, who bequeathed to them a piece of blood jade, which conceals supreme cultivation techniques. Thus, I sought individuals to seize this blood jade. Unexpectedly, after absorbing the blood of the Wen family members, the jade unleashed a bizarre phenomenon. It emanated crimson mist, enveloping the entire Wen household as if it were a sanguine domain. Those caught within this red haze, save for the Wen kin, succumbed to madness, becoming frenzied and bloodthirsty, killing indiscriminately. This massacre resulted in the annihilation of the Wen family, leaving only one woman alive. The blood jade entered her body, serving as her protector. I summoned her to the Hahuan sect, intending to extract the jade from her, yet no matter the attempts, it remained inextricable, fortified by its protective essence. Ultimately, I contemplated refining her entirely within an alchemical furnace, perhaps that would allow me to retrieve the jade. Bang! Li Chunin delivered a kick that sent Wan Huan flying. She dared to propose the refinement of Wenshuman. You wretched fiend. Master, do not blame me. I merely desired the blood jade and never intended to obliterate the Wen family. It was the jade that incited the chaos, leading to the slaughter. Master, that woman is still alive. She belongs to you now. I can be your slave, and you may do with me as you please. Wan Huana crawled once more to Li Chunin's feet. Her every action was driven by a desire to master the arcane arts, to gain strength, and to attain immortality. Master, I possess an innate allure. Our union will enhance your cultivation. Should you choose to teach me, it will expedite your own advancement. She willingly shed her garments, revealing her porcelain skin, her countenance alight with longing. Master, come forth. I am prepared. Suddenly, a gasp escaped Wan Huana's lips, her eyes widening in disbelief as she faltered mid-sentence, unable to comprehend why this man remained unmoved by her allure. What? Her last words lingered in the air as her body collapsed, her heart pierced by the spirit sword in Li Chunin's hand. The sect leader of the Hahuan sect had perished. Li Chunin did not cast another glance at Wan Huana. Instead, he approached the iron cage, cleaving it asunder with a single stroke, severing the shackles that bound her limbs. He cradled the weakened Wenshuman from within, removing his own shirt to drape over her. Upon inspecting her injuries, he realized her state was dire, a mere breath away from death. Her survival thus far was nothing short of miraculous. Li Chunin gently infused his vital energy into Wenshuman, gradually reviving her essence. He was cautious not to overwhelm her with too much energy at once, for the frail could not withstand excess. At that moment, Wenshuman slowly opened her eyes, meeting the gaze of a face that was both familiar and foreign. Yet, she recognized Li Chunin instantly. Chunin, is that you? Am I not dreaming? Wenshuman attempted to raise her hand to caress Li Chunin's face, yet she found herself utterly devoid of strength, failing time and again. Godmother, it is I. Li Chunin grasped Wenshuman's hand and placed it upon his face. Feeling the warmth of his skin, Wenshuman was assured that she was indeed not in a dream. You have finally returned. Upon uttering these words, Wenshuman succumbed to unconsciousness once more, plunging into a profound slumber. She was far too weak, far too fatigued. Li Chunin lifted his godmother onto his back and made his way outside. Peony, along with the four maidservants Milan, Zhu, and Ju, had been vigilantly waiting outside. Upon seeing Li Chunin emerge, they all breathed a sigh of relief, noticing that he carried a woman on his back, which they presumed to be their mistress's godmother. Joy illuminated their faces, and they felt elated for Li Chunin. The Hahuan sect holds no necessity for existence any longer. Let it be consumed by flames. Li Chunin stated coldly. Yes. Peony and the others replied respectfully. Billowing smoke and soaring flames engulfed the Hahuan sect, rendering it non-existent. The female disciples of the sect either perished or seized the opportunity to flee amidst the chaos. Longjing Villa. Wenshuman, in a daze, awakened and opened her eyes, discovering herself lying in bed within an unfamiliar environment. A cascade of memories, both joyous and sorrowful, surged forth from her mind. Godmother, you have finally awakened. A familiar voice resonated nearby. Chunin. Wenshuman turned her head to see Li Chunin, his face alight with surprise. Compared to 6 years prior, his visage had matured significantly, becoming even more handsome. Where am I? Wenshuman inquired, still somewhat disoriented after having been unconscious for a day and night. In Haiqing. At Longjing Villa, Li Chunin replied. Upon hearing Haiqing, Wenshuman was instantly reminded of her sorrowful past, the annihilation of the Wen family, which she had witnessed helplessly as she could only stand by and watch her loved ones fall into pools of blood. Despair, sadness, pain, anger, and helplessness enveloped her. Unable to contain her tears, they fell like a kite severed from its string. She embraced Li Chunin and wept bitterly. Chunin, I have no home left. These words pierced Li Chunin's heart, causing it to clench in anguish. Godmother, you still have me. I am your family, and this will be your home from now on. I will forever protect you, and I will always love you. Li Chunin gently held Wenshuman, offering her tender comfort. After crying for what felt like an eternity, Wenshuman finally felt a bit of relief. She had bottled up her emotions for too long, with no opportunity to express them. Perhaps it was only in front of Li Chunin that she could weep so unabashedly. Chunin, I wish to return to the Wen family to pay a visit. Wen Shumen said, her eyes swollen from crying as she gazed at Li Chunin. Li Chunin nodded gently. All right, I will accompany you. Haicheng, Wen family. Li Chunin accompanied Wen Shumen to this place. As they beheld the ruins that were once the Wen family home, Wen Shumen's tears fell once more. The place where she grew up has vanished, and her entire family has perished. Wen Shumen beheld the immense gravestone, reading the inscription upon it. Chunin, is this the tombstone you erected? She inquired. Li Chunin nodded gently. It is I. Aunt, I have avenged the massacre of the Wen family. I have eliminated all the perpetrators. Chunin, thank you. Wen Shumen expressed her gratitude as she gazed at Li Chunin. It is my duty. Had it not been for your kindness in taking me in back then, I might have succumbed to starvation on the streets. You even sent me to Mount Zhongnan for cultivation. Without you, Aunt, I would not be who I am today. From now on, I shall protect you. Li Chunin has always remembered this kindness. Chunin, you have grown, Wen Shumen said softly as she caressed his cheek. Aunt, I have reclaimed the land of the Wen family. It is now under my name, and I shall transfer it to you shortly, Li Chunin stated. However, Wen Shumen gently shook her head. There is no need. What difference does it make to transfer it to me when all the people are gone? What use is this land? For a moment, Li Chunin was at a loss for words to comfort her. Clearly, Wen Shumen could not emerge from the agony of losing all her loved ones in such a short time. Yet, in the next moment, she began to console Li Chunin, and instead, she tenderly smoothed the furrows on his brow. Chunin, I am fine. You need not worry about me. Do not always frown. You should smile more. A furrowed brow does not suit you. Li Chunin offered a gentle smile in response. Indeed, one should smile more. Although the world is fraught with darkness, there remains an abundance of sunshine. Wen Shumen's words seemed to serve as her own solace. The deceased have departed, and those who remain must live on resiliently, allowing the departed to rest in peace in the heavens. Is that not so? A faint smile graced Wen Shumen's face. Li Chunin embraced her with tenderness. Though her eyes were tinged with tears, she remained resolute, refraining from further crying. She would forever cherish the memory of her parents and relatives, frequently reminiscing about them. True death is when no one in the world remembers you. Let your family live on in your heart. Li Chunin inquired about Wen Shumen's future plans and whether she intended to continue her business, offering his financial support. After all, she was once a formidable businesswoman, the wealthiest woman in Haicheng. Yet, Wen Shumen gently shook her head, expressing her desire to rest for a while and contemplate her next steps. Li Chunin suggested that she reside at Longjing Villa for the time being. Under Li Chun's exceptional medical skills, her injuries were healing rapidly, but complete recovery would still require time. Matters concerning Aunt were momentarily set aside. Li Chunin needed to consider settling accounts with the Li family, as he had not forgotten how ruthlessly they had cast him out of the family years ago. That night, at Longjing Villa, Li Chunin addressed Wen Shumen. Aunt, may I change your dressings? I can do it myself, Wen Shumen replied, appearing somewhat embarrassed. Allow me to take care of this, Li Chunin said with a smile. You've been in a coma for the past 2 days, and I have personally tended to your wounds. He was not inclined to trust others and preferred to administer the treatment himself. Wen Shumen bore numerous superficial injuries, amounting to over 100 cuts and bruises. The golden healing ointment he had concocted was a miraculous remedy for external wounds, ensuring no scars would be left behind. With a few more applications, Wen Shumen's skin would return to its original state. After some hesitation, she nodded in agreement. Very well. Wen Shumen removed her outer garments, leaving only her undergarments. Some of her lighter wounds had already healed, and it was undeniable that Li Chunin's golden ointment was effective. Although he was her godson, she still felt a tinge of embarrassment, her lovely face flushing slightly. Having devoted herself to her career, she had never experienced romance at over 30, let alone marriage. She had even contemplated a life without a spouse, choosing instead to adopt a son and daughter. Godmother, please turn around, he instructed. All right, Wen Shumen replied softly. Turning her back to him, Li Chunin poured the milky ointment and gently applied it to her beautiful back, where 3 or 4 wounds were located. What he termed as changing the dressing was, in fact, a reapplication of the ointment, as the previous treatment had been absorbed by her body like an essence. His concoction was not only easily absorbed but also emitted a delicate fragrance, unlike traditional remedies that had a pungent odor and required frequent replacement. As the milky ointment made contact with her wounds, when Schumann shivered slightly. "It's a bit cold," she exclaimed. "Please bear with it. It will be over soon." Li Chunin reassured her. He continued his careful ministrations, applying the ointment from her back down to her legs, ensuring no injury was overlooked. His touch was gentle and meticulous. Soon, he finished with her back and turned his attention to the front. "Godmother, please turn to face me," he said, when Schumann turned slowly. Standing to avoid smearing the ointment on the bed, with her eyes closed, she allowed Li Chunin to continue his work. The milky ointment glided from her collarbone down to the tops of her feet. "Godmother, you need to remove your undergarment. There are 2 more significant wounds there," Li Chunin remarked. "Ah, no. That's not necessary. I can manage that myself," when Schumann replied, taking the ointment from his hands. "Chunin, you should step outside for a moment." She gently urged him away. Reluctantly, he left the room. Once alone, when Schumann unfastened her undergarment and carefully applied the milky ointment, the memory of her godson tenderly applying the ointment to her wounds made her cheeks flush anew. Just then, the door swung open unexpectedly. Li Chunin re-entered, his gaze momentarily frozen in shock at the sight before him. The milky ointment had been applied rather liberally, creating an ambiguous impression. "Godmother, it seems this is my room," he stammered. "Ah, you ungrateful child. Get out," she shouted, slamming the door behind him. Li Qinggan closed the door, brushing his nose thoughtfully. It was never his intention. Subsequently, his godmother seemed somewhat displeased and even locked the door, ignoring his knocks. He longed to utilize his mystical gaze to discern the truth, but reconsidered, fearing he might witness something he ought not to. The following day, having just completed his morning training, Xiaomei approached him with news. Someone was seeking an audience. "Master, a woman wishes to see you. She visited last time as well." A vision of a woman clad in a red qipao, her figure exquisitely graceful, floated into Li Qinggan's mind. After some contemplation, he decided to meet her. Upon entering the living room, he found Pei Xiaohong already awaiting his arrival. "Greetings, master." Pei Xiaohong bowed respectfully, her demeanor impeccable, as though she had trained for this moment. "When did I agree to accept you?" Li Qinggan replied in a neutral tone. "In my heart, I am already yours," Pei Xiaohong responded earnestly. Li Qinggan paid her no mind and instead inquired, "Speak, what brings you here?" "I come to report to you about the achievements of the Red Flower Society. Currently, there are only 3 dominant forces in Haiqing's underworld, the Sky Fire Gang, the Black Hand sect, and our Red Flower Society," Pei Xiaohong declared with pride. "Really?" Li Qinggan asked, a hint of surprise in his voice. "Just days ago, there were said to be 8 forces. How has it dwindled to 3? Pei Xiaohong elaborated on the recent chaos among the underworld factions in Haiqing and the Red Flower Society's triumphs therein. She exhibited remarkable audacity, uniting 2 major factions to confront other dominant forces, ultimately claiming a share of the territory. As for the smaller factions, they were left to scavenge the remnants of the larger conflicts. "What is your name?" Li Qinggan inquired. Pei Xiaohong's face lit up with joy. Surely, Li Qinggan must know her name, and this question indicated his willingness to accept her. "My name is Pei Xiaohong," she declared with utmost seriousness. "Very well. You shall follow me from now on," Li Qinggan replied coolly. "Yes, master," Pei Xiaohong exclaimed, her face aglow with excitement, having finally gained his recognition. "Your Red Flower Society is now one of the 3 major forces in Haiqing, but that is insufficient. I require your society to become the singular ruler of Haiqing's underworld," Li Qinggan stated with an icy tone. Pei Xiaohong was momentarily taken aback, but then nodded resolutely. "Understood. I will ensure the Peony Society assists you." Li Qinggan continued. "Should you face formidable foes, I will intervene. You must comprehend that your ambitions do not stop at Haiqing. Your sights must be set on the entirety of the Great Xia. If you are to act, let it be with the intent to be the best and the strongest." Pei Xiaohong had never contemplated such grand aspirations. Her ambitions had only ever reached the scale of dominating the underworld of Haiqing, yet Li Qinggan envisioned a reign over the entire realm. The first step was to become the sole ruler of Haiqing's underworld. The next day, with the aid of the Peony Society, Pei Xiaohong successfully led the Red Flower Society to obliterate the Black Hand sect, leaving only 2 of the 3 dominant forces remaining in Haiqing. At this moment, the Tianhua gang is enveloped in an atmosphere of anxiety. The Honghua Association has unexpectedly acquired a formidable ally, a strikingly beautiful woman, who has joined forces with the enchanting Mei Gui Hong Xiao, Pei Xiaohong. Together, They obliterated the powerful Heishmen in a single night. It is only a matter of time before the Honghua Association turns its sights on the Tianhui gang. Moreover, Pei Xiaohong harbors a deep-seated grudge against the Tianhui gang. There is no doubt she will not spare them. The ambitions of the Honghua Association are vast, aspiring to become the sole dominator of the underworld in Haiqing. Presently, the leader of the Tianhui gang and several high-ranking members convene in a meeting room to deliberate on strategies to counter the Honghua Association. If only we had eliminated that woman, Pei Xiaohong, back then, we would not be facing such troubles now. One of the hall masters exclaimed, slamming the table. What good is hindsight? Who could have anticipated that a mere woman would establish the Honghua Association and elevate it to such a level that it now poses a threat to us? Another hall master retorted. I always knew this woman would not relinquish her vendetta. Her recent overtures for reconciliation with our gang were mere deception. What does that concern us? Her father fell to the hands of enemies. Yet she believes we, the Tianhui gang, are responsible for her father's demise. She is fixated on her thirst for vengeance. How could she ever move on? You are all foolishly naive. Yin Laosan, whom are you calling foolish? You, who were most eager to suggest collaboration with the Honghua Association and incited other hall masters. Yin Laosan, you are courting death. As the argument escalated, the meeting room began to transform into a battleground. The leader of the Tianhui gang, Sha Jiancheng, could no longer endure the chaos. Enough, he thundered, slamming the table. The authority of the leader still holds weight. Upon witnessing his fury, the members ceased their bickering. I summoned you here for a meeting, not to squabble. We must strategize on how to confront the Honghua Association. At this rate, the Honghua Association need not even arrive. You are dismantling yourselves from within. Sha Jiancheng chastised. The members dared not utter a word, bowing their heads in silence. After a brief tirade, Sha Jiancheng softened his tone and continued. I have analyzed that the Honghua Association's ability to annihilate the Heishmen stems from their acquisition of a skilled fighter. Hallmaster Yin Laosan immediately concurred. The leader is correct. I have also investigated and found that most of the Heismen's experts perished at the hands of that mysterious woman. If we could eliminate her, the Honghua Association would pose no threat at all. Other high-ranking members of the Tianhui gang chimed in, offering suggestions on how to deal with this enigmatic woman. Finally, the meeting took on the semblance of a strategic discussion against the Honghua Association. Once the discourse reached a satisfactory point, leader Sha Jiancheng resumed. Indeed, the crux of our strategy against the Honghua Association lies in addressing that mysterious woman. She is a formidable adversary. Judging by her performance against the Heishmen, it seems no one in our gang could match her prowess. What shall we do? Is waiting for death our only option? Perhaps we should send someone to assassinate that woman. The higher-ups of the Tianhui gang were filled with grave concern. I have devised a plan to deal with her, declared the gang leader, Sha Chengjian. The leader has a solution. Please share it with us. Indeed, the leader is formidable. Sha Chengjian spoke in a low voice. Since the Honghua Society can summon mysterious experts, why can't our Tianhui gang also invite skilled fighters to assist us? I have specially brought in a master from Jiangdu. He will be more than capable of dealing with that woman. The leader is wise. I have heard that Jiangdu is home to numerous ancient martial families, a place where experts abound. The leader is truly impressive to have secured a master from Jiangdu. The Honghua Society is doomed. That woman, Pei Xiaohong, As Sha Chengjian reveled in the flattery of those around him, he resolved in his heart that he must eliminate Pei Xiaohong. She was far too dangerous. Night fell, and the underworld forces of Haiqing clashed once more. This time, it was a confrontation between the two dominant factions of Haiqing's underground world. The victor would emerge as the sole ruler. The Honghua Society took the initiative to assault the Tianhui gang, with Pei Xiaohong donning a striking red qipao, leading the charge, wielding twin blades as she relentlessly struck down the disciples of the Tianhui gang, invigorating her comrades. Mutin also joined the fray, targeting the elite of the Tianhui gang, her dagger gleaming ominously as it sought the throats of her foes. Two beautiful women in red, each possessing their own strengths, yet both equally ruthless, exemplifying the adage that the more enchanting a woman is, the more perilous she becomes. The Honghua Society surged with momentum, unstoppable, quickly advancing upon the stronghold of the Tianhui gang. Sha Chengjian, the leader of the Tianhui gang, seemed to have been waiting for this moment, flanked by his disciples. A faint smile gracing his lips, as if he was utterly confident in his victory. Pei Xiaohong commanded her subordinates to halt their advance momentarily. The two sides stood tens of meters apart, coldly staring each other down. Pei Xiaohong, we need not be enemies. Sha Chengjian called out to her. You killed my father. Sha Chengjian. That means it is a fight to the death. Pei Xiaohong's voice was icy. Mutant cast a curious glance at Pei Xiaohong, as if sensing an untold story beneath the surface. Sha Chengjian gently shook his head. Pei Xiaohong, you must not speak recklessly. Your father perished at the hands of his enemies, not by my hand. Sha Chengjian, do you think that silencing witnesses would erase your deeds? Unfortunately, your actions were less than discreet. Bring him forward. Pei Xiaohong commanded coldly. In the next moment, a shackled individual was brought forth. He resembled a beggar, clad in tattered rags, his hair disheveled, limping as though injured, his eyes hollow and devoid of spirit, as if he had lost his soul. Yet, upon seeing Sha Chengjian, his eyes ignited with a fierce hatred, and he let out a primal roar. Oh, Sha Chengjian, I will kill you. I want you dead. Had it not been for someone restraining him, this man might have lunged at Sha Chengjian. Even so, he struggled desperately, his hands and feet marked with bloody welts. Zhong Laoqi, hasn't he already perished? Yet, some members of the Tianhui gang recognized the beggar-like wretch. Upon sighting him, Sha Chengjian's countenance darkened immediately. Sha Chengjian, do you still recognize this individual? His name is Zhong Laoqi. Pei Xiaohong stated coldly. I do not know him, Sha Chengjian replied curtly. Pei Xiaohong continued. He was once a member of the Tianhui gang, even serving as its master. How did he come to this deplorable state? Because of you. My father was also one of the 8 masters of the Tianhui gang, known as Pei Lao Wu, while you are Sha Lao Lu. When the old master abdicated, the 8 masters vied for the position of gang leader. My father was the most likely candidate to ascend. Sha Chengjian, in your quest for leadership, you conspired with Zhong Laoqi and Chun Laoba to murder my father, laying the blame on rival factions. Subsequently, you silenced the witnesses, killing Zhong Laoqi and Chun Laoba, believing that no one would be privy to your treachery. Yet, you never anticipated that Zhong Laoqi had survived. The position of gang leader rightfully belonged to my father. You are utterly unworthy of this title. Today, I shall personally slay you to avenge my father. A murderous aura burst forth from Pei Xiaohong, her eyes filled with fierce intent. All these years, she had awaited this day, never forgetting the deep-seated enmity for her father's blood. Nonsense. Your father perished at the hands of his enemies. What is that to me? Sha Chengjian adamantly denied. Sha Lao Lu, it was you who approached me to join forces against Pei Lao Wu. Why do you now shun the truth? Ha. You never expected that after you stabbed me 7 times and cast me off the cliff, I would still be alive. Zhong Laoqi laughed maniacally. The members of the Tianhui gang regarded Sha Chengjian with altered gazes. In the underworld, loyalty is paramount. Their leader turned out to be a despicable man who betrayed his brothers for power. Utter nonsense. I do not know you. Pei Xiaohong. Do not think that by bringing a beggar to speak a few words, you can disrupt the morale of my Tianhui gang. Sha Chengjian scoffed coldly. It matters not. Sha Chengjian, whether you acknowledge it or not is irrelevant. Regardless, you shall die today. Pei Xiaohong declared coldly. Kill, she shouted, leading the Red Flower Society into battle. Attack. Eliminate them all. Sha Chengjian ordered coldly as well. The two factions clashed violently. Pei Xiaohong wielded twin blades, relentlessly cutting down the disciples of the Tianhui gang, drawing nearer to Sha Chengjian. Mutant targeted the skilled fighters of the Tianhui gang, each strike proving fatal. Master, that woman is formidable. Where are the experts from Jiangdu you summoned? The leader of the Tianhui gang grew increasingly anxious. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before the gang could no longer withstand the pressure. Come immediately. Sha Chengjian dialed a number. There was no answer on the other end, but the signal was received. Pei Xiaohong had just slain a disciple of the Tianhui gang and was poised to strike another approaching disciple when a long sword suddenly intercepted her dual blades. The clash of metal sent sparks flying. The attacker was a man in his 30s, dressed in martial arts attire, wielding a long sword with a frigid expression. Pei Xiaohong instinctively sensed the imminent danger. With a flick of his wrist, the man's swordplay transformed, unleashing a barrage of fierce strikes that forced Pei Xiaohong to retreat, sustaining several sword wounds in the process. Noticing the peril Pei Xiaohong faced, Mutant rushed to her aid. She brandished her dagger, parrying the deadly thrust aimed at Pei Xiaohong's heart. Step back, I shall handle this, Mutant declared. Pei Xiaohong nodded slightly, fully aware that she was no match for this formidable opponent. The ensuing duel between Mutant and the mysterious man was surprisingly evenly matched. Mutant, skilled in assassination techniques, excelled in delivering lethal blows, yet in a conventional confrontation, her abilities were somewhat diminished. Observing that Muten was being overwhelmed, the morale of the Tianhui gang surged. "Is this the expert you summoned from Jiangdu?" one asked. "Indeed, he is a guest elder of the Hongmen, the underground force in Jiangdu, possessing extraordinary strength. I leveraged connections and spent a fortune to bring him here," Sha Chengjian replied. The leader of the Tianhui gang was taken aback upon hearing that this man was a guest elder of Hongmen. The Hongmen of Jiangdu was indeed a dominant underground power, ranking among the top 10 in the entire Xia dynasty's shadowy underworld. Although the Tianhui gang was also a major player, it paled in comparison to the Hongmen. Rumor had it that their membership exceeded 100,000. One could only imagine the prowess of a guest elder from such a powerful faction. As Muten gradually succumbed to the pressure from the Hongmen elder, she suffered several additional sword injuries, realizing the severity of the situation. Suddenly, a blade intercepted the Hongmen elder's long sword with a ringing clash. Muten looked on in astonishment to find Pei Xiaohong had returned to the fray. "Sister Muten, let us confront him together," Pei Xiaohong urged. Muten nodded gently, and the two joined forces against the Hongmen elder. The elder smirked coldly, proclaiming, "Whether one more or one less, you will all meet your demise." No sooner had he spoken than his sword erupted with a fierce radiance, intensifying his assault. The dazzling sword energy was piercing even in the darkness. Despite their combined efforts, Muten and Pei Xiaohong found themselves outmatched, sustaining further injuries. In a moment of desperation, a flying sword, akin to a streak of light, surged forth to block the Hongmen elder's blade. "Step aside, I shall handle him," a calm voice echoed. The faces of Muten and Pei Xiaohong lit up with joy as a figure in black appeared, none other than Li Chengan. He initially came out of sheer boredom, not expecting to witness the two women encountering a formidable foe. "Anyone who dares to harm my kin shall perish." Li Chenan's voice was frigid as he gazed at the guest from the Hongmen. The guest's eyes were ablaze with greed as they fixated on the spirit sword in Li Chenan's hand. "That sword is remarkable. I shall take it." "Do you cherish your life?" Li Chenan retorted coldly. The Hongmen guest charged forward with the sword, executing a fierce and intricate swordplay. Each strike aimed at Li Chenan's vital points. Li Chenan effortlessly deflected the attacks, his gaze fixed curiously on the man before him. The Li family sword technique. "Are you of the Li lineage?" This swordplay was all too familiar to Li Chenan, as he had learned it in his youth. "Who are you? How do you know that I wield the Li family sword technique?" The opponent paused, uncertainty etched on his face as he scrutinized Li Chenan. The skilled fighter, Sha Jianqing, summoned from Jiangdu, appeared to be of the Li family. The Jiangdu Li family was, of course, the ancient martial arts clan to which Li Chenan originally belonged. Although Li Chenan had yet to confront the Li family regarding past grievances, he now found himself face to face with one of their own. However, he did not recognize this individual, likely a collateral member of the Li family rather than a direct descendant. Indeed, this Hongmen guest was a collateral member of the Li family, named Li Huanran. After all Li family members were proficient in their family's sword technique. Li Chenan chose not to respond, his swordplay shifting into a fierce assault directed at Li Huanran. The latter raised his sword to defend himself, but was taken aback. For Li Chenan was now also employing the Li family sword technique. "You are one of the Li family as well?" "Enough, enough. The flood has washed over the Dragon King's temple. It appears we are all kin," Li Huanran exclaimed with a grin, halting his assault. "Let me introduce myself. I am Li Huanran, the fourth collateral branch of the Li family. May I inquire to which branch you belong?" Li Huanran asked with a smile. "The fourth collateral branch of the Li family. Your grandfather is Li Taining." Li Chenan replied coldly. "Indeed, my grandfather is Li Taining." Li Huanran nodded with a smile. "Then your fate is sealed." Before the words had fully escaped his lips, Li Chenan thrust his spirit sword violently, piercing Li Huanran's heart. "You." Li Huanran's eyes widened in disbelief. He could scarcely comprehend why Li Chenan would seek his demise. Were they not all members of the Li family? Years prior, when Li Chenan had been stripped of his cultivation, the Li family had intended to expel him, but his grandfather had fought valiantly to protect him. Ultimately, however, it was Li Chenan's grandfather who was forced to his death, yet the fate of expulsion from the family remained unchanged. The one responsible for his grandfather's demise was none other than Li Taining, the grandfather of Li Huanran, from the fourth collateral branch. Their actions were driven by a desire to regain access to the main family and become direct descendants of the Li clan, believing that with Li Chunan's lineage extinguished, they would have the opportunity to take his place. Within the Li family, the distinction between collateral and direct branches was stark. The enmity between Li Chunan and the fourth collateral branch of the Li family was profound. Li Huanran had also harmed Muden and Pei Xiaohong, thus sealing his own fate. At this moment, Sha Jiansheng, the leader of the Heavenly Fire Gang, was utterly alarmed. The Hongmen guest he had summoned had met an untimely end. Who was the mysterious young man clad in black, who suddenly emerged? Even the guest elder of the Hongmen was no match for him. Without the Hongmen elder, the Tianhua gang could not withstand the onslaught. Furthermore, Li Qinggan had also joined the fray. In less than a quarter of an hour, the Tianhua gang collapsed entirely, abandoning their weapons and fleeing in a frenzy, devoid of any fighting spirit. Sha Chengjian also sought to escape, but could he? A cleaver flew through the air, striking him squarely in the back. With a pained cry, Sha Chengjian slowed his movements. Pei Xiaohong kicked him to the ground. "Do not kill me. I can offer you the Tianhua gang, and you can be the leader." Sha Chengjian pleaded on his knees. Pei Xiaohong, uninterested in his ramblings, brought her blade down, severing Sha Chengjian's head from his shoulders. "Father, I have avenged you." Pei Xiaohong's eyes glimmered with unshed tears, yet she held them back. As for Zhong Laoqi, Pei Xiaohong did not spare him either. He had been complicit in her father's murder and deserved the same fate. Once the matter was concluded, Pei Xiaohong promptly took the heads of her two father's killers to honor her father. Thus, the Hong Huawi became the sole ruler of the underground forces in Haiqing. At the Longjing Villa, Pei Xiaohong had just apologized to Li Qinggan for concealing the fact that Sha Qingjian, the leader of the Tianhua gang, was her father's nemesis. Li Qinggan, however, was unfazed and not at all angered. After handing Pei Xiaohong and Muden each a vial of golden spirit powder, he retreated to his room. "Sister Muden, thank you for saving my life tonight." Pei Xiaohong expressed her heartfelt gratitude. Muden had indeed shielded Pei Xiaohong from Li Huaran's lethal strike. Muden gently shook her head. "No need for thanks. Since the young master has taken you in, we are comrades on the same front, and it is only natural that we assist one another." Being a year older than Pei Xiaohong, it was reasonable for Pei Xiaohong to address her as sister. In the days they had fought side by side, their perceptions of each other had evolved, especially after Muden learned of Pei Xiaohong's background, which led her to feel a sense of kinship. "Sister Muden, let me help you apply the medicine," Pei Xiaohong offered. "Let us assist each other. The healing ointment provided by the young master is quite precious. As he concocted it himself, it ensures rapid healing without leaving scars," Muden replied, having already used it once. "Is this medicine truly so miraculous?" Pei Xiaohong inquired in astonishment. "Oh, there are many wonders yet to discover, young master. You will learn in due time," Muden assured her. As they were both women, there was no sense of shyness between them. They removed their garments, revealing their wounds to each other as they applied the milky white salve. "Sister Muden, your figure is truly splendid," Pei Xiaohong remarked with a smile. "Yours is not lacking either." Muden responded with a glance. "I believe yours is even better," Pei Xiaohong said, playfully reaching out to touch Muden, behaving like a mischievous girl. "Do not touch me so recklessly." Muden's cheeks flushed slightly. "A little touch won't cost you anything." Pei Xiaohong laughed. "You do not harbor a preference for women, do you?" Muden asked with a peculiar look. "I also like men," Pei Xiaohong replied candidly. "Peony, we refer to each other as sisters, yet you wish to seduce me. Sister Peony, have you never attempted it?" "Attempt what?" Peony inquired with a look of confusion. In the next moment, her eyes widened as Pei Xiaohong unexpectedly kissed her. Li Chunan, within his chamber, was scheming revenge against the Li family when he suddenly heard a peculiar sound emanating from downstairs. The senses of a cultivator are remarkably acute. The noise originated from the room where Peony usually rested. Li Chunan felt a tinge of perplexity. Activating his divine vision, a fleeting glimmer passed through his starry gaze. His sight penetrated the floor, leaving him momentarily dumbfounded. Tofu grinding. Peony was engaged in playful antics with Pei Xiaohong, though it appeared that Peony was reluctantly participating. They both fancy women. Li Chunan found himself entertained by this unexpected spectacle, having never witnessed such a scene before. How could you treat the healing ointment I provided as trifling?" It seemed that Peony had been coaxed into revealing an unknown facet of herself by Pei Xiaohong. As the performance concluded, Li Chunan muttered to himself, "Perhaps a cold shower is in order. Next time, I might join in." Jiangdu, the fourth collateral branch of the Li family. Li Taining learned that his grandson had ventured to Haicheng and met with his demise. Who could be responsible for this atrocity? Li Taining seethed with rage. Head of the family, we are still investigating. Li Taining had cherished this grandson above all, and now that he had been murdered, how could he remain calm? Find out who did this. I demand their death. No, I want their entire family to perish. Li Taining roared in fury. Li Chenin, being somewhat affiliated with the Li family, wondered if this curse might inadvertently apply to himself as well. Head of the family. It appears that Huaran held a guest elder position in the Hongmen. He claimed to be visiting Haiqing for leisure. This matter may indeed be connected to the Hongmen. Even if the perpetrator belongs to the Hongmen, they shall pay a price. At worst, I shall beseech the clan leader for retribution for my grandson. Li Taining spoke in a low, somber tone. Hongmen of Jiangdu, the dominant underground force in Jiangdu. At this moment, the leader of the Hongmen wore a grim expression, having just received the news of a guest elder's death. If it had been an ordinary guest elder, it might have been bearable, but this individual was from the Li family, complicating matters. Have we ascertained the facts? The Hongmen leader inquired. Leader, we have gathered some information. It seems that the one who killed the Li guest elder was affiliated with an organization in Haiqing known as the Red Flower Society. The guest elder was assisting the Heavenly Fire Gang in Haiqing at the time. The Red Flower Society of Haiqing. The Hongmen leader's expression darkened. Dispatch 1,000 elite members of the Hongmen to annihilate the Red Flower Society and avenge the Li guest elder. The leader commanded coldly. Understood. His subordinates responded with utmost respect. At that moment, someone burst in from outside. Hong Tianhua, come forth. My son is dead, and you must provide an explanation, or I shall obliterate your Hongmen. A voice, brimming with arrogance, echoed. The Hongmen leader, Hong Tianhua, appeared troubled, yet quickly donned a smile. He recognized that this was a representative from the Li family, Li Huaran's father, Li Qingyu. Li urged, we have identified the perpetrator responsible for the murder of your son. It is the Honghua Society from Haiqing. You may accompany the disciples of the Hongmen to Haiqing and personally avenge your son. Very well. I shall make the journey to seek vengeance for my boy. Li Qingyu replied solemnly. In Haiqing, the Honghua Society is currently consolidating its power with the assistance of the Wanhua Palace. Presently, the Honghua Society has emerged as the dominant underground force in Haiqing. Yet to fully stabilize its position, it requires additional time. Within the armory, the young master, all firearms belonging to the underground forces of Haiqing are stored here. Reported Pei Xiaohong as she glanced towards Li Cheng'an. Li Cheng'an nodded gently, surveying the considerable quantity present. Although the Great Xia has strictly prohibited firearms, these underground factions still manage to acquire them through various channels. Pei Xiaohong had meticulously organized the firearms of the Haiqing underground forces into this armory. With this arsenal, the strength of the Honghua Society would advance further. Prepare yourselves. Soon we shall venture to Jiangdu, for Haiqing is merely the beginning. Li Cheng'an remarked to Pei Xiaohong. Yes, young master. Pei Xiaohong responded, her excitement palpable. The Honghua Society might truly ascend to become one of the foremost underground powers in the Great Xia. With Li Cheng'an at the helm, Pei Xiaohong felt an unwavering confidence and boundless zeal. At that moment, a maid named Xiao Mei entered, seemingly to deliver urgent news. Master, the Hongmen from Jiangdu have come, claiming they wish to avenge their guest, Li Huaran. Quite swift, I had intended to personally visit Jiangdu in a few days. Yet it appears I am now to meet my demise here, Li Cheng'an said coldly. Young master, should I immediately summon the members of the Honghua Society? Pei Xiaohong asked with concern. Currently, most of the Honghua members are out solidifying their territories, leaving only a few behind. Li Cheng'an remained silent. Instead turning to Xiao Mei to inquire. How many members of the Hongmen have arrived? Over 1,000. It seems they are all martial artists, Xiao Mei replied truthfully. How many members of the Honghua Society remain here? Li Cheng'an then asked Pei Xiaohong. There should be just over 100, less than 200, Pei Xiaohong answered. It was precisely because of their limited numbers that she considered recalling the members stationed outside to confront the Hongmen. However, Li Cheng'an smiled. That's sufficient. Do we not have these fellows? He gestured towards the armory. Pei Xiaohong and Xiao Mei were momentarily taken aback, then they too broke into smiles. Meanwhile, the Hongmen of Jiangdu dispatched over 1,000 disciples, all elite experts, charging towards the Honghua Society with fierce intent. They came not only to avenge their fallen guest, but also to annihilate the Honghua Society. The Hongmen had long sought to penetrate Haiqing, but had been awaiting the opportune moment. Now was their chance. with the Honghua society established as the sole ruler of the underground forces in Haiqing. It was as if the Hongmen had been presented with a path to seize control and usurp the position of dominance in Haiqing's underground realm. Leading this charge was Hong Kaiqing, the seventh Hall Master of the Hongmen and the godson of the Hongmen's leader, held in high regard within the organization. Accompanying him was Li Qingyu, a member of the fourth branch of the Li family and the father of Li Huaran, who had come seeking revenge for his son. 1,000 elite experts from the Hongmen arrived, only to discover that the Honghua society had merely 100 individuals present. This was a blatant affront, a stark humiliation. Master, the Honghua society has grown exceedingly arrogant. They believe a mere 100 can contend with us. Let us annihilate them all. This territory of the Honghua society shall belong to Hongmen henceforth. I have heard that most of the Honghua society members are women. Perhaps it will be quite enjoyable. He chuckled. Seventh Hall Master Hong Kaiqing commanded the Hongmen to silence. Taking 2 steps forward and addressing the members of the Honghua society with a booming voice, the murderer of my Hongmen guest stepped forth, and I shall grant you a swift end. Li Qingyu also advanced, shouting with fury, for the murder of my son. I shall personally slay him today to avenge my child. He brandished a large knife adorned with a red scarf, reminiscent of the executioners of ancient times. Li Chunin and Pei Xiaohong emerged from the crowd. He surveyed the over 1,000 warriors of Hongmen, realizing they were indeed a meticulously selected group. However, they were all at the post-heaven realm. There were hardly any true heaven realm masters among them. You killed my son. Li Qingyu had received intel that a young man in black had slain his child, though the full identity was yet to be ascertained. But that was sufficient. Knowing the identity of his son's killer made things simpler. Li Chunin glanced at him. You are a member of the fourth branch of the Li family. Let me send you to reunite with your son. You seek death. Li Qingyu roared, brandishing the executioner's knife and charging at Li Chunin. As a grandmaster, he unleashed his true energy with full force, an overwhelming aura surging as he brought his blade crashing down, a brilliant sword wave erupting, unstoppable in its momentum. Li Chunin, with a mere thought, summoned the Biluowanquan sword, directing it with his qi, transforming it into a streak of light that pierced forth. The formidable sword wave was instantly extinguished, continuing its advance. With a clang, Li Qingyu's knife shattered into 2 pieces. Li Qingyu stood there, gripping the broken blade, his face a mask of horror, his movements stalling. Yet before he could fully comprehend the situation, the Biluowanquan sword thrust forward again, this time plunging directly into Li Qingyu's heart. With a gurgle of blood, Li Qingyu collapsed, lifeless and eyes wide open. The entire sequence unfolded too swiftly, within mere seconds, leaving nearly everyone in stunned silence. Li Chunin's calm voice echoed, "Do not be anxious. You will soon be reunited as a family. A family should be whole." Seventh Hall Master Hong Kaiqing's expression turned to one of shock as he stared at the young man in black, seeds of retreat sprouting in his mind. This individual was a superlative master, one he could not fathom. Li Qingyu's strength had not been significantly inferior to his own, yet he had been so effortlessly dispatched. However, he quickly reminded himself that he was not alone. Behind him stood over 1,000 elite warriors of Hongmen. No matter how formidable the opponent, he was but one person. Could he truly contend against 1,000? Kill him. A bounty of 5 million. Hong Kaiqing bellowed, issuing the order and offering a staggering reward. Upon hearing of the 5 million bounty, the initially intimidated members of the Hongmen became invigorated, charging forth with reckless abandon. At this moment, Li Chunin chose to retreat. With a commanding shout, Pei Xiaohong ordered the attack. Suddenly, over 100 members of the Red Flower Society brandished their weapons, predominantly handguns and AKs, unleashing a torrent of gunfire upon the 1,000-strong Hongmen. The cacophony of gunshots erupted like firecrackers during the New Year celebrations. Bullets rained down in a dense barrage. The 1,000-odd disciples of Hongmen surged forward, akin to moths drawn to a flame, oblivious to the impending doom. What the hell is this? The seventh Hall Master, Hong Kaiqing, along with his comrades, stood dumbfounded at the sight of their adversaries wielding firearms, soon erupting in curses. Wasn't this supposed to be a fair fight? What does it mean to use guns? This is utterly against the rules. No matter how skilled one may be, bullets are a formidable foe. The martial artists of Hongmen, unless they had reached the master level capable of externalizing their qi, were as vulnerable as ordinary people when faced with gunfire, susceptible to injury and death alike. After several rounds of concentrated fire, The casualties among the Hongmen were catastrophic, their morale shattered, teetering on the brink of collapse. At this juncture, Pei Xiaohong commanded her followers to lower their weapons and prepare to engage. Leading by example, she brandished dual blades and plunged into the fray. Like cutting through melons and vegetables, the elite fighters of Hongmen were swiftly reduced to mere remnants. Hong Kaiqing, along with a handful of followers, seized the chaos as an opportunity to flee, escaping like a pack of stray dogs. The Red Flower Society emerged victorious, winning their first battle against the Hongmen. Cheers erupted in a thunderous chorus. Li Chunin observed it all with a smile. The Red Flower Society needed to thrive through bloodshed, which was precisely why he refrained from single-handedly dispatching the 1,000 elite fighters of the Hongmen. Li Chunin's ambition was to establish the Red Flower Society as the dominant underworld force in the Daxiao region. At Longjing Villa, Mutant had returned. Li Chunin had instructed her to investigate certain matters in Jiangdu. "Young master, I have returned, and I have gathered most of the information you requested." Mutant presented a thick stack of documents to Li Chunin. "You've worked hard." Li Chunin accepted the materials, swiftly perusing them with remarkable speed and retention. These documents pertained to the Li family of Jiangdu, including the 4th collateral branch. Li Chunin resolved to return and settle the old scores with the Li family once and for all. Li Chunin had just finished reviewing the documents when the doorbell of the villa chimed. The maid, Xiao Ju, went to open the door. "Chunin Gij." The cheerful voice of Li Jini filled the air as she dashed towards Li Chunin, enveloping him in a warm embrace. "Thank you. Have you resolved the issues with the pharmaceutical company?" Li Chunin inquired. "Yes, it's all sorted out." Li Jini nodded, her expression filled with gratitude. "Thanks to your assistance. We not only identified the cause of the poisoning, but also managed to cure all the afflicted patients." The crisis at her pharmaceutical company had been dire, and without Li Chunin's help, it could have spelled disaster for her business. "Moreover, we have apprehended the mole within the company who deliberately tampered with the raw materials, resulting in the production of toxic traditional Chinese medicine. They were sent by Xianglin Pharmaceuticals, but we lack sufficient evidence to prove it," Li Jini said. Her face flushed with indignation. "Xianglin Pharmaceuticals, are they your competitors?" Li Chunin asked. "Yes, they are indeed our rivals," Li Jini confirmed. "We have 3 medications that are comparable to their products, yet ours are priced at half their cost." Li Chunin scoffed lightly. "So you've been obstructing their profits, then? Let us not dwell on that, Chunin Gij. To express my gratitude, I've decided to treat you to a lavish dinner tonight," Li Jini declared with a smile. "Do you mind if I invite one more person?" Li Chunin queried, casting a glance at Li Jini. "Who?" she asked, a hint of confusion crossing her face. "Just wait a moment." Moments later, another person appeared in the living room, Wen Shuman. Li Jini's eyes widened in surprise. "Chunin Gij, she is my godmother," Li Chunin introduced simply. "Goddess, this is Li Jini, my sister." "Hello," Wen Shuman said, stepping forward with a smile to shake hands with Li Jini. "Why you?" "Hello," Li Jini stammered, visibly excited. She was aware that Li Chunin had been searching for his godmother, believing her to be alive. In truth, Li Jini was familiar with Wen Shuman, the former wealthiest woman in Haiqing, and a figure she admired greatly. The maid, Xiao Ju, drove them to a nearby upscale hotel for dinner. It didn't take long for Li Jini and Wen Shuman to grow comfortable with one another, their bond blossoming as if they were mother and daughter. Their conversation flowed effortlessly, and eventually, Li Jini formally acknowledged Wen Shuman as her godmother, to which Wen Shuman joyfully agreed. Since separating from the Li family, Li Jini had often felt lonely, lacking familial ties. The addition of a godmother brought her immense joy. A sumptuous array of dishes soon graced their table, and Li Jini even requested a bottle of wine. "Goddess, I toast to you," she proclaimed. Although she rarely indulged in alcohol, the happiness of having acknowledged a godmother warranted a celebratory drink. "Indeed. However, just one glass will suffice. Do not overindulge," Wen Shuman advised with a smile. They gently clinked their glasses together. Meanwhile, Li Chunin found himself feeling somewhat superfluous. As the evening progressed, with drinks flowing and dishes being savored, Li Chunin suddenly proposed, "Goddess, since Jini has established a pharmaceutical company, I believe that if you have no pressing matters, you might consider lending her your expertise." Upon hearing this, Li Jini's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Indeed, godmother, you could come and assist me. I feel somewhat overwhelmed. I can appoint you as the chairwoman and even offer you shares. If you lend your support, my pharmaceutical company is bound to flourish more rapidly and effectively." Wen Shuman is a true business powerhouse, the richest woman in Haiqing, having once overseen the entire Wen family's business empire. With her capabilities, managing a pharmaceutical company would be effortlessly within her grasp. I will consider it, Wen Shuman replied, not immediately agreeing. The Wen family's previous enterprises had been divided among the 4 prominent families, and now, with those families extinguished, many industries were under the control of the Orchid Palace. Li Chanin had previously hinted to his godmother about possibly reclaiming those industries for her, but she seemed reluctant to engage with the Wen family's former ventures, perhaps fearing that it might evoke painful memories. Thus, a sudden inspiration struck Li Chanin. Perhaps his godmother could assist Li Jini in running the pharmaceutical company. This would not only aid that young lady, but also give his godmother something to occupy her mind and divert her thoughts. This was, after all, the primary purpose of their meal today. Godmother, please come and help me. Together, as a formidable mother-daughter duo, we can surely elevate the pharmaceutical company to new heights. Li Jini said, playfully tugging at Wen Shuman's arm. I have never managed a pharmaceutical company before. I fear. Wen Shuman hesitated. Li Jini interjected. What does that matter? I was once in the same position, learning as I went along. You were the richest woman in Haiqing, managing businesses worth tens of billions. Surely you need not worry about overseeing my modest pharmaceutical enterprise. Please, godmother, agree to this. Li Jini clung to Wen Shuman's arm, employing her most endearing tone. You. If I don't agree, will you persistently cling to me like this? Wen Shuman chuckled wryly. Li Jini's face lit up. So, does that mean you've agreed? Yes. Wen Shuman replied with a gentle nod. Wonderful. Godmother, come to my company tomorrow, and I will grant you the position of chairwoman. Let us not go that far. Grant me the title of president instead, Wen Shuman suggested. All right then, you shall be the president, and I will take the role of chairwoman. Li Jini felt content with any arrangement, as long as Wen Shuman was willing to help. Now, please enlighten me about your company's current operational status, Wen Shuman said, turning her gaze towards Li Jini. Just as Li Jini was about to speak, Li Chanin interrupted their conversation. All right, let us eat first. There will be ample time to discuss work later. He understood that his godmother was a workaholic. Once she entered her zone, she would become exceedingly serious. Since she had agreed to assist Li Jini in managing the pharmaceutical company, she would undoubtedly commit herself wholeheartedly. Yes, godmother, let us enjoy our meal first. Tomorrow, when you arrive at the company, we can discuss work. Li Jini chimed in. Very well, Wen Shuman nodded. Godmother, try this abalone. Godmother, have some of this shrimp. Godmother. Li Jini eagerly served dishes to Wen Shuman. At that moment, the door to the private room was suddenly opened. A drunken young man stumbled in. Momentarily taken aback. Wrong place, haha. To avoid disturbances, Li Chunin had specifically chosen a private room, yet he found himself interrupted nonetheless. As the young man contemplated leaving, his peripheral vision caught sight of Li Jini and Wen Shuman, 2 extraordinary beauties. Li Jini exuded youthful radiance, while Wen Shuman embodied a mature allure. This striking pair of one youthful and one mature beauty was undeniably captivating. Oh my, there are beauties here, and 2 stunning ones at that. Come, accompany this young master for a drink. If I'm in high spirits, I shall treat you well. Instead of retreating, the young man approached the table, his speech laced with impropriety. Get lost. Li Chunin commanded coldly. Who the hell are you? With that, the drunken youth had barely finished his words when Li Chunin closed the distance and slapped him away. The young man fell to the ground, clutching his swollen face. Blood spilling from his mouth, several teeth missing. You dare hit me? You'll pay for this, he shouted, his words escaping through the gaps left by his lost teeth. Hearing the commotion, several people rushed in. At the forefront was a middle-aged man whose face turned pale with rage upon seeing the fallen youth. Who did this to young Master Liu? He bellowed. Sure, Jiaji, kill him. If you can't, forget about your investment. The young man pointed angrily at Li Chunin. At that moment, Li Jini stood up, astonished as she recognized the middle-aged man. Sure, Jiaji, what are you doing here? Sure, Jiaji, surprised to see Li Jini, smirked coldly. Miss Li, what a coincidence. Coincidence with a vile scoundrel like you. Li Jini retorted sharply. This man was the general manager of Xianglin Pharmaceutical, Sure Jiaji. He had infiltrated their company, deliberately tampering with traditional medicine, resulting in the production of toxic Chinese herbal medicines. Li Jini explained this to Li Chunin and Wen Shuman. What an ironic twist of fate, to encounter an enemy here. Miss Li, you ought to be careful with your words. I could sue you for defamation. Sure Jiaji said with a sneer. Whether it's defamation or not, you know in your heart, you despicable wretch. Li Jini's face was icy. Evidence is paramount. If you have it, Miss Li, feel free to sue me. Xianglin Pharmaceutical is always prepared for a legal battle. Shi Jiaji showed no fear. We will find the evidence in due time. Just wait. Li Zhini declared coldly. The mole that Xianglin Pharmaceutical had planted within Li Zhini's company had perished before she could confront them, clearly silenced by Xianglin Pharmaceutical. Shi Jiaji, what are you wasting your breath for? Didn't you hear me? Kill that brat. Otherwise, forget about receiving a single penny from your investment. The beaten youth roared in fury. Get him. Subdue him. Shi Jiaji ordered coldly, pointing at Li Chunin. Two bodyguards in black suits immediately charged towards Li Chunin. You may not yet be aware, but this is the young master of the Song family from Jiangdu. To offend Master Song is to court a most gruesome demise. Shi Jiaji sneered. It turns out that the beaten youth is indeed from the Jiangdu Song family, named Song Zhiji. He has come to Haiqing to negotiate a business deal. As the Song family intends to invest in Xianglin Pharmaceutical Company, Shi Jiaji was tasked with hosting him, arranging a meal in this hotel. Conveniently located in the adjacent private room, Shi Jiaji watched with a cold smile as two bodyguards lunged towards Li Chindan. Yet, in the next moment, the smile on his face froze. The two bodyguards in black suits, having charged forward, collapsed in an instant, blood spewing from their mouths, rendered unconscious. Li Chindan had merely unleashed two ordinary punches, and the bodyguards were already downed. Shi Jiaji was utterly astonished and immediately pulled out his phone to call for reinforcements. Useless. Song Zhiji cursed vehemently. Fifth uncle, kill him for me. Song Zhiji suddenly shouted into the air. Those unaware might have thought him mad. In the next instant, an elder clad in gray robes appeared in the private room. The elder shook his head at Song Zhiji, saying, Young master, I am only responsible for ensuring your safety, not for committing murder on your behalf. Fifth uncle is a formidable protector assigned by the Song family, his strength unfathomable. Fifth uncle, did you not see him strike me just now? He poses a threat to my safety. You must kill him at once. Song Zhiji arrogantly pointed at Li Chindan. Young master, I cannot assist you in taking a life. The elder steadfastly refused. Very well, if you will not help me kill him, then I shall leap into the river to end my life. When my father comes to blame you, do not expect to be free from repercussions. Song Zhiji, in a bizarre twist, attempted to threaten him with suicide. Strangely enough, this tactic proved effective. The elder appeared troubled, ultimately conceding with a resigned sigh. Fine, just this once. Ha ha. Boy, once you are dead, your two beauties shall be mine. When I tire of them, perhaps I shall send them down to reunite with you. Ha ha ha. Song Zhiji wore a sinister grin. A flicker of cold, lethal intent flashed in Li Chindan's eyes. He had already sentenced his opponent to death in his heart. The elder approached Li Chindan, sighing softly. Young man, you can only blame your ill fortune for crossing paths with someone you should not have offended. As soon as his words fell, the elder struck decisively, aiming a palm at the crown of Li Chindan's head. Li Chindan tilted his head aside, effortlessly evading the elder's strike. His calm voice resonated. Had you refrained from attacking, you might have had a chance to survive. Now, I can only send you to hell. Li Chindan unleashed a punch that appeared unremarkable, yet the elder found himself unable to evade it, as if ensnared by an invisible force. Terror washed over his features. Bang! Li Chindan's fist obliterated the elder's head. What a master, utterly incapable of withstanding a single blow. Why you? The smile vanished from Song Zhiji's face, replaced by disbelief and profound terror. You killed Fifth Uncle. How is this possible? Only he understood the immense power of Fifth Uncle, who could take on hundreds with ease, yet this formidable protector was vanquished with a single punch. Xiao Zhu, you take my godmother and Zhen Yi away first. Li Chunin said. Given the circumstances, it was evident that the meal could no longer be enjoyed. Understood, master. The maid, Xiao Zhu, responded promptly. When Shuman wore a worried expression. It's all right, don't worry. Li Chunin assured her with a smile. Just be careful, when Shuman nodded gently. Already aware that Li Chunin had acquired many skills at Zhongnan Mountain and was no longer an ordinary person. After Li Zhini, and when Shuman departed, Li Chunin approached Song Zhiji. Stay back. I am from the Song family of Jiangdu. If you dare to harm me, your entire family will suffer, Song Zhiji declared, his bravado masking his fear. Suddenly, the group summoned by Shi Jiaji arrived, overflowing into the private room, blocking all exits. Seeing this, Song Zhiji rejoiced, shouting, charge at him. Kill him. Kill him. Li Chunin coldly laughed, showing no fear as 100 men surged toward him. He casually seized a nearby chair, and swung it violently. Bang! 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 The assailants were struck, blood spewing as they were sent flying. Not a single one could approach within half a meter of Li Chunin. In less than a minute, all over 100 men lay defeated. The chair in Li Chunin's grasp dripped with blood, as if possessed by a god of slaughter. Song Jiji, trembling with fear, found himself unable to flee. You are not human, you monster. Shi Jiaji stammered, equally terrified. Are you ready? I shall send you to meet King Yan. Li Chunin's voice was chilling, echoing as if from the depths of hell. You cannot kill me. Do you not fear the retribution of the Song family? If you take my life, yours will inevitably follow. Song Jiji attempted to leverage his family's influence to intimidate Li Chunin. Yet, Li Chunin was unfazed. Bang! Bang! The chair fell, crushing both Song Jiji and Shi Jiaji to their demise. Li Chunin, uninterested in further confrontation, discarded the chair. He took out his phone and dialed Pei Xiaohong, requesting her to send someone to handle the situation. Following that, he called Mutin, instructing her to investigate the Song family of Jiangdu. Knowing both oneself and the enemy ensures victory in every battle. As Li Chunin exited the hotel, he spotted Xiao Mei pulling up in a car. Master, I am here to take you home. Li Chunin nodded lightly and got into the vehicle, returning to Longjing Villa. Meanwhile, at the Jiangdu Hongmen, the fleeing 7th Hall Master, Hong Kaicheng, recounted the events in Haiqing to Hong Tianqua, the leader of Hongmen. Bang! Hong Tianqua, filled with rage upon hearing the report, slammed his hand on the table, shattering it into countless splinters that scattered across the floor. I never imagined that such a formidable expert would emerge from the small Red Flower Society of Haiqing. Hongmen has suffered a loss of over 1,000 elite members. We cannot let this go unpunished. Investigate thoroughly. I want to know the origins of that young man. Hong Kaicheng volunteered, saying, Leader, leave it to me. I will find out. Moreover, another matter has arisen. Li Qingyu of the Li family has met his demise. He sought vengeance for his son, only to perish at the hands of that scoundrel. I believe this time we may forge an alliance with the Li family to confront the Honghua Society of Haiqing. Li Taining is a member of the 4th branch of the Li family, although they lack substantial power. Should we manage to enlist the aid of direct descendants from the Li family, can the Honghua Society of Haiqing truly endure? Certainly. Hong Tianqua nodded gently after hearing this. This matter shall be entrusted to you, as a means of atonement for past misdeeds. Rest assured, I shall execute it flawlessly. I want that wretch to vanish without a trace. Hong Kaicheng's expression twisted with rage, his heart brimming with animosity. At Longjing Villa, the young master, we have obtained information regarding the Song family of Jiangdu. The Song family ranks among the 5 prominent families of Jiangdu, wielding considerable influence and wealth. However, they pale in comparison to the ancient martial arts lineage of the Li family. As Milan spoke, she handed over the information she had gathered about the Song family to Li Chainan. Li Chainan accepted it and began to peruse the contents. Suddenly, a familiar name leapt out at him, Lin Qingwei. Memories of his youth flooded back, a few cherished recollections. Li Chainan had grown up in Jiangdu, after all, as the Li family resided there. Lin Qingwei was his first love from high school, a sweet and innocent girl. However, their romance fizzled out when Li Chainan was incapacitated and expelled from his family. He had not anticipated seeing Lin Qingwei's name once more within the records of the Song family. As he continued reading, his countenance darkened, a surge of murderous intent enveloping him. Lin Qingwei had been disfigured by members of the Song family. That sweet, youthful girl had fallen victim to such cruelty. Where were the Lin family? Why did they fail to protect Qingwei? Young master, what troubles you? Milan noticed the change in Li Chenan's demeanor. We must go to the Song family at once. I must rescue someone. Li Chainan said coolly. Young master, do you know this Lin Qingwei? Mulan observed that Li Chenan's sudden shift in expression was triggered by the mention of a girl named Lin Qingwei in the Song family's records. We were acquainted in our youth, Li Chainan replied. Young master, there are additional details regarding Miss Lin that I did not include in the dossier, as I deemed them insignificant, Mulan said. What details? Speak quickly, Li Chainan urged. Lin Qingwei's disfigurement was instigated by the Song family's second daughter, Song Luhan. The reasoning behind this was that Song Luhan believed Lin Qingwei was vying for her suitor, prompting her desire to ruin Lin Qingwei. Mulan discovered this while investigating Song Luhan as well. Moreover, Song Luhan intends to arrange a marriage for Lin Qingwei today, but the intended groom is none other than a beggar. Boom! Li Chenan's murderous aura erupted, palpable and overwhelming. Mulan, standing nearby, turned pale. At the Jiangdu International Hotel, the most opulent hall was abuzz with activity, gathering many affluent and illustrious figures of Jiangdu. They had all received invitations from the Song family's second daughter, Song Luhan, to witness a marriage proposal ceremony. Standing amidst the crowd, Song Luhan donned a stunning black gown, her face adorned with elaborate makeup, radiating an enchanting allure. Beside her stood a woman clad in a white wedding gown. If one were to overlook her visage, one might presume her to be a striking beauty. However, upon gazing upon her face, many would likely be taken aback. It was marred by an array of scars, some resembling grotesque worms, rendering it exceptionally unsightly. This disfigurement was the handiwork of Song Luhan, who had personally employed concentrated sulfuric acid to ravage Lin Qingwei's once lovely countenance, transforming it into its current state. "Greetings, everyone. I am Song Luhan, and this is Miss Lin Qingwei from the Jiangdu Lin family," she proclaimed. Not long ago, Lin Qingwei was disfigured, and the perpetrator has been identified, a man consumed by unrequited love for Miss Lin, whose feelings morphed into a bitter hatred. As a dear friend of Qingwei, I cannot bear to see her live a life of solitude. Thus, I have resolved to personally seek a suitor for her, so she may wed a good man and discover true love, ensuring her lifelong happiness. Song Luhan stood upon the stage, her expression brimming with sincerity. Those unaware of the truth might indeed be deceived, believing her to be genuinely concerned for Lin Qingwei's well-being. Yet, those privy to the reality would merely feel revulsion, unable to express their disdain due to the status of the second young lady of the Song family. "Miss Song, I recognize your intentions are noble. Yet she is dreadfully unattractive. Who would dare to love such a fright? Only a blind man might consider her." Laughter and derision echoed mercilessly. Lin Qingwei stood on the stage, head bowed, her body trembling, tears welling in her eyes, yet she fought valiantly to refrain from weeping. Upon hearing the mockery, Song Luhan's face broke into a triumphant smile, delighting in the ridicule. "Lin Qingwei," she hissed, "you dare to vie for my man. Today, I shall marry you off and see if Brother Bachin still holds affection for you." Lin Qingwei shook her head vehemently. "I did not. I have no interest in him. Be quiet." In response, Song Luhan struck her across the face, her countenance twisted with malice. Within the school, Song Luhan harbored feelings for Qi Beichin, who, in turn, favored Lin Qingwei. Song Luhan believed Lin Qingwei had stolen her affections, though Lin Qingwei felt no such attraction. Song Luhan clapped her hands gently to command silence. "I understand that many of you look down upon this unfortunate creature, so I have assembled a group of individuals from whom Qingwei is certain to find her ideal partner. Bring them forth." As her words concluded, a ragged group entered. Their clothing was tattered, their hair a disheveled mess, and their bodies reeked of neglect. It was evident they were beggars or vagrants. This motley crew stood in stark contrast to the opulent hotel surroundings. The wealthy guests recoiled in horror upon witnessing the arrival of such destitute figures, covering their mouths and noses in disgust. "Qingwei, these are the men I have meticulously prepared for you. Do choose wisely. You see, if you are satisfied today, you may wed, and I shall officiate your ceremony," Song Luhan proclaimed with a smile. The wealthy elite present were taken aback by her words. How ruthless she was, having first marred Lin Qingwei's visage, and now intending to force her into a union with a beggar. "Song Luhan, I truly do not harbor feelings for Qi Beichin. Please spare me," Lin Qingwei implored, her face a mask of anguish as she fought back tears. "You have already destroyed my face. Isn't that enough?" "Not nearly enough," Song Luhan retorted venomously. "Who told you, you wretched girl, to entice Brother Bachin? I shall utterly ruin you, so that Brother Bachin will finally abandon all hope." Her face twisted with malice. Lin Qingwei shook her head vehemently. "I did not. I never seduced him. I do not like him at all." "Enough," Song Luhan declared. "Today, you must marry one of them. I intend not only to ruin your beauty, but to force you into a marriage with a beggar, rendering you a true pariah, condemned to live in eternal nightmare and despair." Her eyes glinted with spite and jealousy, coupled with a sadistic thrill. Why does Brother Bachin favor you? I am far more accomplished, and my family is far superior." She seethed. "I will destroy you. I will humiliate you. I want everyone to disdain you." A flicker of determination flashed in Lin Qingwei's eyes. Even in death, she would not allow Song Luhan to humiliate her. Song Luhan, perceiving Lin Qingwei's thoughts, sneered. "You wish to die? Very well. But upon your demise, I shall ensure the Lin family accompanies you to the grave, reuniting with your parents in the afterlife. See how benevolent I am, granting your family the chance to be together." At these words, Lin Qingwei felt ice coursing through her veins. Was even death beyond her reach? She could not allow her demise to burden her family. She resolved to bear all suffering alone. "Since you refuse to choose, I shall select for you." Song Luhan chuckled coldly, pointing at a beggar. "That one will do. I find him most suitable." Among the throngs of beggars, she chose the most filthy, unattractive, and aged. "Huh, excellent choice, Miss Song." The onlookers jeered, both complimenting her and mocking her cruel intent. Lin Qingwei trembled, her fists clenched tightly, her nails digging into her flesh, drawing blood without her awareness. "Hey, filthy beggar, come here." Song Luhan beckoned with a wave of her hand. "She shall be your woman from now on. Play with her as you please." The beggar, elated by the announcement, exclaimed, "Thank you, young lady." He had never experienced a woman before, although this one was disfigured. Her skin was fair, and her figure was alluring. After all, in the dark, they would all look the same. The beggar nearly drooled. His desires ignited as he approached Lin Qingwei. Lin Qingwei, filled with despair, realized she could not even find solace in death, terrified of burdening her parents. In her mind, the figure of a young boy emerged, his face now somewhat blurred. 6 years had passed, yet she still could not forget him. "Brother Chenin, where are you? Please save me, Qingwei." Lin Qingwei silently prayed in her heart. Just then, there was a tremendous crash as the door was violently forced open from the outside. "Song Luhan, come and meet your demise." A voice brimming with murderous intent echoed through the room. A young man clad in black stepped into the hall, exuding an overwhelming aura of menace. Lin Qingwei's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief, fearing she was imagining things. The young man before her bore a striking resemblance to the boy in her memories, his features becoming clear. "Brother Chenin." Lin Qingwei's tears could no longer be contained, streaming down her face. Chapter 55. An eye for an eye. The expressions of those present shifted dramatically, all gazing intently at the suddenly appeared young man in black. He bore a chilling demeanor, radiating an aura of fearsome intensity. "Who are you?" Song Luhan frowned slightly, unfamiliar with this youth. Yet, Lin Qingwei recognized Li Chunin at once. Despite the 6 years that had elapsed and the considerable changes he had undergone, she still identified him. She opened her mouth, ready to call out to Li Chunin, but the words caught in her throat, stifled by her own insecurity. Lowering her head, she felt disfigured. Now a grotesque sight. She did not wish for Li Chunin to see her in this state, for she wanted to preserve the beautiful image he held of her. Meanwhile, Li Chunin had already spotted Lin Qingwei. At that moment, she was covered in scars, her eyes filled with tears, despair, and pain etched across her face. She had lost the vivacious youthfulness and charm she once possessed, now transformed into this wretched version. A pang of sorrow struck Li Chunin's heart. First loves are always so beautiful, akin to the purest moonlight. He too was not immune to this anguish, which morphed into fury. With his starry eyes locked on his Song Luhan, he spoke each word with deliberate intensity. "Song Luhan, come and meet your demise." Sensing the terrifying aura radiating from Li Chunin, Song Luhan instinctively took a step back, her expression a mix of uncertainty and fear. "Who exactly are you? I advise you to mind your own business." With a swift motion, Li Chunin darted in front of Song Luhan and delivered a resounding slap across her face. The impact sent her spinning, half of her face swelling up, blood oozing from the corner of her mouth. The crowd gasped in shock at the scene. "How dare you strike me? You seek death. Someone kill him." Song Luhan, sprawled on the ground, seethed with rage, shouting loudly. Immediately, hotel security and Song family bodyguards rushed in, surrounding Li Chunin. This young man was doomed. How dare he strike the second miss of the Song family? Just imagine how he would meet his end. It would undoubtedly be a gruesome sight. The wealthy elites spectated with a sense of morbid curiosity, murmuring amongst themselves. At that moment, Lin Qingwei suddenly dashed forward, positioning herself in front of the security guards and bodyguards. "You cannot harm him. Song Luhan, you confront me. Disregard him and let him go." Song Luhan fixed her gaze on Lin Qingwei. "Do you know him? Who is he?" Lin Qingwei averted her eyes, panic evident on her face. "No, I don't know him. If you let him go, I will agree to anything you ask." "Qingwei." Li Chunin felt a softening in his heart. How could he not comprehend Lin Qingwei's thoughts? Upon hearing that familiar voice, Lin Qingwei trembled, desperately resisting the urge to turn around. She was uncertain how to face Li Chang'an now. She felt unworthy of him, believing herself to be an ugly woman, exceedingly so. He would surely be frightened upon seeing her. At that moment, Lin Qingwei's self-esteem plummeted. Li Chang'an suddenly grasped Lin Qingwei's hand, turning her to face him. "Ah, don't look." Lin Qingwei broke free from his hold, covering her face with her hands. "Qingwei, I'm sorry, I arrived late." Li Chang'an felt a pang of guilt. Had he come sooner, perhaps Lin Qingwei would not have been disfigured. You should leave quickly." I don't know you." Lin Qingwei sobbed, her hands still concealing her face. After 6 long years, she had finally reunited with her longed-for Chang'an brother, who was alive. Yet, she could not acknowledge him, fearing she would burden him and ruin the cherished image he held of her. Most importantly, she felt unworthy of him. A gentle smile graced Li Chang'an's face. He tenderly pulled Lin Qingwei's hands away from her face, gently wiping her tears as he softly spoke. "Wei Wei, in my heart, you will always be that beautiful and kind girl. Moreover, rest assured, I have a way to restore your appearance." "Oh, Chang'an brother." Sob Lin Qingwei could no longer contain her emotions and tears, embracing Li Chang'an tightly as she wept aloud. "What a pair of shameless lovers, pretending not to know each other in front of me. Seize them. I will make these beggars take turns humiliating his beloved woman right before his eyes." "Ha ha." Song Liuhan's expression twisted as she laughed maniacally, utterly depraved. "Chang'an brother, you must run." Lin Qingwei forcefully pushed Li Chang'an away. The security guards and bodyguards surged forward. Bang, bang, bang. In the blink of an eye, all these men lay defeated at Li Chang'an's feet, his movements swift and elusive. No one could discern how he struck them down. "Qingwei, leave it to me. I will protect you." Li Chang'an looked at Lin Qingwei, speaking softly. "All right." Lin Qingwei nodded gently. Li Chang'an advanced towards Song Liuhan, step by deliberate step. Song Liuhan's face was a mask of terror. She had not anticipated this man's fighting prowess, dispatching a dozen security guards and bodyguards with such ease. "What do you intend to do?" "I initially planned to kill you, but I suddenly changed my mind. Ending your life outright would be too merciful." Li Chang'an replied coldly. "I shall repay you in kind. I want you to experience the suffering that Qingwei has endured. You have marred Qingwei's beauty, and in turn, I shall mar yours." As soon as the words left his mouth, Li Chang'an's hands began to move. With a rapid succession of slaps, he struck Song Liuhan's face repeatedly, leaving her visage a grotesque mask of blood and flesh, utterly disfigured. A piercing scream escaped Song Liuhan's lips, yet the torment did not cease there. Li Chang'an's icy voice resonated once more. "If you wish for Qingwei to marry these beggars, then I shall ensure you wed them instead." He dragged Song Liuhan into a hotel room, thrusting the beggars inside before slamming the door shut. The affluent spectators, witnessing this scene, felt a chill of fear. Who is this young man? His ruthlessness is beyond comprehension. Song Liuhan's fate was irrevocably sealed. "Qingwei, let us depart." Li Chang'an grasped Lin Qingwei's hand and exited the hotel as if nothing had transpired. However, the scandalous events at the Jiangdu International Hotel swiftly spread, becoming explosive news. The second daughter of the Song family had been disfigured and subjected to humiliation by beggars. Speculation abounded regarding the identity of the enigmatic youth. Within the Lin family estate, the patriarch had recently fallen gravely ill, leading to the eldest son, Lin Yizhi, assuming responsibilities. Lin Qingwei's father, Lin Jiayan, was the second son, while her mother, Xin Shui, stood by his side. The third son, Lin Boheo, was largely indifferent to family matters, indulging in a life of leisure without having settled down at nearly 40. In the Lin family conference room, numerous relatives gathered to discuss Lin Qingwei's plight. "Eldest brother, you must save Qingwei. She is your niece. You cannot simply abandon her." Lin Jiayan and Xin Shui implored the family to intervene on behalf of their daughter. Lin Yizhi remained silent, burdened by the weight of leadership in the wake of their father's illness. Xin Shui, realizing the futility of their pleas, cast a disdainful glance at the gathered relatives. "Jiayan, cease your entreaties. To them, only the interests of the family matter, devoid of any familial affection. They will not concern themselves with Qingwei's fate. We must take it upon ourselves to rescue her." Grasping her husband's hand, she prepared to leave. "Stop." Lin Yizhi's stern voice cut through the tension. "You cannot go to save Lin Qingwei. She has offended the second daughter of the Song family. That is her personal affair. To intervene would only bring calamity upon the Lin family, incurring the wrath of the Songs. Their power is formidable. Should we offend them, the Lin family would be doomed." Eldest brother, how can you say such a thing? Lin Jian's expression was one of despair. Second brother, you must consider what is more important, the family's interests or your daughter's life. Do you wish to see the entire Lin family suffer for your daughter? Lin Yizhi spoke with an air of authority. Indeed, I concur with the eldest brother. Another relative chimed in. We cannot allow one woman to ruin the Lin family. Lin Qingwei has already been disfigured. She has lost her value in marriage. It is unwise to provoke the Song family over someone deemed worthless. A useless woman. If she perishes, so be it. Second brother, you are still young. You can always have another child, perhaps even a son. Lin Jiayan and Shun Shui listened to their words, feeling incredulous. Were they even speaking as humans? Did they possess no semblance of humanity? Were they truly human? All they saw was profit, devoid of any compassion. They were unworthy of being called human, mere beasts in comparison. Shen Shui, unrestrained, unleashed a torrent of invective. Silence. Lin Yizhi thundered, slamming his hand upon the table. Something is amiss, something grave has occurred. The old butler rushed in, his demeanor fraught with urgency. It's serious. Something has happened. The old butler conveyed the alarming news regarding the incident at the Jiangdu Hotel. Upon hearing, the Lin family was taken aback. Lin Qingwei had been rescued by a mysterious young man, while Song Luhan had not only been disfigured but also humiliated by a throng of beggars. Where is Qingwei now? Lin Jiayan inquired, feeling a slight relief upon learning his daughter had been rescued. The old butler shook his head. Yet, Lin Yizhi's countenance shifted dramatically, turning ashen. He bellowed, Lin Jiayan, your daughter may well bring ruin upon our Lin family. That young man rescued Lin Qingwei and devastated Song's second daughter, Song Luhan. Do you believe the Song family will not hold us accountable? They may even suspect that I orchestrated this. The Song family will not spare us. Their vengeance will be severe. Hearing these words, the Lin family exchanged apprehensive glances, their expressions darkening. Immediately send someone to find Lin Qingwei, bring her back, and then take her to the Song family to apologize. Be swift. Lin Yizhi commanded loudly. On the other side, the Song family soon learned of the incident. When Song Luhan's father beheld his daughter in such a pitiful state, his fury ignited. Clenching his fists, he roared, I shall have the perpetrator torn to pieces. Executed in the most excruciating manner, the Song family mobilized its resources to hunt for the assailant. Before long, they uncovered the identity of the culprit, only to be astounded to find that this individual was also the one responsible for the death of Song Zhiji. Did this person seek to instigate war with the Song family? In the Jiangjing Villa district, Li Qinggan, with his ample resources, commanded Mutin to acquire the entire estate. However, 2 villas had already been sold and were thus unavailable. Mutin endeavored to contact the owners of those 2 villas, aiming to purchase them at a premium. Li Qinggan and Lin Qingwei took residence in one of the villas. Brother Qinggan, why do they refer to you as young master, as the master? Lin Qingwei questioned. Where have you been these 6 years? I couldn't find you. I thought you, Brother Qinggan, you have become so powerful, like the martial arts masters on television. Lin Qingwei's mind buzzed with countless inquiries she wished to pose to Li Qinggan. Qingwei, I shall explain everything in due course. For now, let me help you restore your beauty. Li Qinggan replied gently, gazing at Lin Qingwei. Lin Qingwei wore an expression of astonishment. Brother Chenin, can my face truly be restored? She had thought that Li Chunan's previous reassurances were merely to comfort her. Of course it can. When I say it can be restored, it will be restored, Li Chunan replied confidently. Qingwei, trust me. Lin Qingwei nodded earnestly. All right, I believe in you, Brother Chenin. Her trust in Li Chunan had never wavered. Master, I have gathered all the medicinal herbs you requested, Xiao Lan announced as she placed various bags of herbs upon the table. Li Chunan nodded appreciatively. Thank you for your hard work. Please stand guard outside and ensure that no one disturbs me. Understood, Master, Xiao Lan replied, joining the other girls to keep watch outside. With Li Chunan's extraordinary medical skills, restoring Lin Qingwei's beauty was a trivial matter. He personally prepared a miraculous ointment. 2 hours later, the ointment was ready. Resembling a green facial mask, Li Chunan gently applied the ointment to Lin Qingwei's face, his touch tender. Brother Chenin, my face feels itchy and a bit uncomfortable, she remarked. Just endure it for a few hours, he reassured her. Okay. As night fell, the ointment on Lin Qingwei's face had completely dried, resembling a green mask. Li Chunan took her hand and led her to a grand mirror. Qingwei, it's time to peel off the ointment. Li Chunan smiled warmly. All right. Lin Qingwei felt an overwhelming sense of nervous anticipation. Her hands trembled slightly. She yearned for the restoration of her beauty, yet feared the possibility of disappointment. Peel it off. Trust me, Li Chunin urged, gazing intently at her. Slowly, bit by bit, Lin Qingwei began to peel away the dried green ointment from her face. As it came off, a flawless, fair, and radiant visage re-emerged, the skin as pristine as that of a newborn. Staring into the mirror, Lin Qingwei felt an overwhelming familiarity with her reflection. It was her face, one she had not seen for a long time. After her disfigurement, she had avoided mirrors, terrified of confronting her ruined appearance. Now, her face was restored, even more perfect and beautiful than before. Tentatively, Lin Qingwei caressed her face, ensuring it was real and not a dream. Tears began to fall uncontrollably. Oh, she embraced Li Chunin tightly and wept heartily. Why are you crying? Shouldn't you be joyous that your beauty has returned? Li Chunin said softly. Brother Chunin, I'm just so happy that I can't help but cry. Thank you. I thought I would have to live my life as an ugly creature. If I had become an ugly creature, I wouldn't be worthy of you, Brother Chunin. Li Chunin gently tousled Lin Qingwei's hair. Suddenly, she stood on her tiptoes and pressed a kiss against his lips. Blushing, she quickly lowered her head and whispered, Brother Chunin, this is a reward for you. Thank you for saving me and helping me regain my beauty. The reward is insufficient. Li Chunin swiftly embraced Lin Qingwei. At that moment, Mutant dashed in from outside. Young master, Miss Qingwei's parents are in trouble. What has happened to my parents? Lin Qingwei's face turned tense upon hearing this. The Song family has released news that they have captured Miss Qingwei's parents. They stated that if Miss Qingwei does not go to the Song family, they will kill her parents. Qingwei, you must rescue your parents, Li Chunin urged her. You are tormented by Song Luan. While your parents and the Lin family do not come to your aid, do such parents, such relatives, deserve your sacrifice? Lin Qingwei shook her head and replied, Brother Chunin, it is not that simple. They have their reasons. If they come to rescue me, it would implicate the entire Lin family. I cannot allow my plight to bring suffering upon the entire Lin clan. You are truly foolish. Li Chunin shook his head in resignation. Let us go and save your parents. He already knew Lin Qingwei's answer. Inside the Song family hall, the atmosphere was tense, filled with fury, as the members of the Song family wore grim expressions, struggling to contain their rage. On the floor, 6 or 7 members of the Lin family knelt, including Lin Qingwei's parents. Not only had the Song family captured Lin Jiayin and his wife, but they had also seized several direct descendants of the Lin family, including Lin Yizhi. Song Liuhan's father, Song Weiqi, the head of the Song family, wore a face twisted with anger, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. If Lin Qingwei and Li Chunin do not arrive today, I will demand the entire Lin family pay with their lives. Song Weiqi bellowed furiously. Lin Yizhi quickly interjected. Master Song, you may not be aware, but Lin Qingwei has been expelled from the Lin family. Her actions are her own and have no bearing on the Lin family. As for that wild boy who helped her escape, I do not know him. I implore you, Master Song, spare the Lin family. Lin Jiayin looked incredulously at his elder brother Lin Yizhi. When was Qingwei expelled from the family? He was utterly unaware. The head of the Song family, Song Weiqi, scoffed. Spare your Lin family? Who will bear the torment and humiliation my daughter has suffered? Lin Qingwei and that wild boy will bear it. Lin Yizhi quickly asserted. Not enough. This is simply insufficient. Song Weiqi kicked Lin Yizhi aside, his laughter cold and mocking. They cannot bear it. I want your entire Lin family to share the burden. Lin Yizhi's face was filled with despair. It was over. It was all over. The Lin family was finished. Lin Jiayin and his wife Xin Shui prayed inwardly that their daughter Lin Qingwei would not return. It would be best if she fled, as far away as possible, to a place where the Song family could never find her. But just then, an all-too-familiar voice echoed from outside. Mom and Dad, I'm here. Lin Jiayin and Xin Shui's expressions shifted dramatically. Li Chunin and Lin Qingwei entered the room. The expressions of Lin Jiayin and Xin Shui shifted dramatically. Wei Wei, your face. Xin Shui exclaimed, noticing her daughter's miraculous recovery, utterly incredulous and astonished. Yes, Mom and Dad, my face is healed, thanks to Brother Chunin, Lin Qingwei replied with a smile. The members of the Song family also witnessed Lin Qingwei's restored visage, their faces reflecting sheer amazement, for she had been disfigured by Song Liuhan's harsh actions with sulfuric acid. Lin Jiayin and his wife turned their attention to the young man standing beside Lin Qingwei. It was he who had rescued their daughter and aided in restoring her beauty. Although unaware of his identity, they had already etched this gratitude into their hearts. Thank you. Xin Shui expressed her heartfelt appreciation towards Li Chunin. Mom, do you remember the boy I mentioned during my middle school days? It's Brother Chunin, Lin Qingwei said with a sweet smile. Xin Shui recalled certain memories. Enough. I did not come to listen to your familial anecdotes. Song Weiqi, the head of the Song family, interjected sharply. Since you are all here, do not expect to leave alive. Attack. Subdue them. Song Weiqi roared. A group of Song family guards received the command and charged at Li Chunin. With a powerful punch, Li Chunin sent the foremost guard flying, injuring several others in their wake. Before the guards could react, Li Chunin continued his assault. A black shadow darted among the Song family guards with astonishing speed. In mere seconds, dozens of guards lay sprawled on the ground, their fates uncertain. Song Weiqi stared at Li Chunin in disbelief. This young man was a martial artist, and a formidable one at that. Madong, take the Lin family members and leave. Li Chunin instructed. I won't go without you. I cannot leave you behind. Lin Qingwei insisted, shaking her head. Qingwei, you must leave first. I will be fine. Obey me. Li Chunin urged, looking at her earnestly. Lin Qingwei understood that her presence would only be a burden to Li Chunin. All right, I will go first. Brother Chunin, you must return safely. No one is allowed to leave. Song Weiqi's voice turned frigid. More Song family guards appeared, blocking the Lin family's escape. Li Chunin's starry eyes glinted with a chilling murderous intent as he stood against the multitude of guards. Soon, Lin Qingwei and the Lin family members managed to escape safely. Song Weiqi's expression darkened to the extreme as he helplessly watched the Lin family flee, unable to stop them. Over 100 Song family guards were swiftly dealt with by Li Chunin, who remained unfazed and at ease. Handling these guards was a trivial task for him. Do you think you can rampage in my Song family unchallenged? A booming voice suddenly resonated. An elderly man entered, clad in gray, with flowing white hair, a prominent forehead, piercing eyes, and an aura of authority surrounding him. Father, the old patriarch has arrived. The elder is here. The elderly gentleman is none other than the venerable patriarch of the Song family, Song Hongxiu, the father of Song Weiqi. Having largely relinquished control over family matters to his son, Song Hongxiu is now stirred by a significant crisis that has befallen the Song clan. No matter who you are, daring to create chaos within the Song family shall lead to your demise. Attack, commanded the patriarch, as four formidable masters surged forth from behind him. These were all grandmasters of martial arts, possessing extraordinary strength. Simultaneously, the four grandmasters directed their lethal force towards Li Qinggan. They were elite fighters, nurtured at great expense by the patriarch, and typically refrained from engaging in conflict. Surrounding Li Qinggan from four directions, they unleashed their energy, the sound of their power slicing through the air. A glint of murderous intent flashed in Li Qinggan's eyes. He responded with astonishing swiftness. Bang! Bang! With a single punch, he shattered one adversary's skull, blood erupting in a mist. A swift kick sent another flying, his chest caving in, organs grievously damaged. The remaining two, pale and terrified, dared not advance further. Two grandmasters had been effortlessly dispatched in an instant, utterly powerless to retaliate. The expressions of Song Hongxiu and the other members of the Song family shifted to one of sheer horror. Why you? Song Hongxiu stammered, pointing at Li Qinggan, unable to articulate a complete sentence. Open fire, shouted Song Weiqi, his voice booming. He had secretly orchestrated an ambush of guards armed with firearms, a contingency he had hoped to avoid utilizing. The sound of gunfire erupted, a barrage of bullets aimed at Li Qinggan. Die, no matter how strong you are. Can you possibly withstand this many bullets? Song Weiqi's face contorted into a sinister grin. Even if a grandmaster could project their energy to deflect bullets, the quantity they could repel would be limited, perhaps a dozen at most. However, soon the grin on Song Weiqi's face froze, his eyes widening in disbelief. The bullets halted mere half a meter from Li Qinggan, all thwarted by an invisible barrier. Clatter, the bullets fell to the ground, none having grazed Li Qinggan. Impossible. This cannot be, he exclaimed. How could he withstand hundreds of bullets? Even a grandmaster cannot be so absurd. Was it possible that the opponent possessed the strength of a war god, reaching the realm of transcendent beings? Song Weiqi trembled, overwhelmed by fear, while the other members of the Song family wore expressions of despair. Suddenly, the fallen bullets began to levitate. With a casual wave of his hand, Li Qinggan sent them hurtling back. The Song family members hastily pulled one of their guards to serve as a human shield, narrowly escaping death. In an instant, the Song guards were nearly annihilated, with significant casualties among the family. Despite Song Weiqi's quick reflexes in shielding himself with a guard, a bullet still pierced his left arm. Fortunately, the patriarch was protected by 2 other grandmasters and remained unscathed. Today, I impart a lesson. Cease troubling me and the Lin family, or I shall not hesitate to obliterate your Song clan. Li Qing'an's voice was icy. With that, he turned and departed, leaving the Song family paralyzed with dread, none daring to impede his exit. Li Chunin could easily annihilate the Song family at this moment, yet he finds no benefit in doing so. It would merely render him a pawn in another's game, a role he despises. He might consider obliterating the Song family for Lin Qingwei, but not for the Lin family, as these motivations markedly differ. As he slowly entered the grand hall of the Lin family, Lin Yizhi gazed at him in astonishment. Unable to fathom how he had managed to escape the Song family unscathed, Lin Jiayan and Shun Shui wore relieved smiles upon witnessing Li Chunin's safety. Lin Qingwei, overwhelmed with joy, immediately threw herself into his arms. "Brother Chunin, you are safe. How wonderful." Li Chunin gently reassured her with soothing words. Lin Jiayan watched, feeling a twinge of discomfort as his daughter was embraced by another. Shun Shui's expression shifted subtly as memories of the past resurfaced. She had come to understand this young man's true identity, who currently presides over the Lin family. Li Chunin's voice cut through the air, cold and commanding. As he surveyed those present, he bore no affection for the Lin family. "It is I. I am the head of the Lin family now. What do you intend to do, boy?" Lin Yizhi stepped forward, lacking any semblance of courtesy, entirely oblivious to the fact that it was Li Chunin who had rescued him from the Song family not long ago. "You are no longer the head of the Lin family," Li Chunin pronounced icily. With a sudden snap, a chilling scream erupted from Lin Yizhi as Li Chunin forcefully broke both of his legs. The onlookers from the Lin family gasped in shock. Qingwei endured torment and humiliation at the hands of the Song family, yet not one of you from the Lin family made an effort to rescue her. "You are unworthy of leading the Lin family. And as for you," he cast a disdainful glance at Lin Jiayan and his wife, "had you not been Qingwei's parents, you would share the same fate." "Brother Chunin, it's not like that. My parents wished to save me, but my uncle opposed it. They were powerless." Lin Qingwei hurriedly defended her parents. "Those are mere excuses. If you truly desire to save her, you would have risked everything to protect her." Li Chunin's voice was cold and unyielding. Lin Jiayan and Shun Shui bowed their heads slightly, faces filled with remorse. Well said. At that moment, a commanding voice resonated through the hall, causing the faces of the Lin family members to pale. Peony, pushing a wheelchair, slowly entered the grand hall. Seated in the wheelchair was an elderly man with graying hair, exuding an aura of authority. "Father!" Lin Jiayan exclaimed, his face lighting up with joy. "Father!" Lin Yizhi's eyes widened in disbelief. "Grandfather, your illness has been cured," Lin Qingwei exclaimed, rushing towards him with uncontainable excitement. The elderly man, Lin Guohan, the former head of the Lin family, had recently suffered a stroke that left him paralyzed and barely able to speak. Consequently, he had temporarily entrusted the leadership to his eldest son, Lin Yizhi. "Grandfather, how did your illness suddenly improve? Are you truly well now?" Lin Qingwei's heart brimmed with happiness, having always shared a close bond with her grandfather. "It was Chunin who healed me." Old Master Lin directed his gaze towards Li Chunin, exclaiming, "Brother Chunin, when will you cure my grandfather?" Lin Qingwei appeared utterly astonished. The other members of the Lin family also turned their attention to Li Chunin, their expressions filled with shock. "Just a moment ago, before arriving here, I had the opportunity to meet your grandfather and, in passing, I managed to heal old Master Lin," Li Chunin remarked nonchalantly. After departing from the Song family, Li Chunin did not come here immediately. Instead, he first visited Lin Guohan, the patriarch of the Lin family. Aware of Li Chunin's intentions towards the Song family, Mutin had also gathered information regarding the Lin family. Upon learning of old Master Lin's grave illness, Li Chunin understood why the family head position had been passed to the eldest son. "Thank you so much, Brother Chunin." Lin Qingwei expressed her profound gratitude. "No need for thanks." Li Chunin gently shook his head. "Qingwei, I wonder if you remember that I met your grandfather when I was a child." Lin Qingwei, upon hearing this, strained to recall. "I remember now, Brother Chunin. When we were young, I brought you to meet my grandfather. He was very fond of you and even invited you for a meal," she recalled, her face brightening. Li Chunin nodded softly. Indeed, Many years ago, old Master Lin invited me to dine, and today I saved his life. Little did Lin Guohan dream that an act of kindness from years past would ultimately lead to his salvation. You, Yiji, have greatly disappointed me. You are unworthy of being the head of the Lin family. Old Master Lin expressed his disappointment and frustration towards Lin Yiji. Qingwei was captured by the Song family, tortured and humiliated, and you did not even think of rescuing her. Father, I acted in the best interest of the Lin family. I have done nothing wrong. Lin Yiji maintained his conviction. Old Master Lin's voice turned somber. I have told you more than once that the most valuable asset of the Lin family is not wealth or status, but our family. The bonds of family are far more precious than any material gain. The reason the Lin family has weathered storms and achieved this prosperity is our unity. Like countless strands woven into an unbreakable rope, working together to overcome challenges. We must never sacrifice the happiness and peace of our family for the sake of so-called family interests. Such interests are not worth having. Upon hearing these words, the members of the Lin family displayed a range of emotions, all deeply moved. Yet, Lin Yiji's resolve remained unshaken. No, we are not wrong. Lin Yiji almost shouted at the crowd. Should I stand idly by as the Lin family crumbles, obliterated by the Song family? To preserve the Lin family, sacrificing one person is, in my view, justifiable. Everything I do is for the future of our family, and I firmly believe I am right. At that moment, Li Chunin unexpectedly interjected with a startling remark, poisoning old Master Lin. Does that also count as considering the family's welfare? His voice, though not loud, resonated like thunder in the ears of the gathered family members. Instantly, the Lin family was struck with astonishment, the atmosphere seemingly frozen in that instant. Their gazes collectively turned towards Li Chunin, confusion mingling with shock. What are you talking about? Poisoning. Lin Yiji's voice trembled noticeably, his gaze wandering restlessly, revealing his inner turmoil. Under the scrutiny of the crowd, his complexion turned pale as he attempted to maintain his composure. However, the incessant flicker of his eyes betrayed the chaos within. Grandfather, wasn't he suffering from a stroke? Lin Qingwei exclaimed, her eyes wide with disbelief. Indeed, my father was said to have had a stroke. The doctor confirmed it. Lin Jiayan added. Nearly everyone in the Lin family believed that the elder Lin had suffered a stroke, a notion even Lin Guohan himself accepted. Yet, Li Chainan's sudden assertion of poisoning left the assembly in disbelief. It is a stroke, but not an ordinary one. It is induced by poison, Li Chainan stated matter-of-factly. As a renowned healer, he had discerned during his treatment that the elder Lin's condition was not due to a typical stroke, but rather the result of foul play. At the time, however, he refrained from making this revelation. He anticipated that no one would believe him. Ridiculous. You dare to accuse me of poisoning my father. Where is your evidence? Do not slander me here. Lin Yiji attempted to mask his guilt with indignation. Master, we have found it. At that moment, Xiaolan entered, holding a sealed vial containing a peculiar powder. This was discovered in Lin Yiji's room. She handed the vial to Li Chainan. After successfully treating the elder Lin, Li Chainan had instructed Milan, Zhulan, and Juju to search the entire Lin household, and he was astonished that they had found this so swiftly. Initially, he had merely suspected Lin Yiji of poisoning, intending to test him. Now, the evidence was irrefutable. The members of the Lin family gazed at the vial, their faces draining of color as disbelief washed over them. They could not fathom that Lin Yiji would stoop so low. You gather some random powder to slander me. How laughable. Lin Yiji vehemently denied the charge. The leftover food from today should still be available. Let's have it tested and compare it with what I hold in my hand to ascertain if there was indeed poisoning, Li Chainan replied calmly. Master, we have located the perpetrator. Xiaozhu then brought forth a middle-aged chef. Upon seeing him, Lin Yiji's visage paled instantly, realizing that his misdeeds had been exposed and could no longer remain concealed. Head of the family, I apologize. It was he, Lin Yiji, who coerced me to poison your meals. He threatened my life if I refused. The chef knelt before the elder Lin, weeping in desperation. Do you have anything to say for yourself? Li Chainan regarded Lin Yiji with a cold stare. I. Lin Yiji stammered, rendered speechless and defenseless. Yiji, I never anticipated you would commit such an act. You have deeply disappointed me. The elder Lin's face was etched with anguish. Brother, how could you do this? You actually poisoned our father. Lin Jiayan struggled to comprehend the depths of his brother's betrayal. Indeed, it was I. I poisoned the old man. Lin Yiji's expression twisted into a grotesque mask of madness. He suddenly drew a handgun, aiming it at the middle-aged chef, and fired 3 shots in quick succession. Those who betray me deserve only death. The middle-aged chef fell victim to Lin Yiji's gunfire. The members of the Lin family recoiled in fear from the armed Lin Yiji. Ha ha! Lin Yiji laughed maniacally, directing the pistol at old Master Lin, his voice laced with venom. If you do not perish, how can I ascend as the head of the Lin family? You have long monopolized this position. It is time for you to relinquish it. Ha ha! The Lin family is finished. The Song family will not spare you. I am not wrong at all. You shall soon come to meet me. Lin Yiji rambled on, his expression one of madness. Suddenly, he pointed the gun at his own head, unhesitatingly pulling the trigger. Bang! No! Old Master Lin shouted, reaching out in an attempt to intervene. Brother! Lin Jiayan rushed forward, but it was too late. The bullet pierced through his skull. Lin Yiji's eyes widened as he collapsed into a pool of blood. No one anticipated that Lin Yiji would take his own life in such a sudden manner. Sighing deeply, old Master Lin appeared to age a decade in an instant. Jiayan, from now on, you shall be the head of the Lin family. I hope you do not repeat your brother's mistakes. Always remember, family is of utmost importance. Old Master Lin pushed his wheelchair away, his figure forlorn. Grandfather, wait for me. Lin Qingwei called out, chasing after him. She turned back to glance at Li Qinggan and said, Brother Qinggan, I will come to find you when I have time. Li Qinggan nodded gently, not lingering in the Lin residence for long before departing. Lin Jiayan's gaze remained fixed on Li Qinggan's retreating figure, his brow furrowed. A wave of inexplicable unease rising within him. Who exactly is he? Lin Jiayan murmured to himself, his voice tinged with a barely perceptible tremor. The power and methods exhibited by Li Qinggan today instilled in him a fear he had never known. This young man was like an unfathomable enigma, rendering him utterly bewildered. Jian, you should have known him before. Shan Shui's voice shattered the silence, revealing a hint of understanding in her eyes. I knew him before. Lin Jian exclaimed in confusion, straining to recollect, yet his mind remained a blank slate. To be precise, you should have heard of him. Shan Shui continued. Dear, please tell me, who exactly is he? Lin Jian pressed, a sense of urgency in his tone. Shan Shui offered a clue. His surname is Li. How many Li families are there in Jiangdu? Upon hearing this, Lin Jian's expression changed drastically as he finally recalled the once-renowned name. He is the former #1 young master of Jiangdu, Li Qinggan. Lin Jiayan's voice carried a note of astonishment. Wasn't he rendered powerless? He disappeared for 6 years. His tone was filled with confusion and disbelief. He has returned. Inside the Song family's grand estate, the atmosphere was taut with tension. Song Weiqi's face was aflame with rage as he slammed his palm onto the table, producing a deafening crash. His eyes burned with fury. Father, this matter cannot be dismissed so easily, he nearly shouted, his voice brimming with indignation and outrage. The Song family has suffered such a significant loss. Bullied by a mere young lad. If the Song family does not retaliate, we will be the subject of mockery, and I cannot swallow this humiliation. Song Weiqi turned to face the elder Song, awaiting his response. The elder remained silent, yet his gaze betrayed an unmistakable fury. The Song family, once a paragon of glory, had never been subjected to such disgrace. Slowly, the elder rose, his eyes shimmering with the wisdom accumulated over the years. Weiqi, do you know what the Song family values above all else? The elder's voice was deep and powerful, imbued with an undeniable authority. Song Weiqi hesitated momentarily before responding. It is the family's interests and dignity. The elder nodded and turned to gaze intently at Song Weiqi. Indeed, interests and dignity. This is the foundation upon which our family stands. Today's events are indeed a grave affront to the Song family, yet this does not imply we must seek immediate revenge. Song Weiqi furrowed his brow, perplexed. Father, do you mean? The elder sat down slowly, his gaze profound. Revenge is indeed necessary, but it must be executed with caution. We cannot act impulsively out of momentary rage. That young lad, who has caused us such great loss, is surely not an insignificant figure. We must thoroughly investigate his background, uncover his weaknesses, and then strike decisively. As Song Weiqi listened to his father's words, his anger gradually gave way to calmness. Father, I understand. I will send someone to investigate that boy and find his vulnerabilities. The dignity of the Song family shall not be trampled so easily. Song Weiqi's voice was resolute and powerful. The elder nodded slightly, contemplating for a moment. Then added, contact Ina and have her seek assistance from the Qi family. Yes, I can ask the Qi family for help. Song Weiqi's eyes suddenly brightened with excitement. Song Ina, his eldest daughter, the lady of the Song family, was married to the 7th young master of the Qi family. The Qi family, also a lineage of martial prowess, stands on equal footing with the Li family of Jiangdu. Having suffered greatly, her sister Lu Han, who has been so humiliated, will surely receive Ina's support. If the Qi family intervenes, that young lad is as good as doomed. Song Weiqi envisioned the grim fate awaiting Li Chun, and Lu Han believed Lin Qingwei was vying for her man. Unaware that the brother she referred to as Bei Chun was, in fact, the 4th young master of the Qi family, Qi Beichun. The Song family welcomed the prospect of Lu Han's union with Qi Beichun. Should it come to pass, it would solidify yet another alliance, further stabilizing the Song family's position. Father, rest assured, I will contact Ina immediately. As Song Weiqi spoke, he eagerly retrieved his phone, ready to call his daughter. Song Ina, as the jewel of the Song family, played a crucial role in the family's alliances through her marriage. She married the 7th young master of the Qi family, which not only deepened the bond between the Song and Qi families, but also brought more support and resources to the Song family. Yana, it's your father. Once the call connected, Song Weiqi immediately got to the point, revealing that the Song family had encountered some troubles and needed assistance from the Qi family. On the other end, Song Yina's voice was calm, yet resolute. Father, what has happened? The affairs of the Song family are also the concerns of the Qi family. We will do our utmost to assist. Song Weiqi briefly recounted the situation to Song Yana, particularly mentioning the humiliation suffered by Lu Han. He knew that as an elder sister, Song Yana would surely stand up for her younger sister. That brat actually dared to lay a hand on a member of the Song family. He is truly courting death. Anger seeped into Song Yina's voice. Rest assured, father. I will immediately discuss this with the Qi family. They will undoubtedly provide a satisfactory response. After hanging up, Song Weiqi felt considerably relieved. With the support of the Qi family, he was confident that the audacious individual who dared to challenge the dignity of the Song family would pay a heavy price. At the Jiangjing villa, over 100 women had gathered outside. Young master, these are the elite members I have meticulously selected from the Red Flower Society, Pei Xiaohong said respectfully, glancing at Li Chunin. Once the Red Flower Society had stabilized in Haiqing, Pei Xiaohong complied with Li Chunin's request and selected 100 elite members to come to Jiangdu. Li Chunin intended to use this 100 elite members of the Red Flower Society to confront the Jiangdu Hongmen. However, prior to that, they needed training and reformation to enhance their combat abilities. Li Chunin surveyed the 100 members standing outside and remarked, "Why are they all women?" The Red Flower Society members outside were all women aged between 18 and early 30s, and whether it was intentional or not, all of these women were stunningly beautiful, scoring at least 80 out of 100. One might mistakenly think that Li Chunin was selecting consorts. Although the Red Flower Society had indeed been composed solely of women in the past, as their influence expanded and they became the underground power in Haiqing, the society was no longer exclusively female, though the majority still consisted of women, roughly a 7-to-3 ratio. Young master, are you dissatisfied? Pei Xiaohong asked with a hint of anxiety, fearing she may have misunderstood. Never mind, it is what it is. He had little time to be picky. Since it had become a reality, he would embrace it as such. What of women? He intended to forge a unique female army to showcase the strength of the women of the Red Flower Society to the Jiangdu Hongmen. Standing before Li Chunin with a serious demeanor, Pei Xiaohong voiced her concern. Young master, there is one more matter. Xianglin Pharmaceuticals has sent someone to trouble Miss Zhini. Xianglin Pharmaceuticals, a company of significant importance in the medical field, was managed by Shi Jiaji, the man Li Chunin had eliminated himself. The very next day, Xianglin Pharmaceuticals retaliated. Unable to locate Li Chunin, they targeted Zhun Zhini instead. Li Chunin's gaze instantly turned as cold as ice. What has happened to Zhini? Pei Xiaohong swiftly replied. They did not harm Miss Zhini. All those individuals have been dealt with by the Red Flower Society. Moreover, I have dispatched personnel to protect her. Li Chunin nodded gently. All right, I understand. He had also arranged for members of the Wanhuagong to safeguard Li Zhini. As for Xianglin Pharmaceuticals, he decided to let them continue their activities for a few more days. When he had the time, he would return to Haiqing and settle the matter. Xiao Lan's lively footsteps echoed in the spacious hall, her voice laced with excitement. Master, I have purchased all the medicinal ingredients you asked for. Outside the villa stood a cart laden with freshly delivered herbs. Li Chunin nodded appreciatively, his gaze focused on Xiaolan. Thank you for your hard work. Please assist me in preparing the medicine shortly. Of course, master. With Xiaolan's assistance, Li Chunin embarked on the intricate process of concocting the medicines. They dedicated several hours, meticulously crafting hundreds of prescriptions. Each formula was carefully designed by Li Chunin, drawing from his extensive experience and profound medical knowledge. Imbued with potent medicinal properties capable of swiftly enhancing one's cultivation through herbal baths. Among these herbs were numerous rare and precious items, each acquired at great expense by Li Chunin. The value of these ingredients lay not only in their rarity and cost, but also in their remarkable efficacy in strengthening one's abilities. These medicines were prepared specifically for the 100 female members of the Red Flower Society, for only by enhancing their combat prowess could they effectively confront the Jiangdu Hongmen. Though Li Chunin possessed expertise in alchemy, he lamented the absence of a suitable alchemical furnace. If only he had one, he could refine pills that would yield even greater results in elevating cultivation. Unfortunately, the reality was that he could not bring the alchemical furnace from Mount Zhongnan down the mountain. Even if his master were willing, time was no longer on his side. The private garden of the villa sprawled expansively, lush and verdant. After much effort, Xiao Mei finally procured over 100 large bathing tubs, neatly arranged in the open area of the garden. At that moment, steam rose from the tubs, their water warm and inviting. Li Chunin personally poured the prepared spiritual medicine into each tub, one by one. As the elixirs blended, a rich fragrance wafted through the air, filling the garden and invigorating the senses. The 100 carefully selected members of the Red Flower Society stood in neat rows, awaiting their herbal baths. Their eyes sparkled with anticipation and curiosity, a blend of excitement and nervousness regarding the enhancements the baths promised. Standing beside the tubs, Li Chunin surveyed the group, his tone serious as he addressed them. The herbal baths will aid in elevating your cultivation. However, the process may be somewhat painful. You must endure. Only through trials can you emerge stronger. The members of the Red Flower Society responded in unison. Yes, young master. Pei Xiaohong stood nearby, finally grasping Li Chunin's intentions. Let us begin. With Li Chunin's command, the women of the Red Flower Society commenced shedding their garments, revealing their bare, pristine forms, creating a striking visual impact. They entered the bath, gradually lowering themselves into the warm water. Following Li Cheng'an's guidance, they focused on their breathing, allowing their bodies and minds to relax in preparation for the onslaught of the medicinal effects. As the herbal bath commenced, they swiftly felt the essence coursing through their veins, an experience both agonizing and exhilarating. Every acupoint in their bodies seemed to be invaded, and soft moans escaped their lips, suppressing the pain that stirred vivid imaginations. They gritted their teeth, enduring the impact of the medicinal force, fully aware that to enhance their strength, they must withstand this suffering. Li Cheng'an stood nearby, closely observing each individual's reaction. He understood that although this process was painful, it was essential. Moreover, once completed, they would be grateful, realizing the substantial improvement in their capabilities. In the villa's garden, the night sky was as dark as ink, speckled with stars. The color of the herbal bath began to fade, indicating that the essence had nearly been absorbed. Under the influence of the medicine, the strength of 100 members of the Red Flower Society had significantly increased. That's enough, let us conclude. Li Cheng'an's voice resonated through the night, laced with satisfaction. 100 individuals rose from the bath, steam rising from their bodies. After donning their garments, excitement sparkled in their eyes. They felt a surge in their strength, albeit not entirely comprehended. Now, assess your current abilities. Li Cheng'an addressed the 100 members. Pei Xiaohong, who had been attentively observing, commanded the members to engage in sparring pairs to test their newfound strength. Instantly, the 100 members began to spar with one another, their movements swift and powerful, each strike infused with vigor and speed. To their astonishment, they discovered a remarkable increase in their prowess, gaining clarity regarding the extent of their enhancement during the combat. Following a vigorous exchange, they realized they had attained the strength of innate realm warriors. This elevation represented a qualitative leap for them. They understood that all of this was due to Li Cheng'an's medicinal bath. Although the process had been arduous, the substantial increase in their power made it all worthwhile. Li Cheng'an observed the rise in strength among the 100 members of the Red Flower Society, Yet his expression bore little surprise, for he had anticipated this outcome. However, this was merely the beginning, not the conclusion. Attaining the innate realm is still insufficient. Let us pause for today. Everyone should return and rest. We shall continue tomorrow. Li Qinggan instructed, gazing at the crowd. Under his arrangements, the Red Flower Society members were accommodated within the villa area. Each villa was luxuriously decorated and fully equipped, allowing them to enjoy optimal rest and recovery between training sessions. This villa area, aside from 2 already sold and occupied, belonged entirely to Li Qinggan, who had purchased all the properties, showcasing his substantial wealth. This fortune partially stemmed from the formidable funds of the Weka Consortium and partly from the families he had eradicated in Haiqing, along with the underground forces he had subdued. In this world, when one possesses sufficient strength, wealth is, in fact, easily attainable. This is the unyielding rule of existence. The powerful hold dominion over all, including the flow of riches. Pei Xiaohong, follow me, Li Qinggan said in a calm tone. Yes, young master. Pei Xiaohong nodded gently, trailing behind him. Li Qinggan guided Pei Xiaohong into a room shrouded in steam, where a large tub awaited, filled with a medicinal bath prepared by Xiao Lan at Li Qinggan's behest. This is, Pei Xiaohong's eyes widened in astonishment. Your strength is rather inadequate. As my subordinate, it is somewhat embarrassing, Li Qinggan remarked with a neutral tone. I apologize, young master. Pei Xiaohong responded, a hint of shame washing over her, having just transcended into the realm of a master. Pei Xiaohong's power was not weak by any means. Yet, in Li Qinggan's eyes, a master was akin to an ant. Remove your clothes. I shall assist you in enhancing your strength. This medicinal bath has been specially tailored for you. Unlike any other, Li Qinggan continued, his tone remaining even. The herbs within this bath were meticulously chosen by Li Qinggan to yield superior effects, promising a significant enhancement in her abilities post-immersion. Thank you, young master. Without hesitation, Pei Xiaohong swiftly shed her garments, revealing her exquisite figure. Her physique was captivating, with a flat abdomen and defined muscles, exuding a sense of power. Her long legs, exceeding a meter in length, were straight and elegant. Pei Xiaohong, unflinching, displayed her alluring form, her body a masterpiece, with a taut midriff and prominent abs. Her legs, long and statuesque, captivated the eye with their graceful curves and strength, radiating an irresistible allure. Li Qinggan's gaze lingered on her a moment longer, causing a faint blush to creep onto Pei Xiaohong's cheeks, as it was her first experience under a man's scrutiny. What are you dawdling for? Do you need me to carry you in? Li Qinggan remarked. Ah, no need. Pei Xiaohong quickly entered the tub, settling herself down. Soon, the potent medicinal essence permeated her body, inducing waves of discomfort. She stifled her pain, letting out soft moans that could easily be misinterpreted. Li Qinggan retrieved a set of silver needles he had prepared in advance, laying them out meticulously on the table. Next, I will employ a special technique to refine your marrow and cleanse your sinews. The process may be more agonizing, but you must endure, he instructed Pei Xiaohong. Rest assured, young master, I will persevere, she affirmed with a gentle nod, fully aware of the significance of refining one's marrow and cleansing one's spirit. As described in the Biopuzzle, you must stand up. I will administer the needles. Li Qinggan commanded. Pei Xiaohong rose from the tub, the water cascading over her skin. Focused and undistracted, Li Qinggan began his work, each silver needle piercing the vital points on Pei Xiaohong's body. Certain acupoints are located in particularly sensitive areas. Li Qinggan did not ponder this further. He treated Pei Xiaohong as if she were a patient, effectively healing her wounds. Not only did he administer needles, but strands of true energy also flowed through the silver needles into Pei Xiaohong's body, circulating through her meridians to purify her essence. Pei Xiaohong emitted low groans, a mixture of pain and relief. Half an hour later, the acupuncture was complete. Li Qinggan instructed Pei Xiaohong to sit again, continuing to absorb the medicinal properties of the herbal bath, leaving the silver needles in place to facilitate this absorption. The herbal bath was also a part of the purification process, and they had only achieved a fraction of it thus far. It would only be considered truly complete once the medicinal energy was fully absorbed. Time passed slowly. The color of the herbal bath gradually faded. It is done, Li Qinggan announced. He asked Pei Xiaohong to rise, and gently removed all the silver needles from her body. At that moment, Pei Xiaohong felt an overwhelming sense of comfort and clarity, as if she were in command of the entire world. Her senses became extraordinarily acute. She could hear and see with remarkable clarity, even perceiving the flow of air around her. Her senses had transcended the ordinary. Is this the feeling after purification? Pei Xiaohong marveled internally. This sensation was truly wondrous. She could feel a powerful and pure energy surging within her, unlike anything she had ever experienced. Every cell in her body seemed to be activated, brimming with vitality. You should take a shower now, Li Qinggan suggested. It was only then that Pei Xiaohong noticed a thin layer of dark impurities covering her skin. These impurities were the toxins and filth expelled from her body during the purification process. The room conveniently had a bathroom, and Pei Xiaohong hurried inside, turning on the shower to allow the warm water to wash over every inch of her skin. As the dark impurities gradually rinsed away, she felt her skin becoming smoother and more refined, as if reborn. After the purification, not only had her strength greatly increased, but her skin also appeared healthier and more vibrant. Standing under the spray, Pei Xiaohong closed her eyes, savoring this rare moment of relaxation. She understood that from this day forward, she would embark on a completely new beginning, experiencing a true transformation. And all of this was a gift from that man. Once she finished her shower, Pei Xiaohong emerged from the bathroom, whether intentionally or not, completely unclothed, without even a towel. She showcased her rejuvenated skin to Li Qinggan. Smooth and flawless. How do you feel? Li Qinggan inquired. Thank you, young master, for the purification. I feel wonderful, invigorated, as if I can even sense the movement of the air around me. It's truly magical, Pei Xiaohong replied earnestly. Li Qinggan smiled gently, shaking his head. That is not the movement of air. It is the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth, Pei Xiaohong exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, it is the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, Li Qinggan confirmed with a nod. Congratulations, you have become a cultivator, entering the qi refinement stage. A cultivator? In the qi refinement stage? Pei Xiaohong was both astonished and perplexed. Do you believe my strength is formidable? Li Qiangnan inquired, directing his gaze towards her. Pei Xiaohong nodded affirmatively. Indeed, young master, your prowess is extraordinary. I cannot fathom it at all. Those grandmasters and great masters appear as mere ants, easily vanquished before me. That is because I am not a mere martial artist. I am a cultivator. I exist on an entirely different plane, and thus my power surpasses theirs effortlessly. Li Qiangnan replied nonchalantly. Young master, are you suggesting that I, too, have now become a cultivator like you? Pei Xiaohong finally grasped part of the situation, her heart swelling with excitement. You are still far from my level. You have merely begun to sense the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth. Remaining in the initial stage of qi refinement, just a novice, Li Qiangnan admonished without reservation. However, Pei Xiaohong remained undeterred. It matters not. I shall strive diligently to catch up with you, young master. Indeed, such awareness is commendable, Li Qiangnan responded with a smile. He guided Pei Xiaohong through the process of refining her essence, officially initiating her journey into cultivation. Here is a superior cultivation method I have prepared for you. Devote yourself to its practice, and it will suffice to elevate you to the peak of the golden course stage, Li Qiangnan said, handing her the treasured tome. Should you encounter any difficulties, you may seek my assistance or consult Mutin. Thank you, young master. Pei Xiaohong accepted the manual. Little did she realize the true value of this superior technique. If it were to circulate in the mundane world, it would surely incite a storm of bloodshed. Remember, this technique must not be disseminated. It is for your use alone. Li Qiangnan cautioned. Rest assured, young master, I shall keep it confidential. Pei Xiaohong vowed. Very well. Go now and dedicate yourself to your training. Li Qiangnan waved her off. This chamber belonged to him, and now that matters were concluded, it was time for her to depart. Just as Pei Xiaohong prepared to dress and leave, she caught a glimpse of an unusual expression on Li Qiangnan's face. It was entirely natural to have some reaction in the presence of a beautiful woman in the nude. It would be abnormal otherwise. Suddenly, Pei Xiaohong lost her eagerness to leave. She knelt before Li Qiangnan. Young master, allow me to assist you. Li Qiangnan was taken aback, and Pei Xiaohong extended her delicate hand. He reveled in her ministrations, finding himself in a delightfully slippery and exquisite situation. In the ensuing 2 days, Li Qiangnan devoted himself wholeheartedly to training the 100 members of the Red Flower Society. He meticulously arranged 3 medicinal baths, each significantly enhancing the members' strength. Beyond the baths, He personally imparted various martial techniques and the application of battle formations. Under Li Chenan's rigorous training, the members' abilities steadily progressed, ultimately reaching the level of master martial artists. What does it mean to possess 100 master-level martial artists? In just a few days, Li Chenan had forged a formidable army of 100 masters. The terror of such a force was truly astonishing. He named this elite group the Red Flower Army, signifying their vibrant and resplendent nature, akin to blooming red flowers. The Red Flower Army shall undoubtedly grow stronger, its numbers expanding further as it continues to evolve, poised to sweep through the underworld forces of the Great Xia. Unstoppable in its might. Of course, these events lie in the future. In his leisure moments, Li Chenan has also taken it upon himself to guide Pei Xiaohong in her cultivation, imparting fundamental knowledge about the realm of cultivation, deepening her understanding of this mystical world. Pei Xiaohong, a person of gratitude, does not forget to ensure that Li Chenan, after his exertions, receives the comfort and enjoyment he deserves. It could be said that both find joy in this shared endeavor. However, in consideration of Pei Xiaohong, who has just embarked on her journey of cultivation, they refrain from proceeding to the final stages. At the Song family estate, Song Yana and Qi Mingyao, as the union between the Song and Qi families, have appeared together in the Song household. The family patriarch, Song Weiqi, warmly welcomes the couple. Son-in-law, please have a seat. His voice carries a hint of cordiality, yet his gaze conceals a profound concern. Qi Mingyao, exuding an air of arrogance, interjects, Father-in-law, my Qi family is willing to assist in dealing with Li Chenan, but it shall not be without cost. We require the land of Mingyue Mountain Villa in return. His words convey an undeniable assertiveness. Upon hearing this, Song Weiqi's expression shifts slightly. He has always held the Mingyue Mountain Villa land in high regard, intending to transform it into a resort that promises significant economic benefits. Qi's direct claim to this land feels akin to taking advantage of a crisis. Observing her father's hesitation, Song Yana quickly interjects, Father, I have painstakingly persuaded Mingyao to offer assistance. It's merely a piece of land, after all. The Song family is not lacking in land. Moreover, we cannot expect them to help for free. Her tone is tinged with urgency. With a firm resolve, Song Weiqi grits his teeth and concedes, very well, Mingyao, I agree. Should you assist me in eliminating Li Chenan, the Mingyue Mountain Villa land shall belong to your Qi family. His words carry a sense of finality. Qi Mingyao responds with a smile, rest assured, father-in-law, I have engaged a guest elder from our Qi family, a formidable force who will undoubtedly be able to deal with that young man. His remarks reflect confidence in the capabilities of his family's guest elder. Without further delay, Song Weiqi declares, let us depart at once. He has already determined that Li Chenan currently resides at the Jiangjing Villa. Onward. Qi Mingyao leads the family guest elder towards their destination. Meanwhile, Li Chenan has just assisted the members of the Red Flower Society in completing their medicinal baths, elevating their strength to the master realm. He is also devising a strategy to confront the Hongmen of Jiangdu. At this moment, Li Chenan prepares to take a bath and rest. However, just then, Xiaomei enters. Young master, there are some individuals outside the villa, and they seem to be seeking trouble. Her voice trembles with tension as she senses the ill intent of these visitors, among them the patriarch of the Song family. Song Weiqi. Upon hearing this, a flash of cold, murderous intent crosses Li Chenan's eyes. The Song family is truly eager for their own demise, he states coldly. Li Chenan steps out of the villa, only to find Song Weiqi awaiting him. Have I not warned you that if your Song family dares to trouble me again, I shall annihilate you? Li Chenan's voice was frigid, revealing an unmistakable intent to kill. Song Weiqi opened his mouth to retort, but Qi Mingyao interjected. Oh, young man. How audacious you are. Who do you think you are to threaten the Song family? His tone dripped with derision and disdain. Today, I shall deal with you first. Qi Mingyao's voice carried a hint of menace, clearly eager to engage in combat. Li Chenan regarded the young man with cold indifference. And you are what, exactly? Enraged. Qi Mingyao commanded a guest elder from the Qi family to act without further ado. The elder, a man in his 60s named Tan Weiqua, stepped forward. Though his hair was white, his presence was anything but ordinary, exuding a profound and powerful aura. Tan Weiqua had been recruited at great expense by the head of the Qi family and held considerable renown in Jiangdu for his formidable prowess. Li Chenan cast a cursory glance at him, momentarily taken aback. Interesting, he remarked with a hint of mockery. Tan Weiqua stood there, his gaze imbued with arrogance and confidence. Seemingly dismissive of Li Chunin, a mere youth. "I will slay you within 5 moves," he declared in a deep voice, brimming with assurance. Li Chunin suddenly chuckled. "I shall allow you 5 moves first. This sentiment I extend to you as well." Tan Weiqua snorted in contempt, seeking death. He swiftly unsheathed his sharp longsword. Unleashing a surge of true energy, the tip of the sword aimed directly at Li Chunin, its blade slicing through the air with the potential to rend it apart. Initially apprehensive, Song Weiqi was uncertain whether this Qi family elder possessed the strength to eliminate Li Chunin. However, upon witnessing Tan Weiqua's immediate assault, all doubts evaporated, replaced by an overwhelming confidence. "Rest assured, my father-in-law, this guest elder of the Qi family is no ordinary warrior." Qi Mingyao echoed the sentiment, his tone exuding unwavering faith in Tan Weiqua's abilities. With a swift motion, Li Chunin evaded the elder's first strike effortlessly, as though it were all part of his anticipation. "First move," he scoffed. Tan Weiqua continued to wield his sword with ferocity, the blade's energy fierce and relentless, akin to a tempest relentlessly assailing Li Chunin. Yet, Li Chunin refrained from counterattacking, his movements fluid and agile, evading Tan Weiqua's strikes as if toying with him. "Second move, third move," Li Chunin remarked with a smile, having promised to let his opponent have 5 attempts. In a fit of fury, Tan Weiqua quickened his assault, the sword's energy growing increasingly violent, as if intent on shredding Li Chunin to pieces. Nonetheless, Li Chunin continued to evade his attacks with ease. The expressions of Song Weiqi and Qi Mingyao shifted dramatically. The confidence they once held had vanished, replaced by palpable shock and unease. 5 moves have passed, and I am still alive." Li Chunin's voice, laced with a hint of mockery, reverberated in the air. Tan Weiqua had boasted that he would defeat Li Chunin within 5 moves. However, after 5 attempts, he had not even grazed the hem of Li Chunin's garment. At the mid-stage of Qi refining, with such meager strength, "It would be best for you to refrain from further embarrassing yourself," Li Chunin remarked coldly, his tone dripping with disdain for Tan Weiqua. Upon hearing this, Tan Weiqua was taken aback, astonished that his opponent could so easily discern his realm of cultivation. "You are also a cultivator." Tan Weiqua's voice was tinged with incredulity. Li Chunin offered no response, merely smiling faintly. He had already perceived that this guest of the Qi family was indeed a cultivator, albeit of limited prowess, barely at the mid-stage of Qi refining. Compared to Pei Xiaohong, who had just embarked on the path of cultivation, he was only marginally stronger. Song Weiqi was utterly bewildered, unable to grasp the concept of a mid-stage Qi refining cultivator. Meanwhile, Qi Mingyao was engulfed by a tumult of emotions. This young man was aware of cultivators. Was he also one? Who exactly was he? "Enough, it is time to conclude this," Li Chunin declared coldly, his starry eyes radiating an overwhelming killing intent, as frigid as the stars in a wintry night. Vital energy surged within him, and he struck fiercely toward Tan Weiqua, the force of his palms slicing through the air with a deafening whoosh. Feeling the sudden surge of formidable energy emanating from Li Chunin, a power vastly superior to his own, Tan Weiqua's face paled in terror. He hastily raised his longsword in a futile attempt to defend against Li Chunin's onslaught. Yet, before Li Chunin's palm wind, the sword was as fragile as a withered twig, crumbling effortlessly. With a single strike, Li Chunin shattered the blade, its fragments soaring through the air with a piercing shriek. Li Chunin did not relent. He continued his assault aimed directly at Tan Weiqua's heart. Tan Weiqua frantically summoned his vital energy, striving to form a defense. However, his energy was as fragile as paper before Li Chunin's formidable force, collapsing upon contact. With a dull thud, Tan Weiqua was struck by Li Chunin's palm, his body hurtling through the air like a severed kite, blood spewing from his mouth, staining the ground in a shocking crimson. You. Tan Weiqua could barely muster the words. Without granting him a moment to speak, Li Chunin lightly waved his finger, and the shattered sword seemed to be drawn by an invisible thread, soaring towards Tan Weiqua's heart with a piercing shriek. With a sickening sound of flesh being pierced, the broken sword found its mark, plunging directly into Tan Weiqua's heart. Blood instantly soaked his garments, and his eyes widened in disbelief and resentment, remaining open in death. "My apologies, though I promised to defeat you in 5 moves. I have only needed 2. Li Chunin's voice was matter-of-fact. He paused briefly, then continued, "I did not anticipate you would prove to be so inept. To kill is to strike at the heart. You." You have slain a guest of the Qi family. Qi Mingyao's fury was palpable, his voice trembling with rage. Li Chunin merely cast a dispassionate glance in his direction and replied, "So what if I have killed him? What of it?" The head of the Song family, Song Weiqi, gazed at Li Chang'an with a countenance filled with terror, his heart surging with tumultuous waves. If even the esteemed guest from the Qi family could not contend with him, just how formidable was this young man's power? He suddenly recalled Li Chenan's earlier warning. Should the Song family trouble him again, he would annihilate them. An ominous premonition arose within Song Weiqi. Since you are so eager for death, I shall oblige. Remember, it is your own actions that have led to the ruin of the Song family. Li Chenan's voice was frigid, devoid of any emotion. Another shard of the broken sword soared through the air, guided by Li Chenan's will, and plunged directly into Song Weiqi's heart. Don't! Song Weiqi emitted a final, despairing cry, his face a mask of horror as he slowly collapsed, eyes wide open in death. He had never anticipated that Li Chang'an would truly take his life. As the head of the Song family, he had met his end in such a manner. You. Qi Mingyao was equally astonished, unable to fathom that Li Chang'an would directly turn lethal against Song Weiqi. You shall join him. Any words you wish to speak, save them for the King of Hell. Li Chenan's tone remained unperturbed, as though he were merely engaged in casual conversation. You dare to kill me? I am the 7th young master of the Qi family. Before Qi Mingyao could finish his sentence, Li Chang'an had already manipulated the shard of the broken sword to pierce his heart. With a sickening sound, blood splattered forth. Qi Mingyao distinctly heard the sound of the sword entering his heart. It echoed in his ears, yet felt like an auditory hallucination, leaving him unable to discern reality. His eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Li Chang'an, his heart brimming with shock and resentment. He could not fathom that this young man possessed such audacity, truly daring to take his life. As a young master of the Qi family, esteemed by birth, did he not fear the repercussions from his family? Did he not fear death? Countless thoughts raced through Qi Mingyao's mind, but ultimately, everything faded into darkness. Peony, Pei Xiaoong, it is time to get to work. Li Chenan's voice resonated through the night. 100 elite members of the Red Flower Society swiftly assembled, mobilizing like a torrent of iron, heading straight for the Song family estate. Originally, Li Chang'an had intended for the Red Flower Army's inaugural battle to confront the Hongmen of Jiangdu. But since the Song family had sought their own demise, he did not mind altering his plans. Thus, the Red Flower Society's first battle became one against the Song family. Blood flowed like rivers through the Song estate, the family's former glory reduced to naught. By the dawn of the next day, the Song family had been eradicated. In the Jiangjing Villa district, Li Chang'an had just returned from the Song residence, the family now extinguished, leaving the remaining cleanup to Peony and Pei Xiaoong. He noticed a vehicle parked beside his villa, one that had already been purchased by another. Peony was in search of the villa's owner, hoping to reacquire it from them. The car door swung open, and a woman elegantly stepped out. She wore a high-waisted long dress of a profound navy blue, which swayed gently with her movements, cinched at the waist by a slender golden chain that accentuated her delicate figure. Her long hair was casually tied into a low ponytail, with a few strands dancing in the wind, adding a touch of effortless beauty. Her countenance was exquisite, adorned with delicate features, bright eyes, and a subtle smile gracing her lips, exuding confidence and poise. This woman was undeniably beautiful. Upon alighting from her vehicle, she gracefully approached the villa, presumably the owner of the estate. Li Chang'an intended to engage her in conversation regarding the purchase of the villa, but suddenly furrowed his brow. He called out to her with urgency, "Be careful." Startled by the unexpected shout, the woman froze and turned to locate the source of the voice. In a swift and decisive motion, Li Chang'an dashed forward, wrapping his arms around her slender waist and whisking her away in a manner reminiscent of a dance. In that fleeting moment, a deafening sound erupted. A bullet from a sniper's rifle, akin to a harbinger of death, hurtled towards them at an astonishing speed, mercilessly piercing the spot where the woman had just stood and embedding itself into the car door with a chilling metallic screech. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the woman's complexion drained of color. Li Chang'an urged her to take cover behind the vehicle. The sound of gunfire continued. Bullets grazed their bodies, striking the ground. A female driver emerged from the car, instinctively positioning herself in front of the woman, attempting to shield her with her own body. Li Chang'an quickly pulled the driver down to the ground. "If you wish to live, stay here and do not move. I shall return shortly." Before his words had fully escaped his lips, he vanished from sight. "Miss, are you all right?" The driver, who was also the woman's assistant, inquired with palpable concern. I'm fine," the woman replied, taking a deep breath in an effort to quell her rising panic, her hands trembling slightly. "Who was that man just now?" The assistant asked curiously, her brow furrowed in confusion. The woman gently shook her head, her expression bewildered. "I do not know him either. But if you do not know him, how could he have saved you?" The assistant's face was etched with confusion, struggling to comprehend such an unprovoked act of kindness. "I cannot say. Perhaps he is simply kind-hearted," the woman murmured softly. "It must be Liao Bin. That old scoundrel has sent someone to kill you," the assistant declared with conviction, her eyes ablaze with fury. "It is too soon to ascertain. We must investigate further," the woman replied, reluctant to draw hasty conclusions. Before long, Li Chainan returned, casting a lifeless body onto the ground along with a sniper rifle. "You dealt with the assassin so swiftly," the assistant exclaimed, her voice brimming with disbelief, her eyes wide as if witnessing something extraordinary. The woman too regarded Li Chainan with astonishment. From the moment the gunfire erupted to the instant Li Chainan eliminated the assassin, merely 2 or 3 minutes had elapsed. Considering his return journey, it was evident that Li Chainan had dispatched the assassin in the blink of an eye, having accurately pinpointed the enemy's position in advance. As the sniper fired, Li Chainan had instantly identified their location. "You are incredibly skilled," the female assistant marveled sincerely. But Li Chainan shook his head, asserting, "I did not kill him. He was already dead when I arrived." The assistant, taken aback, exclaimed, "If you didn't kill him, then who did?" The woman, her expression intricate, replied, "Someone does not wish for us to uncover the person behind this." Li Chainan reasoned that upon capturing the assassin, he would certainly not eliminate him immediately, but would first interrogate him for the identity of the true culprit before resorting to lethal measures. "It must have been Liao Bin's men," the assistant declared with conviction. The woman remained silent, turning her gaze to Li Chainan, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you for saving me. I am Yang Chuanwan, and this is my assistant, Su Pan." Li Chainan, he introduced himself succinctly. Su Pan, eyeing Li Chainan with a hint of suspicion, inquired, "What a coincidence that you appeared here." "I live next door," Li Chainan indicated the adjacent villa. "Oh, so you are my neighbor. You must have just moved in." "I haven't seen you before," Su Pan remarked. Li Chainan did not respond directly, but shifted the topic. "Is this villa yours? If so, I am interested in purchasing it." The sudden pivot to a property transaction left both Yang Chuanwan and Su Pan momentarily stunned. Li Chainan showed no interest in the assassination attempt against them. His sole desire was to acquire the villa, establishing it as his private domain. Yang Chuanwan regarded him with a peculiar expression, attempting to decipher his true intentions. "You wish to buy my villa, why?" Li Chainan's reply was straightforward and unembellished. "I intend to purchase the entire villa complex. I only need 2 more units that have already been sold, yours being one of them." His tone was casual, as if discussing an inconsequential matter. Su Pan gasped in astonishment, her voice laced with disbelief. "You have purchased the entire villa complex?" Li Chainan gently corrected her. "Not quite. I still require 2 units." Su Pan responded, "The difference between needing 2 units and having bought the entire complex seems negligible." The Riverside Villa complex had only recently opened for sale last month, initially delayed for reasons unknown, resulting in only 2 units being sold, while the remainder was enveloped by Li Chainan. Yang Chuanwan found herself reassessing the young man before her. In his 20s, he possessed the financial capability to acquire the entire Riverside Villa complex, which was indeed impressive. "The villa belongs to me. Whether I choose to sell it is still under consideration," Yang Chuanwan stated. "All right, when you have made your decision, come find me next door," Li Chainan concluded, turning away without a trace of sentiment. "Miss, why is that man so peculiar?" Su Pan questioned, observing Li Chainan's retreating figure, her tone filled with confusion. Yang Chuanwan chuckled softly, countering peculiar? "In what way?" "I can't quite articulate it, but he feels somewhat strange and mysterious," Su Pan replied, furrowing her brow as she sought the right words to capture the essence of Li Chainan's aura. Yang Chuanwan nodded slightly, a glimmer of insight flashing in her eyes. "If you're curious, you could investigate further to find out." "Miss, I will have someone check immediately," Su Pan replied. Yang Chuanwan was sipping red wine in the villa, her mind wandering. Suddenly, Su Pan rushed in, exclaiming, "Miss, we've encountered a grave situation." Yang Chuanwan elegantly set down her glass and inquired, "What has happened?" The Song family has been annihilated. Su Pan swallowed hard as she spoke. Is the information accurate? Yang Chanwan asked, her brow furrowing. Su Pan nodded affirmatively, absolutely. Just last night, the Song family was suddenly wiped out. Their ancestral home was destroyed, the manor set ablaze, and many perished, blood flowing like a river. However, several managed to escape. It seems the assailants did not aim for complete extermination, sparing those who did not resist. Do we know who is responsible? Yang Chanwan questioned, her expression grave. The annihilation of the Song family was no trivial matter, especially occurring overnight. Who possesses such power? And what is their motive? The identity of the perpetrator is still under investigation, but it is said that a group of women was behind the massacre. Su Pan disclosed. A group of women, Yang Chanwan exclaimed, her face a mask of disbelief. Indeed, I find it hard to believe too, yet it truly was a group of women. They are formidable, with each possessing the strength of a master martial artist, over 100 women, who swiftly eradicated the Song family, Su Pan elaborated. Continue to monitor the situation. I wish to be informed at the earliest opportunity, Yang Chanwan commanded, sensing an ominous shift in the atmosphere of Jiangdu. Understood, miss. Su Pan responded. By the way, what about Li Qinggan? What have you found? Yang Chanwan inquired further. We are already investigating. They mentioned they would provide updates soon, Su Pan replied. Is that fellow truly so enigmatic? It has been so long without any findings. Yang Chanwan remarked, her brow slightly furrowing. Just 2 minutes after Su Pan left. She rushed back in. Miss, we have located the perpetrator behind the Song family's annihilation. The information has just come through. She approached with a laptop in hand. Let us take a look, Yang Chanwan said, lifting her wine glass for a delicate sip. Certainly, Mississippi. Su Pan opened the document, and a photograph appeared on the screen, depicting a young man. Both Yang Chanwan and Su Pan felt an uncanny familiarity upon seeing the image, as if they had encountered him before. They simultaneously glanced at the name displayed on the document, Li Qinggan. Ah! Both Yang Chanwan and Su Pan gasped in astonishment, their eyes widening in disbelief. Yang Chanwan's grip on her wine glass faltered, causing it to shatter on the floor, the wine spilling everywhere. They finally comprehended why the face appeared familiar. They had just met him earlier that day. How could it be him? Yang Chanwan exclaimed in utter shock. The individual responsible for the Song family's demise was none other than Li Qinggan, her neighbor, who had saved her today. What an incredible coincidence. Miss, this Li Qinggan is undoubtedly extraordinary, Assistant Su Pan remarked. This information seems incomplete. Su Pan, continue your investigation, Yang Chanwan instructed. Understood, Miss, Su Pan replied. Indeed. My dear lady, it appears that the Mingwe Chamber of Commerce holds shares in the Song family, and with their annihilation, we might be able to. Su Pan whispered, lowering her voice. Yang Chanjun furrowed her brow slightly, contemplating for a moment before responding. It is not as simple as you think. The Song family of Jiangdu, a prominent clan, suffered a tragic demise overnight. The news spread rapidly throughout Jiangdu, creating a significant uproar. Speculations abounded regarding the identity of the perpetrators. Following investigations, all evidence pointed to a young man named Li Chunin. At that moment, Li Chunin was leading the Red Blossom Army towards the Hongmen stronghold in Jiangdu. In the battle at Haiqing, Li Chunin, against overwhelming odds, had slain 1,000 elite members of Hongmen. Such a deep-seated vendetta could not go unanswered. Rather than await the enemy's revenge, it would be wiser to initiate a preemptive strike, catching them off guard. The Hongmen Martial Arts Hall, nestled in the bustling heart of Jiangdu, appeared to be an ordinary training facility, imparting knowledge of martial arts and attracting enthusiasts from far and wide. Yet, beneath this seemingly mundane exterior lay the vast underground influence of Hongmen. Those who appeared to be ordinary students were, in truth, members of the Hongmen gang. With dozens of branches scattered throughout Jiangdu, the Hongmen martial arts halls formed an extensive web of connections. To utterly vanquish Hongmen, one must dismantle their very foundation. The primary Hongmen martial arts hall served as their stronghold. In the dead of night, with the streets of Jiangdu nearly deserted, the Red Blossom Army, led by Li Chunin, approached the Hongmen martial arts hall like phantoms in the dark, silently closing in. Inside the primary hall, the atmosphere was lively and illuminated. Li Chunin stood before the entrance, gazing intently for a moment before making a subtle gesture. Pei Xiaohong led the Red Blossom Army in a swift and ferocious charge into the hall. Their assault was rapid and intense, The Hongmen members had not yet grasped the situation before they found themselves at a disadvantage. 100 masters of the martial arts, possessing terrifying prowess, swept through the opposition without Li Chunin needing to lift a finger. The battle concluded swiftly, leaving the Hongmen martial arts hall in disarray. Pei Xiaohong reported respectfully, "Young master, the higher-ups of Hongmen are not present here." "Not here? Where have they gone?" Li Chunin inquired, his brow furrowing slightly. According to the intel gathered by Muten, the senior members of Hongmen typically reside at the primary hall, including the leader, Hong Tianqua, yet they are conspicuously absent. I just questioned a few of the gang members, and they mentioned that the leader, along with the hall masters and elders, has gone to the Li family. Pei Xiaohong explained. To the Li family. Li Chunin was taken aback. "Yes, young master, they stated that they went to discuss how to deal with you." Pei Xiaohong nodded. "Excellent. We shall capture them all at once." A smile crept across Li Chunin's face. He had intended to settle matters with Hongmen before addressing the Li family. Years ago, the fourth branch of the Li family, Li Taining, had forced Li Chunin's grandfather to his death in a bid to ascend to the direct lineage of the Li family. That grudge had never been forgotten. The fourth branch of the Li family must perish. Burn this place down, and then we shall proceed to the Li family. Li Chunin declared coldly. "Understood, young master." Pei Xiaohong replied affirmatively. In a swift turn of events, the Hongmen No. 1 martial arts school was engulfed in flames, a conflagration that illuminated the night sky over Jiangdu. The fierce flames cast the outline of the school into a hazy silhouette, ultimately reducing it to mere ruins. Meanwhile, in the Li family estate, albeit a secondary residence that paled in comparison to their ancestral home, Li Taining occupied the position of honor. To his left sat members of the Li family, and to his right, representatives of Hongmen. They convened to discuss the matter of Li Qinggan. The recent annihilation of the Song family had been traced back to him. The leader of Hongmen, Hong Tianqua, spoke up. "Li family head, if we do not unite, we may find ourselves powerless against him." Hong Tianqua turned his gaze towards Li Taining. Originally, their meeting to strategize against Li Qinggan was scheduled for the following morning. However, upon learning of Li Qinggan's assault on the Song family, Hong Tianqua, filled with urgency, brought the senior members of Hongmen to the Li estate in the dead of night. "I am already aware of the situation, Hongmen leader. What course of action do you propose regarding Li Qinggan?" Li Taining's voice was deep and somber. "Shouldn't that question be directed towards me, Li family head?" Hong Tianqua replied, narrowing his eyes. "I have recently uncovered certain revelations that you cannot possibly be unaware of. Speak plainly, Hongmen leader." Li Taining's tone turned icy. With a forceful bang on the table, Hong Tianqua rose, declaring, "Li family head, are you feigning ignorance? Very well. I shall be direct. You harbor a profound grudge against Li Qinggan. Once the scion of the Jiangdu Li family, he was cast out after a mysterious figure rendered him powerless. Despite his grandfather's efforts to protect him, a certain individual, under dubious pretenses, tarnished his grandfather's reputation within the family, leading to his untimely demise. And that individual, who drove Li Qinggan's grandfather to death, is none other than you, Li Taining." As Hong Tianqua concluded his accusation, he pointed an accusatory finger at Li Taining. Despite the pointed remarks, Li Taining's countenance remained unperturbed. A flicker of complex emotion passed through his eyes, quickly replaced by tranquility. He slowly rose to his feet, casting his gaze over everyone present before resting it on Hong Tianqua. "These past grievances, Hongmen leader, are not lost on me." Li Taining spoke with a low yet powerful voice, imbued with an undeniable authority. "However, the resentments of your bear no relevance to our current predicament. We must confront the threat posed by Li Qinggan, rather than dwell upon bygone conflicts." "What then do you propose, Li family head?" Hong Tianqua inquired, seeking to galvanize the Li family into a more vigorous response against Li Qinggan. He was wary of the possibility that both he and Li Qinggan could inflict mutual devastation, allowing an opportunistic third party to reap the benefits. As Li Taining pondered for a moment, preparing to respond, a sudden intrusion interrupted. A member of Hongmen burst in, exclaiming, "Leader, elders, hall masters, urgent news. Li Qinggan has attacked, setting our No. 1 martial arts school ablaze, and our brothers have suffered heavy casualties." "What?" Hong Tianqua exclaimed, springing to his feet, his expression one of profound dismay. As the crowd was about to speak, a cacophony of fierce combat erupted from outside. "Master of the house, it is dire. Li Qinggan has come with his men," exclaimed a guard from the Li family, rushing in with palpable fear. Li Taning's expression darkened. He cast a glance at Hong Tianhua and spoke in a low, grave tone. Lord Hong, it seems deliberation is unnecessary. This night, it will be either Li Cheng'an's demise or our own. The ancestral residence of the Li family glowed brilliantly, illuminating every corner beneath the night sky. In this moment, it had transformed into a battlefield. The Li family guards surged forth from within the estate, their faces etched with tension and fear. The Red Blossom army charged forward like a relentless tide, each assault bringing with it a tempest of bloodshed. Armed with battle blades, they displayed an indomitable spirit, ruthlessly severing any obstacles in their path. No matter the number of Li family guards, they swiftly crumbled under the ferocity of the onslaught, unable to withstand such overwhelming force, leaving a river of blood in their wake. This Red Blossom army was comprised of a formidable squad of master-level warriors, unmatched in strength. The Li family here was merely a collateral branch, their power far inferior to that of the Red Blossom army, incapable of resisting such might. Li Chunin stood at the rear of the formation, his demeanor indifferent, his gaze exuding a serene detachment. He observed the chaos as though it bore no relevance to him. Yet it seemed as though everything lay within his grasp. Halt! A voice, thunderous and commanding, pierced through the tumult. Leading the charge was Li Taning. Flanked by numerous elites of the Li family on his left and senior members of the Hong men on his right, including the esteemed leader, Hong Tianhua, they emerged with an imposing presence. Upon witnessing this, Pei Xiaohong immediately issued orders for a temporary retreat of the Red Blossom army. The moment Li Chunin beheld Li Taning's arrival, a murderous intent erupted in his eyes, a tidal wave of bloodlust ready to engulf all. Li Taning, in turn, caught sight of Li Chunin. I never expected you to be alive. Li Taning's voice was deep and laden with disbelief. 6 years ago, your dantian was shattered, your cultivation obliterated. If I were you, I would have taken my own life, he taunted, his gaze fixed on Li Chunin with a hint of derision. You old fool. I am not as frail as you. Li Chunin shot back, his words laced with icy determination. 6 years ago, you drove my grandfather to his death. Today, I will avenge him by killing you. He glared at Li Taning, his voice brimming with frigid malice. Your grandfather took his own life. It has nothing to do with me. Li Taning retorted with a scoff. You slandered and framed my grandfather for betraying our family, fabricating evidence. He died to uphold his honor. Do you dare swear that he wasn't killed by you? Li Chunin's voice was cold, his fury unmistakable. Stop your nonsensical accusations. Do you have any evidence that I caused your grandfather's demise? Li Taning dismissed him with disdain. Who says I lack evidence? Li Chunin sneered. The expression on Li Taning's face shifted. Madong, bring him forth. Li Chunin commanded over his shoulder. Madong tossed a bound elder before them, his white hair disheveled, his face marred with bruises from apparent torture. Upon seeing this man, Li Taning's countenance darkened further, disbelief etched across his features. You were supposed to be abroad. The elder bowed his head, unable to meet Li Taning's gaze. Li Chunin's chilling voice broke the silence. This man is named Ji Chong, a devoted servant who stood by my grandfather's side for decades, his most trusted aide. By virtue of our kinship, I would still address him as Uncle Ji. Yet it was he who caused my grandfather's demise. Li Taning, you bribed Ji Chong to fabricate evidence, tarnishing my grandfather's reputation by falsely accusing him of betraying our family's interests. After my grandfather's passing, you plotted to eliminate Ji Chong to cover your tracks. But fearing that such an act would raise suspicions, you provided Ji Chong with a sum of money, allowing him to flee abroad. Little did you anticipate, Ji Chong, unable to adapt to life overseas, returned to our homeland within a year, seeking refuge in a small locale. You believed that by driving my grandfather to his end, you could secure a position among the 4 direct descendants of the Li clan, thereby usurping his place and attaining a higher status. However, you could not have imagined that the clan leader would bestow that position upon another, leaving you as nothing more than a mere facilitator of another's ascendance. Li Taning, your aspirations were admirable, yet in the end, your relentless scheming yielded naught but ridicule. Enough! Li Taning's roar echoed, clearly a manifestation of his humiliation and anger. Li Chunin's final words struck a nerve, for Li Taning indeed harbored ambitions of joining the direct lineage of the Li clan, never foreseeing that the clan leader would grant the position to someone else, rendering his efforts a mere jest. All of this had been unearthed by Li Chunin through Mu Dan's covert investigations. While he was aware that Li Taning had compelled his grandfather's demise, The deeper nuances of the plot had eluded him until now. The truth had finally emerged, delivering a measure of justice for his departed grandfather. It was lamentable that my grandfather passed without ever knowing that his betrayer was among his most trusted confidants. Li Chunin delivered a fierce kick to Ji Chong, who cried out in pain and fell to his knees. Remorse etched upon his face as he implored, "My lord, I am deeply sorry. I wronged you." But all of this was coerced by Li Taining. "Do not place the blame upon me. It was he who sought your ruin. I never wished for your death. Your kindness towards me remains etched in my heart. To whom do you perform this charade?" Li Chunin struck Ji Chong once more, sending him sprawling to the ground, landing right at Li Taining's feet. Li Taining's gaze turned cold as he fixed his eyes on Ji Chong. The latter trembled in fear, scrambling away in desperation. Yet, Li Taining was swifter. With a lightning-fast strike, he ruthlessly brought his palm down upon Ji Chang's head. "I truly regret not having killed you outright." Bang! Ji Chang's skull shattered, blood and brains splattering like a burst watermelon. This gruesome scene churned the stomachs of many onlookers, who fought the urge to vomit. Li Taining wiped his hands with a white cloth, his eyes narrowing as he addressed Li Chunin. "Even if all of this is true, so what? Your grandfather committed suicide. I did not kill him. I merely sought to have your faction expelled from the Li clan, never anticipating that he would take his own life." Li Taining exhibited no hint of remorse. Li Chunin did not require his acknowledgement of guilt, for whether he confessed or not would not alter his fate. Today, Li Taining was undoubtedly destined for death. The Hongmen and I harbored no significant animosity. I am willing to offer you an opportunity. Li Chunin fixed his gaze upon the leader of Hongmen, Hong Tianque. "What opportunity?" Hong Tianque inquired, showing a hint of interest. "Dissolve the Hongmen and withdraw from Jiangdu." Li Chunin replied coldly. Upon hearing this, Hong Tianque was momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter, as if he had just heard the most absurd joke. "Impossible. The Hongmen is the result of my relentless toil and dedication. After enduring countless hardships to achieve its current glory, you expect me to disband it and leave Jiangdu? You are delusional." Hong Tianque exclaimed, his face contorted with rage. "The opportunity has already been granted to you. It is you who fails to appreciate it. Thus, the only fate left for Hongmen is annihilation. And the Li family as well." Li Chunin's voice was frigid. "Eliminate all rebels without mercy," commanded the Red Flower Army, 100 masters of martial arts, who immediately surged forward. This time, Li Chunin was not merely a spectator. In his hand appeared the Bai Luo Huang Quan's spiritual sword, his vital energy surging as the blade pointed directly at Li Taining. He intended to personally slay this sinner, avenging his grandfather's blood feud. Outside the ancestral home of the Li family, a battleground has emerged. The cacophony of battle reverberates through the air, and rivers of blood flow freely. The guards of the Li family have been nearly decimated by the Red Flower Army. When confronted with formidable adversaries, these women form a tactical formation, grouping in threes, embodying a unique battle array. This formation not only allows for mutual support, but also enables independent combat. Once established, it can advance or retreat at will, ensnaring the enemy in a web of despair until their demise. A hall master of the Hongmen, amidst the fierce clash, cannot help but lament. Where on earth do these women come from? Each one is a master. He finds himself entangled with 3 warriors of the Red Flower Army, who move in perfect harmony, as if they were one. Armed with battle knives, their strikes flow continuously like a rushing stream, leaving him under relentless pressure. Any misstep could lead to his immediate death. Frustration and disarray consume him. Though he is not afraid of these women in a one-on-one confrontation, facing 3 of them in formation forces him to fight at a disadvantage. The Red Flower Army grows bolder with each passing moment, their momentum surging. Conversely, the morale of the Li family and the Hongmen plummets to its nadir. Pei Xiaohong directly confronts Hong Tianque, the leader of the Hongmen. With dual knives in hand and her internal energy surging, she launches a ferocious assault. A look of astonishment crosses Hong Tianque's face. "So you are the president of the Red Flower Society, the alluring ghost of the Crimson Flower. Quite a beauty indeed. How about joining our Hongmen? I can offer you a position as an elder." He jested. "I have no interest." "You may keep that elder position for the little ghosts in the underworld," Pei Xiaohong retorted coldly. Hong Tianque's expression darkened. "You seek death." He swung a massive broadsword downwards with ferocity. Hong Tianque, a master of the highest caliber, founded the Hongmen through sheer determination. carving out a formidable reputation in the underground forces of Jiangdu, once earning the moniker Hong Yidao for his lethal prowess in battle. Had this encounter occurred in the past, Pei Xiaohong might have indeed felt fear, for she was not a match for Hong Tianhua. However, she has undergone a profound transformation. Li Chunin has refined her essence and taught her the ways of cultivation. Although she is merely at the qi refining stage, she surpasses any ordinary master. Faced with Hong Tianhua's assault, Pei Xiaohong responds with poise. Meanwhile, Mu Dan is not idle. She is engaged with some of the Li family's elite while keeping an eye on the overall battlefield situation. Should any injuries arise within the Red Flower Army, she is quick to offer assistance. The fiercest fighting, however, unfolds where Li Chunin confronts Li Taining, the strongest member of the Li family. In the throes of battle, their swords clash like bolts of lightning, each impact generating powerful shockwaves. You know, I am quite curious about how you have restored your cultivation. It appears even stronger than 6 years ago. Li Taining remarks with a cold smirk, parrying Li Chunin's strikes. A glint of surprise flickers in his eyes. Clearly taken aback by Li Chunin's ability to recover and surpass his previous strength in such a brief span of time. 6 years ago, Li Chunin already stood as the foremost among the younger generation of Jiangdu, his prowess unmatched by any. Yet, perhaps it was precisely his brilliance that attracted calamity. A mysterious figure suddenly emerged, shattering his dantian with unparalleled might, rendering his cultivation null. In that instant, Li Chunin's world seemed to crumble. All believed him ruined, destined to live as a mere waste. Consequently, the Li family cast him out, deeming him an unworthy burden. Little did they anticipate that 6 years later, he would return with formidable strength, not only having restored his powers, but having grown even stronger. Young man, you may not be aware, but in a few days, the Li family clan competition will take place. We need not resort to violence. I propose this. Why not join the Li family as a member of the 4th branch? Participate in the clan competition, and I shall assist you in regaining your status as a young master of the Li family, while you help me gain entry into the direct line. What do you think? Li Taining said, his gaze fixed on Li Chunin, believing he would be tempted by the prospect of rejoining the family. However, Li Chunin merely scoffed, a look of disdain on his face. That sounds splendid. First, you should take your own life, and then I shall consider your offer. Li Chunin, you. Li Taining exclaimed, infuriated. If you do not perish, how can I avenge my grandfather? Li Chunin replied coldly. Very well, then there is nothing left to discuss. Li Taining recognized that reconciliation was impossible. Young man, your strength is indeed formidable, but in these 6 years, I too have grown. Half a year ago, I broke through to the celestial realm, attaining the prowess of a war god. You did not see this coming, did you? Ha ha. Li Taining laughed heartily. And at that moment, his aura surged, growing even more powerful. Li Chunin, however, remained dismissive, retorting coldly, an ant, no matter how strong, is still but an ant. His spirit sword seemed to resonate with its master's will, unleashing an even greater sword intent. The sword light flowed like a continuous stream, the sword energy crisscrossing, as if it sought to tear the very fabric of space asunder. Each strike bore unparalleled power. Li Taining wielded the century-old Li family sword technique, a style that flowed like the Yangtze River, ceaseless and unyielding. The Li family sword technique is not something you can execute. Allow me to instruct you. Li Chunin's voice was frigid, and before his words had fully settled, his swordplay transformed dramatically. He too employed the Li family sword technique. Once a member of the Li family, Li Chunin possessed an understanding of the technique that surpassed Li Taining's. His execution of the Li family sword technique flowed like water, each move perfectly timed, as if he were one with heaven and earth. The sword in his hand transcended mere weaponry, becoming an extension of his will and a manifestation of his soul. Li Taining's face contorted in shock as he found himself retreating in defeat. He could not fathom why the same technique yielded such disparate results. Although Li Taining's rendition of the Li family sword technique was powerful, it relied excessively on form and strength. In contrast, Li Chunin's swordplay was guided by heart and intent. His execution of the Li family sword technique resembled art, a visual delight to behold. In comparison to the swordsmanship of Li Taining, the Li family sword technique has reached an entirely new realm in the hands of Li Chunin. The wounds inflicted by the sword upon Li Taining rendered him utterly defenseless, as if Li Chunin were merely toying with him. To slay him outright would be too merciful. It is inconceivable, utterly impossible. Li Taning's hand trembled around the sword, disbelief etched upon his face. You are not Li Chunin. Who on earth are you? Li Taning appeared to be in a state of delirium. How could Li Chunin possess such formidable strength? Despite having attained the realm of celestial beings, he found himself unable to contend with Li Chunin. Li Chunin first disarmed Li Taning with a deft flick of his sword, subsequently shattering Li Taning's dantian, rendering his cultivation null and void. In that instant, Li Taning seemed to age a decade. No, Li Taning coughed up blood, unable to accept the loss of his powers. Li Taning, I shall not kill you outright. That would be too lenient. Instead, I will execute you slowly. Li Chunin spoke coldly. He procured a length of rope, binding Li Taning and suspending him at the entrance of the Li family estate. The onlookers, witnessing their patriarch's capture, were gripped by terror and promptly surrendered. The battle between Pei Xiaohong and Hong Tianhua had also reached its conclusion. Hong Tianhua, bloodied and severely injured, could hardly fathom his defeat at the hands of a woman. The Hong Min now belongs to me. Rest in peace. Pei Xiaohong plunged her blade into Hong Tianhua's heart. His eyes widened in shock, refusing to close even in death. The remaining high-ranking members of the Hong Min either perished or fled. With their leader gone, their will to fight dissipated. One by one, Li Chunin executed Li Taning with a series of precise strikes. To the remaining members of the Li family, he appeared as a demon. Ah, kill me please. Li Chunin, I beg you, in my suffering. Li Taning screamed in madness, pleading for a swift death to spare him further torment. Yet, Li Chunin remained unmoved, continuing his relentless assault. After countless strikes, Li Taning finally breathed his last. Li Chunin severed his head with a final stroke. Holding Li Taning's head aloft, he strode forth. As flames erupted behind him, the Hong Min lay in ruins, and the fourth branch of the Li family had met its demise. In the Jiangdu cemetery, a tranquil silence enveloped the surroundings, as if time itself had come to a standstill, with only the gentle breeze whispering a hint of sorrow. Draping a black cloth over Li Taning's head, Li Chunin approached his grandfather's tomb with heavy steps and a burdened heart. Grandfather, the one who wronged you is dead. Your grandson has avenged you, he murmured, his voice trembling and his eyes glistening with unshed tears. His grandfather, that benevolent elder who once played with him in his youth and imparted the wisdom of life, the towering figure in his heart, had been unjustly ensnared by Li Taning and had met a tragic end. Li Chunin would forever be haunted by the memory of his grandfather's final gaze, filled with helplessness, regret, and profound sorrow. Years ago, following my grandfather's passing, Li Chunin personally selected this burial site for him. He recalls that the day was bright and beautiful, yet he felt no warmth whatsoever. His grandfather was originally meant to be interred in the family cemetery of the Li clan. However, due to the machinations of Li Taning, his grandfather was deemed unworthy of such a resting place. Do not worry, grandfather. What belongs to us, I shall reclaim entirely, Li Chunin declared with unwavering determination, his eyes shimmering with confidence. Standing before his grandfather's grave, he bowed deeply, then turned to depart. At the Jiangjing villa, Li Chunin had just finished treating the injuries of a wounded member of the Red Flower Army. Suddenly, the doorbell of the villa rang. The maid, Xiao Mei, went to answer it. Two unfamiliar women stood outside. Is Li Chunin here? One of the women inquired. Please wait, Xiao Mei replied, turning to Li Chunin. Master, there are two strange women seeking you. After a moment's contemplation, Li Chunin had a hunch about their identities. Let them in, he instructed. Xiao Mei nodded gently and escorted the women to the living room. Upon seeing them, Li Chunin recognized them as Yang Chanjun, who lived next door, along with her assistant. Su Pan, Miss Yang, have you come to a decision about selling the villa to me? Li Chunin asked. However, Yang Chanjun shook her head lightly. Mr. Li, I'm afraid I am not currently considering selling the villa. Li Chunin furrowed his brow slightly, having assumed they were there to discuss the sale. Mr. Li, I have come today for another matter for which I seek your assistance, Yang Chanjun stated. What is it? Li Chunin inquired. I wish to propose a transaction with you. Yang Chanjun continued without waiting for his response. You possess 10% of the shares in the Minghua Chamber of Commerce, and I am interested in acquiring those shares. What is the Minghua Chamber of Commerce? Li Chunin asked, his expression one of confusion. Mr. Li, you are unaware of the Minghua Chamber of Commerce? Yang Chanjun responded, somewhat astonished. It was surprising that someone so significant as Li Chunin was unfamiliar with its importance. At that moment, the maid, Xiao Ju, leaned closer to Li Chunin, whispering a few words in his ear. It was then that he grasped the situation. Following the downfall of the Song family, Li Chang'an had seized much of their assets, including the 10% share of the Minghui Chamber of Commerce. What do you have to offer in exchange? Li Chang'an asked Yang Chanjun. In truth, he held little interest in the shares of the Minghui Chamber of Commerce. Rather, he was curious about what Yang Chanjun might propose in return. Mr. Li, I must first apologize, as I have conducted an investigation into you. You were once the young master of the Li family, but were cast out for reasons unknown, mysteriously disappearing for 6 years. Now you have returned, Yang Chanjun stated calmly. Li Chenan's starry eyes narrowed slightly, disliking the notion of others prying into his affairs. What are you implying? He demanded. I have discovered something that I believe will pique your interest. Yang Chanjun replied. What is it? Li Chang'an inquired. Yang Chanjun enunciated each word carefully. The map of the 9 provinces. Li Chang'an abruptly rose to his feet, exuding an overwhelming aura, his piercing gaze fixated on Yang Chanjun. Both Yang Chanjun and Su Pan were taken aback, their faces paling as they felt the weight of his formidable pressure, struggling to breathe. The map of the 9 provinces was a treasured heirloom of the Li family, intrinsically linked to the mysterious disappearance of her father. Years ago, when the map of the 9 provinces vanished from the Li household, her father had also gone missing. The Li family had long believed that her father had stolen the map. Rumors persisted within the family that the map concealed a monumental secret capable of determining their rise or fall, yet no one had ever deciphered the enigma within the painting. Is the map of the 9 provinces in your possession? Li Chang'an inquired, his gaze unwavering upon Yang Chanjun. She, overwhelmed by the oppressive atmosphere, shook her head and replied, It is not in my possession. However, I know where it is. If you, Mr. Li, transfer 10% of your shares in the Minghui Chamber of Commerce to me, I will reveal the whereabouts of the map of the 9 provinces. You dare to threaten me? Li Chang'an swiftly closed the distance to Yang Chanjun, gripping her throat with an icy stare. Su Pan's complexion changed dramatically, panic and fear evident on her face. What are you doing? Release her at once, she implored, desperately attempting to pry his hand away, but to no avail. I could kill you and still find the map of the 9 provinces. Li Chang'an's voice was frigid, his eyes like cold stars fixed on Yang Chanjun. Nevertheless, he eventually released his grip. Yang Chanjun gasped, her face pale as she coughed violently. Having genuinely believed her life was in peril, this man was far more dangerous than she had anticipated, and she had underestimated him. Miss, are you all right? Su Pan asked anxiously, gently patting Yang Chanjun's back. She shook her head, then looked up at Li Chang'an, saying, Mr. Li, I apologize. Regardless of whether you agree to grant me 10% of the Minghui Chamber of Commerce, I will inform you of the whereabouts of the map of the 9 provinces, for you are my savior, and I owe you my gratitude. Li Chang'an remained silent. Yang Chanjun continued. Tonight, there will be a high-end auction in Jiangdu, and the map of the 9 provinces is among the items for sale. An auction? Li Chang'an's expression turned cold. I have shared the information with you, so I shall not impose further, Yang Chanjun said, taking her leave without delay. Su Pan followed closely behind her. Prepare yourselves. We are attending this auction tonight, Li Chang'an declared. Next door, in the villa, Yang Chanjun and her companion had returned. Miss, that man is terrifying. I nearly thought he truly intended to kill you, Su Pan said, her face still pale with fear. I underestimated him, Yang Chanjun replied coolly. Miss, didn't he express interest in purchasing our villa? Why not offer the villa in exchange for 10% of the Minghui Chamber of Commerce shares? Su Pan suggested. Yang Chanjun regarded her with a strange expression. Do you think he is a fool? Miss, how can you know if you don't try? She said, a playful glint in her eye. I believe he truly doesn't care about the 10% stake in the Minghui Chamber of Commerce. Why don't you give it a shot? Yang Chuanwan suggested with a wink. All right, I will, Su Pan replied, determination etched on her face. A few minutes later, Su Pan returned, her demeanor dejected. Yang Chuanwan looked at her and inquired, what did he say? Miss, he called me foolish, Su Pan said, her expression clouded with frustration. Unable to contain herself, Yang Chuanwan burst into laughter. Lin Qingwei arrived at the Riverside Villa district and spotted a woman exiting Li Qing'an's residence. Brother Qing'an, who was that woman just now? Lin Qingwei asked. Our neighbor, Li Qing'an replied nonchalantly. What did she want from you? She came to tell me that she thinks I am foolish, he stated. Lin Qingwei was taken aback. What does that even mean? What is going on with the Lin family? Li Qing'an skillfully redirected the conversation. It's all settled now. My father has become the head of the family, and my grandfather has retired from affairs, preferring to drink tea and tend to his flowers. Oh, by the way, my grandfather said you are welcome to visit him for tea and conversation, and he wants to express his gratitude for saving him. Lin Qingwei smiled. I will definitely visit when I have the time. Li Qinggan nodded. Brother Qinggan, I heard the Song family is no more. Was it you? Lin Qingwei whispered. Before she could finish, Li Qinggan acknowledged, indeed, I did it. I warned them. If they troubled me again, I would annihilate them. They chose not to heed my warning. Thus their existence was rendered unnecessary. His tone was flat, as if discussing an ordinary matter, though she had already suspected the truth. Hearing Li Qinggan admit, it left Lin Qingwei astonished. Brother Qinggan, thank you, she exclaimed, suddenly embracing him, her warmth enveloping him. Li Qinggan was puzzled. What are you thanking me for? Thank you for helping us, for aiding the Lin family. If it weren't for you, it could have been our family facing annihilation instead. Lin Qingwei understood the gravity of his actions. A significant part of his motivation for dismantling the Song family was to protect her, which deeply moved her. Those who harm you must face the consequences, Li Qinggan stated matter-of-factly. He wouldn't indulge in sentimental declarations. Yet the truth was that his actions were indeed largely driven by a desire to shield Lin Qingwei. Brother Qinggan. Lin Qingwei suddenly kissed him softly on the lips. Li Qinggan smiled. Is this your form of gratitude? Lin Qingwei shook her head. No, this is me expressing my affection for you, Brother Qinggan. Goodness, how bold this girl is. Li Qinggan leaned down to kiss Lin Qingwei in return. She did not resist, responding with a shy eagerness. They engaged in a passionate kiss, their lips and tongues intertwining. After what felt like an eternity, Li Qinggan finally released her, allowing her to catch her breath. Lin Qingwei's cheeks were flushed as she sat in his embrace. Li Qinggan could feel her soft, youthful form and the faint, delicate fragrance that lingered around her. Brother Qinin, where have you been these past 6 years? You left without a word, and I feared you no longer wanted me. I searched for you tirelessly, yet you were nowhere to be found. It was only later that I learned of your misfortune, and during that time, I worried for you immensely. Lin Qingwei spoke softly, her voice a gentle melody filled with sweet words of longing. Li Chunin replied tenderly, I went to the mountains to hone my skills. After completing my training, I returned. My abrupt departure was to spare you from my burdens. I had become a worthless outcast. Brother Qinin, I need you. I want you forever. Lin Qingwei turned to him, her beautiful eyes fixed intently on Li Chunin. He tenderly brushed her silky hair with his fingers. As time slipped away unnoticed, Lin Qingwei suddenly remembered another reason for her visit. Brother Qinin, there's a prestigious auction tonight in Jiangdu. My father was supposed to attend, but he is preoccupied with family matters and cannot go. He asked me to attend in his stead and even provided me with 2 invitation cards. I didn't want to go alone, so I thought of you. Would you accompany me? If you prefer not to, I shall not attend either, she added. Retrieving 2 invitation cards from her bag, Li Chunin glanced at the cards. They were for the Mingyang auction. What a coincidence. This was the very auction he intended to attend to reclaim the map of the 9 provinces. He had already instructed Mutin to procure invitation cards, and if she failed, he would have to force his way in. Now, Lin Qingwei had unexpectedly presented him with the invitations. Brother Qinin, why are you silent? Do you not wish to go? If so, we can find somewhere else to enjoy ourselves. Lin Qingwei assumed he was reluctant to attend the auction. No, let us go to the Mingyang auction tonight. There happens to be something I desire there, Li Chunin replied with a smile. What is it? Lin Qingwei inquired, her curiosity piqued. Li Chunin grinned. A secret. Brother Qinin, please tell me. Lin Qingwei playfully insisted, twisting in his embrace. Suddenly, she felt a rush of warmth and blushed, hastily stepping away. Brother Qinin, you are quite the rogue. As night fell, the international auction venue in Jiangdu sparkled brilliantly, akin to daylight. Tonight, the Mingyang auction was set to commence, a premier high-end event in the Great Xia, accessible only to the fortunate few who received invitations. Prominent wealthy individuals and social elites from Jiangdu gathered here, along with dignitaries from other provinces. They donned elegant attire, exchanged smiles, and engaged in lively conversation, creating a vibrant atmosphere. The auction featured several high-profile items, and many had come specifically for those treasures, eager to showcase their prowess this evening. At the entrance stood several enchanting hostesses, clad in identical gowns, their faces adorned with smiles as they graciously welcomed each guest with impeccable etiquette. At that moment, a distinguished individual arrived outside the auction venue, dressed in a suit, appearing to be in his 50s or 60s, with graying hair yet exuding vitality. This was Liao Bin, the head of Mingyang Auctions, who personally greeted the guest. President He, what a surprise to see you here. Welcome, welcome. Your presence truly elevates this occasion. Liao Bin exclaimed, shaking hands with the visitor. He Qingxiu, the vice president of the Mingwei Chamber of Commerce, replied with a smile. I heard that Mr. Liao is poised for promotion to vice president of the Mingyang Chamber. Congratulations. Liao Bin quickly waved his hand, saying, that's mere speculation from outside. It's unfounded. I have heard, however, that vice president he is about to drop the vice title. Liao Bin chuckled. Haha, Mr. Liao, you jest. How could the presidency possibly fall to me? If anyone deserves it, it would be Our Lady. He Qingxiu laughed heartily. Thus, the two exchanged compliments and laughter as they entered the Mingyang auction hall. A sleek white Porsche pulled up at the entrance, and from it emerged a striking couple. The gentleman was attired in a perfectly tailored black suit, exuding charm and an extraordinary demeanor. The lady, donned in a delicate pale blue evening gown, radiated elegance and grace. Together, they presented an image of a perfect match, eliciting whispers from the bystanders. Who is that? She seems to be Miss Lin Qingwei. Wasn't Lin Qingwei disfigured? It appears she has recovered. Mind your words. Didn't the Song family meet with disaster? Are you unaware? I never said anything. The couple in question were none other than Li Chungan and Lin Qingwei. Presenting their invitation, they entered the auction hall smoothly amidst the smiles of the hostesses. Brother Chungan, you still haven't told me what you intend to buy tonight. Lin Qingwei whispered. You'll find out shortly. Li Chungan replied. All right then, I won't pry any further. Lin Qingwei acquiesced. The hushed conversations of other attendees reached Li Chungan's ears. Old Lu, you're here too. Indeed, tonight's auction is quite extraordinary. Old Chun, you must be here for that item, right? What item? I'm here to purchase a piece of blue and white porcelain. Haha, Old Chun, don't play coy. I don't believe you're unaware. I truly don't know what you're talking about. After half an hour, the attendees had mostly gathered, and the auction was finally set to commence. Liao Bin took the stage as the evening's auctioneer. After delivering a brief opening statement, he announced the first item for bidding. The inaugural item is nothing short of a trump card. This declaration immediately stirred excitement throughout the auction hall. The Mingyang auction had officially begun. A cheapao-clad hostess gracefully ascended the auction stage, holding a tray, her steps light and elegant, as if each stride resonated with the hearts of the audience. Her presence undoubtedly added a vibrant touch to the auction. She carefully placed an object covered with a red cloth from the tray onto the auction stage, then gently unveiled the cloth to reveal the item for bidding. The first item for auction, a low-grade cultivation technique, the 4-chi method, Liao Bin announced loudly from the stage. His voice was resonant and powerful, instantly capturing everyone's attention. The crowd erupted with excitement, akin to a pot boiling over, as murmurs and gasps echoed throughout. Many people stood up, their expressions filled with astonishment and anticipation. There really is a cultivation technique. It seems the rumors were true, someone exclaimed, their voice brimming with disbelief. This cultivation technique will be claimed by the Chen family. No one dare compete with me, declared a wealthy individual from the Chen family, his eyes sparkling with determination, as if he had already resolved to acquire this item at any cost. This trip is worthwhile. The Mingyang auction house has indeed released a cultivation technique, and it is the very first item. Another prominent figure laughed excitedly. The atmosphere of the entire auction reached a fever pitch, with the clamor of discussions and bidding rising like a fierce battle about to commence. Before the auction even began, rumors had circulated that the Mingyang auction house would feature a cultivation technique. Many had come specifically for this. They could hardly believe it when the first item presented was indeed a cultivation technique. The existence of cultivators was no longer a secret to these individuals. Some even had cultivators residing in their homes, serving their families. Everyone aspired to become a cultivator, not only to gain immense power, but also to attain longevity. Liao Bin observed the crowd's reactions with a subtle smile and continued, the rarity of this cultivation technique is well understood, I trust. I assure you, on behalf of the Mingyang Chamber of Commerce, that this cultivation technique is genuine and has been verified by professionals. The starting bid for this low-grade cultivation technique is 5 million. Each increment must not be less than 10,000. The highest bidder wins. As soon as he finished speaking, bids began to pour in. 5,100,000, 5,200,000, 5,500,000, 6 million. Li Chun watched quietly as these individuals fought fiercely over a mere low-grade cultivation technique. Brother Chun, this cultivation technique must be useful for the Lin family too, right? My father seemed to suggest I pay attention to this, saying there might be an opportunity to acquire it. Lin Qingwei whispered. No need to buy it. I have as many low-grade cultivation techniques as one could desire. Li Chun replied calmly. Really? Are you serious? Lin Qingwei exclaimed in surprise. Why would I lie to you? I can get you several when the time comes, Li Chun said nonchalantly. On Mount Zhongnan, his master had established a scripture repository filled with countless techniques. For a time, Li Chun immersed himself in the repository, nearly memorizing all the techniques contained within. Pei Xiaohong and Muten, like two ethereal specters, stealthily infiltrated the auction house. Their movements were swift and agile, seemingly merging with the shadows. Following Li Qing'an's instructions, they were here to accomplish a task of utmost significance, the importance of which they understood all too well. Pei Xiaohong's ears perked up, catching the intense commotion from the auction floor, where it appeared that fierce bidding was underway for a particular item. The price had soared to over 10 million, a figure that startled her. Upon realizing that the object of contention was merely a low-grade cultivation technique, her face betrayed her astonishment. That a low-grade cultivation method could command such a price and be the focus of so many bidders reshaped her perception of the value of these techniques. How much, then, must the high-grade cultivation method given to her by the young master be worth? Pei Xiaohong pondered. In that moment, she truly comprehended the extraordinary rarity of the high-grade technique bestowed upon her by Li Qing'an. The auction continued, the atmosphere growing increasingly tense and fervent. Ultimately, the low-grade cultivation method was secured by the Chun family for the staggering sum of 28 million. However, their elation was short-lived, as they soon came to regret their acquisition. They realized that, despite its value, this technique paled in comparison to the treasure they were about to miss. Congratulations to the Chun family for winning tonight's first item, Liao Bin announced with a smile. The second item, I believe, will pique everyone's interest. As his words fell, the lady in the chi pao ascended the stage once more, unveiling the second item beneath a crimson cloth. Liao Bin enthusiastically introduced. The second item is a mid-grade cultivation technique, true essence breathing method. I assure you, the technique is flawless. With a starting bid of 10 million, the highest bidder shall claim it. A resounding wave of excitement surged through the room. This time, even some prominent figures in the private boxes could no longer remain seated, their eyes glinting with avarice and desire. Cultivation techniques, particularly mid-grade ones, were exceedingly rare for them. The prospect of acquiring a mid-grade technique was even more alluring. I may have missed out on the low-grade method, but this mid-grade technique shall be mine. The Chun family must be regretting their decision, unaware that a superior technique awaited. Someone remarked with a sense of schadenfreude, their gaze filled with derision. The atmosphere of the auction reached a new zenith, as none had anticipated the appearance of a mid-grade cultivation technique. The price escalated rapidly, soon surpassing 30 million, eclipsing the final bid for the low-grade technique, and showing no signs of abating as the bidding frenzy continued. Within the auction house, Box 5 exuded an air of mystery and exclusivity. Only those of noble status were afforded private boxes, a setup that not only signified their rank, but also provided convenience for those who preferred to remain discreet during the auction. The box was fully equipped, featuring a large screen that allowed occupants to observe the proceedings with clarity. Beside them lay specialized electronic devices for bidding. With just a flick of a finger, one could partake in the auction, a convenience that was both discreet and flawlessly safeguarded their identities and privacy. Miss, where did Mingyang Auction House acquire such an abundance of cultivation techniques? Su Pan inquired with curiosity. I know as well. However, one thing is certain. These cultivation techniques were all procured by Liao Bin, Yang Chuanwan replied. Given the staggering transaction volume, it seemed that Liao Bin's position as vice president was all but secured following this auction. Within the confines of Box No. 5 were none other than Yang Chuanwan and Su Pan. They had also come to attend the auction but opted for the more secluded box rather than the bustling hall. Moreover, their purpose for attending was not to bid, but merely to witness the spectacle. Miss, have you been carrying that ancient jade with you all this time? Su Pan asked. I left it at the Minghua Chamber of Commerce. Liao Bin initially intended to include that piece of ancient jade in tonight's auction, Yang Chuanwan responded. Su Pan chuckled. Miss, you are even more astute, obtaining the ancient jade ahead of time. Liao Bin will not easily concede, Yang Chuanwan remarked with a hint of pessimism. Su Pan exclaimed in surprise. Oh, miss. In box number 4, someone has bid 50 million for the mid-grade cultivation technique. And in box number 3, there's also a bid, 60 million. Yang Chuanwan glanced at the screen, and indeed, bidders from both box number 3 and box number 4 had begun to compete. It appeared that these two boxes were exclusive to the Li and Qi families. Had they too set their sights on the cultivation techniques? Yang Chuanwan pondered. Ultimately, the mid-grade cultivation technique was secured by a mysterious individual in box number 4 for a staggering 80 million. Inside box number 3, Li Weimao set down the bidding device, refraining from raising his bid further. Young master, it seems that the one in box number 4 is Qi Beiqin from the Qi family, Li Weimao's loyal guard remarked. With a cold snort, Li Weimao replied, I know. If they want it, let them have it. Our Li family is not lacking in mid-grade cultivation techniques. In truth, Li Weimao was quite eager to acquire this mid-grade technique, for such treasures were indeed rare. However, he had come with another mission today. Should he expend his funds on this and ultimately fail to procure what he truly desired, he would face difficulties upon his return. Thus, he reluctantly had to forego this cultivation technique. The auction continued, with subsequent items being rather mundane, primarily consisting of antique treasures. Notably, there was a rather impressive elixir. Brother Chinen, hasn't he the item you wished to purchase yet appeared? Lin Qingwei could not help but inquire. Li Chunin smiled faintly. No rush, it will come soon. Standing upon the stage, Liao Bin wore a smile, reveling in the perfection of the auction that exceeded even his expectations. The final transaction prices of the auction items had all surpassed his predictions. Next, we present our final item of the evening. I believe many have been eagerly awaiting this moment, Liao Bin said with an enigmatic smile. In box number 5, Yang Chuanjuan's beautiful eyes fixated intently on the screen. Where one particular image captured a bidder, she observed a man sitting there, his demeanor remarkably calm. In box number 3, Li Weimao had already grasped the electronic device designated for bidding, poised to engage in the auction. Liao Bin's voice resonated loudly, declaring, the final item of the evening is titled Map of the 9 Provinces. It is said that this ancient painting conceals an enormous secret, potentially a treasure left behind by a formidable cultivator. Liao Bin's voice echoed throughout the auction house, imbued with allure and enigma. To unravel the secrets within the ancient artwork is to uncover the treasure. Liao Bin elaborated, yet the veracity of his statements was difficult to ascertain. His use of phrases like extremely likely cast doubt upon the actual existence of the treasure purportedly bequeathed by such a powerful cultivator. Some attendees were entirely ignorant of the origins of the map of the 9 provinces, their faces reflecting sheer curiosity. Conversely, others were well aware of the painting's provenance. Their expressions shifted, revealing a flicker of astonishment. Whispers began to circulate. Isn't that the Li family's treasured heirloom? How did it end up at the renowned auction house? One person exclaimed, their eyes shimmering with confusion and disbelief. I heard that the map of the 9 provinces was stolen many years ago. Another murmured, the Li family must have sent someone. They are bound to reclaim the ancient painting. Perhaps we should refrain from participating to avoid offending the Li family, cautioned another voice. The atmosphere of the auction hall instantly became tense and delicate. The enigmatic map of the 9 provinces had undoubtedly become the focal point of the auction, captivating everyone's attention. Within box number 3, Li Weimao wore a grave expression. His purpose for attending this evening was to reclaim the map of the 9 provinces for the Li family. This ancient painting was not only a cherished heirloom, but also harbored the legendary cultivator's treasure, making its significance abundantly clear to him. He resolved to spare no expense, determined to recover this artwork at any cost. A young lady in a qipao gracefully wheeled a small cart onto the auction stage, her movements poised and serene. The map of the 9 provinces lay within, safeguarded by a glass cover and draped in a red cloth, enhancing its air of mystery. The starting bid for the map of the 9 provinces is 50 million. The highest bidder shall prevail, Liao Bin announced, simultaneously lifting the red cloth. However, as the cloth was unveiled, a wave of murmurs erupted from the crowd. Is this truly the map of the 9 provinces? What is this nonsense? Someone questioned, their eyes brimming with disappointment and indignation. Is the Mingyang auction house mocking us? Another prominent figure voiced their discontent, equally furious and dissatisfied. I may not be well read, but do not deceive me. This thing, said to conceal a treasure left by a cultivator, is a farce. Another scoffed, derisively laughing. This tattered paper is worth 50 million. We may be wealthy, but we are not fools. The cacophony from below left Liao Bin momentarily stunned. What was happening? This was far from what he had anticipated. Suddenly, it dawned on him, and his gaze shot towards the map of the 9 provinces encased within the glass cover. Within the glass case, there was nothing but a square piece of yellow cardstock, devoid of the illustrious map of the 9 provinces. Liao Bin's expression darkened considerably. He swiftly opened the glass case and retrieved the red cardstock, which bore the 5 prominent characters map of the 9 provinces on one side, and returned to the original owner on the other. Meanwhile, inside the private room, Li Weimao's countenance also shifted to one of grave discontent upon witnessing the scene. He slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming in fury, "Is the Mingyang auction house attempting to deceive the Li family?" Li Weimao was seething with rage. The map of the 9 provinces had vanished. Liao Bin's face turned ashen, his anger boiling over. Before the auction commenced, he had personally verified that the map of the 9 provinces was securely housed within the glass case. So how could it suddenly be missing, replaced by this absurdity? Where could it have gone? Liao Bin glared furiously at the cheap-how-clad attendant, shouting, "Find out quickly." The audience began to grasp the gravity of the situation. The map of the 9 provinces intended for auction had been stolen right under their noses. A ludicrous embarrassment for the Mingyang auction house. Who could have perpetrated such a theft? Many noticed the 4 characters inscribed on the yellow cardstock, "Returned to the original owner." Could it be that someone from the Li family had taken it? After all, the map of the 9 provinces rightfully belonged to them. In room 3, a young attendant speculated, could it be someone from the family? Before Li Weimao abruptly interrupted him. Impossible. If the family had such an intention, they would never have allowed me to participate in the auction, nor would they have failed to inform me in advance. This is a deliberate attempt at framing. Li Weimao's face was clouded with suspicion. In room 5, Su Pan exclaimed, "Miss, how could the map of the 9 provinces have been stolen so suddenly? Could it be someone from the Li family?" Her expression was one of astonishment. No one had anticipated such an unforeseen incident. "It is not the Li family," Yang Chuanwan remarked, her beautiful eyes fixated on a particular image on the screen, her gaze filled with complexity. Her little scheme had backfired. She had underestimated him. "If it is not the Li family, then who could it be?" Su Pan queried, her face a mask of confusion. "Qingwei, let us depart," Li Chunin declared as he rose. "Now, Brother Chinin, what about the items you intended to purchase? Are you not buying anything?" Lin Qingwei asked, bewildered. Yet she stood up nonetheless. Li Chunin smiled gently. "I have already acquired what I sought." "Ah, Brother Chinin, you clearly bought nothing." In truth, Li Chunin had indeed secured what he desired. The payment consisted merely of a yellow piece of cardstock and his own handwritten inscription. With the map of the 9 provinces irretrievably lost, Liao Bin could only don a forced smile as he apologized to the guests, claiming that an unfortunate incident had occurred, thus concluding the evening's auction. Now, Liao Bin harbored doubts that the Li family had orchestrated the theft. Upon his return the day after tomorrow, Li Weimao sought him out, demanding to know the whereabouts of the map of the 9 provinces. This only fortified Liao Bin's belief that the Li family had indeed stolen it, now audaciously playing the role of the victim. Who were they trying to deceive? Only the Li family possessed both the motive and the audacity to pilfer items of such renown from the auction house. In the Jiangjing Villa district, the night was shrouded in a gentle haze. Su Pan navigated the vehicle smoothly into this serene and opulent residential area. "Miss, we have arrived home," she softly announced as she parked the car. Yang Chanwan alighted, her demeanor somewhat distracted, a trace of fatigue etched across her face, as if lost in contemplation. "Miss, is something troubling you? You appear to be in low spirits," Su Pan inquired with genuine concern, her eyes reflecting worry. Yang Chanwan gently shook her head, attempting to mask her feelings. "I'm fine. Perhaps I am just a bit tired," she replied. "Then, miss, perhaps you should take a shower and rest well," Su Pan suggested. Yang Chanwan nodded in agreement. Su Pan opened the villa's grand entrance, and the two entered. The interior was lavishly adorned, with bright lights illuminating the entire living room. However, at that moment, both women were startled. "Ah!" A startled gasp escaped their lips. In the living room sat a man, his figure appearing somewhat enigmatic under the glow of the lights. His starry eyes locked onto Yang Chanjuan's, and he spoke softly. "Good evening. It's you. What are you doing here? You scared me to death," Su Pan exclaimed, her heart racing. Yang Chanjuan's expression shifted dramatically. "Mr. Li, what brings you here at such a late hour?" she inquired, recognizing the man as Li Chunin. "What do you think?" Li Chunin retorted, his gaze fixed on Yang Chanwan. She sighed softly, an air of regret in her tone as she confessed, "Mr. Li, I must apologize. I did indeed intend to use you. Come here." Li Chenen's voice turned cold. Yang Chanwan slowly approached and stood before him, with Su Pan following closely, still unsure of the unfolding situation. "I have little patience for coercion. Nor do I take kindly to being exploited," Li Chenen stated icily. "You harbor a grudge against Liao Bin from Mingyang Commerce, and you purposely revealed the whereabouts of the map of the 9 provinces to me. From the outset, you never intended to exchange information about the map for 10% of Minghua Commerce's shares. Rather, you sought to use me to eliminate Liao Bin. You are aware of my past as a member of the Li family, cognizant of the rumors surrounding my father's theft of the map of the 9 provinces, and you presumed I would reclaim it. Did you think I would cause a scene at the Mingyang auction, possibly even kill Liao Bin on the spot? You believe that aligns with my character. That I am merely a reckless brute, thirsting for vengeance after vanquishing the Song family." With each word Li Chenen uttered, Yang Chanjuan's complexion grew paler. "Yet, in the end, you realized your miscalculation. I did not follow your script. I refrained from creating a ruckus at the Mingyang auction, nor did I take Liao Bin's life on your behalf. Miss Yang, are you feeling quite disappointed?" "Mr. Li, I apologize. I should not have exploited you." Yang Chuanwan felt a surge of panic. The cleverness she prided herself on seemed utterly futile in the presence of this man. Was a mere apology sufficient? Li Chunen suddenly barked, "Kneel." A terrifying aura enveloped the room, causing Yang Chuanjuan's knees to buckle uncontrollably, dropping her to the floor before Li Chunen. Su Pan, too, found herself kneeling beside her. The carefree Su Pan now grasped the gravity of the situation. Yang Chuanwan had intended to use Li Chunen to eliminate Liao Bin, but she never anticipated that he would not adhere to her script. Li Chunen had acquired the map of the 9 provinces through an entirely different means, and Liao Bin remained blissfully unaware of Li Chunen's existence, never suspecting him at all. Yang Chuanwan, in her self-assuredness, ended up with nothing and instead provoked Li Chunen's ire. "Do you know? Those who typically anger me have already met their demise," Li Chunen stated coldly. Yang Chuanjuan's face turned pale with fear. "Mr. Li, I realize my mistake. I implore you to spare my life." You intend to kill us?" Su Pan exclaimed in disbelief. "Did I ever say I would kill you?" Li Chunen replied icily, then shifted his tone. "However, simply letting you go is out of the question. You must learn a lesson." At that moment, Yang Chuanwan and Su Pan felt as if they were on a roller coaster, their emotions oscillating between sheer terror and fleeting relief, only to be engulfed by anxiety once more. "Get on the ground," Li Chunen commanded. Instinctively, both women complied, too intimidated to resist in the slightest. With a swift motion, Li Chunen approached them from behind, tearing apart their inner and outer garments, revealing their fair skin. The sound of his hands striking down echoed in the air. "Ah! Ah!" Yang Chuanwan and Su Pan gasped, their faces instantly flushed. Li Chunen did not relent. His hands continued to rain down upon them. "This is your punishment." Their eyes brimmed with tears of indignation, yet their bodies betrayed them with an unfamiliar sensation, eliciting muffled moans of pain. They dared not retaliate, fearing that Li Chunen might change his mind and end their lives. After all, they were the ones at fault and deserved to face consequences. Yet, the nature of this punishment was something they had never envisioned. Fortunately, at that moment, there were no others in the villa. Their skin had begun to redden and swell. After a while, silence fell. Yang Chuanwan cautiously glanced back, realizing that Li Chunen had departed without her noticing, leaving her utterly alone. "Ah, Li Chunen, you will pay for this," she seethed, vowing to remember the humiliation she had endured today. Throughout her life, she had never been subjected to such treatment. Having knelt for too long, Yang Chuanwan finally sat down, only to cry out as her skin met the cold floor, the pain from her injuries overwhelming her senses. "Miss, are you all right?" Su Pan asked, her face etched with concern. "Ah." She accidentally brushed against her wound, letting out a cry of pain. In that moment, the two of them, master and servant, shared a profound sympathy for each other's suffering, on the verge of tears. Inside the villa, the lights shone brightly, casting a tranquil atmosphere. Muden and Pei Xiaohong sat on the sofa in the living room, awaiting the return of Li Qinggan. As the villa's front door swung open, Li Qinggan stepped inside with measured grace. Muden and Pei Xiaohong quickly rose to their feet. "Young master, we have secured the item," Muden announced, carefully placing the map of the 9 provinces into Li Qinggan's hands. "You have worked hard," Li Qinggan replied, his eyes reflecting approval as he accepted the ancient scroll. The infiltration of the Mingyang auction house was his directive, and the two women had not disappointed him. They had stealthily succeeded in pilfering the map of the 9 provinces without raising any alarms. Their security was woefully inadequate. "We acquired the painting with ease," Pei Xiaohong remarked, a hint of pride and ease in her voice. "I suppose they never anticipated such audacity," Mutin added. The Mingyang auction house likely never dreamt that someone would dare to directly steal their prized possessions, an unprecedented occurrence in their history. Li Qinggan cautiously unfurled the map of the 9 provinces, laying it flat upon the table. His movements were gentle and focused, as if handling a priceless treasure. This ancient painting was not merely a family heirloom of the Li clan. It also concealed the legendary riches of cultivators, making its significance abundantly clear to him. Li Qinggan scrutinized the artwork, attempting to uncover its hidden secrets. However, after considerable examination, he found nothing unusual. It appeared to be an ordinary ancient painting. He activated his celestial spirit eye, and a fleeting glimmer passed through his starry gaze. Once more, he scrutinized the painting, endeavoring to pierce its surface and reveal its concealed mysteries. To his astonishment, the celestial spirit eye proved incapable of penetrating the artwork. Fearing that his ability had faltered, he glanced at Mutin and Pei Xiaohong, only to witness their garments vanish one by one until they were completely transparent, revealing their unadorned forms. After this verification, Li Qinggan was reassured that his celestial spirit eye remained functional, still capable of normal operations. Thus, the issue lay with the painting itself. The fact that even his eye could not discern its secrets suggested that it harbored immense mysteries. Mutin, Pei Xiaohong, and even the other 2 women, Mylan and Jujiu, gathered around, diligently examining the artwork in hopes of uncovering its hidden truths. Yet, no matter how they scrutinized it, it appeared to be an ordinary piece. Suddenly, Xiaozhu proposed, "Master, shall we try burning it? We could also soak it in water." Xiaozhu added. Li Qinggan gently tapped their heads, mockingly scolding, "Burn your own heads. Soak your own heads." Unable to uncover the secrets concealed within the map of the 9 provinces for the time being, he decided to put it away, vowing to unravel its mysteries in due course. "Young master, the owner of the other villa has been located. I spoke with him on the phone, and he insists on a face-to-face meeting if he is to sell," Mutin informed him. "In the villa district overlooking the river, there are currently 2 villas not owned by Li Chunin. One is in the possession of Yang Chuanwan, while the other has also found its owner. Contact him and arrange to meet tomorrow," Li Chunin instructed. "Understood, young master," replied Mutin. The following day, the villa owner scheduled a direct meeting with Li Chunin at his residence. Accompanied by Mutin, Li Chunin walked to the villa. "Young master, I have observed that villa. It has remained unoccupied, with no one residing there," Mutin remarked. Li Chunin nodded slightly, indicating that the owner did not inhabit the property, having acquired it merely as an empty asset. Soon, they arrived at the villa's entrance. Mutin stepped forward to ring the doorbell. The door swiftly opened, revealing an individual who appeared to be a bodyguard. He ushered Li Chunin and Mutin into the living room. There sat a young man, strikingly handsome with an extraordinary presence. Upon seeing him, Mutin's expression shifted slightly as she contemplated sharing her thoughts with Li Chunin. However, the young man spoke first, smiling as he addressed Li Chunin. "Ah, Li Chunin, it is an honor to finally meet you. You know me?" Li Chunin inquired, raising an eyebrow. The young man smiled slightly. "Of course, allow me to introduce myself. I am Qi Beichen." At the sight of him, Mutin instantly recognized him from her investigations into the Lin and Song families. She had come across his information. The second young lady of the Song family, Song Luhan, had considered him a rival for Lin Qingwei's affections, leading to her revenge against Lin Qingwei, and that man was none other than Qi Beichen. "You aren't here to sell the villa to me, are you?" Li Chunin asked in a neutral tone. "The villa can indeed be sold to you. However, there are other matters at hand," Qi Beichen replied with a smile. This villa was a pawn in the business realm, a gift bestowed upon him by someone bribing Qi Beichen. In truth, he had never spent a night there, nearly forgetting he owned it. Li Chunin took a seat on the sofa, facing Qi Beichen. Mutin stood anxiously behind him, her delicate features betraying her concern. For they bore a grudge against the Qi family. Just days prior, Li Chunin had slain the Qi family's guest elder who had supported the Song family, as well as Qi Mingyao, the 7th young master of the Qi family. "You seek vengeance against me." Li Chunin fixed his gaze on Qi Beichen. "Qi Mingyao was a worthless fool. His death means nothing to me. I have no interest in avenging him. Qi Beichen replied with disdain. This reaction took Li Chunin by surprise. Regardless of Qi Mingyao's shortcomings, he was still the seventh young master of the Qi family, a cousin to Qi Beichen. Uncertain of the purpose behind Qi Beichen's visit, Li Chunin asked, "What business do you have with me?" "Li Chunin, I am aware of your history. In fact, I learned of you 6 or 7 years ago. 6 years ago, you were stripped of your cultivation and expelled from the Li clan. After 6 years, you have returned. Your powers restored and even enhanced. You desire revenge against the Li family, and I can assist you." Qi Beichen declared, his gaze intense. "You wish to manipulate me?" Li Chunin responded coldly. "Not at all. I am offering you assistance." Qi Beichen vehemently denied the accusation. "I can elevate you to the status of a guest elder in my Qi family. The Li family has forsaken you, but we, the Qi family, welcome you. After becoming a guest of the Qi family, you would be able to harness a portion of their strength, thereby better contending with the Li family. After all, it was they who cast you out and drove your grandfather to his demise. Surely, you seek vengeance." Li Qingan scoffed coldly, realizing that this was Qi Beichen's intent, to utilize his power against the Li family. Should the Li family suffer significant losses, the Qi family would undoubtedly reap the benefits. Over the years in Jiangdu, the Li and Qi families have engaged in both overt and covert conflicts, both long-standing lineages of ancient martial arts. Resentments have festered, yet neither dared to openly confront the other, maintaining a delicate balance. Li Qingan, now an outsider, was being sought by Qi Beichen to disrupt this equilibrium. "As for my affairs with the Li family, you need not meddle. Who do you think you are?" Li Qingan glared at Qi Beichen, his voice frigid. "Impudent." A loyal guard of Qi Beichen roared, charging at Li Qingan. "Annoying." Li Qingan grimaced in disdain, channeling his inner energy to strike. Bang! The guard was sent flying, blood spewing as he collapsed, unconscious. Qi Beichen narrowed his eyes, realizing that one must consider the master before striking the dog. Yet, he maintained a calm facade and continued. "Li Qingan, I sincerely hope you contemplate this. I genuinely wish to collaborate with you. I have concealed the matter regarding my useless brother and the death of my guest from the Qi family. As of now, they remain unaware." This statement held a deeper implication. Should cooperation falter, the Qi family would undoubtedly retaliate furiously against Li Qingan to avenge the fallen Qi Mingyao. "You threaten me." Li Qingan erupted, rising suddenly, his aura surging. In a flash, he kicked Qi Beichen, sending him hurtling through the air. Simultaneously, Li Qingan flicked his wrist, and 3 silver needles shot forth, piercing 3 vital points on Qi Beichen's body, temporarily sealing his meridians. As Qi Beichen fell to the ground, groaning and blood seeping from his lips, before he could react, Li Qingan's foot came crashing down upon him. "Young master." Another guard of Qi Beichen, finally regaining composure, was taken aback and charged at Li Qingan, unleashing a powerful punch with lethal intent. But Mu Dan intervened, her blade flashing coldly, blood spraying as she swiftly severed the guard's throat. With his foot planted firmly on Qi Beichen, Li Qingan declared icily, "I detest being threatened and manipulated. Should your Qi family desire revenge, I am more than willing to engage. Let us see who prevails." With that, Li Qingan delivered another kick, sending Qi Beichen flying once more. "Mu Dan, we shall depart," Li Qingan commanded, leaving without a backward glance. Behind them, Qi Beichen's furious screams echoed, "Li Qingan, I will kill you." As the esteemed 4th young master of the Qi family, revered by many, today he found himself humiliated underfoot. This grievance, if left unavenged, would haunt him relentlessly. At the Mingyang Chamber of Commerce, Jiangdu branch. "Useless. Even our auction items can be stolen." The vice president of the Chamber of Commerce, Wu Jijun, roared in fury, filled with anger and disappointment. Liao Bin bowed his head, enduring the wrath of the vice president. His complexion was pale, and his eyes reflected guilt and unease. The map of the 9 provinces had been stolen and had yet to be recovered. This incident was undoubtedly a tremendous blow to the Mingyang Chamber of Commerce. The ancient painting was not only a significant item for the chamber, but also concealed treasures belonging to legendary cultivators, rendering its value immeasurable. Surveillance footage revealed that 2 individuals clad in black were responsible, but their faces remained obscured by masks. The investigation, following the footage, led to a blind spot where the 2 figures vanished. Clearly, the culprits possessed an awareness of counter-surveillance and deliberately maneuvered into the blind spot to escape. Continue the search. If you fail to retrieve the map of the 9 provinces, you shall bear the consequences. Wu Jijun bellowed, his gaze stern. Liao Bin was his trusted aide. Yet this incident had sown seeds of doubt regarding Liao Bin's capabilities. Rest assured, President, I will recover the map of the 9 provinces. Liao Bin vowed. In truth, Liao Bin was already exerting every effort to track down the painting. He had mobilized nearly all the resources and manpower of the Mingyang chamber in Jiangdu, determined to reclaim the ancient artwork at any cost. Moreover, regarding your promotion to vice president, the president has stated that further evaluation is necessary. Wu Jijun's words fell like cold water, instantly plunging Liao Bin's spirits into despair. His expression darkened, and an overwhelming fury surged within him, directed towards the thief who had absconded with the auction item. He had invested immeasurable effort and dedication in his quest for the vice presidency, and now, just a step away, it appeared to be slipping away. The Mingyang Chamber of Commerce was widespread across the Great Xia, boasting over a dozen vice presidents. It had been agreed that should the Mingyang auction house execute a successful event, Liao Bin would ascend to the role of vice president, with full responsibility for the Mingyang Chamber and the auction house in Jiangdu. Now, with such a scandal erupting at the auction, the theft occurring in front of numerous witnesses, the Mingyang Chamber had become a laughingstock, its reputation tarnished. Clearly, someone must be held accountable, and that individual would undoubtedly be Liao Bin, the auction house manager, thereby nullifying his promotion. Filled with resentment and anger, Liao Bin recognized that now was not the time for emotional outbursts. He had to devise a plan to recover the map of the 9 provinces or find alternative means to restore the chamber's reputation and mitigate its losses. President Wu, if I manage to procure an item of value that surpasses that of the map of the 9 provinces for the chamber, would you reconsider my promotion to vice president? Liao Bin suddenly proposed, gazing intently at Wu Jijun. Wu Jijun did not respond directly, but countered with a question. What item? Liao Bin replied. It is a mysterious ancient jade, which may harbor a terrestrial-level cultivation technique. Terrestrial-level cultivation technique. Are you certain? Wu Jijun rose to his feet, his eyes fixed intently on Liao Bin. A terrestrial-level cultivation technique was a tier above superior-grade techniques, never before seen in the marketplace, existing solely in legend. Its value was incalculable, far surpassing that of the map of the 9 provinces. Although the map of the 9 provinces may conceal treasures left by cultivators, its authenticity remains elusive, a mere ploy by the Mingyang Chamber of Commerce to enhance the auction's allure. In truth, the Mingyang Chamber has meticulously examined the map of the 9 provinces and found themselves unable to unlock its secrets, which is why it has been put up for auction. If there truly were treasures from cultivators, the Mingyang Chamber would have sought them out themselves rather than offering the map of the 9 provinces for sale. Liao Bin gritted his teeth and proclaimed, I am certain that within that mysterious ancient jade lies a profound earth-level cultivation technique. Very well, replied Wu Jijun. If you can procure this mysterious ancient jade for the Mingyang Chamber, I shall earnestly recommend you for the position of vice president to the chairman and absolve you of the loss of the map of the 9 provinces. Your merits shall counterbalance your faults. The value of an earth-level cultivation technique far surpasses that of the map of the 9 provinces. Moreover, such techniques can be replicated, yielding boundless profit, unlike the singular map of the 9 provinces. In fact, the cultivation techniques sold by the Mingyang Chamber are merely copies. Once auctioned, they can be sold privately as well. This is the unspoken rule everyone is aware of. President Wu, await my good news. I shall certainly acquire the ancient jade. Liao Bin said, brimming with confidence. Wait a moment. Just as Liao Bin was about to depart, Wu Jijun called out to him. President Wu, is there something else? Liao Bin inquired. Do not publicize the matter of the jade, Wu Jijun said, his gaze laden with significance. Upon hearing this, Liao Bin whispered, Rest assured, President Wu. I understand. Excellent. Off you go, Wu Jijun nodded in satisfaction. In Jiangdu, at the military base, as night fell and the sky sparkled with stars, a fighter jet sliced through the darkness, landing on the runway of the military facility. The roar of the jet engine gradually faded, and the cabin door slowly opened to reveal a young woman clad in military attire, exuding an air of elegance and strength. Her firm and resolute strides, coupled with the gleaming insignia on her shoulder, denoted her status as a general, a rarity among the youth of the Great Xia. Among the welcoming crowd, voices rang out, offering flowers in tribute and congratulations, their eyes brimming with admiration and envy. Congratulations, General Long, on your triumphant return. Congratulations, General Long, for receiving second-class merit. Congratulations, General Long. Long Mulan responded with a smile, her eyes betraying a hint of fatigue, yet more so reflecting the fulfillment and pride that accompanied the completion of her mission. Just days prior, she had ventured to distant lands to undertake a critical task, and having successfully concluded it, she had returned. In the military circles of the Great Xia, she had become something of a legend, having attained the rank of general at such a young age, and as a woman, her prowess and intellect garnered the respect and trust of her peers. General, you have returned. Her personal guard, Lu Wushuang, approached her. Yes, I have returned. Long Mulan nodded gently. Thank you, everyone. You may disperse now and return to rest. She addressed the crowd. Everyone may disperse. General Long is weary and requires rest. Lu Wushuang exclaimed loudly, having noticed that Long Mulan appeared somewhat fatigued. The crowd quickly dispersed. Lu Wushuang drove Long Mulan back to their residence. Living together, Lu Wushuang, as the personal guard, was responsible not only for Long Mulan's work arrangements, but also for her daily life. General, would you like to eat first? Lu Wushuang inquired. Long Mulan shook her head. I am not hungry. I would prefer to take a bath first. Having not bathed for several days due to her mission, she felt utterly uncomfortable. You should join me and help with a massage while I bathe. Long Mulan suggested to Lu Wushuang. Of course, General. In the bathroom, steam enveloped the air, creating an alluring haze. Both women were bare, their bodies adorned with bathing foam. Lu Wushuang gently scrubbed Long Mulan's back with a suitable amount of pressure. Long Mulan closed her beautiful eyes, relishing the attention from Lu Wushuang, her tense mind and body finally experiencing relaxation. Wushuang, how did that matter progress? Long Mulan asked softly. General, I apologize. I failed to accomplish the task and have disappointed you. He did not sign. Lu Wushuang paused her motions, her face filled with shame. Long Mulan opened her eyes wide. Please elaborate. Long Mulan had a childhood engagement with Li Chunin, and upon learning of his return, she intended to break off the engagement, believing he was unworthy of her. Initially, she wished to confront him herself, but due to an urgent mission, she sent Lu Wushuang in her stead. Lu Wushuang recounted the events of that day in detail. Upon hearing this, Long Mulan stood up abruptly, her beautiful face clouded with frost, anger surging within her. Li Chunin, how audacious of him to humiliate you so. On the day Lu Wushuang went to break off the engagement, Li Chunin had taught her a lesson, stripping her and forcing her to leave in the nude. Rest assured, tomorrow I shall confront Li Chunin and demand justice for you. To bully you is to bully me. Long Mulan declared coldly. General, it does not matter to me. What is important is that you sever ties with him. Li Chunin does not deserve you, Lu Wushuang responded. Indeed, the engagement must be annulled. My man, Long Mulan's man, must be a powerful figure standing at the pinnacle of the world. Long Mulan asserted coldly. General, Li Chunin has come to Jiangdu and is currently residing in the Jiangjing Villa area, Lu Wushuang informed her, having kept track of Li Chunin's movements. Excellent. That saves us the trip to Haiqing. Long Mulan scoffed. General, I will continue to assist you with your bath. General, this feels delightful. Lu Wushuang set aside the washcloth, opting to use her body instead, lathering herself with shower gel and gently rubbing against Long Mulan. Long Mulan's expression shifted slightly. Wushuang, how did you learn this? It feels rather strange. I learned it specifically for you, General. I have also mastered some excellent massage techniques, which I will offer you shortly to ensure you thoroughly unwind. Lu Wushuang smiled. Long Mulan felt as though she were indulging in a spa treatment, savoring the comfort. The following morning, sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains, illuminating Li Chunin's training room. He had just concluded his daily training, and the air in the training room was suffused with a delicate fragrance, seemingly due to the abundance of spiritual energy. Master, that Lu Wushuang who came to annul the engagement last time is here again. Xiaomei trotted over and whispered. Li Chunin was momentarily taken aback, having nearly forgotten about the matter. He had already imparted a profound lesson to Lu Wushuang during her previous visit. Wasn't that lesson sufficient? Li Chunin replied coldly. Master, this time it's not just her. Xiaomei continued. What? Long Mulan is here too. Li Chunin expressed mild surprise. Let us go out and take a look. He rose and exited the training room, making his way to the main hall. In the villa's living room, Long Mulan and Lu Wushuang awaited Li Chunin's arrival, surveying the premises. General, this guy is a notorious lecher. Just look at how many women are in his villa. Each one more alluring than the last. Lu Wushuang whispered to Long Mulan. A fickle-hearted rogue like him is unworthy of you. However, Long Mulan seemed unfazed by this, believing that a capable man naturally attracts more women, which only serves to validate his abilities. What man isn't a little fickle? It all hinges on his capabilities. Perhaps influenced by her family background, Long Mulan had always admired strong, capable men, looking down upon those who were weak and ineffectual. In this world, strength and status often draw greater attention and followers. General, are you listening to me? Lu Wushuang noted Long Mulan's apparent indifference. Rest assured, I have come in person. He will surely comply with the annulment. I will also seek justice for you. Long Mulan replied with a smile, her voice brimming with confidence. As Li Chunin entered the living room, he immediately spotted Long Mulan and Lu Wushuang, who both stood up in response. Li Chunin's starry eyes scrutinized Long Mulan, who was ostensibly his fiancée. They had only met a few times in childhood and had not seen each other since his father's disappearance. She had changed significantly from the vague memories of the little girl he once knew. Long Mulan sported a short hairstyle, her skin a healthy wheat tone, and with a bit more sun, she would be a dark-skinned beauty. She stood tall and statuesque, her features striking and her figure alluring, standing at an impressive height of 1.75 meters, with a captivating physique. While Li Chunin appraised Long Mulan, she too was assessing him. It had been over a decade since their last encounter. After a moment, Long Mulan spoke first, fixing her gaze on Li Chunin. Li Chunin, I have come personally to annul our engagement. Sign the annulment agreement promptly. As she spoke, she produced the prepared annulment document. Li Chunin remained silent, taking a seat on the sofa. What do you mean by this? Long Mulan asked coldly, locking her gaze onto him. Only then did Li Chunin respond, I'm sorry, but I do not wish to annul the engagement at this time. Lu Wushuang's expression changed. Li Chunin, didn't you say that if my general came in person, you would annul the engagement? Why are you going back on your word? Li Chunin smiled faintly. Did I ever utter such words? It seems you have misheard. What I actually said was, should you wish to annul the engagement, let Long Mulan come forth in person, and I may consider it. You. Lu Wushuang was incensed. She strained to recall, and indeed, it appeared Li Chunin had said just that. Li Chunin, with so many women around you, why can't you spare my family as general? Lu Wushuang exclaimed, exasperated. Before Li Chunin could respond, the four maidens, Mei, Lan, Zhu, and Zhu, interjected. We are but our master's servants, not his women. You. Lu Wushuang's fair complexion turned pale with anger. This engagement was arranged by my parents, and if it is to be annulled, it should be done in their presence. Moreover, this matter lies solely between me and Long Mulan. Why are you in such a rush? Li Chunin stated coolly. I am merely assisting my general in freeing him from your grasp. Lu Wushuang's gaze faltered. Wushuang, step aside. Leave this to me, Long Mulan said, casting a glance at Lu Wushuang. Obediently, Lu Wushuang withdrew to the side. Li Chunin, what you said earlier is indeed correct. This engagement was mutually agreed upon by our parents. Thus, it should be annulled in their presence. However, your parents have been missing for many years, and their whereabouts remain unknown, making this impractical. Instead, let us propose a negotiation. My man must be stronger than I. We shall duel. Should I prevail, you will sign the annulment agreement and apologize to Wushuang, Long Mulan stated steadily as she regarded Li Chunin. And if you should lose? Li Chunin countered. My general cannot possibly lose. Lu Wushuang declared confidently. If I am defeated, the engagement shall remain intact until you locate your parents. At which point we may discuss the annulment in front of both our families, Long Mulan replied. Li Chunin nodded gently, agreed, I accept. However, I have a minor request. What is it? Speak. Long Mulan responded, her spirits lifted, confident she could triumph over him. Should you lose, I want the liberty to punish this impertinent bodyguard of yours. Li Chunin remarked, pointing at Lu Wushuang. Absolutely not. Long Mulan resolutely shook her head. If I lose, you may punish me, but not my bodyguard. Li Chunin was somewhat taken aback. Their bond was indeed profound. General Yu. Lu Wushuang felt a swell of emotion. Very well, I shall reluctantly acquiesce. Li Chunin replied nonchalantly. In their impending duel, should Li Chunin emerge victorious, he would sign the annulment agreement and apologize to Lu Wushuang. Conversely, if Long Mulan were to lose, The matter of the annulment would be temporarily shelved, and she would face a slight punishment from Li Chunin. In her eagerness to secure his agreement, Long Mulan had completely forgotten to inquire about the nature of the punishment he mentioned. In the garden of the villa, on a patch of open ground, Li Chunin and Long Mulan stood several meters apart, facing each other in anticipation. Lu Wushuang stood nearby, her hands clenched into fists. A look of tension etched on her face. "General, give it your all." On the other side, the four maidens, Mei, Lan, Zhu, and Zhu, watched the battle with relaxed smiles, displaying no signs of anxiety. They were acutely aware of Li Chunin's prowess. Defeat was simply inconceivable. "Master, do your best. Master, be sure to punish her well afterward." The four maidens chimed in cheerfully. Facing Li Chunin, Long Mulan maintained an air of composure and confidence. She recalled how, 6 years prior, Li Chunin's cultivation had been shattered, rendering him powerless. Although he had since regained his strength, he had merely spent 6 years in cultivation. While she had been honing her skills since childhood for over a decade, there was no way she could lose to him. Long Mulan assumed a stance, preparing for a martial arts display. Aware that Li Chunin might not be her equal, she resolved to put forth her utmost effort, determined to teach him a lesson, ideally humiliating him in the process. "Take this," she exclaimed, launching herself forward with a punch aimed at Li Chunin. Her movements were swift and powerful. Her ordinary martial arts transformed into an imposing force. Li Chunin remained serene, choosing not to evade her strike, but standing firm to meet it head-on. As Long Mulan's fist drew near, he suddenly sprang into action. With a motion as quick as lightning, he effortlessly neutralized her attack. Surprised by this, Long Mulan launched another punch with even greater ferocity. Yet, no matter how she struck, Li Chunin effortlessly countered her efforts. His movements were fluid and instinctive, as if each action had been meticulously calculated and rehearsed. His strength clearly surpassed her expectations. Lu Wushuang, witnessing Long Mulan's inability to land a blow on Li Chunin, displayed a hint of anxiety. Long Mulan's power surged as she abandoned her martial stance, adopting a more formidable and aggressive fighting style. Her internal energy surged, unleashing a series of powerful strikes. Nevertheless, Li Chunin continued to deflect her attacks with ease. As Long Mulan's strength increased, so too did Li Chunin's, maintaining a steady dominance over her. The prowess Long Mulan exhibited had exceeded that of a grandmaster, yet she was still at a loss against Li Chunin. This realization struck her with a sense of dread, acknowledging that she had gravely underestimated him. Suddenly, she distanced herself from Li Chunin and coldly declared, "Li Chunin, you are stronger than I anticipated, but you will still be defeated today." As her words faded, a powerful aura erupted from her, as if an invisible tidal wave was surging around her. Her gaze sharpened, exuding an unassailable authority. In the next instant, a golden spear appeared in her hand, shimmering with radiant light, seemingly brimming with boundless power. Her movements were graceful and practiced, the spear dancing in her grasp as if it had become an extension of her very being. Even more astonishing was the dramatic transformation in the intensity of her presence. Originally just an ordinary martial artist, his strength now seemed to have transcended a certain boundary, lifting the seal and reaching a completely new height, foundation establishment. Li Chunin was slightly taken aback. He had not anticipated that Long Mulan was also a cultivator, and that her power had already attained the foundation establishment realm. With a golden spear in hand, Long Mulan exuded a striking and formidable presence, possessing the strength of the foundation establishment. It was no wonder she had the audacity to challenge Su Qingyun. In the initial skirmish, Long Mulan had concealed her true abilities, only now fully revealing her prowess. "Li Chunin, did you ever imagine this? Today, you shall witness what a true powerhouse is." Long Mulan sneered. With her golden spear, she moved like lightning, thrusting fiercely at Li Chunin. The golden spear light erupted, unstoppable, as if it aimed to tear apart all obstacles. Indeed, somewhat unexpected, Li Chunin replied with a calm demeanor. "But do you truly believe this will secure your victory over me? That would be incredibly naive." As his words lingered in the air, a sword appeared in his hand, its blade of vivid green, intricately engraved with complex patterns, exuding a faint aura of the yellow spring. It was the Biluo Huangquan sword. The sword's momentum coalesced, its energy surging to meet Long Mulan's golden spear light. A flicker of surprise crossed Long Mulan's eyes. She had not anticipated that Li Chunin could so effortlessly withstand her assault. The spiritual sword in his hand seemed to rival the golden spear she wielded. Her assessment of Li Chenen's strength elevated considerably. The intensity of their battle escalated instantaneously, becoming several times more fierce. Their figures darted about, the spear and sword clashing in a cacophony of piercing metallic sounds. Lu Wushuang watched in astonishment, having never witnessed Long Mulan unleash such formidable power. It left her utterly amazed. Even more incredulous was the realization that Li Chenen was still holding his ground. Li Chenen's gaze was sharp, the Biluo Huangquan's sword dancing like the wind, its energy cutting through the air like streaks of light. His swordsmanship was swift and incisive, forcing Long Mulan to retreat repeatedly. Refusing to yield, Long Mulan wielded her golden spear, which spiraled in her grasp like a golden dragon. Her spear technique was agile and precise. With each burst of spear light came a fierce momentum, as though it sought to engulf Li Chenen entirely. The ferocity of their battle intensified as their figures intertwined. The glimmering sword light and the radiant spear energy weaving into a tapestry of conflict. Each attack they launched was imbued with an unstoppable force, aimed at utterly vanquishing the other. Long Mulan's heart surged with tumultuous waves of disbelief. How could Li Chenen's strength be so formidable? After all, she was a cultivator of the Foundation establishment realm. How could he possibly contend with her? Having only trained for 6 years, the power he displayed now was astonishingly comparable to her own. Moreover, Long Mulan sensed that Li Chenen had yet to exert his full strength, still possessing reserve energy. Suddenly, Li Chenen let out a mighty roar, and the Biluo Huangquan's sword in his hand erupted with brilliant light. He transformed into a beam of sword light, charging toward Long Mulan with an unstoppable momentum. In Long Mulan's eyes flickered a hint of terror, yet she did not falter. The golden spear in her grasp instantaneously transformed into a colossal golden dragon, baring its fangs and claws as it surged towards Li Chenen's sword light. With a thunderous roar, the sword light clashed with the golden dragon, producing a deafening sound that reverberated throughout the space, the air around them suddenly becoming searing hot. The two figures were thrust apart by the explosion, each retreating a few steps. Long Mulan gasped for breath, her hand trembling slightly around the spear, her garments drenched in sweat, her face a portrait of fear. In stark contrast, Li Chenen stood unfazed, sword in hand, his demeanor tranquil yet formidable, his aura unwavering. "You have lost," Li Chenen stated flatly, regarding Long Mulan. "I have not lost. Come again," Long Mulan retorted defiantly. However, she suddenly felt a chill wash over her. Glancing down, she noticed that her chest was exposed where her clothing had torn, revealing a crimson mark, as if struck by the sword's blade. "Ah!" Long Mulan exclaimed, hastily covering herself. "Despicable, shameless, vile scoundrel." Her cheeks flushed with indignation as she glared at Li Chenen. Li Chenen merely smiled coldly. "Had I not shown restraint, you would now be a lifeless corpse." At his words, Long Mulan's heart quaked with dread, contemplating the red mark upon her chest. She realized that had Li Chenen been more ruthless, she might have been pierced through the heart, becoming a mere cold body. "Li Chenen, I concede my defeat," Long Mulan uttered reluctantly, her spirit crushed. She had never imagined that she would be bested by him, unable to fathom his true power. Yet one thing was certain, he too was a cultivator. "General," Lu Wushuang hurried over, removing her outer coat and draping it over Long Mulan's shoulders. "Wushuang, I am sorry for failing to avenge you," Long Mulan said, a twinge of shame in her voice. Lu Wushuang gently shook her head. "It is of no consequence. You have done your utmost." She too had not anticipated Long Mulan's defeat at Li Chenen's hands, yet the reality was undeniable. "Li Chenen, the matter of the annulment is temporarily set aside. Wushuang, let us depart," Long Mulan coldly declared, preparing to leave with Lu Wushuang. "Wait," Li Chenen called out to her. "Have you forgotten something? Upon your defeat, not only is the annulment off the table, but you must also accept a punishment." Li Chenen spoke with an air of indifference. "To each their own in this wager. What do you desire?" Long Mulan glared at him through gritted teeth. "I shall ponder," Li Chenen mused, glancing at Long Mulan before surveying the villa's garden. "How about you run around here in the nude? That would suffice as a punishment," he suggested with a hint of wicked amusement. "You." Long Mulan was both mortified and enraged, utterly unprepared for such a humiliating penalty from Li Chenen. Unfortunately, she could not protest, for she had neglected to clarify the terms of the punishment before engaging in the wager. Li Chenen was acutely aware of the woman's initial intentions. She was eager to defeat him, to humiliate him thoroughly, and perhaps even to trample him underfoot. If you wish to humiliate me, I shall return the favor. This is a matter of reciprocity. Accept your punishment obediently, otherwise you shall not leave the villa, Li Chunin stated coldly, revealing that he was not one with a heart of compassion. Long Mulan's face was a canvas of struggle and hesitation. The thought of running naked in public was a humiliation she found unbearable. Yet, before her stood a despicable man. At that moment, Lu Wushuang resolutely stepped forward. I shall accept the punishment on behalf of my general, she proclaimed, decisively shedding all her garments, revealing her exquisite form. Having already endured public humiliation before Li Chunin, she cared little for another instance, embracing a mindset of reckless abandon. Wushuang Yu. Long Mulan's emotions were tumultuous. For you, General, I shall make this sacrifice. It is of no consequence. A faint smile graced Lu Wushuang's face as she rationalized. It's as if a small dog were watching. With that, she began to run naked around the villa's garden. Though she comforted herself with such thoughts, a profound sense of shame engulfed her, accompanied by an inexplicable sensation coursing through her body. Witnessing Lu Wushuang's willingness to act thus for her sake stirred discomfort within Long Mulan. She bit her lip and declared fiercely, indeed, it's as if a small dog were watching. Wushuang, I shall join you. This is my punishment as well. Long Mulan too discarded her clothing, running alongside Lu Wushuang in her nakedness. General Yu. Lu Wushuang felt a swell of emotion, unsure of what to say. With a companion, the once unbearable act seemed less shameful, though she could not discern if it was merely a psychological effect. Li Chunin observed in bemusement, pondering how he had been likened to a small dog. Nevertheless, he found a certain dark amusement in admiring the sight of the two women running bare, their movements creating a striking visual impact. Soon, Long Mulan and Lu Wushuang completed a lap around the villa's garden and redressed themselves. Li Chunin, you shall see what awaits you. Long Mulan spat venomously before departing without a backward glance. This time, Li Chunin refrained from intervening. The two women exhibited a certain foolishness, even a charming straightforwardness. He hoped this would mark the end of their troubles with him, though he suspected the outcome might be contrary to his wishes. Regardless of what lay ahead, this matter was temporarily concluded. In the depths of the night, a sudden knocking echoed at the door of Li Chunin's villa. Someone was frantically ringing the doorbell, pounding on the door with urgency. The four handmaidens, Mei, Lan, Zhu, and Zhu, were startled awake, as was Li Chunin. Li Chunin, open the door. Please. I beg you, save my lady. Su Pan shouted, her voice tinged with desperation and an underlying sob. The villa door swung open, revealing Li Chunin, followed closely by the handmaidens clad in their nightgowns. Su Pan stumbled, nearly losing her balance and almost falling, but fortunately, Li Chunin reached out just in time to steady her. Li Chunin, I implore you to save my young mistress. Su Pan's voice was filled with urgency. As if clinging to a lifeline, Li Chunin raised an eyebrow and inquired, what has happened to Yang Chuanwan? My young mistress has been kidnapped by Liao Bin of the Mingyang Chamber of Commerce. He may very well kill her. Li Chunin, I beseech you. Please save her. Su Pan's eyes were red, her voice tinged with tears, radiating desperation. However, Li Chunin's subsequent words fell upon Su Pan like a bucket of cold water. Why should I save her? That is a matter between your Mingyue Chamber of Commerce and the Mingyang Chamber. It has nothing to do with me, he replied, his tone devoid of emotion. Su Pan was taken aback by his response. Indeed, she had no right to demand that Li Chunin rescue Yang Chuanwan. They were not related, nor did they share any vested interests. At most, they were merely acquaintances, hardly even friends. Suddenly, a thought struck Su Pan, and she quickly turned to Li Chunin. You are now a shareholder in the Mingyue Chamber of Commerce, holding 10% of the shares. If something happens to my mistress, it would result in significant losses for the Mingyue Chamber, and you would suffer a great financial blow as well. Li Chunin shook his head gently. I am not in need of money. What does it matter if I incur losses? Su Pan pondered for a moment before continuing. Did you not wish to purchase my young mistress's villa? If you agree to save her, the villa shall be yours. Is that something you can promise? Li Chunin inquired nonchalantly. The villa is registered under my name to avoid detection. I can make that decision, Su Pan replied. You expect me to risk my life for a villa? Li Chunin lightly shook his head. That is not sufficient. Su Pan's face was a portrait of anxiety, seemingly out of options. Suddenly, another idea occurred to her. Liao Bin has captured my mistress to obtain a mysterious ancient jade she possesses, which is said to conceal a monumental secret of cultivation. If you agree to save her, we would be willing to share the secrets hidden within the jade once they are unveiled. Very well. Tell me the specifics. How was your mistress taken? Li Chunin gestured for her to explain. Su Pan's face brightened at his words. Li Chunin, you have agreed to save my mistress. Indeed. Li Chunin nodded slightly, but all conditions must be met. Su Pan disregarded the stipulations. Saving her mistress was paramount. She recounted the entire ordeal of Yang Chuanjuan's abduction. So, Liao Bin wants you to exchange that ancient jade for your mistress? Li Chunin asked, gazing at Su Pan. Yes, but I fear that even if Liao Bin acquires the jade, he may still not spare her, resorting to murder to eliminate witnesses and destroy evidence. Su Pan expressed her concerns with a worried demeanor. Where is the ancient jade? Li Chunin probed. It has been hidden away by my mistress, Su Pan explained. Do you know where it is? Li Chunin asked again. Su Pan nodded slightly. I do. Fetch the jade, and then we shall rescue your mistress together, Li Chunin instructed. Very well. I shall retrieve the ancient jade at once. Su Pan responded, preparing to depart. Wait a moment. Li Chunin suddenly called out to her. What is it? Su Pan inquired, her expression one of confusion. I shall accompany you to ensure your safety, Li Chunin stated. It was plausible that Liao Bin had dispatched someone to follow Su Pan, intending to seize the jade upon her acquisition. The possibility could not be dismissed. It was prudent to take precautions. Su Pan drove directly to the largest bank in Jiangdu. Yang Chanjun had opened a safety deposit box in Su Pan's name, where the ancient jade was securely stored. Concerned about keeping the jade at home or within the Mingyue Chamber of Commerce, Yang Chanjun felt more at ease having it in the bank. Su Pan successfully retrieved the jade from the bank, cradling the box containing it anxiously in her arms. What? Are you afraid I might snatch it away? Li Chunin remarked, somewhat amused. And no. Su Pan stammered, a hint of embarrassment coloring her cheeks as she averted her gaze. Li Chunin, not wishing to dwell on Su Pan's discomfort, remained vigilant, observing their surroundings. He had not detected anyone tracking them, suggesting that Liao Bin had indeed refrained from sending followers. Let us proceed to the designated meeting place and rescue Yang Chanjun, Li Chunin declared. Su Pan drove towards the agreed location with Liao Bin. She opted against alerting the authorities. Firstly, Liao Bin had prohibited it, and secondly, Su Pan doubted the police could offer any assistance. Instead, she placed her trust in the enigmatic and formidable Li Chunin. In a derelict factory, the walls bore the scars of time, rust resembling the wrinkles of an aged visage, pervasive and disordered. Yang Chanjun was bound and confined within a small chamber, the air thick with a musty odor, while cobwebs clung to the corners. Her wrists were ensnared by coarse ropes that dug painfully into her skin, leaving vivid red marks. Her eyes reflecting sheer terror. Outside the door, 7 or 8 guards stood watch, their expressions cold and cruel, resembling emotionless automatons. Liao Bin sat in a corner, perusing his mobile device while smoking a cigarette. His fingers glided gently across the screen, seemingly engaged in some pressing matter. A faint smile played upon his lips as the smoke swirled in the air. He tapped the screen, rose to his feet, and approached the small room where Yang Chanjun was confined. His footsteps echoed through the vastness of the factory, resonating like a drumbeat in Yang Chanjun's heart. She involuntarily trembled, yet endeavored to maintain her composure. Liao Bin stood at the threshold, gazing at Yang Chanjun, a glint of avarice flickering in his eyes. Liao Bin, release me at once. Yang Chanjun shouted, glaring defiantly at him. Liao Bin smirked coldly. Release you? Not a chance. That ancient jade rightly belongs to me. You were the one who seized it first. My actions merely restore it to its rightful owner. Nonsense. Yang Chanjun retorted furiously. You attempted to deceive the seller, seeking to acquire the jade at a low price. I made a higher offer. The jade was obtained legitimately by me. Liao Bin's voice rose in intensity. The jade was mine first. I had initially intended to return the following morning, hoping to negotiate a lower price, but to my astonishment, you seized the opportunity and purchased it ahead of me. Yang Chanjun coldly remarked, the highest bidder prevails. This is the rule of the market. I bid higher. Thus the ancient jade naturally belongs to me. Liao Bin suddenly let out a boisterous laugh, his voice laced with mockery and disdain. Whatever you say now is futile. If you wish to survive, you must exchange the ancient jade for your life. With that, Liao Bin slammed the door of the small room shut. Brother Bin, this girl is so beautiful. Why not let us have our fun with her first? One of the guards outside suggested, a lewd grin plastered across his face. What is the rush? Liao Bin shot him a glance. Once we have the goods in hand, we'll all enjoy ourselves. Hey, I can't help but feel a bit impatient. This girl is too stunning. I'd gladly trade 10 years off my life. The lewd man chuckled. From the outset, Liao Bin had no intention of showing mercy to Yang Chanjun. Once the ancient jade was secured, his plan was to eliminate her without leaving any loose ends. Liao Bin's gaze subtly shifted towards a shadowy corner deep within the abandoned factory, where another person lay hidden. Suddenly, the roar of a car engine pierced the silence surrounding the derelict factory. Liao Bin's eyes brightened, a smirk of triumph gracing his lips. They have arrived. Su Pan skillfully parked the car, opened the door, and emerged alongside Li Chunin. Clutched tightly in her hands was a box containing the precious ancient jade. As the mystical powers of his celestial eyes activated, Li Chunin's starry gaze flickered with light. He stood there in silence, perceiving the abandoned factory as devoid of any secrets. Every detail within its confines laid bare before him. Li Chainan and Su Pan made their way toward the abandoned factory. Liao Bin emerged from within, flanked by 7 or 8 henchmen, their demeanor fierce and menacing, akin to a pack of ravenous wolves. Liao Bin scrutinized Li Chainan with curiosity. He did not recognize this individual, but he was certain he knew Su Pan. A cold smirk curled at the corners of Liao Bin's mouth as he icily inquired, "Have you brought the item?" His gaze fixated on the box held by Su Pan, which presumably contained the ancient jade he so fervently desired. At the renowned auction, Li Chainan had encountered Liao Bin, who was then the auction's overseer. Unbeknownst to Liao Bin, the young man before him was the mastermind behind the theft of the map of the 9 provinces. Had he known, his demeanor would have been far from calm. He might have even contemplated eliminating Li Chainan. Su Pan opened the box to reveal the ancient jade to Liao Bin and promptly stated, "The jade is in my possession. First, release my young lady." Upon seeing the jade, Liao Bin's eyes lit up. He immediately recognized it as the genuine piece he sought. "First, hand over the jade, and I shall release Yang Chanwan." Liao Bin retorted with a sinister smile. "You must release her first." Su Pan was not naive. What if Liao Bin took the jade and refused to let her go? Do you think you have a choice? Unless you relinquish the jade, you will not see her freed. Liao Bin's face twisted into a menacing snarl. At that moment, Li Chainan strode directly toward the factory. "Halt!" Liao Bin shouted imperiously. Yet, Li Chainan appeared oblivious, his steps unwavering as he continued toward the dilapidated structure. "Attack him! Dispose of him!" Liao Bin commanded coldly. The henchmen, grinning maliciously, lunged at Li Chainan. These miscreants were all desperate men, promised a reward of 100,000 each upon the successful completion of their task. Each had blood on their hands. "Be careful," Su Pan exclaimed anxiously. Li Chainan, however, remained unfazed, delivering a powerful punch to the foremost assailant. Bang! The man was sent flying, his chest caved in, blood spewing forth. Clearly, he was beyond saving. Damn! The remaining assailants cursed, brandishing their weapons as they charged at Li Chainan. With machetes and iron rods descending upon him, Li Chainan moved with the grace of a wraith, effortlessly dodging their assaults. With a few swift punches and kicks, blood erupted, and cries of agony filled the air as the henchmen were flung aside, lifeless on the ground. You. Liao Bin's expression mirrored that of a ghost, his eyes wide with terror as he gazed upon Li Chainan. Who on earth is this person? Watching Li Chainan effortlessly dispatch the 7 or 8 attackers, Su Pan's heart raced with exhilaration. Indeed, this man was formidable. Just then, a shadow darted from the depths of the abandoned factory, moving with astonishing speed that left onlookers aghast. A glint of cold steel flashed as a sharp dagger lunged toward Li Chainan's throat, intent on delivering a fatal blow. Yet, Li Chainan's expression remained as tranquil as the surface of a still lake. He had long sensed, through his ethereal vision, that another master lurked within the confines of the factory. The sudden ambush did not catch him off guard. Li Chunin swiftly extended his right hand, effortlessly pinching the incoming dagger between his 2 fingers. His movements were graceful and composed, as if everything was under his command. A flicker of terror flashed in the eyes of the masked assailant. He clearly had not anticipated such a rapid response from Li Chunin. With a crisp clang, Li Chunin applied a gentle yet firm pressure, and the dagger snapped like a fragile twig, denying the black-clad figure another chance to strike. Li Chunin unleashed a powerful punch directly aimed at his heart. The resounding impact echoed, leaving a distinct imprint on the assailant's back as his heart shattered, eyes wide open in a final expression of shock and despair. As the body collapsed, the mask fell away, revealing an unremarkable visage of a man in his 30s. Without granting the assailant any opportunity for retaliation, Li Chunin countered swiftly. His fist, akin to a cannonball, surged towards the foe's heart once more. A deafening crack resounded as the back of the black-clad man contorted under the force, a clear imprint left in its wake. His heart succumbed to Li Chunin's blow. Exploding with agony, eyes bulging in a tortured grimace, forever unclosed in death. In the instant of his fall, the mask slid down, unveiling an ordinary face that belied the panic and bitterness of his final moments. Liao Bin turned to flee, fully aware that the plan had unraveled irreparably. Su Pan had summoned an unforeseen master, and if he did not escape swiftly, he would share the same fate. Just then, a flurry of silver needles shot forth, piercing Liao Bin's legs. In an instant, he found himself immobilized as if ensnared by a spell, his body stiffening and unable to move. Terror etched across his face. He watched helplessly as sensation drained from his legs. Su Pan, I will go rescue him, Li Chunin remarked, glancing at Su Pan with a calm demeanor. Oh, understood, Su Pan replied hastily. She had just witnessed Li Chunin wave his hand lightly, unleashing silver flashes that rendered Liao Bin completely motionless. This extraordinary display of skill was a first for Su Pan, filling her with astonishment. Li Chunin entered the abandoned factory, navigating with familiarity to a small room. He kicked open the locked door with ease. Ah! Yang Chuanwan gasped, startled by the sudden intrusion. What are you screaming about? Li Chunin replied, exasperated. Li Chunin, what brings you here? Yang Chuanwan exclaimed, her face a canvas of surprise. Here to rescue you, Li Chunin stated matter-of-factly. A surge of true energy shot forth, severing the ropes that bound her. Thank you. Yang Chuanwan expressed her gratitude, slowly rising. However, her legs faltered, and she stumbled, collapsing towards Li Chunin. He caught her, saying lightly, while I have saved you, there is no need to rush into my embrace. Yang Chuanwan's cheeks flushed. What nonsense are you speaking? Li Chunin assisted her as they made their way outside. Ah, miss, are you all right? As soon as Su Pan spotted Yang Chuanwan emerging, she hurried over with a concerned expression etched upon her face. Yang Chuanwan smiled gently and shook her head, assuring her, I am fine, though her voice carried a hint of frailty. She then turned to Su Pan and inquired, Did you summon Li Chunin to rescue me? Su Pan nodded, saying, Indeed. He was the first person I thought of. Yang Chuanwan's brows furrowed slightly as her gaze swept over Li Chunin, a flicker of doubt rising in her heart. You didn't agree to any conditions with him, did you? A momentary awkwardness flickered across Su Pan's face as she stammered, I. Yang Chuanwan's expression shifted subtly. She knew that Li Chunin could not have come to her aid without some ulterior motive. Do tell me what you promised him. Yang Chuanwan's tone was laced with urgency. Su Pan divulged all the conditions she had agreed upon with Li Chunin. After hearing this, Yang Chuanwan let out a small sigh of relief, grateful that Su Pan had not betrayed her. Li Chunin, rest assured, we shall honor our commitments, Yang Chuanwan stated, directing her gaze at him. I hope so. Should you dare to renege, I would not hesitate to impose further consequences. Li Chunin replied with a nonchalant smile. Upon hearing this, both women's expressions shifted, an unspoken discomfort flaring within them. Miss, how shall we deal with that fellow? Su Pan gestured towards Liao Bin, who stood nearby, immobile. Why is he just standing there like a statue? Yang Chuanwan observed Liao Bin with astonishment. Li Chunin used a few silver needles to render him motionless, Su Pan explained. Yang Chuanwan cast a surprised glance at Li Chunin, realizing he possessed such skills. Would you like me to eliminate him for you? Though, that would require additional remuneration. Li Chunin inquired lightly. Before Yang Chuanwan could respond, Liao Bin, in a state of terror, exclaimed, Please, do not kill me. I beg you. I can offer you money. The group approached Liao Bin. Yang Chuanwan hesitated, but ultimately declared, Let us hand him over to the Public Security Bureau. He can spend a few years in prison. Miss, wouldn't that be too lenient? Perhaps we should simply. Su Pan mimicked a throat-slitting gesture. Yang Chuanwan lightly tapped her on the head and replied exasperatedly, Stop thinking about violence all the time. Li Chunin felt as though Yang Chuanwan's words were subtly directed at him. Thank you, Miss Yang, for sparing my life. Liao Bin sighed in relief, feeling as if he had narrowly escaped death. At that moment, Yang Chuanwan's peripheral vision caught sight of a lifeless body on the ground, causing her expression to change. Miss, what's wrong? Su Pan noticed Yang Chuanwan's sudden shift. Su Pan, do you find him somewhat familiar? Yang Chanwan furrowed her brow. Upon Su Pan's inspection of the corpse lying still on the ground, she recognized the face of the masked black-clad master. Su Pan furrowed her brows, her gaze fixed intently on the corpse, as if she were striving to recall something. It seemed somewhat familiar, as though she had encountered it before. Suddenly, her eyes sparkled with realization, and she exclaimed, "Ah, miss, I remember. This individual is the bodyguard of President He. How could he be here?" The bodyguard of He Qingxiu. Yang Chuanwan felt a heavy weight in her heart, and her expression darkened. He Qingxiu was the vice president of the Mingyue Chamber of Commerce. How could he possibly collude with Liao Bin? Was He Qingxiu involved in the kidnapping? Otherwise, how could his bodyguard have appeared in this place? There might be a deeper conspiracy hidden behind this affair. To uncover the truth, directly questioning the individuals involved would undoubtedly be the most effective method. With a gaze sharp as a blade, Yang Chuanwan fixed her eyes on Liao Bin and coldly inquired, "Liao Bin, did He Qingxiu also partake in the plot to kidnap me?" However, just as she posed this question, Liao Bin suddenly coughed up blood, as if his strength had been drained, and he slumped down in an instant. Li Chenan's expression shifted slightly, and he stepped forward to investigate. Moments later, Li Chenan's voice rang out, "He is dead." Su Pan's face was filled with shock, her eyes wide in disbelief. How could this be? How did he suddenly die? Li Chenan's demeanor remained calm, his voice laced with professional insight as he explained, "He died of poisoning. He had ingested poison long ago, and it has just taken effect. It was highly toxic, instantly ravaging his internal organs, leading to his demise." Li Chenan's words cast a grave atmosphere over the scene. Su Pan and Yang Chuanwan fell into deep contemplation. Liao Bin's sudden death seemed too fortuitous, as if everything had been meticulously planned in advance. With Liao Bin's demise, there would be no witnesses left. Yang Chuanwan conveyed her suspicions to Li Chainan. She suspected that within the Mingyue Chamber of Commerce, Vice President He Qingxiu was also involved in the plot against her, with Liao Bin as the mastermind and He Qingxiu as the accomplice. But why would He Qingxiu wish to act in such a manner? Observing Yang Chuanwan deep in thought, Li Chainan chuckled softly and remarked, "Do not overcomplicate the matter. It is evident that your chamber's vice president, He Qingxiu, intends to eliminate you by means of another. As for the motive, it is merely a matter of interest. Do you have conflicting interests with him?" Li Chainan directed this final question towards Yang Chuanwan. Her voice bore a hint of gravity, and her eyes flickered with complex emotions. "My grandfather is gravely ill. He is the president of the Mingyue Chamber of Commerce. Recently, there have been rumors that, upon my grandfather's retirement, the position of president would be passed on to me." Her brow creased slightly, as if contemplating something. Although He Qingxiu typically appeared to be uninterested in worldly affairs and showed no desire for the president's position, if this were all a fade, it would imply that he too harbored ambitions for the presidency. Everything would then make sense. He Qingxiu wished to eliminate me, believing that after my death, the next president would be him. Yet he dared not lay hands on me directly. Thus he sought to employ Liao Bin to accomplish my demise. Yang Chuanwan's tone held a hint of cold mirth. How can there be so many grievances within a mere business association? Would it not be better to simply profit together? Li Chainan interjected with a touch of sarcasm. Yang Chuanwan disregarded his remark and continued, "Moreover, I have suddenly come to a realization. A few days ago, there was an assassin who attempted to kill me, and you saved me at that moment. I initially believed that assassin was sent by Liao Bin. I was perplexed, thinking that my mere theft of a piece of ancient jade could not warrant such lethal intent. It now appears that the sniper was not dispatched by Liao Bin, but rather it is highly likely that He Qingxiu orchestrated the attempt on my life." Yang Chuanwan clenched her fists, suppressing the fury within. "Miss, Liao Bin's phone contains a mysterious individual with whom he communicated just half an hour ago. However, the chat records have been deleted by Liao Bin. I suspect this person is none other than He Qingxiu." Su Pan had discovered Liao Bin's phone on his lifeless body and, after unlocking it with his fingerprint, had been reviewing his contact records, uncovering some intriguing clues. Yang Chuanwan furrowed her brow in contemplation, then instructed, "Su Pan, do not make this public just yet. We must avoid alarming the snake in the grass. Although we suspect He Qingxiu may harbor murderous intentions towards me, we lack concrete evidence." Su Pan nodded earnestly. "Miss, I understand what must be done. Let us depart from here. You should convene and deliberate further," Li Chainan suggested, expressing his disinterest in the affairs of the Mingyue Chamber of Commerce. His current mission was to ensure Yang Chuanwan's safe return home, bringing closure to the night's events. "Miss, please get in the car." Su Pan took the driver's seat. Li Chang'an and Yang Chuanwan settled into the back seat as the vehicle roared to life, heading towards the Riverside Villa district. Throughout the journey, Yang Chuanwan remained contemplative, seemingly lost in thought over recent events. Soon, they arrived at the Villa district. Su Pan pressed the brake, halting the vehicle at the entrance. The two women exited the car and strode directly towards the villa, with Li Chang'an trailing behind. "Li Chang'an, regardless of the circumstances, I must thank you for saving me." Yang Chuanwan expressed her gratitude sincerely. "Indeed, thank you for rescuing our young mistress." Su Pan echoed the sentiment. Li Chang'an waved his hand dismissively. "No need for thanks. You must honor the terms we discussed." "Are you insisting on that now?" Yang Chuanwan gazed at Li Chang'an in astonishment. "Is that not permissible?" Li Chang'an countered. "It's rather late. Tomorrow will suffice. I assure you I will not renege." Yang Chuanwan found his urgency both amusing and baffling. "The villa can be transferred to my name in a few days. But I wish to first examine your piece of ancient jade," Li Chang'an declared. Upon hearing this, Su Pan tightened her grip on the box containing the jade. Stepping back cautiously, her eyes narrowing at Li Chang'an, "You do not intend to steal the jade, do you?" "If I wished to steal it, I would have done so long ago. There would be no need to wait until now," Li Chang'an replied coldly. Su Pan considered this and conceded. If Li Chang'an truly intended to seize the jade, they would be powerless to stop him, and he would not have delayed his actions. "Li Chang'an, while it is said that this ancient jade conceals a monumental secret, I regret to inform you that thus far, I have not the slightest clue and am utterly incapable of unraveling the mystery of the jade. Yang Chanjun speaks the truth. She has possessed the jade for over half a month and has scrutinized it meticulously, yet she has been unable to decipher its enigma. She even harbors doubts that it might merely be an ordinary piece of ancient jade, devoid of any secrets. The individual who sold it to her also claimed that the jade harbored secrets, yet he has held it for decades without uncovering its mysteries. Su Pan has promised Li Chang'an to share the secrets of the jade, but how can she share them when the secrets remain uncracked?" Li Chang'an smiled confidently. "Your inability to decipher the jade's secrets does not imply that I cannot do so, unless you have no intention of sharing the jade's mysteries with me." The last remark from Li Chang'an was laced with a chilling undertone. "Very well. If you wish to observe, observe you may, but should you fail to discern any rationale, do not blame me," Yang Chanjun remarked with a hint of exasperation. She harbored little faith in Li Chang'an's ability to unravel the jade's mysteries. "No need for your concern," Li Chang'an replied nonchalantly. The three entered the villa and made their way to the living room. Su Pan promptly placed the box containing the jade onto the table. "Here, take a look." She then hurried off to fetch a medical kit. Yang Chanjun had sustained some injuries. Her skin was chafed from ropes, and her head still throbbed from a blow. Su Pan opened the medical kit, retrieving alcohol, hydrogen peroxide, cotton swabs, and other supplies, preparing to tend to Yang Chanjun's wounds. At that moment, Li Chang'an tossed a bottle of medicine to Yang Chanjun. "Use this. It will not leave a scar," he stated calmly. "What is this?" Yang Chanjun inquired, holding the ceramic vial with a puzzled expression. "Jinling San, a healing remedy of my own concoction, capable of rapidly healing external injuries," Li Chang'an answered, already opening the box containing the jade. "You made this yourself?" Yang Chanjun responded with skepticism. "If you do not wish to use it, do not. Remedies from a divine physician are worth their weight in gold," Li Chang'an remarked without lifting his gaze. Yang Chanjun thought Li Chang'an was boasting. She believed in a killing deity more than a divine physician. However, upon reflection, she surmised that he would not wish her harm. And the medicine he provided must be beneficial, even if its efficacy was not as remarkable as he claimed. Li Chang'an paid no heed to Yang Chanjun's thoughts. At this moment, he was thoroughly examining the ancient jade. The box had been opened, and he gently held the jade in his hand. It was a round piece of jade, featuring a hole in the center, radiating a unique crimson gold hue. One half was intricately engraved with a phoenix, while the other half bore a golden dragon. The phoenix and the dragon appeared so lifelike on the jade that it seemed they could take flight at any moment. Viewed in this light, it was merely an exquisite piece of jade, lacking any extraordinary characteristics. Just as Li Chang'an intended to delve deeper into the jade, a sudden exclamation from Su Pan broke the silence. "Ah, miss, look, look." Su Pan's loud outcry captured Li Chang'an's attention. Upon discerning the situation, he found himself at a loss for words. It turned out that Su Pan was applying medicine to Yang Chanjuan's wounds. After meticulously cleaning and disinfecting the injuries, she applied the Jinling Sin ointment. To their astonishment, the wounds began to heal at a visibly rapid pace. "Miss, look, your wounds are healing," Su Pan exclaimed with astonishment while pointing at the injury. Yang Chanwan, too, noticed that a wound on her hand was mending swiftly. Her face reflected similar surprise, though she did not react as dramatically as Su Pan. This was her first encounter with such a miraculous remedy. The speed at which the injury healed was nothing short of miraculous. Furthermore, the healed wounds left no trace of scarring, with her skin returning to its flawless state. Reflecting on her earlier skepticism regarding Li Chunan's claims, she felt a flush of embarrassment. It was indeed not an exaggeration. The efficacy of this medicine was extraordinary. Suddenly, Yang Chanwan had a realization, her beautiful eyes sparkling with excitement. "Li Chunan, how much of this Jinling Sin do you have left?" Li Chunan glanced at her, raising an eyebrow slightly. "What? Are you planning to sell my medicine at your Minghua Chamber of Commerce?" Caught off guard, Yang Chanwan felt a bit flustered. Nevertheless, she replied, "Yes, such a miraculous remedy would surely attract a multitude of buyers. If we make a profit, you will benefit as well, I assure you. You won't be at a loss. Why sell it?" Li Chunan countered. "To make money." "Li Chunan, didn't you say you concocted this medicine? You could sell me the formula instead. Name your price. I promise you won't lose out," Yang Chanwan said eagerly, her eyes fixed on him. This was a tremendous business opportunity, and she was determined to seize it. However, Li Chunan shook his head resolutely. "I will not sell the formula for the medicine, nor will I sell the remedy itself." "Why not? There's a fortune to be made." Yang Chanwan was perplexed. How could he overlook such a lucrative opportunity by refusing to sell the medicine or its formula? His next statement rendered her speechless. "Because I do not lack money. I have no interest in it," Li Chunan said casually. Indeed, Li Chunan was not in need of money. He was the sort of person who could purchase an entire villa district. So how could he possibly lack financial resources? Perhaps, in his eyes, money was merely a number. "Miss, I also believe we should not sell it. Such an excellent remedy should be kept for personal use. Why sell it to others? Moreover, this medicine is undoubtedly difficult to concoct, likely requiring many precious herbs." In an unexpected turn, Su Pan sided with Li Chunan. "Furthermore, how much should we sell it for? 1 million? Wouldn't that be too expensive? If we sell it too cheaply, we might incur losses. When did it become your place to lecture me?" Yang Chanwan lightly tapped Su Pan on the head, casting her a reproachful glance. "Miss, I didn't say anything incorrect," Su Pan replied with feigned innocence, blinking her eyes. Yang Chanwan wasn't truly angry. Upon reflection, she realized her own considerations had been lacking. Such an item, if taken out for sale, would undoubtedly lead to a supply that could not meet the demand, potentially resulting in chaos and conflict. One must hope that a promising venture does not turn into a misfortune. However, Yang Chanwan had no intention of conceding defeat. Direct sales may not be feasible, yet alternative methods exist. A long-term strategy must be devised. Li Chainan was still deciphering the mysteries of the ancient jade. Su Pan had already tended to Yang Chuanjuan's wounds, and she had kept the remaining half bottle of golden spirit powder, clearly not intending to return it to Li Chainan. "Have you discerned anything after all this time?" Yang Chuanwan inquired, glancing at Li Chainan. He remained silent, though he had indeed perceived some peculiarities about this ancient jade. Earlier, he had employed the celestial spirit eye for examination and discovered that the jade could actually be separated, a dragon and a phoenix. When divided, it formed two pieces shaped like the yin-yang symbol, and together they constituted a complete circular jade. Yet, he had not yet identified the method to separate the two pieces. Seeing Li Chenan's reticence, Yang Chuanwan continued, "Mr. Li, perhaps you might wish to revisit this at a later date. The secrets of this jade cannot be unraveled in haste." From the outset, Yang Chuanwan understood that Li Chainan could not possibly unveil the jade's mystery. After all, she had studied it for an extended period without success. How could he hope to solve it in a moment? Suddenly, Li Chainan grasped Yang Chuanjuan's delicate hand. "Ah, what are you doing?" she gasped, startled, fearing he was either enraged or overtaken by baser instincts. "Release the lady," Su Pan exclaimed, equally taken aback, rushing to pull Li Chainan away. With a gentle motion, Li Chainan traced his finger lightly across Yang Chuanjuan's index finger, creating a small incision from which a drop of blood emerged. He then guided her finger to let the blood fall upon the half of the jade engraved with a phoenix. Once he had completed this act, he finally released her hand. At that moment, Yang Chuanwan and Su Pan began to comprehend Li Chenan's intent. Li Chenan, this is futile. I have already attempted this method. My blood did not elicit any reaction from the jade. Yang Chuanwan shook her head, disheartened. Indeed, the jade showed no sign of response. Do not be hasty. This is not the end. Li Chenan replied with a faint smile. He then gently pricked his own fingertip, allowing a drop of his blood to fall upon the jade. This time on the half engraved with a golden dragon. In the next instant, a wondrous spectacle unfolded. The jade emitted a brilliant red light, and the two droplets of blood began to be slowly absorbed by it. Yang Chuanwan and Su Pan widened their eyes in astonishment. It was their first encounter with such a reaction from the jade. Could it be? The sounds of dragon and phoenix resonated simultaneously. With a crack, the jade split into two halves, one depicting a golden dragon and the other a phoenix. Two ethereal figures, one dragon and one phoenix, swiftly entered the bodies of Li Chenan and Yang Chuanwan. A surge of information flooded into their minds like a tidal wave. After simplifying the influx of information, Li Chenan and Yang Chuanwan exchanged glances, their expressions tinged with complexity. Hey, you two, speak. What is happening? The ancient jade has cracked, and I just saw something seemingly enter your bodies. Is it merely my imagination? Su Pan's face was filled with anxiety. She still could not comprehend what had transpired. While the two remained silent, exchanging glances, Li Chunin suddenly picked up the half piece of dragon jade and declared, "This half of the ancient jade now belongs to me." Yang Chuanwan nodded gently. "If you desire it, take it. You two must explain what is happening. Have the secrets of the ancient jade been unraveled?" Su Pan's curiosity surged, akin to ants crawling beneath her skin. "Do you truly wish to know?" Li Chunin inquired, gazing at Su Pan. "Yes, please tell me." Su Pan nodded vigorously. Li Chunin chuckled softly. "Indeed, we have deciphered this ancient jade. It is known as the dragon and phoenix yin-yang jade. One piece is dragon jade, and the other is phoenix jade. Within this ancient jade lies a hidden cultivation technique." Su Pan pressed on. "What kind of technique? Is it powerful? Could it fetch a great price at auction?" At that moment, Yang Chuanwan's face flushed. Li Chunin, however, maintained his composure and replied, "It is a dual cultivation technique." Dual cultivation technique. Su Pan murmured, initially struggling to grasp the concept. Soon, her cheeks reddened as she widened her eyes in astonishment. "Ah, you mean the ancient jade conceals a dual cultivation technique? Li Chunin, does that imply you must cultivate with my lady?" Su Pan, stop talking nonsense. Yang Chuanwan's face turned crimson as she lightly tapped Su Pan's head. Li Chunin continued. The dual cultivation technique is called the Dragon and Phoenix Yin-Yang formula, divided into two parts. The Dragon Yang formula for males and the Phoenix Yin formula for females. Both of us possess the complete dual cultivation technique, which means your lady can impart the technique to others and cultivate with them, not necessarily with me. Naturally, I too can cultivate with other women. Yang Chuanwan hastily interjected, "That won't happen. I could never cultivate with anyone else." However, upon saying this, she felt her words could be misinterpreted. Not cultivating with others implied she would cultivate with Li Chunin. No, I meant I wouldn't cultivate with anyone. This technique is of no use to me. Yang Chuanwan added nervously. Li Chunin remarked, although this technique does not specify a rank, it should be of the highest level. Quite rare indeed. Moreover, the most crucial aspect is that this dual cultivation technique can also be practiced as a conventional cultivation method. Even without dual cultivation, one can still cultivate one part. He further elucidated, women practice the Phoenix Yin formula, while men practice the Dragon Yang formula. Of course, dual cultivation accelerates progress. Regardless, I will not practice this technique. Yang Chuanwan shook her head, seemingly resistant to the notion of dual cultivation. "Miss, I wish to cultivate. Why not teach me?" Su Pan blinked innocently. "You cannot cultivate." Yang Chuanwan shot her a glare. "Li Chunin, you must not teach her," Yang Chuanwan warned, directing her gaze at Li Chunin. "I certainly do not have the leisure to teach her," Li Chingan remarked with a slight curl of his lips. "Whether you choose to cultivate or not is of no concern to me. I have already deciphered the ancient jade. Do remember to return the villa to me." With that, Li Chingan departed, taking with him the half piece of dragon jade. Yang Chuanwan gazed at the retreating figure of Li Chingan, her expression a blend of complexity. Su Pan observed her mistress, then glanced at the departing Li Chingan, sensing an underlying tension, as if the two were concealing something they had not disclosed to her. Inside the study, A profound silence enveloped the space. Li Qinggan set down the brush in his hand, the table adorned with his freshly transcribed dragon and phoenix yin-yang technique. The ink had yet to dry, the characters vigorous and powerful, dancing across the page. This dual cultivation technique, even disregarding its dual cultivation benefits, was indeed an exceptional practice. Li Qinggan pondered whether to allow Muden, Pei Xiaohong, and Milan Zhuhua to engage in its cultivation, primarily to enhance their capabilities, with the dual cultivation aspect being secondary. At that moment, a knock echoed through the room. "Young master, come in." Muden pushed the door open and entered. "What is it?" Li Qinggan inquired. "Young master, you instructed me to conduct an in-depth investigation into the Mingyang Chamber of Commerce, and I have gathered some information for your review." Muden placed a stack of documents on Li Qinggan's desk. "Thank you for your hard work." Li Qinggan nodded appreciatively. "Younger master, I have also made an unexpected discovery. The Mingyang Chamber of Commerce is connected to the underground auction in Mobile City." Muden looked at Li Qinggan as she spoke. Li Qinggan was slightly taken aback. "The nameless auction in Mobile City?" "Indeed, young master," Muden affirmed with a nod. "That nameless auction was publicly associated with the Mingyang Chamber of Commerce. Initially, I assumed it was merely a coincidence, but I later discovered otherwise. The Mingyang Chamber of Commerce in Mobile City is a branch, as is the one in Jiangdu. Both are under the control of the same owner, with the true headquarters of the Mingyang Chamber of Commerce located in Shidu. So, this Mingyang Chamber of Commerce has its influence spread throughout the entirety of the Great Xia?" Li Qinggan furrowed his brow. "One could say that. They possess over a dozen branches across the Great Xia, with the branch in Jiangdu being merely one of them. I suspect that underground auctions akin to the one in Mobile City exist in other cities as well, all under the clandestine manipulation of the Mingyang Chamber of Commerce." Muden's expression darkened. Such underground auctions, which traded in slaves and reduced humans to mere commodities, were utterly abominable. Li Qinggan and Muden had dismantled that nameless auction, believing it to be the end, only to discover the potential existence of similar operations in other cities. "Muden, continue your investigation. If we truly uncover the existence of such underground auctions, I would not hesitate to obliterate them all." Li Qinggan spoke coldly. Muden nodded, her demeanor serious. "Rest assured, young master, I shall pursue this matter further." Li Qinggan keenly detected Muden's emotions, concern flickering in his gaze. "You seem to harbor a deep hatred for these individuals?" A glimmer of complex emotion flashed in Muden's eyes. "I was once sold by traffickers as a child, and it was the palace master who rescued me." Her voice remained even, yet the hidden sorrow and pain were known only to her. The past of Peony is evidently not as straightforward. She is a person with a story. These are her sorrows. Li Chunin gently nodded, choosing not to pursue the matter further. Just as Peony was about to take her leave, she caught a glimpse of the calligraphy on Li Chunin's desk. "Young master, what is this?" Peony inquired with curiosity. "It is a dual cultivation technique," Li Chunin replied candidly. Upon hearing this, Peony expressed surprise, clearly not expecting it to be a dual cultivation method. "Young master, do you intend to cultivate with someone?" she asked. "I acquired this dual cultivation technique from an ancient jade, and it is quite unique. It can actually be practiced like an ordinary technique." Li Chunin patiently elucidated the special aspects of the dragon and phoenix yin-yang method to Peony. "I see. That indeed sounds like a rare and valuable technique." Peony nodded softly after listening to Li Chunin's explanation. "Young master, may I cultivate this technique? Specifically, the phoenix yin method portion," Peony suddenly remarked. "You wish to practice this technique?" Li Chunin was somewhat taken aback. "Yes, I would like to give it a try," Peony affirmed. "One can cultivate multiple techniques as long as they do not conflict. If you wish to practice, take it." Li Chunin handed over the dragon and phoenix yin-yang method S phoenix yin section to Peony. She accepted it with gratitude, saying, "Thank you, young master." Peony quickly departed with the technique in hand. Li Chunin suspected that Peony's intention to cultivate this method might hold deeper motives. What is understood does not need to be spoken. Should I perhaps cultivate the Dragon Yang method as well? Meanwhile, at the Mingyang Chamber of Commerce, in the Jiangdu branch, President Wu Jijun had just received the news of Liao Bin's demise. The moment he learned of it, he was utterly shocked. However, what astonished him even more was another piece of information uncovered by his subordinates. Wu Jijun retrieved a specialized satellite phone from his safe and dialed a number. After a prolonged wait, someone finally answered on the other end. A deep voice inquired, "What is it?" Wu Jijun responded, "President, Liao Bin is dead." "What happened?" The voice on the other end seemed to express irritation, tinged with anger. He died from poisoning. It should have been orchestrated by that individual. Liao Bin had initially sought to procure an ancient jade for the Chamber of Commerce, within which lay a supreme cultivation technique. Wu Jijun had thoroughly investigated the matter, or else he would not have dared to make this call. He reported the sequence of events in detail. After hearing this, the response was merely a calm, "I understand." "President, there is one more thing." Wu Jijun lowered his voice. "Speak," came the cold reply. "We have identified the individuals behind the underground auction in Magic City." "Who are they?" "His name is Li Chinen, a disowned scion of the Li family who had been missing for 6 years and recently returned." Wu Jijun relayed all the information he had gathered about Li Chinen to the person on the other end. After a long pause, the voice returned, "Understood. Do not act rashly for now. I will send the shadow guards to eliminate him directly. To ruin my business is to pay with one's life." Upon hearing the term shadow guard, Wu Jijun couldn't help but shudder, fear etched across his face. "Very well, President, I shall follow your arrangements." Before Wu Jijun could finish his sentence, the call was abruptly disconnected. In Jiangdu, a newly established martial arts academy was bustling with enrollment. A dozen beautiful female instructors stood at the entrance. Under the guidance of Pei Xiaohong, Li Chinen entered the academy, surveying his surroundings. It turned out this was the Hongmin Martial Arts Academy, which had fallen under the auspices of the Red Flower Society after the latter's demise of the Hongmin. Li Chinen perceived the Martial Arts Academy as a promising venture, a means to rehabilitate the Red Flower Society's image while simultaneously nurturing their underground influence. Today marked the grand opening of the academy, now renamed the Red Flower Martial Arts Academy. "Young master, I've arranged for a simple renovation. What do you think?" Pei Xiaohong inquired. "Quite satisfactory," Li Chinen nodded, then asked, "How is the enrollment proceeding?" "We've had quite a number of applicants, but whether they genuinely wish to learn martial arts or have other intentions remains to be seen," Pei Xiaohong replied with a light laugh. "Then you should have those female instructors at the entrance step aside." Li Chinen chuckled. Pei Xiaohong shook her head. "That won't do. If they leave, who will come to enroll? Have you formulated the plan I mentioned earlier?" Li Chinen shifted to more serious matters. "I have established a rigorous evaluation standard based on your requirements. Only those who pass will be allowed to join the Red Flower Society," Pei Xiaohong stated. "At the Red Flower Martial Arts Academy, not every student will become a member of the Red Flower Society. To gain entry, one must pass stringent evaluations. Better to be selective than indiscriminate. This is unlike the Hongmen, which indiscriminately absorbed all martial arts students into their ranks, boasting tens of thousands of members. Yet they are merely a disorganized mob. The Red Flower Society aims for an elite approach. In the dead of night, at the Li family's ancestral abode. In the patriarch's study, Li Daxiu, the head of the Li clan, was finalizing preparations for the upcoming clan competition scheduled for the next day. The Li family, a lineage of ancient martial arts, held this familial contest every 3 years, allowing the younger generation to engage in friendly competition. Those who secured the top 3 positions would be rewarded handsomely. Tomorrow was the day of the clan competition. At that moment, a knock echoed through the study. "Enter," Li Daxiu commanded. The door opened, and an elder stepped inside. "Fu Bo, what brings you here?" The elder, named Li Fu, was Li Daxiu's servant, having accompanied him since childhood. He was Li Daxiu's most trusted confidant and the chief steward of the Li family estate, deserving of the respectful title of Fu Bo Patriarch. "Have we uncovered the perpetrator behind the massacre of the 4th branch of the Li family?" Li Fu inquired, looking toward Li Daxiu. "We have discovered who it is." "Who dares?" Li Daxiu's countenance darkened, suppressing the fury within. The 4th branch of the Li family was still part of the family, and the massacre could not be ignored by him as the patriarch. Upon learning of the incident, he had immediately dispatched individuals to investigate. But results had been elusive until now, when the true culprit had finally been identified. The old steward, Li Fu, appeared hesitant, caught in a dilemma of whether to speak or remain silent. "Uncle Fu, reveal the identity of the murderer." Li Daxiu fixed his gaze upon Li Fu, an invisible pressure emanating from him. After much hesitation, Li Fu finally spoke. "The murderer is Li Chingan." Li Chingan. Li Daxiu furrowed his brow, the name stirring a sense of familiarity within him. After a moment of contemplation, realization dawned upon him. How could it be him? This cannot be correct. Li Daxiu's expression was one of shock. 6 years ago, he had expelled the incapacitated Li Chingan from the Li family, believing that this individual would no longer be associated with them. Now, After 6 years, he had nearly forgotten about him. Yet, he had suddenly returned and annihilated the fourth branch of the Li family. Why would he do such a thing? Confusion clouded Li Duxiu's face. Li Fu looked at Li Duxiu and said, "Chief, do you not recall? Back then, Li Taining reported Li Cheng'an's grandfather for harming the family's interests. To prove his innocence, Li Cheng'an's grandfather died by his own hand. I believe Li Cheng'an seeks revenge for his grandfather, which is why he killed Li Taining." Absurd. Li Duxiu slammed the table in anger, producing a resounding bang. His grandfather committed suicide. How is that related to Li Taining? Is it simply because he was the one who reported him? Chief, Li Hongling may have been framed back then. The old steward, Li Fu, was cut off by Li Duxiu's interruption. What transpired in those days is now in the past. Regardless of the circumstances, Li Cheng'an cannot take the life of anyone from the Li family. Chief, how shall we handle this matter? Should we apprehend Li Cheng'an? Li Fu inquired. Li Duxiu pondered for a moment before responding. Let us delay this matter for now. It must not interfere with tomorrow's clan competition, which is of greater significance. Once the competition concludes, we shall deal with this scoundrel. At the Jiangjing Villa, young master, here are the records of the incidents that have transpired within the Li family over the years. Everything that can be uncovered is compiled here, Mutin declared, handing a thick stack of printed documents to Li Cheng'an. Very well, place it there. I shall review it later, Li Cheng'an replied. Young master, will you be going to the Li family tomorrow? What are your plans? Mutin asked, her tone tinged with concern. She was aware that tomorrow marked the triennial clan competition of the Li family, and Li Cheng'an intended to return to seek vengeance. However, Mutin was still oblivious to her master's precise strategy. Indeed, I shall go to the Li family tomorrow to settle accounts and reclaim what rightfully belongs to me, Li Cheng'an stated with a calm demeanor. The choice to strike on the day of the clan competition stemmed from two reasons. Firstly, the entire Li family would be present that day, and secondly, it was on the same day 6 years ago that he had been stripped of his powers and expelled by the clan leader. He wanted all members of the Li family to be aware that Li Cheng'an had returned. The following day, as dawn broke, the Li family estate buzzed with activity. Today was a momentous occasion, and nearly all members of the Li clan, both direct and collateral, gathered, their faces aglow with anticipation and excitement. Before the competition could commence, a ceremonial ancestor worship ritual was required. This was a tradition of the Li family, a means of expressing reverence and gratitude to their forebears. The ritual took place in the Li family ancestral hall, with the tablets of their ancestors displayed prominently at the center. The clan leader, Li Duxiu, stood before the ancestral tablets, flanked by family members who were arranged in an orderly manner. They held incense sticks and candles, their expressions solemn. The ceremony was presided over by an elder family member, the venerable steward Li Fu, who donned traditional sacrificial attire, his voice resonant and dignified. As the rite commenced, the officiant ignited the incense, wisps of fragrant smoke spiraling upwards, enveloping the ancestral hall. He then began to recite the eulogy, his tone melodious and heartfelt. The eulogy reflected upon the history of the Li clan, extolling the virtues and achievements of their ancestors. On this auspicious day, the members of the Li family gathered here to pay homage to their forebears, honoring their wisdom and valor, and expressing gratitude for the profound legacy they left behind. The ancestors are the very roots of the Li family, the wellspring of its prosperity. The Li clan members offered their respects. After the recitation of the eulogy, family members approached the tablets, presenting incense and candles, bowing 3 times in reverence. Their gestures were filled with respect and sincerity, their eyes betraying admiration for their forefathers. At the conclusion of the ancestral rites, clan leader Li Duxiu poured a libation. He stepped forward to the tablets, lifted a wine cup, and spilled the fine wine upon the ground before the tablets as a mark of reverence. Then, he knelt and prostrated himself before the tablets, with the rest of the Li clan following suit in respectful homage. Once the ancestral ceremony concluded, the family members dispersed, making their way outside to the martial arts stage, preparing for the impending clan competition. Outside the martial arts stage, the younger generation of the Li family gathered in small groups, discussing the upcoming competition and speculating on who might emerge victorious. I believe Li Jinghao is likely to claim first place this year. Not necessarily. He won the last competition. How could he possibly win again? I think Li Haoxi has a chance at victory. Li Haoxi? How could that be? He used to be part of the 6th branch. Just a useless fellow, even inferior to me. Indeed, merely a fortunate fool. By the way, Where are the members of the fourth branch? Don't you know? The fourth branch was exterminated, and the culprits have yet to be found. When did this happen? How come I was unaware? Quickly, tell me what happened. Soon, the discussion veered off course. A young man happened to pass by, overhearing their entire conversation. A fleeting smirk appeared on his face. Today, he was certain of securing first place in the competition. Housey, come sit over here. The young man turned towards the source of the voice. Brother Jinghao. Li Housey called out, walking over. Li Jinghao belonged to the first direct lineage of the Li family, his father being Li Longchuan and his grandfather the clan leader Li Dexiu. With an exceptionally high cultivation talent and remarkable strength, he was also known for his exceptional character, with many predicting that he would one day become the clan leader. Li Housey, originally from the sixth branch, had risen to prominence 3 years ago by securing second place in the competition, which led to the clan leader promoting him to the third direct lineage of the Li family, thus becoming one of its direct descendants. The third direct lineage had originally belonged to Li Chenen's faction. I've heard you've recently made another breakthrough in your cultivation. You're almost catching up to me. Li Jinghao remarked with a smile. Li Housey nodded. Yes, I have broken through to a minor realm, but compared to Brother Jinghao, I still have a long way to go. Ha ha, rest assured, I shall show mercy when the time comes. Li Jinghao chuckled heartily. The clan leader, Li Dexiu, ascended the martial arts platform, and the crowd promptly fell silent, their gazes fixed upon the stage. After delivering a brief opening address, the annual Li family gathering commenced. The rules of the Li family competition are thus structured, comprising 2 rounds, the points round and the challenge round. In the points round, direct descendants of the Li family engage in battles determined by a draw. A total of 4 rounds are conducted, wherein a victory earns 1 point. A defeat incurs a loss of 1 point, and a draw yields no change in points. Following 3 rounds, participants are ranked based on their accumulated points. However, the ranking after the points round is not definitive. It must be followed by the challenge round. During the challenge round, direct descendants are obligated to accept challenges from collateral descendants, with no option to refuse, although they may concede defeat. Should a collateral descendant triumph over a direct descendant, all points acquired by the defeated direct descendant are transferred to the victorious collateral descendant, resulting in the immediate elimination of the former. Conversely, if the challenge fails, the collateral descendant faces elimination as well. Notably, victorious collateral descendants must also brace themselves for challenges from other collateral descendants until no one remains to contest them. The challenge round is notably fierce, seemingly unjust towards direct descendants, yet the rules have remained unchanged. For a direct descendant of the Li family, being bested by a collateral descendant is undeniably a source of shame. An essential stipulation is that no fatal harm is permitted. The first round of the points round commences. The 4 principal direct descendants of the Li family, comprising 16 participants, take the stage for the draw, which concludes swiftly. The first to compete is unexpectedly Li Housey, facing off against Li Yiyuan, the 4th direct descendant of the Li family. Li Yiyuan, lacking renown within the family, is of mediocre strength compared to Li Housey, who previously secured second place in the last clan competition. Thus, the majority of spectators favor Li Housey in this encounter. As the contest begins, both parties bow respectfully. The atmosphere below the martial arts platform is charged with excitement and tension. Under the gaze of the audience, Li Yiyuan initiates the assault, acutely aware of the disparity in strength between himself and Li Housey. However, he refuses to concede outright. Taking a deep breath, he circulates his internal energy, concentrating it in his fists, and launches a powerful strike, seemingly capable of tearing through the very air. Li Yiyuan's strategy is straightforward, to attack swiftly, utilizing speed to overwhelm his opponent, for perhaps this is his sole chance of victory. His fists, accompanied by a howling wind, surge towards Li Housey with an unstoppable momentum, as if intent on shattering all obstacles. In stark contrast to Li Yiyuan's fervent assault, Li Housey remains remarkably composed. His gaze is profound, as if he can perceive all that unfolds. With a subtle shift of his body, he effortlessly evades Li Yiyuan's strike. In the next moment, Li Housey retaliates, delivering a palm strike to Li Yiyuan's chest, sending him staggering back several meters. Li Yiyuan's expression shifts as he regains his footing and presses forward once more. After several exchanges, he fails to land a single blow on Li Housey. It's time to end this, Li Housey softly declares, transforming his palm into a fist. He unleashes a surge of energy in a formidable strike. Blood spills from the corner of Li Yuan's mouth as he is launched backward, crashing down from the platform. The old steward, Li Fu, announces Li Haoxi as the victor. This match, devoid of suspense, concludes with Li Haoxi's anticipated victory, which elicits no surprise among the onlookers. The clan leader, Li Daxiu, observes from the elevated platform, nodding in satisfaction at Li Haoxi's performance. An elder of the Li family remarked with a smile. Li Haoxi's strength has improved significantly. This year, he may well contend for the title with Zheng Hao. However, another elder of the Li family gently shook his head, stating, "Indeed, there has been progress, but he still falls short in comparison to Zheng Hao." At that moment, the clan leader, Li Daxiu, interjected, "The results will reveal themselves in due course." Li Zhenghao, the third to take the stage, effortlessly defeated his opponent, eliciting a chorus of cheers from the crowd. In the subsequent matches, the Li family's disciples experienced a mix of victories and defeats, yet only Li Haoxi and Li Zhenghao continued their winning streak, with some disciples conceding outright upon encountering the two. However, they had yet to face one another, avoiding direct competition. As the points round reached its final phase, the fourth round, the draw revealed that Li Haoxi and Li Zhenghao would finally compete against each other, and, rather fortuitously, they were set to appear last. This coincidence raised suspicions among some that there might have been tampering with the draw, though such thoughts remained unspoken. "Haoxi, do you believe you can secure first place?" inquired Li Haoxi's grandfather, Li Hua, as he grasped the young man's hand in a quiet corner beneath the martial arts platform. "Grandfather, I will do my utmost," Li Haoxi replied, refraining from guaranteeing victory. "Haoxi, you must claim first place this time," urged Li Hua in a hushed tone, his face betraying a hint of excitement. "The clan leader mentioned to me that upon the conclusion of the clan competition, he would consider promoting me to a clan elder." With Li Haoxi's stellar performance within the family, his family's standing had risen correspondingly, his parents had benefited, and now his grandfather was on the brink of becoming a clan elder. The implication of Li Daxiu's words was clear. If Li Haoxi achieved commendable results in the clan competition, Li Hua would be elevated to the esteemed position of elder. Naturally, commendable results meant securing first place. "Grandfather, I understand. Rest assured, I shall give it my all." Li Haoxi nodded affirmatively. Soon, the final match of the points round arrived, with Li Zhenghao and Li Haoxi ascending the stage amidst the watchful eyes of the crowd. Both had remained undefeated, resulting in equal points. Making this match crucial, victory or defeat would determine who would claim the title of first. "Brother Zhenghao, I never imagined we would truly face each other. Please, show some mercy," Li Haoxi said, casting a glance at Li Zhenghao. Li Zhenghao laughed heartily. "Fear not. I will be merciful and ensure your defeat is not too humiliating." His confidence radiated as he believed firmly in his impending victory. Li Haoxi remained silent, gradually drawing his sword, its blade reflecting the sunlight, glinting with a fierce brilliance. In contrast, Li Zhenghao wielded a combat knife, adopting a battle stance. The moment he grasped the blade, his expression transformed, becoming sharp and domineering, exuding an imposing presence. The two stood poised against each other, tension mounting palpably in the air. The audience surrounding the martial arts platform was transfixed, their eyes glued to the impending clash. The clan competition permitted the use of weapons, provided that both parties engaged in the practice. It was all or nothing. Li Haoxi gripped his longsword, his vital energy surging swiftly within him as he initiated the assault. The sword sliced through the air, trailing a fierce sword aura. The gleam of the blade shone brightly, akin to silver lightning streaking across the sky, aimed directly at Li Zhenghao. In the face of Li Haoxi's onslaught, Li Zhenghao displayed no hint of retreat. Armed with his battle knife, he met the charge head-on. His movements were steady and powerful, the knife in his hand resembling an immovable mountain. As their weapons clashed, a crisp sound echoed, the harmonious ring of metal striking metal resonating throughout the arena. The intertwining sword energy and knife light generated a formidable shockwave, rippling outward. Both Li Haoxi and Li Zhenghao were practitioners of ancient martial arts and cultivators, each possessing the mastery of a grandmaster while simultaneously honing their spiritual techniques. "Saheo, you have indeed broken through to the foundation establishment stage," Li Zhenghao remarked, a hint of surprise in his voice. "Zhenghao, you too have reached the foundation establishment stage," Li Haoxi replied with a smile. Li Zhenghao laughed heartily. "Then let us engage in a spirited duel." Li Haoxi, an adept swordsman, unleashed the Li family's sword technique. his swordplay formidable and unpredictable, leaving opponents bewildered. The blade shimmered like silver lightning, imbued with a fierce aura, targeting Li Jinghao's vital points. Unfazed by the assault, Li Jinghao executed his family's renowned gale knife technique. The strikes as tempestuous as a storm, swift and piercing. The knife light surged forth like a torrential downpour, laden with lethal intent, clashing against Li Haoxi's sword light. The battle intensified, the gleam of swords and knives resembling a fierce contest of titans. Their figures darted across the arena, each collision echoing with thunderous sounds that stirred the crowd below. Such a level of combat was rare, offering a unique opportunity for the spectators to learn from the exchange. As their techniques grew swifter and more ferocious, the atmosphere became increasingly tense, neither willing to yield an inch. Suddenly, Li Haoxi broke into laughter, stating, "Li Jinghao, there is something you may have miscalculated. I have indeed transcended the foundation establishment stage, but not to the initial phase. Rather, I am in the mid-phase." Li Jinghao's expression shifted dramatically. How is that possible? Before he could ponder further, Li Haoxi's assault surged forth with renewed vigor, unrestrained. "Jinghao, the first place in this clan competition is mine," Li Jinghao shouted defiantly, summoning all his strength to counter the blow. The sword light and knife light entwined in the air, creating a dazzling brilliance that dissipated in an instant. Li Jinghao coughed up a mouthful of blood, staggering back several meters before kneeling on the ground, his right hand still trembling as he clutched the knife. Li Haoxi stood poised, sword in hand, an icy demeanor in his gaze. The audience was left in stunned silence, many unable to fathom such an outcome. It was abundantly clear, Li Jinghao had been defeated. Li Jinghao has been defeated. The patriarch, Li Daxiu, rose abruptly, astonished. The remaining members of the Li family were equally taken aback, their faces reflecting disbelief. Only the relatives of Li Haoxi displayed expressions of joy and excitement. Although there were still further rounds of challenges, it was customary during clan competitions for collateral descendants to refrain from contesting the top three in the scoring round, as they were acutely aware of their own limitations and recognized that they could not compete with the frontrunners. Engaging in such challenges would be mere self-deception. Thus, with Li Haoxi securing first place in the scoring round, it was virtually assured that he would claim the title of this year's clan champion. Li Jinghao wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and slowly rose to his feet, gazing at Li Haoxi as he spoke. "Haoxi, congratulations." Li Haoxi offered a gentle smile in response. "I was fortunate to win. Not merely luck. Your prowess truly surpasses mine. I was quite surprised to discover that you have already reached the mid-foundation stage of cultivation," Li Jinghao said, shaking his head slightly, still in disbelief. "I recently experienced a fortuitous encounter, which expedited my breakthrough. Jinghao, if you put in the effort, you will soon catch up to me. In the next competition, you can reclaim your victory," Li Haoxi stated calmly. After a moment of silence, Li Jinghao replied, "I fear there will be no opportunity for that, as I am already 23 this year. No worries, we can spar privately." Li Haoxi chuckled. It was revealed that in the Li family clan competition, those over the age of 25 were ineligible to participate, as it was a contest for the younger generation. In 3 years, during the next clan competition, Li Jinghao would be 26, thus exceeding the age limit. Li Fu announced that Li Haoxi had won this match, concluding the scoring round of the clan competition. Li Haoxi amassed the highest points, securing first place, while Li Jinghao held the second position. The challenge round would follow, allowing collateral descendants to propose challenges against direct line descendants. Should they succeed, they could usurp the ranking and points of their opponent. As Li Fu declared the commencement of the challenge round, a figure swiftly ascended the martial stage. Li Li, from the 7th collateral line, challenged Li Yiyuan. Although Li Yiyuan had lost to Li Haoxi, his strength was commendable, currently placing him 7th. Upon accepting the challenge, Li Yiyuan ascended the martial stage. Li Yiyuan accepts the challenge. Li Li proved to be a formidable opponent initially, matching Li Yiyuan blow for blow. The spectators from the 7th collateral line cheered loudly for Li Li. However, after over 20 exchanges, Li Li gradually found himself at a disadvantage, ultimately being knocked off the stage by a single punch from Li Yiyuan. The first challenger from the collateral branch met with defeat. Just as Li Yiyuan intended to leave the stage, another challenger approached him, signaling the potential for a continuous series of battles. Yet, Li Yiyuan had no choice but to engage. In the 4th match, he succumbed to defeat against a member from the 3rd collateral line. The challenge round was particularly lively. with numerous collateral descendants stepping forward to challenge. However, the majority faced defeat, with few achieving success in their endeavors. As for the first-place holders, Li Haoxi and Li Jinghao, they remained seated, never taking the stage, for no branch of the Li family dared to challenge them. After numerous rounds, only 4 individuals succeeded in supplanting the rankings of the direct descendants of the Li family. Is there anyone else wishing to challenge? Li Fu inquired loudly from the platform. No one responded, nor did anyone step forward to contest. Just when the crowd believed that this year's clan competition was drawing to a close, a sudden voice pierced through the silence. How utterly dull. This clan competition gets more tedious with each passing year. It's simply a gathering of imbeciles. The atmosphere, previously tranquil, shifted as nearly everyone present turned to ascertain the source of such audacious remarks. A young man, in his 20s, handsome and clad in black, appeared lethargic, yawning in apparent boredom. Upon his arrival, the members of the Li family reacted with a mix of confusion, astonishment, and uncertainty. Who is he? Which branch of the family does he belong to? I don't recognize him. Yet, somehow, he seems familiar, as if I've seen him before once again. The clan leader, Li Daxiu, sprang to his feet, his face a picture of shock, his eyes fixed intently on the young man in black. The elders of the Li family also rose, their expressions one of disbelief, questioning their own vision. Many among the younger generation of the direct line displayed astonishment, unable to grasp the situation. Is it really him? He has returned. Li Chunin, what are you doing here? The voice of clan leader Li Daxiu rang out. Boom. At the mention of this name, the members of the Li family felt as if their heads had exploded. Waves of long-buried memories surged forth in their minds. How could they possibly forget the name Li Chunin? He had once been the pride of the Li family, the foremost among the younger generation, the most esteemed youth of Jiangdu, the family's greatest prodigy adorned with countless honors, radiating brilliance. Yet, everything changed 6 years ago. On that fateful day, Li Chunin had his dantian shattered, rendering him powerless and expelling him from the family. The heights from which he had once soared were matched only by the depths of his fall, a painful and disgraceful descent. Now he had returned. Returned to reclaim all that was rightfully his, returned to exact vengeance. Esteemed members, it has been far too long. Do you remember me? Li Chunin said with a faint smile as he ascended the martial stage, the center of attention. He had been present since the very beginning of the clan competition, standing among the crowd, not attempting to conceal himself, yet no one had noticed him. He had witnessed the entire proceedings of the Li family competition. This was, after all, quite normal. With hundreds in attendance and numerous branches of the Li family, it was impossible for everyone to know one another. It was unsurprising that no one had noticed Li Chunin, and who could have anticipated his appearance at the Li family competition? Li Chunin, what do you intend to do? You have been expelled from the family. You are no longer a Li. The clan leader, Li Daxiu, glared at Li Chunin with a grim expression, reprimanding him. Li Qinggan smiled faintly. Of course I have come to participate in the Li family competition. What a joke. You have been expelled from the family and are no longer a descendant of the Li clan. How could you possibly take part in the competition? The clan leader, Li Daxiu, sneered. Who says I am not a descendant of the Li family? I am now a member of the 4th branch of the Li clan, and furthermore, I am the head of the household. As he spoke, Li Qinggan produced the head of household token from the 4th branch of the Li family. Upon seeing the token in his hand, the expressions of those present changed dramatically. Li Qinggan, it was you who killed Li Taining. Not only did you annihilate the 4th branch of the Li family, but you also seized their head of household token. Li Daxiu exclaimed, his face filled with rage. He had never anticipated that Li Qinggan would usurp the head of household token and become a member of the 4th branch of the Li clan. Li Qinggan shook his head. Li Daxiu, you must refrain from making baseless accusations without evidence. The original head of the 4th branch, Li Taining, had indeed been murdered. But before his death, he entrusted the head of household token to me, designating me as the new head of the 4th branch of the Li family. You are speaking nonsense, utterly shameless. Li Daxiu slammed his hand on the table, producing a thunderous sound. After killing Li Taining, Li Qinggan had covered his tracks meticulously, leaving no evidence behind. Even if someone suspected him of the murder, there was no proof to substantiate the claim. In truth, Li Qinggan had not entirely wiped out the 4th branch of the Li family. Most of its members had been relocated by the people of the Wanhua Palace, sent directly to the hidden forces as laborers, for instance, to mine coal and minerals. A great fire had obliterated all traces. The 4th branch of the Li family vanished overnight, as if it had been exterminated. Shall the clan leader verify the authenticity of this head of household token? Li Chingan said coldly. Having been expelled from the Li family, he now unexpectedly found himself as the head of the fourth branch, rejoining the clan. No one had anticipated that he would return in such a manner. However, this was not the conclusion. It was merely the beginning. There's no need. Li Dexiu waved his hand dismissively. He could discern the authenticity of the token with a mere glance. Indeed, it was genuine. Standing on the martial arts stage, Li Chingan surveyed the assembly with his starry eyes, taking in all the members of the Li family present. Suddenly, he spoke coldly. I challenge Li Haoxi. Li Chingan now challenges Li Haoxi as a member of the collateral branch of the Li family, a move both reasonable and compliant with the rules. Although there are dissenting voices among the Li clan, they find themselves unable to prevent him under the established regulations. Li Haoxi had assumed that after defeating Li Zhenghao, securing first place in the clan competition was all but guaranteed. However, he was taken aback when Li Chingan unexpectedly emerged to challenge him. Of course, he was well aware of Li Chingan. In truth, nearly everyone in the Li family knew of him, for he had once been the family's most illustrious genius. With a steady gait, Li Haoxi ascended the martial platform, a glimmer of mockery evident in his gaze. He turned to Li Chingan, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth, laced with derision, and queried, Are you truly certain you wish to challenge me? You ought to consider this carefully. You have but one opportunity to challenge. Should you fail, you shall possess nothing. If you were to challenge a member of the Li family ranked 7th or 8th, perhaps there would be a flicker of a chance for victory. In response to Li Haoxi's provocation, Li Chingan's expression remained unmoved. Dare we make a wager? He replied coolly. A wager on what? Li Haoxi inquired. If I win, you must leave the Li family. You shall not be worthy of claiming the status of third direct descendant of the Li clan. Li Chingan declared. Li Haoxi countered, and if you lose? If I lose, I will depart from the Li family, allowing you to continue your quest for power unimpeded. Li Chingan retorted with a tone of scorn. Li Haoxi's heart raced at Li Chingan's last remark, hinting at knowledge of something more. Yet, he maintained his composure, betraying no emotion. I shall not gamble with you. If you wish to challenge me, then challenge me, he asserted, shaking his head. Li Haoxi's refusal to the wager was anticipated by Li Chingan. With a light laugh, he proposed a new bet. Should you lose, you must publicly confess your crimes. If I lose, I will still depart from the Li family. Such nonsense. If we are to fight, let us fight. Spare me your prattle. Li Haoxi exclaimed, drawing his long sword and launching it towards Li Chingan with lethal intent. The blade sliced through the air, emitting a sharp whistle as it aimed for Li Chingan's vital points. Li Chingan's eyes narrowed, and with a graceful leap, he evaded the sudden strike. Are you so enraged that you resort to murder? He scoffed. In a swift motion, he conjured the spirit sword known as Bilyowanquan, its blade glistening with a chilling light beneath the moon. In an instant, he appeared before Li Haoxi, thrusting his sword with fierce momentum. Li Haoxi, with his sword crossed defensively, blocked Li Chingan's assault. The sound of metal clashing reverberated across the platform, sparks flying in the wake of their encounter. The two engaged in a fierce close-quarters battle, their swords flashing with deadly precision, each strike laden with lethal intent. Li Haoxi unleashed the Li family swordplay, his long sword dancing through the air like a tempest, the sword energy slicing through the surrounding atmosphere as if it were fragile glass. Yet, Li Chingan remained unfazed, responding with ease to his onslaught. The onlookers from the Li family watched in astonishment, their breaths taken away. They had not anticipated Li Chingan's strength to be so formidable. Was he not supposed to have been rendered powerless by a shattered dantian? Yet, it appeared that he had grown even stronger. The battle intensified as the two figures swiftly maneuvered upon the martial platform, their swords gleaming and shadows darting. Li Chingan similarly executed the Li family sword technique, employing identical maneuvers. Both combatants had attained an extraordinary mastery of the Li family sword art. Li Haoxi, increasingly astounded, realized that Li Chingan was far more formidable than he had anticipated. Moreover, the power he displayed was evidently that of a cultivator, not merely that of an ancient martial artist. Clearly, Li Chingan was also a practitioner of cultivation. In terms of proficiency in the Li family sword technique, Li Chingan subtly surpassed him. A fierce glint flashed in Li Haoxi's eyes. This person must be eliminated. After all, there are moments of oversight in any contest. At worst, I shall accept the family's punishment. At that moment, Li Haoxi abruptly altered his sword technique. abandoning the Li family style for an enigmatic and profound sword art never before witnessed by the onlookers. The sword's momentum surged with overwhelming force, its energy cascading towards Li Chunin like a relentless tide. Die! Li Haoxi bellowed, his long sword imbued with potent sword energy, clashing against Li Chunin's attack. A tremendous explosion ensued, scattering sword energy and causing the surrounding air to quiver. Li Haoxi staggered back several steps, nearly losing his balance on the platform. In stark contrast, Li Chunin remained firmly planted, his expression relaxed. This is impossible. Li Haoxi's eyes widened in disbelief. Is this truly all your strength? For someone at the mid-foundation stage, I must admit, I am somewhat disappointed. Li Chunin's voice was calm, laced with a hint of disdain. The spectators from the Li family could not remain seated. They rose in astonishment, gazing at Li Chunin with newfound respect. How could Li Chunin be so powerful? If Li Haoxi at the mid-foundation stage could not best him, then perhaps Li Chunin's strength was at the late foundation stage. 6 years ago, he had been stripped of his cultivation. If he had resumed training, it had only been a mere 6 years since, and he had achieved such prowess. Truly frightening. Indeed, we have cultivated for over a decade, yet we fall short compared to his 6 years. His talent is nothing short of monstrous. While Li Haoxi was commendable, it was evident that he paled in comparison to Li Chunin. Li Chunin truly remains the foremost genius of the Li family. The murmurs around him reached Li Haoxi's ears, piercing and igniting an uncontrollable fury upon his countenance. Li Chunin, you have forced my hand. Li Haoxi roared, his true energy erupting, his aura surging with newfound strength. Oh, resorting to secret techniques to forcibly enhance your power to the late foundation stage. Is such desperation necessary for a mere contest? Li Chunin's voice dripped with scorn. Li Haoxi's eyes glimmered with a bloodthirsty light as he tightened his grip on the long sword. He raised it high above his head, his expression grave, while his true energy began to surge wildly. A torrent of lightning energy coalesced, guiding this force towards his sword. The blade flickered with a blue electric glow, the sound of thunder resonating in the air. This was the lethal move from the thunder sword technique, which he could not normally execute with his current strength. However, he was now forcibly enhancing his power, rendering it immensely powerful yet fraught with significant repercussions. As he wielded the long sword, the electric light at the tip danced with his movements, forming arcs of lightning. Li Haoxi's gaze sharpened, and he swung his long sword downward with ferocity. The electric light upon the blade erupted like unleashed thunder, cleaving through the vast expanse with destructive force aimed directly at Li Chunin. The trajectory of the thunder left a brilliant arc of light in the air, its speed so swift that it eluded capture. The thunderous sword energy was an unstoppable force. Li Chunin remained composed, akin to an ancient well of unfathomable depth, unperturbed in the face of Li Haoxi's thunderous assault. In his hand, the Bai Luo Huangquan sword also gathered formidable sword intent, the vital energy coursing along the blade like flowing water. The tip quivering slightly, as if anticipating a fierce clash. He softly intoned, Huangquan 9 songs, 5th form, the blooming of the underworld flower. As his voice resonated, the sword energy began to coalesce, and black lotus flowers unfurled in the air, resembling blossoms from the depths of the underworld, steeped in mystery and eeriness. These black lotuses advanced towards Li Haoxi's thunderous sword energy. Upon their encounter, a violent collision erupted. Yet, these were no ordinary flowers. They emanated a dense aura of the underworld, imbued with the essence of death, capable of eroding all vitality. Under the corrosive influence of this underworld energy, the thunderous sword energy dissipated instantaneously, as if it had never existed. A flicker of cold light flashed in Li Chunin's eyes, and he wielded the Bai Luo Huangquan sword with renewed vigor. Under his command, the black lotuses began to bloom wildly, enveloping the entire arena in a shroud of deathly aura. Li Haoxi could not withstand this terrifying power, spitting blood as he suffered grievous wounds. His long sword slipping from his grasp, rendered too weak to hold. In an instant, Li Chunin's figure appeared, the tip of his sword lightly grazing Li Haoxi's throat, leaving a crimson mark. Stop! A sudden bellow rang out as an elder surged onto the arena, delivering a powerful punch towards Li Chunin's back.